In a whimsical twist of fate, a teenage girl, enamored with both aesthetics and charm, finds herself transported into the pages of her own literary creation and narrative where she becomes a frail and neglected daughter of the Wei family. Her ambitions soar as she contemplates the formation of an ancient idol group, tackling bizarre system tasks, navigating publicity, and stirring up rumors. Yet, the situation takes a perplexing turn as the system inexplicably bestows upon her 7 genuine deities. The system advises her to embrace her circumstances, while she ponders, is it permissible to curse? A gentleman declares his affection, professing, "My dear, I wish to hold your hand and grow old together." She retorts with a hint of sarcasm, a competent manager would never engage in scandalous rumors involving their artist. Another muscular figure threatens, "Speak. Who dares to bully you? I shall unleash a reckoning." She sighs, lamenting, an excellent manager wouldn't allow their artist to be associated with violent scandals. A fiery individual challenges her. "Are you instructing me? Dare to annoy me, and I shall end you." She despondently muses, "Perhaps it would be better to lose my hair from stress." Meanwhile, the other 4 young ones weep. "Sister Qing, taken too soon. Let us mourn in silence." She, in turn, cries out, "Is there not a single reassuring soul among you?" Chapter 1. Seeking support. "Where is she?" "She rushed inside." "Then why are you standing idle? Go in and find her." A group of 5 or 6 men, resembling servants, filed through the back entrance of the Yihong building, unaware of the chaos they were about to intrude upon. Yihong building, the most opulent establishment in the city, was alive with revelry that night. An, who had reigned for 5 consecutive years, had announced that he would select a companion for life amidst the festivities, igniting a fervent competition among the crowd, all vying for the honor of being that fortunate individual. To win Mr. An's favor, show your sincerity. The Madam of Yihong, a woman nearing 40, was a miser with an insatiable greed for wealth, reveling in the endless stream of treasures being flung onto the stage. Mr. An remained composed, seemingly unfazed, until a sudden commotion from the audience caught his attention. A girl, clad in a tattered outfit, struggled through the throng, relentlessly pursued by several servants. One of them seized her collar effortlessly, lifting her off the ground. In a desperate bid, she bit down hard on the servant's arm, compelling him to release his grip. The ensuing chase disrupted the night's festivities, as the girl scrambled onto the stage, clutching the leg of the figure behind the red curtain, pleading, "Help, save me." Gasps filled the air, and the atmosphere fell silent. Mr. An cast a disinterested glance at her frostbitten hands, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "What's your name?" Stunned, she stammered, Wei Yunqing, Mr. And responded, a stutterer. "I do not stutter." She retorted, his voice, deep and slightly languid, proclaimed, "I choose her." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Mr. And had spent the entire night selecting a mere lowly girl. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, a glimmer of smugness flickered in her downcast eyes. Her journey into this narrative was indeed a melodrama. After countless edits and revisions, she had fainted before her computer from sheer exhaustion. Upon awakening, she found herself escaping a lashing from her legitimate sister, a punishment far too severe for mere accusations of theft, a fate unbefitting the second daughter of the Wei family, albeit an illegitimate one. In this strange yet familiar environment, her mind raced. If she truly had crossed into the pages of her own story, the solution to her predicament lay within the lavish Yihong building. As fate would have it, the very figure she now conversed with was her destined partner, the illustrious Mr. N, whose real-life counterpart was none other than An, the charismatic leader of the popular idol group EGM. Realizing this, she swallowed hard, tightening her grip on his leg, captivated by his long, perfectly sculpted limbs. Just as she pondered her next move, a bag of money was tossed from behind the curtain. "I want this girl. There's more than enough money here." A word of advice, know when to back off, or else. The threat sent the hired hands of Yihong scrambling, while the servants retreated, having secured a satisfactory payout. Madame Li had not anticipated such an outcome. She had intended to profit handsomely that night, only to witness the esteemed Mr. and throw out a sack of coins, causing her distress. After all, this frail girl, with her sunken cheeks and pallid complexion, was worth far less than what was being offered. Though Mr. N has chosen his companion, our courtesan remains alone tonight. While the crowd was disheartened by the loss of opportunity within Yuno, their attention shifted to the green curtain adjacent to the red one. With the spotlight now on him, and Yuno teased, "Are you not going to let go?" Yunqing, reluctant to release her hold, found herself in a dilemma. And Yuno had paid a hefty sum for her should she offer herself in return, or would she be required to embrace him? Either way, she was willing, noticing her follow him inside, and Yuno frowned. "Why did you come in here?" She looked up to see him reclining, his long legs elegantly positioned, one straight and the other slightly bent, his arm draped casually over his knee, casting a sidelong glance at her. His face was identical to the one described in her story, with striking brows, celestial eyes, and a charming beauty mark that rendered him even more alluring, his crimson attire accentuating his alabaster skin. Truly, he was a paragon of beauty, one that would undoubtedly captivate across ages and cultures. Caught in a daze, she barely registered and Yuno's growing irritation. "Will you leave willingly, or shall I compel you to depart?" With a deep sigh, he bellowed, "Director?" Puzzled, she wondered what he meant. Testing the waters, she cautiously asked, "Who are you addressing?" His glare intensified as he snapped, "Director? You there, background actor. Do you not realize this is a private lounge? Leave at once, or I shall summon security." Astounded, she realized the absurdity of the situation. Was this some sort of twisted performance? The author's journey into the story was one thing, but sending a genuine deity into the mix was altogether confounding. As she remained motionless, and Yuno lost patience, shouting, "Is there no one outside?" A servant hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully. "You called for us?" "Remove her." The newcomer scanned the room, then fixed his gaze on Yunqing. "It's her. Throw her out." Frustration welled within her. Was she to be discarded like an object? Before she could protest, she was yanked out, colliding with the doorframe, causing her nose to sting and tears to spill forth. Passers-by cast sidelong glances, whispering, "With a face like that, she dares to seek Mr. N's favor? Truly a toad yearning for swan meat." Indeed, Mr. N merely felt pity and intervened. What right does she have to feel wronged, thinking she could be his beloved? As a spirited and passionate young woman, she was not one to be mocked by mere background characters. Just as she prepared to defend herself, the world around her seemed to freeze, leaving her as the sole moving entity amidst an ocean of stillness. The system, with its unyielding nature, offered her no opportunity for refusal and continued, "The agent system has been successfully linked. You are now to embark on main quest 1, assemble a 5-member boy band within 3 months. Failure will result in the agent experiencing severe hair loss, while success will grant the agent the skill Emerald City." Wei Yunqing boldly inquired, "Is it possible to unlink?" The system responded, "Yes." Wei Yunqing decisively declared, "Unlink." The system warned, "Are you certain you wish to forcibly unlink from the agent system? Upon unlinking, you will be erased from reality, which is to say, your soul will be shattered into oblivion." A threat. A blatant threat. You are the 1001st host of this system. Based on the experiences of previous hosts, it is advised that you commence your task immediately. The system will provide hints at critical junctures to assist you in completing your mission and ensuring your safety. With a roll of her eyes, Wei Yunqing muttered, "It seems I have no other choice." The system prompted, "The host must not disclose the existence of the system to the members. You must earn their recognition through your own efforts, and they may only be bound to you if they willingly accompany you." Binding condition, a kiss on the host's left hand. Chapter 2. The fury of the thigh. As the system's voice faded, the surroundings returned to normal, leaving Wei Yunqing in a daze, staring blankly at the door, thinking, "Truly, fate seems bent on my destruction. Denji? My makeup is a bit smudged," sent the makeup artist in. Inside, and Yuno spoke again, and the mention of Danjie sent a shiver down her spine. This was a legendary agent renowned for her keen insight in the entertainment industry and a full-time agent for EGM. In stark contrast to her own predicament, being inexplicably bound to this bizarre system, and Yuno was akin to a deity, while she was but a speck of dust. Determined to forge a path forward together, Wei Yunqing steeled herself and pushed the door open. And Yuno lifted her eyelids. "What are you doing here again?" "I called for Danjie." Wei Yunqing opened her mouth, realizing she was at a loss for words. "Isn't there a sign outside saying no entry for uninvited guests?" To her surprise, there was none. "Forget it. If you want an autograph or a photo, make it quick, don't waste my time." Wei Yunqing wished she could dismiss this as a serendipitous encounter with a celebrity, but alas, it was not. Just as she was mustering the courage to speak, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a drunken scion stumbled in, clutching a wine jug. Perhaps due to his inebriation, his vision was impaired. He squinted at Wei Yunqing, and upon recognizing her face, disdainfully shoved her aside and leaned closer to Yuno. The impact jolted Wei Yunqing's senses, awakening her from the stupor, and she thought, how could this be a heroic rescue? It was merely a drunken fool's intrusion. And Yuno frowned. Who are you? The drunkard grinned, tilting his head back to take a swig from his jug. Then, lifting Yuno's chin with one hand, he inhaled deeply, intoxicated. You smell divine. Wei Yunqing wished she could gouge out her eyes. She must have lost her mind to allow this scoundrel to offend Yuno. Fortunately, soon enough, the bouncers from the Red Chamber would arrive to eject the drunkard, and she would ensure Yuno had a basin ready for him to purge himself. The stench of alcohol assaulted Yuno's face, causing his expression to darken, his starry gaze turning cold. He seized the drunkard's hand that was gripping his chin and twisted it, the sound of bones cracking echoing in the room. Wei Yunqing dared not breathe, watching as Yuno deftly disarmed the drunkard, who collapsed to the floor, grimacing in pain, his drunkenness dissipating. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way? You're nothing but a cheap whore in this establishment, unworthy of my attention. The drunkard's words were unbearable, and Yuno's enchanting demeanor transformed into one of lethal fury. He kicked the drunkard several times, firmly pressing his foot against the man's face, and after a few more kicks, he expelled him from the room. As if disgusted by the blood on his shoes, he flung them outside, where they landed squarely on the drunkard's head. To her astonishment, the usually sunny Yuno had displayed such ruthless aggression. Wei Yunqing climbed to her feet, addressing the tardy bouncers. This drunkard barged into Yuno's room. Get him out of here quickly, and don't anger him. The bouncers, aware of Yuno's volatile nature, dared not ask questions and promptly dragged the drunkard away. Looking around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, Wei Yunqing shut the door tightly and poured a cup of tea for Yuno. And Yuno showed no gratitude, his fury palpable. Where's the director? Wei Yunqing replied weakly. There is no director here. And Yuno scoffed. Are you joking? Feeling guilty, Wei Yunqing explained. You may find it hard to believe, but this is a virtual novel world. You have crossed into the pages of a story. And Yuno snorted. Dismissively, how do you take me for a child? Gathering her courage, Wei Yunqing recounted her sorrowful journey of rewriting literature and her bewildering traversal, conveniently omitting any mention of the system. Yet, pondering the recent events and the absence of electrical wiring, cameras, lighting equipment, or microphones, it was impossible for even the most well-equipped production team to operate without such essentials. The realization struck Yuno with chilling dread. How could he have suddenly found himself transported while merely filming a scene? With other commitments awaiting him, he could not afford to delay. Dan Jia would surely be furious, and he could not bear it. And Yuno erupted in fury. What now? How do we get out? He felt an intense urge to strangle the pitiful woman cowering in the corner, wondering why she would write a ludicrous novel. Was there a lack of scandals to gossip about? Or was the miracle drug failing to cure all? And Yuno bellowed, get me out of this damned novel, right now. Wei Yunqing thought to herself, if you leave, I will meet my demise, for a gentleman may perish, but not lose his hair. And Yuno, darkly, demanded, when can you get us out? Yuno's mind was in turmoil, akin to boiling water forcing the lid off a kettle, producing a sharp whistle. As she spoke, a warning from Yuno reached her ears. Whatever nonsense you've written, if it displeases me in the slightest, I will end you. This man, who spoke so brazenly, shattered the public's perception of the warm-hearted Yuno. Wei Yunqing felt fortunate she hadn't disclosed her tragic romantic narrative, or she would have been doomed. And Yuno reclined on the couch, resting his forehead and closing his eyes, exhaustion overtaking him. He discarded his outer garment, revealing his bare torso, and lay down on the bed. Wei Yunqing quietly admired the chiseled abs on his abdomen, nearly drooling, hee as she stealthily hid in the corner, and Yuno seemed to forget her presence, but sensing her lascivious gaze, he rolled onto the bed, covering himself with the blanket. Why are you still here? Leave. Wei Yunqing replied with feigned innocence. You saved me. From now on, I shall be your servant. And Yuno interrupted. Wei Yunqing forced a smile. Yes, servant. The servant will attend to your needs in the room you sleep on the bed, and I will sleep on the couch. And Yuno appeared dissatisfied with this arrangement. He had no habit of sharing a room, especially not with an unattractive woman. Even when staying with bandmates, each had their own separate suite. Leave, and Yuno insisted, a whipping, a night of frantic escape, and the threats of an Yuno had left Wei Yunqing utterly exhausted, her body slumped on the bed. We are both wanderers in this vast world. Here, I am a stranger. What if something happens when I step outside? Do not be so ruthless in your actions, she lamented. And Yuno retorted with sarcasm. With your current appearance, even ghosts would steer clear of you. Rest assured, you may venture out. Noticing Wei Yunqing's silence, and Yuno cautiously peeked around the corner, only to hear the sound of deep breathing from the bed. To his astonishment, she had fallen asleep. He donned his clothes and stepped off the bed. That wretched girl. Wake up and leave this place immediately. He had never encountered a girl who had endured so many injuries. Tonight, I shall let you off the hook. Chapter 3. The Unexpected Approach. The headache induced by lack of sleep struck again, and Yuno was abruptly awakened from his beautiful dreams, his temper flaring as he shouted towards the door. What is all this? Noise. What happened? Is there a fire? Wei Yunqing was roused by his yell. Although her eyes were open, her mind was still in a dreamlike state, sitting dazedly on the bed. Mr. N, you have yet to rise? There are guests waiting outside to see you. Hurry and freshen up. Oh, and take that girl you chose last night with you. It is likely her family has come looking for her. Called the innkeeper. Wei Yunqing shook her head in confusion. I don't know. And Yuno splashed a cup of cold tea on her face, instantly waking her up. She wiped her face and glanced at Yuno's grim expression, finally realizing that she had traversed into the story alongside him. Embarrassed, Wei Yunqing greeted, Good morning, and Yuno replied coldly, Someone just informed me that there are visitors looking for me. Did they not mention I am to act in a play? At least a play has a script. Wei Yunqing scratched her head. I can provide you with the general direction. You are free to improvise. She dared not command him. Desperately, Wei Yunqing pinched her thigh, tears streaming down her face, tugging at Yuno's sleeve with a look of despair. Are we not familiar? And Yuno replied firmly, Not familiar. And Yuno was momentarily at a loss for words. The narrative was crafted by her. If he wished to exit this place swiftly, he needed to remain with her to anticipate the Storalinea fact he could not deny. Speak, how do we resolve this? And Yuno relented. Wei Yunqing flattered. Just toss her 2 bags of money, and tell her you purchased me from the Wei residence henceforth. I am yours. Once she has the money, she will leave obediently. And Yuno retorted coldly, Why should I give her money? Wei Yunqing insisted, To settle the matter. And Yuno stubbornly declared, I will not. He dragged her out and shut the door, to which Wei Yunqing cried in despair, And Yuno, you cannot treat me this way. Seeing he had no intention of opening the door or coming out, she whimpered, Wah, Mr. And you heartless man. After just one night, you already disdain me. Last night, clearly, and Yuno suddenly flung the door open, gritting his teeth. Clearly what? Wei Yunqing's sobs ceased abruptly, and she shrank back, forcing a smile. Hee, it's nothing, do not worry, your honor. I am just a small person, afraid you might abandon me. She stammered, Who said we are in the same boat? If you perish, can I still survive? Though his words were harsh, Wei Yunqing felt an unexpected flicker of warmth. And Yuno, standing at a towering height of nearly 6.5 feet, with an angelic visage and a devilishly handsome figure, was a paragon of beauty even within the ancient context of the story, akin to a jade figure amidst the throng. In the original text, Mr. N was charming and captivating now, and Yuno exuded a blend of gentleness and fierceness, with a hint of wildness and defiance in his starry eyes. He stood atop the dais in the grand hall, while Wei Yunqing hid behind him, occasionally peeking out to observe the gathering below. Leading the group was her elder sister, Wei Yunlan, flaunting a floral dress. The attendants behind her were the same ones who had pursued Wei Yunqing throughout the city last night. Wei Yunlan had never encountered a man as breathtaking as Mr. And upon catching sight of him, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and she nervously fidgeted with her skirt, momentarily forgetting her purpose for visiting the Red Pavilion. And Yuno, with a long stride, settled onto the high seat, gazing down upon them with an air of authority, attempting to mimic the ancient manner of speech. What brings you here? The attendants struggled to articulate their predicament. While they could claim the money had been seized by the young lady, she would deny it, wouldn't she? Wei Yunqing promptly denied. What money? Did you receive any funds? The attendants shook their heads helplessly. If they claimed the money had been taken, they would have to pay from their own pockets, which they could not afford. To assert that no money was taken would surely anger the figure atop the dais, yet it was a safer route to say that it had not been taken. You heard him, he said. He has not received it. Hurry and hand her over to me. And Yuno descended from the dais, approaching the attendant like an imposing mountain. The attendant stepped back nervously, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, feeling the weight of an invisible pressure. And Yuno seized the attendant's right hand, stating casually, was this hand not the one that took it last night? As soon as he spoke, the attendant let out a piercing scream, his wrist audibly snapping. Wei Yunqing had witnessed the scene before and was unfazed. She could only blame the attendant for his dishonesty. And Yuno released the broken wrist and grasped the left hand, saying, I recall this one also made contact. Had you spoken sooner, this suffering could have been avoided. And Yuno tossed aside the hand with disdain, wiping his hands against his clothes. Wei Yunqing was taken aback by his ruthlessness, her heart racing. While it was said that Mr. Sun was gentle, the beauty was evident, but where was the gentleness in this moment? Wei Yunqing retorted stubbornly, that bag of money can only cover what she stole from me. To buy her, you will need at least 2 bags. If you have no money, hand her over immediately. And Yuno, losing patience, could not fathom how Wei Yunqing had crafted such a bizarre and irksome character. He threatened directly, in plain sight, you will exchange money for her when the money is in hand. She is mine. Stay away from here while I do not strike women. That does not mean others will not. The enforcers of the Red Pavilion emerged from the shadows, responding perfectly to Yuno's words. Their numbers far exceeded those accompanying Wei Yunqing, who glared furiously at Wei Yunqing still hiding atop the dais, shouting, You wait. If you have the guts, remain in this den of vice for eternity, and do not come out. In a world where a lovesick, whimsical girl, captivated by the allure of handsome idols, finds herself unexpectedly transmigrated into her own written narrative, she embodies a frail and unremarkable secondary daughter of the Wei family, whose complexion resembles that of earthen hues. Shall she form an ancient, illustrious boy band? Embark on a series of ludicrous system tasks? Engage in publicity stunts, stir up gossip, and manage public relations? As if her own transmigration were not enough, the system has bestowed upon her 7 genuine deities, leaving her in a quandary. The system advises, embrace your fate. Wei Yunqing retorts, may I speak harshly? A gentleman interjects, Ching Ching, my heart is yours, I wish to hold your hand and grow old together. Wei Yunqing feels a twinge of jealousy. A competent manager would never engage in scandalous rumors about their own artists. A muscular man growls, speak. Who has wronged you? I shall make them taste the guillotine. Wei Yunqing sighs. A competent manager would not allow their artists to be embroiled in violent scandals. A hot-headed individual barks. Are you instructing me on my duties? Dare to vex me, and I shall end you. Wei Yunqing laments. A competent manager, I might as well lose my hair in despair. The other 4 young ones weep. Sister Qing has met an untimely, and let us mourn. Wei Yunqing cries. Is there not one reliable soul? Chapter 1. Seeking support. Where is she? She has gone inside. Then what are you standing there for? Go find her. 5 or 6 men, resembling servants, filed in, oblivious to the fact that they had intruded through the back door of the Yihong building. Yihong building is the most vibrant den of indulgence in Sioux City, and this night was destined to be an unrestrained carnival. M.R.A.N., having been crowned champion for 5 consecutive years, had declared that he would choose a companion for life from among the throng, and everyone was eager to seize the chance to be that fortunate individual. To win Mr. A.N.'s favor, everyone must demonstrate some sincerity. Madame Li, the proprietress of Yihong, a woman nearing 40, was a miser whose eyes gleamed only with the prospect of wealth. Gold, silver, and jewels rained down upon the stage, and she could hardly contain her glee. Mr. N lounged comfortably in his seat, his breathing unchanged. Suddenly, a commotion erupted below, prompting him to crack open an eye. A small girl, clad in tattered gray garments, struggled through the throng, pursued relentlessly by several servants. One of them seized her collar with ease, lifting her effortlessly. The girl, surveying her surroundings, finally focused on the red canopy above. She bit down hard on the servant's arm, compelling him to release her. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the girl ascended the platform and, in full view of the crowd, clung desperately to the leg of the man behind the red curtain, exclaiming, "Help! Help me!" A stunned silence fell, and the air was thick with disbelief. Ard-an, with a cold and indifferent gaze, glanced at the frostbitten hands that clutched his leg, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What is your name?" The girl hesitated. Wei Yunqing, mister. And inquired, a stutterer? Wei Yunqing protested. "I do not stutter." With a voice laced with languor, mister. And declared, "Let her be." The chorus of astonished gasps erupted, mister. And had spent the entire night deliberating and had ultimately chosen such a lowly girl. No one noticed the glimmer of satisfaction in Wei Yunqing's lowered gaze. Her journey into this world was nothing short of melodramatic. After countless revisions, she had collapsed from exhaustion at her computer, only to awaken in the midst of her narrative. She found herself fleeing from her legitimate sister, who had unjustly punished her with a whip. The lashes fell upon her with an unrelenting fury, even if she were guilty of theft. Such merciless treatment was unwarranted, for she was the second miss of the Wei family, albeit an illegitimate child. In this strange yet familiar environment, her mind raced. If she truly had crossed into a story, the one capable of extricating her from her predicament resided within the opulent Hong building. As fate would have it, the very man she was conversing with was to become her steadfast companion, though his face remained obscured. He was none other than Yuno, the captain and visual of the popular boy band EGM. With this realization, Wei Yunqing swallowed hard, her grip on his leg tightening. Those long, perfectly sculpted legs were simply irresistible. Just as she found herself at a crossroads, a bag of money was tossed from behind the curtain. "I want this girl. The wealth here is abundant. I advise you to withdraw while the going is good." Otherwise, as the threat hung in the air, the enforcers in Hong brandished their clubs, and the servants, sensing danger, scampered away. At least with this bag of money, they had some semblance of justification. Madame Li had not anticipated this outcome. She had hoped for a profitable night, only to witness the champion toss away a bag of money, leaving her heart aching. The frail, pallid girl before her could have been purchased 20 times over with that amount. Even though Ard-an has chosen his partner, our courtesan remains solitary this night. Though the crowd was disheartened by the lost opportunity within Yuno, their gazes shifted toward the green canopy beside the red one. With the focus of attention redirected, and Yuno teased, still not letting go, Wei Yunqing, reluctant to release her hold, grappled with her next steps. Hadn't Yuno invested a considerable sum in her? Should she offer herself in return, or simply embrace him? In either case, she was willing. Yuno, noticing her lingering presence, frowned. "Why have you followed me in?" Wei Yunqing raised her eyes, finding him reclining on a couch, one long leg extended straight, the other slightly bent, with his arm draped over his knee, casting a sidelong glance at her. His features mirrored those of the character she had penned. His brows were sharp, his eyes twinkled like stars, and a charming mole at the corner of his left eye added to his allure. Clad in a flowing red garment, his complexion appeared as pure as jade. Indeed, he was the epitome of beauty. Such a visage would captivate across ages and cultures. As Wei Yunqing stood entranced, and Yuno's irritation surfaced, "Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out?" With a heavy sigh, and Yuno bellowed, "Director? Pardon, director? What are you talking about?" Wei Yunqing's mind raced with a daring hypothesis. She tentatively inquired, "Whom are you addressing?" And Yuno glared, exasperated, "Director, who are you, a mere extra, to intrude in a private lounge? Depart before I lose my temper, or I shall summon security." So everything that had transpired was merely a scene in a film. Wei Yunqing felt as if struck by lightning. Was this a Bionegatuan-free deal? The author's transmigration was one thing, but a genuine deity had been sent her way. How was she to proceed? Seeing her unmoving, and Yuno lost all patience, shouting, "Is there no one outside?" A servant promptly entered, bowing respectfully. "You summoned? Throw her out." The newcomer glanced around, finally settling their gaze on Wei Yunqing, and Yuno confirmed, "That's the one. Throw her out." Wei Yunqing was nearly at her wit's end. Tossed out. What did they take her for? Yet before she could protest, she was pulled from the room, the door slamming against her nose, causing her eyes to well with tears. Passers-by could not help but glance and murmur, "She dares to seek Mr. Hannah's favor with that appearance? Truly, a toad wishing to eat swan meat." Indeed, M.R.A.N. likely saved her out of pity. What is there to feel wronged about? Does she honestly aspire to be his confidant? As a vibrant young woman brimming with passion and longing, how could Wei Yunqing endure the scorn of a mere crowd? She was poised to retort when time itself seemed to freeze, leaving her as the sole entity in a world suspended in stillness. The system, seemingly from nowhere, provided her no chance to refuse and continued. "The agent system has been successfully bound. You are to immediately commence main mission 1. Task details. Within 3 months, assemble a 5-member boy band. Failure will result in the agent losing their hair and ultimately perishing, while success will grant the agent the skill. The Wizard of Oz." Wei Yunqing boldly inquired, "Can I unbind it?" The system replied, "Yes." Without hesitation, Wei Yunqing declared, "Unbind." The system responded, "Are you certain you wish to forcibly unbind the agent system? Upon unbinding, you will be erased from the real world, or in other words, your soul will scatter, leaving you utterly destroyed." A threat. A blatant threat. You are the 1001st host of this system. Based on previous hosts' experiences, I advise you to commence the task immediately. The system will provide hints at critical moments to assist you in completing the mission and ensuring your safety. Wei Yunqing rolled her eyes. "It seems I have no other choice." The system prompted, "The host must not disclose the existence of the system to the members. Gaining their recognition through personal effort is essential. Members may only bind if they voluntarily accompany you, with the binding condition being a kiss on the host's left hand." Chapter 2. The Thigh is Angry. As the system's voice faded, the surroundings returned to normal, and Wei Yunqing stared blankly at the door, reflecting, "Is the heavens truly against me? Denji? My makeup is smudged. Send the makeup artist to fix it." Inside, and Yuno called out again. The mention of Danjia sent a shiver through her. This was a top-tier agent renowned in the entertainment industry, a full-time agent at EGM. Compared to her, a grassroots agent bound to this peculiar system, and Yuno was akin to a deity, while she felt like mere dust beneath his feet. Determined to forge a path forward together, Wei Yunqing steeled herself and re-entered the room. And Yuno lifted his eyelids and exclaimed, "Why are you here again?" "I called for Danjia." Wei Yunqing opened her mouth, at a loss for where to begin her explanation. "Is there not a sign outside saying, 'No entry for unauthorized persons'?" "Indeed, there was none. Never mind if you want an autograph or a photo. Hurry up and do it, don't delay my work." Wei Yunqing wished this was merely a chance encounter with an idol, but alas, it was not. Just as she mustered the courage to speak, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a drunken wastrel stumbled in, clutching a wine jug. Perhaps due to his inebriated state, the man squinted at Wei Yunqing, and upon seeing her face, disdainfully shoved her aside and leaned closer to Yuno. The impact jolted Wei Yunqing back to her senses. This was not the heroic rescue she had envisioned, but rather a drunken nuisance invading their space. And Yuno frowned. "Who are you?" The drunken man grinned, tilted his head back to gulp from the jug, and with one hand lifted in Yuno's chin, inhaling deeply, he declared, "You smell divine." Wei Yunqing wanted to gouge her eyes out. Clearly, she had made a grievous error in allowing this scoundrel to disturb Yuno. Thankfully, the security would soon arrive to escort the drunken fool away, and she planned to fetch a basin for Yuno to relieve himself later. The heavy stench of alcohol wafted over Yuno, causing his expression to darken. In his piercing gaze, a chilling glint emerged as he seized the drunken man's hand and twisted it, the audible crack of a broken wrist resonating through the room. Wei Yunqing held her breath, witnessing as Yuno swiftly incapacitated the drunken man, who collapsed to the floor, grimacing in pain, his drunkenness dissipating. "Do you know who I am? You dare treat me this way? You're just a worthless wretch in this establishment." The drunken man's words were unbearable, and Yuno's alluring demeanor transformed into one of cold ferocity. He kicked the man several times, firmly pressing his foot against the man's face before unceremoniously tossing him out the door. As if disgusted by the blood on his shoes, he hurled them out as well, striking the drunken man on the head. What surprised Wei Yunqing most was that the person known as the Little Sun could exhibit such brutality. Getting to her feet, she informed the tardy security personnel, this drunken man barged into Mr. An's room. Quickly take him away, before he angers him. The security staff understood that Yuno was not one to be trifled with and wasted no time in dragging the drunken man away. Once certain no one was eavesdropping, Wei Yunqing closed the door tightly and poured a cup of tea for Yuno. Yuno showed no gratitude, his fury evident. "Where is the director?" Wei Yunqing meekly replied. "There is no director here." Yuno sneered. "Are you joking?" Feeling guilty, Wei Yunqing explained, "You might not believe this, but this is a virtual novel world you have traversed into a story." Yuno scoffed. "Ha. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old?" Summoning her courage, Wei Yunqing recounted her arduous journey through the narrative, carefully omitting any mention of the system. However, reflecting on the recent events and the absence of any wires, cameras, lighting, or microphones, she realized that even the most well-equipped production crew would not lack these fundamental elements. And Yuno's expression turned grave as he pondered how he had suddenly been transported while merely filming a scene. With other engagements awaiting him, he couldn't afford delays. Dan Jia would surely unleash her wrath, and he could not bear that. Suddenly agitated, Yuno exclaimed, "What now? How do we get out of here?" He could almost envision himself throttling the pitiful woman cowering in the corner. Why had she written such a ridiculous novel? Was there no fresh scandal to gossip about? Yuno growled, "Get me out of this damned novel immediately." Wei Yunqing thought to herself, "If he leaves, I shall meet my demise from the system. A noble may perish, but not lose their hair." Yuno's demeanor darkened. "When can you get us out?"
Ugh.
Yuno's mind felt like boiling water, the lid bursting open with a shrill cry. With that, Wei Yunqing received a warning from Yuno. "Whatever nonsense you've written, if there's even a hint of it displeasing me, I will end you." This man, who spoke so brazenly, shattered the public's perception of the warm-hearted Yuno. Wei Yunqing was grateful she had not mentioned their poignant romantic storyline, otherwise she would surely have met her end at his hands. Yuno reclined on the couch, resting his forehead in his hand and closing his eyes as fatigue overcame him. He shed his outer garment, exposing his toned torso, and made his way to the bed. Wei Yunqing silently admired his chiseled abs, her mouth nearly watering. Hee. Hiding quietly in the corner, she realized Yuno had forgotten her presence. As he sensed her lewd gaze lingering upon him, he rolled onto the bed, covering himself with the blanket. "Why are you still here?" "Leave." Wei Yunqing feigned innocence. "You saved me. From now on, I shall be your servant." Yuno interrupted. Wei Yunqing forced a smile. Yes, a servant, who will attend to your every need. You sleep on the bed, and I will rest on the couch." Yuno appeared dissatisfied with this arrangement. He was not accustomed to sharing a room, especially not with an unattractive woman. Even when sharing dorms with his bandmates, each had their own private suite.
Leave.
Yuno insisted. A severe flogging, a night of frantic escape, coupled with the threats from Yuno, had left Wei Yunqing utterly exhausted, slumped on the bed. "We are both lost souls in this vast world. I am unfamiliar with this place. What if something happens when I step outside? Please don't be so ruthless in your actions." Yuno retorted with sarcasm. "With your current state, even ghosts would steer clear of you. Don't worry about going out." Noticing Wei Yunqing's silence, Yuno cautiously peeked around the corner, and to his surprise, he discerned the deep breaths emanating from her. She had fallen asleep. He donned his clothes and got out of bed, muttering, "Damn girl. Wake up and get out of here. Don't linger." He had never encountered a girl with so many injuries. "Tonight, I shall let you off the hook." Chapter 3. Unconventional Tactics. A headache, induced by a lack of sleep, struck anew as Yuno was rudely awoken from his dreams. His frustration surged, and he bellowed toward the door. "What's all the noise about? Well, what's happening? Is there a fire?" Wei Yunqing, startled from slumber, opened her eyes but remained in a daze, staring blankly at the room. Outside, Li Banmu called, "Master An, are you not up yet? There are guests waiting to see you. Hurry and freshen up. Also, bring that girl you chose last night. It's likely her family has come looking for her." Wei Yunqing shook her head in confusion. "I don't know." Yuno splashed a cup of cold tea onto her face, jolting her awake. She wiped her face and glanced at Yuno's stern expression. As her awareness finally caught up with her body, she recalled that they had both been transported into the story. She awkwardly greeted, "Good morning, and Yuno replied coldly, Someone just informed me that there are visitors looking for me. I was told to perform as if I were in a film, but at least a film has a script. Wei Yunqing scratched her head. I'll provide you with the general direction, you can improvise. She dared not instruct him on what to do. Desperately, Wei Yunqing pinched the flesh of her thigh, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she tugged at Yuno's sleeve with a look of sorrow. Are we not familiar with each other? She asked. Not familiar, he retorted. And Yuno found himself at a loss for words. The narrative was hers, and to escape this predicament, he needed to be aware of its trajectory, a fact he could not deny. Speak, how do we resolve this? And Yuno conceded. Wei Yunqing flatteringly suggested, just toss 2 bags of money to her and tell her you've purchased me from the Wei household. Once she has the money, she will leave obediently. And Yuno scoffed. Why should I give her money? To settle the matter, she insisted. And Yuno stubbornly replied, I refuse. He dragged her out, closing the door behind them. Wei Yunqing, in despair, cried, And Yuno, you cannot treat me like this. Seeing he had no intention of opening the door or emerging, her voice cracked. Wah. Master, and you heartless man. After just one night, you already disdain me. Last night, clearly, and Yuno abruptly flung open the door, gritting his teeth. Clearly what? Wei Yunqing's sobs halted abruptly as she retracted her neck and forced a smile. Hee, it's nothing. Wait. You're magnanimous, while others are petty. I'm just afraid you might abandon me. She pleaded. Who said we are in this together? If you perish, can I still survive? Though his words were harsh, Wei Yunqing felt an unexpected twinge of emotion. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 6.5 feet, Yuno possessed an angelic visage and a devilish physique. Even within the ancient backdrop of the narrative, he was an unparalleled beauty, a paragon of elegance. In the original text, Master and exuded charm and allure, whereas the current Yuno displayed a blend of gentleness and fierceness, with a hint of wildness in his starry eyes. Positioned atop a high platform in the main hall, Yuno surveyed the room, while Wei Yunqing shyly hid behind him, occasionally peering out to observe the crowd below. The foremost figure, clad in a flamboyant dress, was none other than her half-sister, Wei Yunlan. The attendants behind her were the very same who had pursued Wei Yunqing throughout the city the previous night. Wei Yunlan had never encountered a man of such breathtaking beauty as Masterin. A mere glance left her bashfully blushing, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt as she momentarily forgot the purpose of her visit to the Red Chamber, surprised to find something more captivating than mere wealth. And Yuno, with an effortless motion, seated himself on the elevated dais and, attempting to adopt an ancient tone, inquired, What business do you have with me? The attendants were at a loss for words. They could not disclose that the money had been confiscated by the young mistress, yet she would not acknowledge it. Would she? Wei Yunlan hurriedly denied. What money? Did you take any? The attendant shook his head helplessly. To claim that the money was taken would mean he would have to pay from his own pocket, which he could not afford. To deny it could incite the ire of the one on the platform, but it was ultimately safer to assert they had not taken anything. You heard him. He claims he hasn't received anything. Hand her over to me immediately. And Yuno descended from the platform, approaching the attendant like an imposing mountain. The attendant stepped back nervously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The palpable pressure instilled a sense of dread. And Yuno seized the attendant's right hand, stating nonchalantly, This hand was the one that took it last night, wasn't it? No sooner had he spoken than the attendant let out a piercing scream. His wrist snapped with a brutal force. Wei Yunqing had witnessed this scene previously, and was unfazed. She could only blame the attendant's dishonesty. Releasing the broken wrist, and Yuno then grasped the attendant's left hand, saying, I believe this one also made contact. If you had spoken sooner, there would have been no need for this suffering. And Yuno tossed the hand away, disdainfully wiping his hands on his clothing. Wei Yunlan had not anticipated his ruthlessness, causing her heart to race. It was said that Master and was gentle beauty was evident, but where was the gentleness? Wei Yunlan stubbornly stated, The money you possess can only compensate for what she stole from me. If you wish to purchase her, you will need at least 2 bags. If you lack the funds, hand her over immediately. And Yuno, losing his patience, was baffled by how Wei Yunqing could conjure such an eccentric and detestable character. He directly threatened, before all these witnesses, money for the girl once the exchange is made. She is mine. Keep your distance from here, though I do not strike women. It does not mean others will refrain. The thugs from the Red Chamber, always timely, emerged from the shadows wielding clubs. Their numbers vastly outnumbered Wei Yunlan's entourage. She glared menacingly at Wei Yunqing, who still hid atop the platform, and shouted, "You wait. If you have the guts, remain in this brothel for the rest of your life and never step outside." Chapter 4. The Thai does not wish to collect waste. He turned over and got out of bed, and as he opened the door, he saw Wei Yunqing holding a plate of steaming beef pies, 2 bowls of 8 treasure porridge, and several small dishes at the entrance, wafting fragrant aromas into the room. Upon seeing the door wide open, she hurriedly withdrew her hand, wearing a fawning smile. Even though he found her unpleasant, and Yuno could not bear to let his hunger suffer, so he stepped aside to allow her entry instead of shooing her away. Wei Yunqing's eyes lit up, and she eagerly stepped in, arranging the breakfast items in front of him, attentively presenting chopsticks and prepared a spoon. With an expressionless face, and Yuno picked up the chopsticks and grabbed a piece of beef pie. As he took a bite, a rich flavor exploded in his mouth, causing his brows to subtly rise. This was perhaps the most delectable beef pie he had ever tasted. When Wei Yunqing was infatuated with him, she naturally conducted thorough research on his preferences. His greatest love was the beef pie. To cater to his taste, she had transformed the beef pies from Ihonglu into a renowned delicacy that was utterly irresistible. Noticing his relaxed demeanor and the slight curve of his lips, Wei Yunqing realized that he could not possibly refuse such a treat, which could serve as a powerful tool for winning his favor in the future. And Yuno shot her a fierce glare, his eyes glowing like a hungry wolf guarding its food, warning her, "Don't touch." Wei Yunqing's lips twitched. There was still more in the kitchen, and she had brought a portion for herself. And Yuno pulled the plate of beef pies closer to him, asserting, "This is mine." Wei Yunqing rolled her eyes dramatically, deciding to let it go. Surely, she could eat something else. However, whatever dish she attempted to take, and Yuno shielded it, leaving her with nothing but a bowl of porridge. If it weren't for the fact that she was holding this porridge, it too would likely have vanished. With patience wearing thin, Wei Yunqing exclaimed, "Are you being too unreasonable? If it weren't for your looks, who would want to serve you?" And Yuno wiped the beef grease from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Do you not understand the rules? When the master is dining, the servant should stand by to serve. Allowing you to sit at the same table is already a favor considering we are from the same hometown. Do not overstep your bounds." Frustrated, Wei Yunqing repeated in her mind, "Do not argue with a handsome man. He is handsome, so whatever he says is right." After their first meal since entering the story, and Yuno, satisfied, patted his belly, while Wei Yunqing felt only half full, her dining experience abysmal. She wanted to lodge a complaint. Suddenly, red lights flashed before her eyes, and an incessant beeping filled her ears, causing her to feel restless. A system voice suddenly appeared, complaint detected from the host. "What dissatisfaction do you have regarding your current experience?" Wei Yunqing replied, "Everything is unsatisfactory." The system responded, "What requests do you have? We can relay your feedback to the control center. Once your suggestions are accepted, the system will upgrade to resolve your issues." Wei Yunqing raised an eyebrow and bluntly stated, "Send in Yuno, this great Buddha, away. I cannot afford to serve him. An NPC will suffice." The system. Wei Yunqing, "Can't do that? If you can't, then stop appearing suddenly to frighten me. I thought you were here to solve problems, but it seems you are merely here to add to my troubles." The system. Host, devoid of emotion. Wei Yunqing, "It is not I who is lacking in emotion, but, oh dear." In the end, the dialogue concluded amidst the system's silence. After their hearty meal, with nothing to do, and Yuno suddenly inquired, "Now, tell me about your novel. What will happen next? How should we respond? And how do we escape?" "What? We have to stay here for a year? I cannot endure a single day in this place, and you expect me to stay for a year and sell my charms to earn my freedom? Dream on." Wei Yunqing had long anticipated such a result. Had he not asked, she would not have wished to reveal this harsh reality. In the original text, Mr. and saved a girl being pursued, and they became confidants, developing feelings over time. As the girl matured, a brothel madam took an interest in her, prompting Mr. and to earn enough money within a year to redeem her and whisk her away to freedom. However, This could not be disclosed. Given Yuno's current demeanor, a romance seemed like a dead end. Wei Yunqing did not wish to meet an untimely demise, and before the system could punish her with baldness, she might be silenced by Yuno first. Feeling helpless, Wei Yunqing awaited the big shot to devise a plan, knowing that whatever she said would be ignored, and he would act according to his whims. To swiftly shed the title of the head of Yihonglu, Yuno suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He asked, "Is your family wealthy?" Wei Yunqing replied nonchalantly, "A working-class family with meager income." Yuno rolled his eyes. "I meant the Wei family." Wei Yunqing smiled awkwardly. "The richest in the city. They must have a considerable fortune, though I have never seen it." Yuno questioned, "Did you not run away after stealing money? How could you have never seen money?" Wei Yunqing sighed. "I was wrongfully accused. I merely spent my own money on jewelry, but they insisted on blaming me. If I do not admit it, I would be beaten." Yuno coaxed, "Do you wish for revenge?" With a mischievous smile, Yuno added, "I will help you." Wei Yunqing was not naive enough to believe in his good intentions. Otherwise, how could this face, which inspired both ire and sympathy, appear so scheming? In a low voice, Yuno stated, "From now on, you will be regarded as Mr. An's beloved in public. This way, we can avoid the harassment of rogue suitors and Mr. and will not need to do business anymore." Wei Yunqing murmured, "If you do not conduct business, how will you earn your freedom? Aren't you quite capable? Are you afraid of those suitors?" Yuno, possessing keen hearing, caught every word, replying, "To handle one or two is merely a warm-up. I am not a waste collector." Hearing his displeasure, Wei Yunqing obediently closed her mouth. Yuno continued, "In private, you'll be my maid and assistant, taking care of my daily needs. Remember, do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts." Wei Yunqing nodded outwardly, but was inwardly defiant. "You can control the heavens and the earth, but can you control my fantasies about you?" It seemed she was merely being used as a shield, rather than him helping her seek revenge. Wei Yunqing kindly reminded him that he had strayed off topic. Yuno pressed his lips together and stated, "Outwardly, you are mine. The Wei family would not dare to touch you. Should they attempt to, we will trace the roots and bring them down, allowing you to inherit the Wei family, using their wealth to redeem me. A win-win situation." Finally, Wei Yunqing understood. "So, you were waiting for this." All the previous groundwork was merely to access her Wei family's wealth. Mr. An toiled to save money for his redemption, unwilling to let the female lead suffer in a den of vice, dreaming of a life of blissful companionship with her. Yet, Yuno seemed intent on exploiting the Wei family's resources to secure his freedom, unwilling to spend a single coin. His extreme stinginess shattered her previous perceptions, opening the door to a whole new world. It seemed she had fallen for a false version of Yuno. Chapter 5. The lightness of the thighs after Master and accepted a maid from the Wei household, he ceased to entertain guests, resulting in a wave of admirers being turned away at the door. Wei Yunqing became the target of public ire in Sioux City. Not only did Wei Yunlan dispatch servants to guard the entrance of the Yihong building day and night, but even Anne's admirers lurked in the shadows, ready to seize her at any moment, leaving Wei Yunqing in a state of constant anxiety. Having secluded herself in the Yihong building for several days, she barely dared to step outside. Yuno jestingly remarked, "Are you planning to hide like this for the rest of your life?" Wei Yunqing rolled her eyes dramatically, thinking to herself, "Isn't it all your fault? I have an idea that could help you escape this predicament. What do you think? Are you certain it's to help me, and not merely to advance your own agenda?" Wei Yunqing questioned skeptically. Yuno, with utmost seriousness, replied, "We are currently in a passive position. Transforming this into an active one is entirely up to you." "What do you mean?" "Come here, let us strategize." Yuno whispered conspiratorially in her ear for quite some time. Upon finishing, Wei Yunqing's complexion turned ashen as she retorted, "Are you sure I will still be alive to see you again?" Yuno nodded earnestly. "Trust me, but more importantly, believe in yourself. I trust you like I would a ghost. You troublesome young man are quite devious." Upon receiving the news, Wei Yunlan hastily set aside her silver notes, grasped the whip intended for discipline, and stormed out into the street. Ironically, not long after stepping outside, she spotted Wei Yunqing rushing towards her. Wei Yunlan raised her whip and struck with no hesitation. "Wei Yunqing, oblivious to the peril before her, was caught unawares as the whip approached, and by the time the townsfolk cautioned her, it was too late. She could only brace herself for the impact.
Ouch.
Wei Yunqing covered her face, steadied herself, and retreated a few steps, trembling as she pleaded, "Sister, please." Wei Yunqing raised her hand for another strike, but this time, Wei Yunqing managed to evade it, the whip landing with a crisp crack on the ground. "Sister, I was wrong. Please don't hit me, I beg you." The whip resounded as it struck Wei Yunqing once more. She was unable to evade it, and whether it was due to Wei Yunqing's familiarity with her childhood punishments, she struck with surprising ease. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Wei Yunqing collapsed on the ground, feigning death, thinking, "Surely, she will stop now." However, much to her dismay, Wei Yunqing appeared to relish the act, growing increasingly addicted to the discipline. It was not until she grew weary that she cast the whip aside, panting, and commanded, "Drag her into the ancestral hall for reflection. No one is allowed to bring her food without my permission." As Wei Yunqing was taken away, the crowd dispersed, and the following day, the spectacle of her punishment became the talk of the town. Although Yuno had ceased to entertain guests, he still heard the gossip, and upon learning of Wei Yunqing's dire state, he felt a pang of pity. That night, he donned black attire and stealthily ventured to the Wei residence. "I never imagined I would possess such extraordinary agility. If only there truly were such lightness of movement, I would no longer fear the perils of transportation." And Yuno thought as he swiftly traversed the rooftops, finally landing at the entrance of the Wei ancestral hall, which was secluded and poorly guarded, allowing him easy access. Pushing open the door, he was taken aback to find Wei Yunqing lying in a pool of blood. Panic gripped him as he wondered, what if she is dead? What would I do? He had never been so concerned for anyone before.
"Hey,
wake up." And Yuno, averse to blood, gingerly nudged her with his foot. Wei Yunqing, roused from her stupor, groaned weakly, "How do you know I'm not just playing dead? That perverse girl hits harder when I pretend." Seeing her still capable of retorting brought relief to Yuno. He tossed her the healing ointment he had brought. "How could you be so foolish? If she continues to strike you, why not evade her instead of pretending to be dead? You truly are a piece of work." This medicine was given by the doctor at the Yihong building. "Once I leave, apply it secretly, and do not die on me." Wei Yunqing attempted to sit up, but her body felt stiff, and even stretching her legs proved agonizing as the dried blood clung to her wounds. "You came just to check if I was dead, didn't you?" And Yuno retorted, "Is that how you perceive me? So callous? Isn't it true?" Before encountering the real you, had anyone claimed Yuno was a hot-headed, petty, and straightforward young man, I would have vehemently denied it. If any detractors were to discuss this matter with me now, I could go on for days. Wei Yunqing, utterly drained, lamented, "At this rate, I may not even uncover Wei Yunqing and Madame Wei's fatal weaknesses before my own life is extinguished. I have ultimately failed to fulfill the mission entrusted to me." What was that? Did you hear something? It came from the ancestral hall. Let us check. Two patrolling servants overheard their conversation and hastily made their way to the hall. And Yuno, fearing discovery, swiftly departed, whispering a final reminder, "Focus on healing. Everything else can wait." Wei Yunqing was left pondering whether her ears had deceived her. Was he genuinely concerned for her? Clinging to that hopeful thought, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The patrolling servants, having surveyed the area without noticing anything amiss, glanced into the ancestral hall, where they saw Wei Yunqing lying still on the ground, but since they had become accustomed to such sights, they paid her no heed and moved on with their lanterns. Chapter 6. The unblemished Thai. The system's voice incessantly buzzed in Wei Yunqing's ear. "Host, host, host." Irritated, Wei Yunqing opened her eyes and shouted, "I heard you. What is it?" The system responded, "It seems your vitality has returned, indicating that your injuries have almost healed." Upon hearing this, Wei Yunqing also felt a sense of relief, but upon glancing down, she saw her body was still marred and battered. The system continued. "To ensure your user experience, the agent system will constantly monitor your vital signs. Should you be in any life-threatening situation, the system will unconditionally assist you." Wei Yunqing was overjoyed. Could such good fortune really come without consequence? She inquired. I feel fine and my mind is clear, but could you explain why my wounds remain? The system replied, if your severe injuries were to heal overnight, it would disrupt the worldview of other characters. The system strives to maintain the order of the narrative world. I hope you can understand. Realizing this meant her injuries were merely for appearances, she understood. The system, feeling pressured, added, Master Wei has long been away on business, leaving Madame Wei alone, which inevitably leads to feelings of emptiness and loneliness. Perhaps you could pay her a visit. Wei Yunqing was surprised that she could actually receive a suggestion and, with a raised eyebrow, she thanked the system and headed toward the master bedroom of the Wei residence. Outside the master bedroom, there were no guards, neither servants nor even a night watch maid. This was unusual. Following the unmistakable sounds of heavy breathing from within, Wei Yunqing approached with a sense of curiosity. As the sounds grew clearer, she leaned closer, her heart racing and goosebumps rising, inadvertently bumping her head against the wall. Ouch! She thought she had struck the wall, but to her astonishment, she had collided with a person. Before she could express her surprise, Madame Wei's voice rang out from within. Who is it? The stranger covered Wei Yunqing's mouth, and she dared not make a sound. Outside, a man's voice affectionately coaxed, All right, stop being so suspicious. If you distract me any further, I might have to punish you. Madame Wei playfully scolded. You are so annoying, you rascal. The atmosphere inside ignited once more, while outside, the two exchanged awkward glances. Wei Yunqing's eyes darted outside, and the other party seemed to understand her intention to slip away. The darkness concealed An Yuno's blushing face, revealing him to be merely a 19-year-old youth. This world of adult intrigues was too overwhelming for him, rendering him innocent and untainted. Noticing his lack of protest, Wei Yunqing nearly mistook him for someone else and leaned in for a closer look. As she advanced, he retreated until he found himself against the incense table, frowning. What do you want to do? Wei Yunqing innocently replied, What could I possibly do? And Yuno suddenly straightened, pushing her away. How should I know what you're planning? Just don't have any improper thoughts about me. You're not my type, and my company forbids dating. I'm still young. His voice grew softer, as he lost confidence, not wishing to reveal his own embarrassment to Wei Yunqing. Though she was younger than him, Wei Yunqing appeared more mature in this regard. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Weren't you the one asking me to investigate Madame Wei and Wei Yunqing? Well, I have some leads now. By the way, what are you doing here? And Yuno replied calmly. I was just about to leave when I saw a man sneaking from the small courtyard in the northwest towards this room, and then I ran into you. Wei Yunqing noted his slight embarrassment over the topic, finding it rather endearing. The northwest courtyard is the accounting room, isn't it? Wei Yunqing pondered, suddenly enlightened. I understand now. What do you understand? And Yuno inquired. Previously, she had heard the servants mention that the accountant was Madame Wei's distant cousin. After marrying, this cousin had followed her to the Wei residence as the accountant. Oh my, how scandalous. And Yuno suddenly became animated, realizing the opportunity before them. They couldn't let this chance slip by. Wei Yunqing thought to herself, with so many announcements daily, are you really using the few hours of sleep you have to chase after such melodramatic stories? It's all so formulaic. Why are you looking at me like that? And Yuno asked. Wei Yunqing suddenly feigned weakness, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming, Oh dear, I've sustained such severe injuries. I might not be able to go out tomorrow. It hurts so much. Am I going to die? As she whimpered, she squinted to observe An Yuno. At that moment, she truly wanted to commend the agent system for healing her wounds while leaving the scars. Well done. After careful consideration, An Yuno said, Since there's no rush, let us wait another 2 days until your injuries heal a bit more. Wei Yunqing widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this even real? And Yuno grimaced. Then I'll go instead. You should focus on recovering. Such obedience? Wei Yunqing was nearly moved to tears, but just as he was about to leave, he added something that made her both angry and amused. In less than 3 days, the Wei residence will be ours, and our escape from the Yihong building will be imminent. The connection between Madame Wei and her distant cousin was only briefly mentioned in the original text, but now it had become a crucial clue, capable of altering the course of the narrative. Chapter 7. The Heartless Thigh at the Break of Dawn. And Yuno rose and began his transformation. As he stepped outside, he was not merely seeking attention. He was destined to be pursued by a throng. Without a disguise, he feared he might not even pass through the gates of the Yihong building. Slipping out through the back door, he took greater care with his appearance than Wei Yunqing. For he was no novice at masquerading. His efforts ensured he would not be recognized at first glance. After a lengthy search down the streets, he finally stumbled upon a rather impressive stationery shop. Upon his entrance, the proprietor greeted him warmly, inquiring, "What can I assist you with, young sir?" Noticing the bustling crowd, and Yuno discreetly pulled the owner aside and whispered, "Do you have anyone capable of handwriting imitation?" The proprietor scrutinized him carefully before admitting, "We do. But we refrain from engaging in any illegal enterprises." "Of course," and Yuno replied, "I merely wish to pen 2 letters to surprise my parents." The owner's demeanor brightened at this revelation. In that case, please follow me. Our expert can assist you with that." And Yuno then presented the 2 letters he had stealthily acquired from the Wei residence, requesting the gentleman to replicate the handwriting for him, specifying the content to be. Once the letters were completed, and Yuno nodded in satisfaction, ready to depart. However, the proprietor and the scribe blocked his way, stating, "You haven't settled the payment yet. We could have your family deliver it, or, should you reveal your identity, we could conveniently visit you to collect the dues." The proprietor was resolute, and Yuno found himself unable to comply with either suggestion. "Then I shall forgo the letters," he exclaimed in frustration, slapping the letters onto the table and turning to leave. Seeing the situation escalate, the owner summoned his associates to encircle Yuno. With his height advantage, he regarded the group with disdain, swiftly dispatching them with a few well-placed strikes. The commotion drew a crowd, and amidst the scuffle, his disguise was torn away, revealing his identity. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Isn't that Masterin?" The onlookers, captivated by his striking beauty that eclipsed even that of a woman, began to murmur in excitement. Those who had been kept at bay by Masterin flocked together, as if declaring, "We have awaited your arrival." And Yuno had long anticipated the attention that would follow his foray into the streets. He was a star in public, and here he was a celebrated figure. This was precisely why he had hoped Wei Yunqing would assist him in finding someone to write the letters. Alas, the foolish girl was gravely injured, leaving him to brave the risks alone, and now those risks had materialized. To flee was tempting, yet he could not abandon the freshly penned letters. To remain posed the peril of being captured and delivered to some brutish man, sending shivers down his spine. "The proprietor has settled my dues," he declared. "You shouldn't be here. Have you recovered?" The newcomer asked as they retreated into a shadowy alley. Nuo Yen, a devoted fan of Yuno, had a rational approach to her admiration, unlike Wei Yunqing, whose daydreams of romantic encounters with her idol often clouded her judgment. And Yuno studied her for a moment, arriving at a rather unflattering conclusion. She was quite unattractive. With that, he turned to leave. Wei Yunqing internally lamented, how heartless. Faced with someone incapable of uttering even a thank you, she felt powerless, yet acknowledged his stature as a prominent figure. Having dispatched the letters through a messenger, her days were now spent in anticipation of the unfolding drama. While she lingered in the ancestral hall, whenever Wei Yunlan sent servants to inquire, she would feign illness. And seeing her frail state, Wei Yunlan lost interest in tormenting her. Instead, she indulged in lavish shopping sprees, drawing the envy of others. With the plan hastened, Wei Yunqing found herself caught off guard. She wished to inform Yuno at once, but feared that departing might lead her to miss the spectacle she longed to witness. Just as she wrestled with her dilemma, she spotted Yuno confidently entering behind Master Wei. Weakly calling out "Father," she sidled up to Yuno for a hushed conversation. As she recounted the recent events, she nearly burst into laughter. It seemed even fate conspired in her favor. Since the previous night, Wei Madam had been cooped up with the accountant, and just moments ago, they had dismissed the servants to retreat to the master bedroom. One could easily surmise their intentions. Wei Yunqing raised an eyebrow, knowing full well the scene they had just entered. It would undoubtedly be scandalous. Yet, this was precisely the outcome they sought. Suddenly, Master Wei inquired, "Where is my wife?" Feigning innocence, Wei Yunqing replied, "I am afraid I cannot say. I just saw Madam with the accountant in the bedroom. Perhaps you should inquire with her, for she oversees our household." Chapter 8. The performance of the thighs. The servants lowered their heads, too fearful to gaze upon the master's countenance, which fluctuated between shades of blue and purple. His clenched fists were taut with anger, and as his rage finally erupted, he stormed into the room. A cacophony of noises ensued, with the wails of men, the sorrowful cries of women, and the thunderous shouts of Master Wei reverberating through the air. Once he had vented his fury, Master Wei seized two nearly naked individuals and hurled them into the courtyard. The onlookers turned their heads, unwilling to gaze any longer, as Master Wei flung garments at them to provide scant cover. This is what you call an important family matter? Indeed, it is quite significant, but utterly shameless. Master Wei seethed, wishing he could strike them down with his own hands. The steward bore bruises all over his body, and Madame Wei sported visible handprints on her face. In that moment, they clung to each other in the courtyard, sharing a bond of mutual suffering. Master Wei's fury intensified as he kicked them several times. Initially, the servants had whispered rumors, doubting the couple's innocence, but now, what further explanations could they offer? Madame Wei, her eyes filled with indignation, boldly declared, "I was always meant to be with my cousin. If it were not for your wealth, which provided my father an irresistible sum, how could he have sold me to you? I love my cousin and wish to be with him." The heartfelt words of her mother echoed in her mind, resonating with a profound impact that rendered her indifferent to even the shattering of newly acquired porcelain. "Father, mother, what has happened to you?" Wei Yunqing asked, bewildered. Madame Wei stiffened. She had refrained from eloping with her cousin solely for the sake of her daughter. Now, witnessing her own disgrace in front of Wei Yunqing stripped her of all dignity. "Ask your shameless mother what she has done." Master Wei pointed an accusing finger at Madame Wei. Wei Yunqing looked at her mother in a daze, but Madame Wei avoided her gaze, offering no explanation. There were always those who thrived on the misfortunes of others, adding fuel to the fire. Whispers spread that Madame Wei had an engagement with her distant cousin before her marriage, and now it appeared to be true. How could it not be? One was the lady of the Wei household, and the other the steward. Their intentions were clear as day. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. This is a blatant attempt to seize the Wei Estate. The eldest daughter of Wei was indeed fortunate. Regardless of who her father was, the Wei Estate belonged to her. Alas, the words spoken without malice were taken to heart, and Master Wei began to question Wei Yunqing's lineage. Grasping Madame Wei's collar, he demanded, "Whose flesh and blood is Lana, truly?" "Father, what are you saying? I am your daughter," Wei Yunqing cried, tears streaming down her face for reasons she could not articulate. At that moment, Madame Wei's own tears fell, her expression resolute yet sorrowful as she asserted, "You may accuse me of being unfaithful, but you cannot doubt Lana's lineage. She is your daughter." Master Wei was in no mood to listen further. "How can you prove that?" "How?" Madame Wei found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, how could she prove it? Suddenly, and interjected, "I possess a method to determine blood relations." Wei Yunqing regarded him with skepticism. "You mean to say that a blood test, lacking scientific basis, is your solution? We have not previously conferred on this matter. I am uncertain how to proceed. In historical dramas, do they not add something to the water to ascertain if blood mingles or not? What was it they added?" Master Wei held Yuno in high esteem and, with a grave tone, urged, "Please, Mr. N, proceed." And Yuno explained, "It is quite simple. A bowl of clear water will suffice. Simultaneously, drop the blood of both individuals into the bowl. If the blood mingles, they are indeed related by blood. If not, they are not. If we were to drop the blood of Miss Wei Yunqing and the steward into the bowl together, and they mingle." And Yuno left the sentence unfinished, allowing Master Wei to ponder. He did not dare to imagine further and quickly commanded someone to fetch a bowl of water. With a swift motion, Master Wei drew a blade, letting his blood fall into the bowl, before doing the same to the steward. The steward, who had remained silent until now, protested, "Lana is truly your daughter." This declaration struck Master Wei deeply, as the knife was aimed not at the steward's finger but at his arm, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed profusely. The blood in the bowl began to coalesce, gradually merging into a single entity. Master Wei's forehead throbbed with veins, contemplating how he might dispose of all three of them together. Madame Wei collapsed nearby, and the steward could hardly believe the outcome, while Wei Yunqing was rendered speechless. All three uttering in unison, "How could this be?" Only Yuno had foreseen this outcome, playing a mere role in the unfolding drama, leaving the rest for them to act out. Master Wei laughed bitterly, his heart heavy. At this juncture, what further arguments can you muster? Summon someone. Father, please forgive mother and sister. They have been our family for so many years. Spare their lives. Saving a life is more virtuous than building a pagoda. If you find their presence distasteful, banish them from the estate and the city, for what you do not see cannot offend. Please, do not commit murder. I cannot bear to see mother and sister perish. Master Wei was moved by her heartfelt plea, lamenting, "Look at her. This is my daughter Wei, kind and compassionate. Unlike the rest of you. Bring me pen and ink. I shall write a divorce decree immediately." For Madame Wei, a divorce was a long-desired outcome. Compared to endless wealth, what she sought was a sincere love. The steward's face turned ashen, pondering how they would survive. Feeling an aversion towards this mother-daughter pair for ruining his secure future. After enduring a life-threatening beating, he dared not remain longer. Once the divorce decree was penned and thrown at Madame Wei's face, Master Wei declared, "From this day forth, you are expelled from the Wei household and the city. Should you set foot in the city again, do not blame me for being unkind. Execute this order immediately, and ensure they take nothing." Chapter 9. The redemption of the thighs. Master Wei turned and headed towards the accounting room, while the servants dispersed to attend to their own duties. Only Wei Yunqing and Yuno remained in the courtyard. Yuno settled down steadily and said nonchalantly, "Today, outside Sioux City, Master Wei encountered a gang of robbers. I selflessly intervened and saved his life. He insisted on returning the money to me and offering me a reward, which is why I followed him here." His words were concise, but Wei Yunqing understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. What a coincidence it was to encounter robbers outside the city. Which robber would dare to ambush near the heavily guarded city gate instead of targeting the more vulnerable areas? "Was it you?" Wei Yunqing inquired softly, and Yuno regarded her with newfound respect, surprised by her perceptiveness. "Ah, so you're sharp enough to see through it." Wei Yunqing scoffed lightly. "You were the one who induced Master Wei to recognize kinship with a drop of blood, weren't you? The one who could chatter away in such a tense atmosphere must have received quite a sum." She had thought that the intelligence of these characters would reflect the author's intellect, yet Yuno exceeded her expectations. The two exchanged few words before Master Wei approached, carrying a bag full of gold. Whether it was the gold that dazzled his eyes or something else, it was clear that Master Wei was now blinded by the allure of wealth. He expressed his gratitude once more, saying, "Mr. N, your gallant act of rescue shall not be forgotten. In the future, should you require assistance, the Wei family will be at your service. Please, speak freely." And Yuno replied, "But I hope Miss Wei does not take offense." Wei Yunqing chuckled. "How could I dare? Then how about taking this opportunity for you and your father to recognize your kinship with blood? This way, there will be no misunderstandings between you in the future." Upon hearing this, Master Wei readily agreed, without further contemplation, and summoned a servant to bring a bowl of clear water. Indeed, Master Wei was a man of decisiveness. Without hesitation, he made a cut on his finger, letting his blood flow into the bowl. Wei Yunqing hesitated, and Master Wei's displeasure was evident. And Yuno took the initiative to grasp a knife and made a quick cut on her finger. "Do you think our blood will blend?" Wei Yunqing gritted her teeth. "What if it doesn't?" And Yuno replied with a mischievous smile, "There is no what if." As the blood mingled in the bowl, it merged seamlessly within moments. Master Wei embraced Wei Yunqing tenderly, as if she were a long-lost daughter. Wei Yunqing felt utterly played and was quite displeased, her expression darkening as she remained silent. Noticing her discontent, Master Wei's smile faltered, prompting Yuno to quickly clarify, "The young lady merely fears the pain. A little coaxing will suffice." He feigned a playful demeanor. "It's all my fault, dear sister. I apologize. This is all for the good of your relationship with Master Wei. Look, you are now the only young lady of the Wei family, cherished by many. What is there to be unhappy about? Cheer up." Wei Yunqing's lips twitched. This was perhaps the most unflattering smile she had ever worn. After bidding farewell to Master Wei, he gradually disappeared from her sight in the carriage. Strangely, and Yuno remained at the Wei residence without a qualm. Master Wei instructed me to stay and look after you. Have you forgotten his earlier words? Master Wei desired you to take care of me, not the other way around. Wei Yunqing retorted. But you are my maid and assistant. My daily needs are all your responsibility. By the way, why do you also call him Master Wei? Shouldn't he be your father? And Yuno found herself unable to argue and chose not to dwell on the matter. She could call him whatever she pleased. What truly mattered now was her redemption. Wei Yunqing grinned. Are you in such a hurry, brother? Can't we take our time? Alas, her pleas fell on deaf ears. And she had no choice but to obediently visit the accounting room to withdraw the funds. To her surprise, the clerk handed over the money without hesitation, not even inquiring about its purpose. Curiously, she asked, Aren't you going to ask what I need such a large sum for? The clerk replied, before leaving, Master instructed that whatever the young lady desires, regardless of the amount, should be granted. The Wei family is not in want. How bold! Truly, he was a wealthy man. Wei Yunqing felt an unexpected joy swelling within her heart. With several bags of money in hand, she made her way to the Yi Hong Pavilion. And Yuno engaged in conversation with Li Banmu, and as the tea was replaced by wine, their spirits soared under the moonlight, losing track of their words in merriment. And Yuno's final line was, I'll give you money, just let me go. Name your price. Li Banmu, who initially refused to release her, negotiated from 1 million gold to a final agreement of 100,000 gold, with the added condition that Yuno must ensure a perfect conclusion to the evening at Yi Hong Pavilion, making her years of careful cultivation worthwhile. Without a second thought, Yuno agreed. After all, as the leader of a popular idol boy band, how could he falter on stage? Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, Yuno appeared even more vivacious and spirited than usual, resembling a boisterous young man. Though his temper remained fiery and stubborn, he was akin to a hedgehog with its quills smoothed down, prickly, yet he would not direct his barbs towards those close to him. Chapter 10. Successful binding of the thigh. On the closing night of the Leaning Red Pavilion, the place was bustling with an overwhelming number of guests, both inside and out, eager to catch a final glimpse of the illustrious Ancien Gong. And Yunua, however, was not adept at the arts showcased within the pavilion, be it music, dance, or painting. He lacked any genuine talent in the ensemble. His singing relied on vocal tuning, his dancing on a stand-in, his creativity on behind-the-scenes efforts, and his acting on connections. In essence, he was merely a decorative vase, a mere figure of beauty. Yet the fervent fans, particularly Wei Yunqing, were oblivious to this, but only until that night. From that moment on, his less-than-glorious past would be etched into Wei Yunqing's memories, never to be forgotten. Li Baimu adorned Yunua with the most exquisite makeup, which he did not refuse. Rather, he reveled in it. Dressed in a flowing crimson robe, with a red veil concealing his face, only his captivating starry eyes were left visible. He vaulted over the railing and leaped from the third floor, utilizing his light-footed agility to dance in the air, until he elegantly descended onto the high stage. With vermilion dust dotting his brow and a flawless complexion, clad in red silk, he delicately twirled a plum blossom in his jade hand, his eyes sparkling with allure, his hurried steps treading upon the dawn. And Yunua's performance bewildered the crowd, and particularly enchanted Wei Yunqing. In truth, he had done nothing exceptional, merely descended from above and spun a few times, yet to the onlookers, he appeared as if he could topple kingdoms with his beauty. However, when the music began and he opened his mouth to sing, jaws dropped in astonishment. Could this tone-deaf individual truly be the renowned Ancien Gong? Li Baimu, half awake from her intoxication, would have suspected a disguise had Yunua not been so uniquely handsome. What had happened to Ancien Gong? What was he singing? Was it a deliberate act to leave an impression on his final night, or was it simply mischief? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, only Wei Yunqing discerned the sincerity in his singing, although she too was shocked. She was somewhat familiar with the phenomenon of lip-syncing prevalent in the entertainment industry. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted. The artist's persona is on the verge of collapse before the fans. The manager is in urgent public relations mode, and failure in PR will result in a thunderous penalty. Wei Yunqing wanted to scream in frustration but hastily climbed onto the stage to salvage the situation. And Xiangong has had a bit too much to drink. Please bear with us on this closing night. After calming the audience, and Yunhua seized her hand and declared, "Let's duet." Wei Yunqing's expression transformed into a large question mark. Should she let him experience the consequences of his actions? Stop joking. You entertain yourself. We've paid. And once you're done, we'll leave. And Yunhua insisted, "If you don't duet, I want to leave." With a cold smirk, Wei Yunqing retorted, "You're the one who wants to leave, yet you're also the one who won't." Seeing her refusal, and Yunhua suddenly relented, "Then how about we dance together instead?" Surprisingly, the piece was perfectly suited for the waltz, a dance Wei Yunqing had learned in school. Unable to refuse his invitation, she gracefully curtsied and placed her hand in his. And Yunhua had been taught the waltz under Dan Jia's guidance, and while he struggled with street dance and modern styles, he excelled at the waltz. The audience was enraptured by their graceful movements, spinning in unison, the hem of her dress swirling as they danced. As the music came to a halt, all held their breath, afraid to disturb the enchanting scene. In a sudden and unexpected moment, and Yunhua grasped her left hand and placed a gentle kiss upon her knuckles. While Wei Yunqing's mind short-circuited, the world around them seemed to freeze, time pressing the pause button once more. The system chimed. "Congratulations, host, on successfully binding with the boy band member, and Yunhua. Task 1 is now 1/5 complete. Please continue your efforts." Everything unfolded so abruptly. She had been contemplating how to bind the proud in Yunhua, even considering triggering it while he slept. She never anticipated that it would occur in such a public setting. And what was more, it was entirely voluntary. The thrill of success surged through her. "Is there no reward for the binding?" she inquired. "Upon completion of Task 1, the host will receive a reward. All other rewards are merely verbal," the system replied. With a scoff, she remarked, "How stingy." The system vanished. And time resumed its flow as Yunhua released her hand and leaned back. Thankfully, she had chosen a few sturdy attendants before leaving. And after entrusting the inebriated Yunhua to their care, she bid farewell to Li Baimu. "Li Baimu, I apologize for the trouble Xiangong has caused you over the years. I shall take him now, and the expenses incurred at the Leaning Red Pavilion will be covered by the Wei household. I wish your business prosperity." Li Baimu accepted her generous payment, watching wistfully as Yunhua was carried away by the attendants. "Miss Wei has purchased my golden goose," she lamented. "Safe travels, and I won't see you off." Wei Yunqing left the Leaning Red Pavilion with a smile, as news of Xiangong, the crown jewel of the pavilion, being purchased by the wealthiest heiress spread like wildfire through the streets. Upon waking from his drunken stupor, Yunhua had forgotten everything that transpired at the Leaning Red Pavilion, recalling only how he had entered, utterly oblivious to how he had exited. Wei Yunqing chuckled to herself, "You definitely wouldn't want to know how you got out." As he sipped his hangover remedy, rubbing his temples, Yunhua asserted, "I have great drinking etiquette and capacity. How could I possibly black out?" Wei Yunqing prepared another bowl of the remedy for him, dismissing his concerns. "Regardless of whether you remember or not, you're no longer at the Leaning Red Pavilion. So cheer up. You didn't take the chance to do anything inappropriate, did you?" Her expression was one of feigned distaste, masking her own anxiety. After all, the system's binding condition had been fulfilled while he was intoxicated, though it was voluntary. She worried that he might one day discover the system's existence and turn against her. For her, the memory lapse was a blessing. As Yunhua wandered through the Wei Estate's garden, he overheard the servants discussing, "I heard Xiangong was bought into the household by the young lady. She truly has an eye for talent. It seems we all have good fortune to look forward to." Indeed, last night, I saw the young lady caring for Xiangong in his chamber. It must be true love. But will the master accept Xiangong's background? Coming from the Leaning Red Pavilion to be adopted into the Wei household, what if the master disapproves of their union? And Yunhua exploded with indignation. He had gone from a gallant benefactor to a kept man, and he could not accept this fate. Chapter 11. The elopement of the Thai. And Yunhua could withstand various societal opinions, yet the one he found utterly intolerable was being perceived as a gigolo or a kept man. At this moment, the aggrieved gentleman was seething with rage. seeking an outlet for his frustration when Wei Yunqing fortuitously emerged from the accounting room. Without hesitation, he confronted her. "Are you keeping me?" His voice was raised too high, drawing the attention of passing servants, and Wei Yunqing was taken aback, trying to reassure him. "Did you hear that? It's just idle gossip from outsiders. Why should you care? Just think of it as being in the headlines for scandal. In a few days, the fervor will die down." "No way. How can that be acceptable? You may control the heavens and the earth, but can you govern what others say? Unless you create an even bigger scandal to overshadow it." Upon uttering those words, Wei Yunqing felt a twinge of regret, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. And Yunhua considered her words and began to ponder how he might concoct a larger scandal. Wei Yunqing urged the system for assistance. System. The system replied, "Please speak, host. Can you give me a hint?" The system remained silent. "Don't play dead." And Yunua's interruptions have continuously disrupted the original content. "Just tell me if the next person is still in the same place in the original text." The system responded, "The host may proceed westward. The general direction of the original text will not change. Only you can alter its course. But it has been in Yunhua who has been unorthodox and constantly modifying the narrative. Why must I bear the brunt of this?" Under the cover of night, Wei Yunqing prepared her provisions and stealthily entered Yunua's chamber. He was preoccupied with thoughts of his status as a dependent and was not the least bit drowsy. He sensed her presence as she approached the bedside. As she leaned in to rouse him, Yunua threw off the covers and covered her with them, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Wei Yunqing, afraid to scream too loudly, cried out while dodging, "It's me. Wei Yunqing. Don't hit me." Upon realizing it was her, Yunua delivered 2 more kicks before retracting his legs. As the covers fell away, Wei Yunqing, with her hair disheveled, felt the urge to be angry but found no justification. After all, she had invaded another's private space. "What brings you here in the dead of night? To engage in some sordid arrangement with me?" And Yunua sat at the edge of the bed, crossing his legs. Wei Yunqing placed a hefty bundle of provisions on the table, declaring, "I've come to take you away." And Yunua, suspicious, inquired, "Where to?" With a mischievous grin, she replied, "I just contacted a good buyer who'll pay a handsome price for you. Are you tired of living?" And Yunua retorted, advancing towards her with intent to strike. "Prepare a carriage at the back door. Wait for me," he instructed, his eyes shimmering with determination. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Changing my clothes." He began to shed his garments, prompting Wei Yunqing to cover her eyes and rush outside. As Yunua removed his outer robe and admired his 6-pack abs, he muttered, "Why run? Is this physique not eye-catching?" The carriage awaited at the back door of the Wei residence, and the dark street was deserted. Wei Yunqing felt a chill as the cold wind seeped through her collar, shivering. "Why isn't he out yet? He's dawdling like a coward." "Who are you calling a coward?" And Yunua emerged just as she voiced her complaint. "Nothing. Hurry up. The city gates will open soon. We must leave early to avoid you attracting unnecessary trouble." He loaded 2 wooden boxes onto the carriage, and in the darkness, Wei Yunqing failed to notice them. "What are these?" She pointed at the boxes. Cuddling the boxes protectively, and Yunua replied, "Personal belongings. No admittance." He appeared like a miser guarding his treasure. Wei Yunqing surmised that these must be his savings accumulated over the years, but it seemed excessive. She climbed into the carriage, and the 2 exchanged glances, sitting in silence as the carriage remained stationary. "With both of us inside, who will drive?" And Yunua questioned, lifting the curtain and shoving Wei Yunqing out. "Hurry and drive the carriage. The city gate is about to open." With that, he closed the curtain, stretching his long legs within the carriage, relishing the comfort. Reluctantly, Wei Yunqing cracked the whip and urged the horses forward, muttering, "Why must it be me driving? I'm a lady, and you show no gentlemanly decorum." From within the carriage, an Yunua's voice drifted out, "You are the maid, and I am the master. Have you ever seen a master driving while the maid sits idly? You could drive a bit and I could sit. That would be a first. You are well aware of your place. Now drive, maid." And Yunua laughed heartily inside the carriage, while Wei Yunqing endured the cold wind outside, angrily cracking the whip. Unfortunately, it snagged on the carriage, and as she yanked it free, it snapped back, striking the horse's rear. The horse neighed loudly, and Wei Yunqing instinctively grasped the reins for safety, only to see the horse galloping furiously as the carriage shot through the city gates. Once outside the city, the rough terrain made for a bumpy ride, and the carriage jolted violently, leaving Wei Yunqing pale and disheveled. Inside the carriage, and Yunhua clung desperately to the two boxes, determined to protect them even at the risk of being thrown off. Eventually, the tired horse came to a stop by the roadside to rest. Wei Yunqing tumbled from the carriage, kneeling on the ground and retching uncontrollably. As Yunhua emerged with a thunderous expression, he shouted, "Wei Yunqing, do you wish to die?" His hair was disheveled, appearing as if he were wearing a chaotic nest atop his head.
Ha ha ha.
"Forgive me. I just need a moment to laugh. Oh, my stomach hurts." Wei Yunqing rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Furious, Yunhua plucked a chopstick from his hair and hurled it at her. The hairpin flew like a bullet, embedding itself into a nearby tree with a resounding thud, leaving Wei Yunqing frozen in shock, her laughter stifled. And Yunhua, his expression inscrutable, intoned, "Are you still laughing?" Wei Yunqing nodded vigorously, shaking her head like a rattledrum. "Quickly tidy yourself up, so we can resume our journey." As she gathered the scattered documents, she inadvertently noticed the Wei family's seal on one of them. Upon closer inspection, her eyes nearly popped out as she rifled through the boxes, realizing they contained the family's most valuable assets. This collection of documents represented the Wei family's property deeds across the nation, accompanied by stacks of large silver notes. Not to mention the gold ingots hidden at the bottom. No wonder Yunhua had struggled to carry the boxes. The boxes held not only Yunhua's personal savings, but also the Wei family's considerable wealth. Wei Yunqing held up a stack of silver notes, marveling. "And Yunhua, you are quite ruthless. How much have you taken?" And Yunhua, his face devoid of color, replied with earnestness, "Not much. It won't bring the Wei family to ruin." They exchanged smiles, and Wei Yunqing decided not to dwell on it further. After all, it was a matter that could afford them a better life, so why not embrace it? "Once you're ready, let's south hit the road. I see a tea house not far ahead. We can rest there." After tidying up, the two resumed their journey. Upon reaching the tea house, the owner welcomed them warmly, securing the horses and serving them hot tea. At a nearby table, patrons were discussing, "Did you hear? The Wei family in Sioux City was robbed."
Buffed.
Wei Yunqing spat out the tea she had just sipped, drawing the attention of others. Apologizing, she stammered, "It's just a bit hot. A bit hot." Another patron continued, "They were attacked by bandits. Not only were their valuables stolen, but even the young miss and her fiancé were taken."
Buffed.
This time, it was Yunhua who sprayed tea, garnering another round of curious stares. He echoed, "It is indeed quite hot." A woman at the same table gossiped, "Do you know? What they say is all incorrect. It was the young lady of the Wei family who purchased the champion of the Yihong Tower. Old Master Wei disapproved of their union, so the two eloped with the Wei family's fortune."
Oh.
"So that's how it is," everyone exclaimed in unison, as if this explanation was more convincing to them.
Buffed.
Wei Yunqing and Yunhua both spat out in unison, "The tea is too hot." Chapter 12. The encounter with the ghost, and Yunhua removed her white gauze hat, drawing closer to whisper with the companion. How could the news have spread so swiftly and taken such a distorted form? How was I to know it would escalate to this? The saying goes, 3 men make a tiger, and it is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, no one recognizes us. Once we rest sufficiently, let us hasten our departure. Without leaving this place, there will be no rumors. Where are you headed? I'm bound for Wuhua Town. Oh dear. You mustn't go there. Haven't you heard? Wuhua Town is haunted.
What?
Surely not. I am merely visiting relatives. A few days ago, I received a letter informing me of a family member's passing, and I must pay my respects. You absolutely cannot go. Wuhua Town has been sealed off. Outsiders are not permitted to enter or exit. Those who enter may never return, and those who do emerge might not even be human. That sounds frightful. How do you know this? I have relatives in Wuhua Town who escaped just before it was sealed. If someone has written to you urging your visit, you must not heed it. Who knows what kind of creature sent that letter? At this, and Yunhua felt a shiver run through her. No matter where she went, She must avoid Wuhua town at all costs. Wei Yunqing suddenly posed a question that nearly shattered her composure. Are you afraid of ghosts? Feigning calmness, and Yuno responded. What are you implying? Wei Yunqing leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. We are indeed headed for Wuhua town. Would you like to prepare yourself mentally? This revelation struck her like a thunderbolt. Who could have anticipated that a man of such extraordinary stature could possess a fear so diminutive? Some are afraid of the dark, heights, or insects, yet he was terrified of ghosts. Is there any possibility of changing our destination? Wei Yunqing, well aware of his sensitivity to the supernatural, had refrained from mentioning that their next companion was an otherworldly being. If you are frightened, I can go alone. Who said I was afraid? Well, no one has, but it is quite apparent. And Yuno rubbed her hands together and inquired, why must we go to Wuhua town? Wei Yunqing replied earnestly, we are going to meet a friend, a companion. I will explain further when we meet. Words cannot convey it now. Are we truly going? Yes. And Yuno mentally prepared herself, performing CPR 10 times, administering artificial respiration 20 times, and engaging in positive self-affirmation 30 times. Ultimately, she resolved to remain outside Wuhua town to await her return. Due to their frantic pace during the first half of their journey, they significantly reduced the time it took to reach Wuhua town. By the time they arrived near the town, the sun was still high, just past noon. Wei Yunqing halted the carriage by the water's edge to allow Yuno to rest. She was uncertain how long her endeavor would take. Judging by the original account, it would likely require at least 7 or 8 days. Fearing that he might perish alone from hunger, she deliberately sought a location with mountains and water. One that posed dangers, yet offered escape routes. Are you really going just like that? Wei Yunqing packed a small amount of silver and 2 changes of clothes, preparing to set off. Is there anything else you need? And Yuno casually picked up a branch and handed it to her. Take this for self-defense. Don't let anyone claim you are unloved. Where are you going? Wherever I wish. If I haven't returned by then, it is likely I am no longer alive. Do not grieve too deeply. Wandering alone has its own charm. Besides, you have plenty of money. You will not suffer. Just make sure not to be robbed by bandits. They might abduct you to be a chieftain's wife. Ha ha ha. Wei Yunqing returned the branch and turned to flee. And Yuno watched her figure gradually fade from view, feeling an unsettling anxiety. This place hardly seemed safe. Perhaps it would be wiser to venture in with her. And Yuno waited by the lake for an extended period. Yet not a single soul passed by. Not even a living creature was to be seen, let alone a ghost. Bored and restless, he meandered beside the carriage. Stopping in front of a large boulder, he dismounted and secured the horse. Niue Lake, he mused, admiring the pleasant name. The boulder bore the lake's name, which Yuno read aloud. He took a few steps along the shore, noticing the water's deep azure hue, resembling an immense piece of jade, a sight he had never encountered before. Compelled by curiosity, he leaned closer. The lake's surface mirrored his exquisite features, and he thought, this attire suits me rather well. For future period dramas, I shall request a makeup style akin to this. Just as he indulged in his vanity, the previously tranquil lake suddenly rippled with waves. And Yuno cautiously stepped back, but the ripple subsided, returning to calm. He assumed it was merely a drop of water disturbing the surface and thought little of it. As he turned to head back to the carriage, a bubble burst forth from the lake, startling him and raising the hairs on his arms. Just as he believed he was imagining things, a series of bubbling sounds erupted from the water, causing his heart to race in sync with the increasing bubbles. He wished to flee to the shore, but alas! His legs, which had grown numb while admiring his reflection, now cramped in fear, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, his ankle was ensnared by a cold, wet tendril of water grass. Looking down, he beheld a ghostly hand, bloated and pale from prolonged immersion. Once the cramp subsided, he found himself able to move, summoning all his strength to kick forward. Yet another ghostly hand grasped his other ankle, pulling him down with force, and Yuno found himself sprawled on the ground. Curse it! Let go, let go, let go. And Yuno flailed his legs and scratched at the ground, but the trees along the bank were too distant for him to grasp, and not a single stone lay within reach. After a futile struggle, he was ultimately dragged into the water. As he was submerged, he did not choke. For he was not a poor swimmer. Instead, he held his breath, striving to remain conscious. In the next moment, he regretted his choice, wishing he had simply drowned. Long strands of inky hair floated around him like seaweed, tightening their grip. As the owner of the dark hair emerged slowly from the depths, just as their true visage was about to confront Yuno, he shut his eyes tightly. He thought it better to perish by drowning than to be terrified by a ghost. On the brink of losing consciousness, he felt an unexpected lightness. And through the slits of his eyes, it appeared that a mermaid was desperately swimming toward him. Chapter 13. The singing water ghost Wuhua Town is renowned for its abundant birch trees, which, upon maturity, emit a mist-like vapor. Over time, the town became enveloped in this ethereal mist, earning it the moniker Mist Town. Wei Yunqing sat cross-legged, opening her bundle to crack some sunflower seeds. Even her lethargic demeanor drew the system's attention, prompting a gentle reminder. Would the host like a hint? How proactive. Wei Yunqing swung her legs nonchalantly and declared, "No need. One must learn to grow. Can I rely on you my entire life?" The system fell silent. "Help!" An urgent cry from Yuno pierced through the mist. Wei Yunqing nearly choked on a sunflower seed. What is the meaning of instant karma? This is it. System? Hey, are you still there? The haughty system remained mute. Wei Yunqing, channeling her inner Oscar-worthy performance, squeezed out a couple of tears, lamenting, "Woe is me. If my artist were to meet an untimely demise, I too would not survive long. Why is my fate so cruel?" The system, fearing water, especially the tears of a waterborne woman, dispersed the mist before her, advising, the host should follow the direction of the dissipating fog. Wiping her tears, Wei Yunqing blew a few kisses into the air and soon found her way out of the mist. She noticed a carriage tethered on the opposite side of the lake. Upon closer inspection, she saw the giant stone by the water inscribed with the words, Miaoyue Lake. Goodness, after all that searching, Miaoyue Lake was right before her eyes. Had she known tears were so effective, she would have simply asked the system where it was. What a time saver. Ripples danced across the lake's surface as Wei Yunqing leaped into the water, spotting Yuno entangled in dark strands of aquatic vegetation, a plump figure floating beside him. "Don't touch him." Forgetting she was underwater, she shouted, and water rushed into her mouth. Though her words were muffled, they served to intimidate the plump figure, who promptly fled. Releasing Yuno from his grasp, Wei Yunqing surfaced, gasping for air, then submerged again, kicking her way to Yuno. Grabbing his collar, she maneuvered them both toward the surface, then wrapped her arms around his neck to swim ashore. What a troublemaker. Why go provoking a water ghost? You've made quite the enemy. How will you coexist in the future? She deftly stripped off his outer garment, splashing her face to clear her vision, an opportunity not to be missed, and she had every right to do so. After a few firm presses to his abdomen, Yuno expelled the water he had swallowed, hardly affording Wei Yunqing the chance for CPR or artificial respiration. Upon awakening and seeing the mud-colored mermaid, he wished he could faint again. How could he have mistaken her for a mermaid? Where was the resemblance? The face, perhaps. Wei Yunqing stood beside the carriage, waiting for him to change clothes before she did, shivering from the cold. She desperately wanted to confront him. Is this how you treat your savior? Unable to contain her laughter at the thought, Yuno, displeased, remarked, "Why are you laughing while I speak to you?" Climbing onto the carriage, Wei Yunqing changed out of her wet attire, then kindled a fire by the lakeside, draping their damp garments nearby to dry. She set 2 large pancakes to cook over the flames. Seeing her settled in, Yuno asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Wei Yunqing tossed him a warm pancake. "Why leave? The task remains unfinished." The pancake was scalding, nearly sending Yuno into the lake. "What exactly are you planning?" Wei Yunqing tore into another pancake. "What did you think of that fellow in the water?" Choking on a mouthful, Yuno's face turned an alarming shade. Wei Yunqing quickly performed the Heimlich maneuver, saving him once more. "Please don't mention him." Yuno croaked, taking several gulps of water. "Next time, avoid this pancake. It nearly choked me to death." Wei Yunqing gently patted his back, cautiously inquiring, "If I said I wanted to take that fellow from the water with me, how would you feel?" At once, she distanced herself, wary of a potential outburst. Yuno's expression darkened. "Say that again." Not daring to provoke further, she busied herself preparing a bed in the carriage, dutifully bringing her belongings down and bowing respectfully. "Master, it is late. You should rest." As she nestled into her blankets, a shimmering azure light emanated from the lake, accompanied by a melodious song, pure and clear, akin to a mountain spring, washing over the soul. Unconsciously drawn, Wei Yunqing perched at the water's edge, chin resting on her knees. Captivated by the concentric ripples, a smile gracing her lips. As if under a spell, she extended her left hand to touch the surface. Just as her fingertip grazed the water, a pale, ghostly hand enveloped it gently. A damp, sprouted head emerged from the lake, leaving a wet kiss on her hand. System. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the boy band member, Shan Yanqi. Task progress is now 2/5 complete. Please continue your efforts. Well, that was unexpected. She had achieved binding without any effort at all. How convenient. The water ghost, Shan Yanqi, emerged from the lake like a lotus. The plump figure instantly transforming into a refined gentleman clad in white, completely different from Yuno. With a graceful bow, Shan Yanqi proclaimed, "Good night, master. From this moment forth, I am your dedicated steward, Shan Yanqi." Wei Yunqing found it difficult to articulate her elation. This was the treatment a protagonist should receive. Before she could savor the moment, Shan Yanqi melted back into Miayue Lake, his melodious voice echoing. "Water ghosts cannot remain away from water for too long. My apologies, master." Squatting by the lakeside, she gazed into Shan Yanqi's eyes, enchanted. "I am Wei Yunqing. There is no need to call me master, just my name will suffice. If I am not mistaken, you're a real person, correct?" Shan Yanqi's calm demeanor flickered with surprise as he nodded slightly, uttering, "A kindred spirit." His actions and words were clearly not from the original text, and the enchanting melody emanating from the lake was undoubtedly his latest single. Truly, the prince of love songs, Shan Yanqi radiated a gentleness unmatched by anyone else. Extending his hand from the lake, he invited, "Qingqing, would you like to swim with me in Miayue Lake?" His fingers were clean and slender, devoid of the bloated appearance of a struggling water ghost. Instead of instilling fear, they beckoned her closer, and the affectionate title made her heart race. In her writings, she had depicted Shan Yanqi as a fallen scholar who drowned, unable to leave the water lest he dissolve into nothingness, only to escape by finding a substitute to drag down with him. He had lived in this manner for a decade, kind and gentle, even rescuing others who fell into the water. The thought tugged at her heartstrings. Placing her hand atop his, he gently squeezed, and she felt herself gradually sink into the water. It was as though a layer of water enveloped her, allowing her to breathe and speak freely beneath the surface. Shan Yanqi said softly, "As long as you hold my hand, Qingqing, you are free beneath Miayue Lake." It seemed he had spent 10 years here, becoming the lake's guardian spirit. Miayue Lake was deeper than Wei Yunqing had imagined. As she submerged, the water was crystal clear, revealing no visible creatures. The deeper she dove, the clearer the water became, with tiny fish swimming past, followed by schools of larger ones and various wondrous aquatic beings. Is this truly the Miayue Lake she had penned? How enchanting! As the two gradually sank to the bottom, she was disheartened to discover that the lakebed held no intricately carved dragon palace, but merely a colossal clam. It was a living clam. When Shan Yanqi tapped on its shell, the giant clam opened its maw, revealing Shan Yanqi's bed. Wei Yunqing boldly reclined within, using the clam's flesh as her mattress and pearls as her pillow, finding it even more comfortable than lying on cotton. Shan Yanqi held her hand and softly sang beside the giant clam, and before long, she drifted into a sweet slumber. Chapter 14. The Gentle Water Ghost. Wei Yunqing. Where have you disappeared to? Startled by an Yuno's anguished roar, Wei Yunqing abruptly sat up. You dare leave me here all alone? You must be tired of living. And Yuno's relentless shouting finally roused Wei Yunqing from her stupor. With a smile directed at the ever-watchful Shan Yanqi beside her, she remarked, I accidentally overslept. That one up there's going mad. Hurry and take me up. Shan Yanqi's warm smile was captivating, his gentle gaze perpetually conveying tenderness. He guided her upward from the depths of Miayue Lake, and Wei Yunqing's eyes were drawn to their intertwined fingers. a secret joy swelling within her. She had held the hand of the Song King for an entire night. This hand would likely never be washed again. Arriving in Wuhua town, a place she found utterly disagreeable, and Yuno was further irked by having to spend the night by a haunted lake and being rudely awakened by the morning chill. He intended to confront Wei Yunqing, but all he found was an abandoned quilt with no sign of her. Furiously, he bellowed by the shore, attempting to mask his inner turmoil with his outburst, a myriad of speculations racing through his mind. The more he pondered, the more agitated he grew. Standing with his hands on his hips beside Wei Yunqing's quilt and gazing at the tranquil lake, he suddenly noticed ripples disturbing the surface. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. His heart raced as he took steps back towards the carriage, gripping the reins tightly, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Gradually, a familiar figure emerged from the lake, landing unscathed on the shore. It was indeed the frail girl, though her complexion appeared notably fairer. As Wei Yunqing turned, she saw Yuno standing near the carriage with a stern expression, approaching her with a disingenuous smile. "I was going to." And Yuno stuttered, pointing at her. You, don't come any closer." Wei Yunqing halted her steps, puzzled by an Yuno's demeanor. "What are you up to now?" And Yuno cautiously inquired. "What is your name? Answer my questions without superfluous chatter." And Yuno commanded. "Wei Yunqing," she replied, somewhat helplessly.
"Who am I?
Where do we come from, and where are we headed? What is our ultimate purpose?" Only then did Yuno relax, beckoning her closer. As soon as she approached, he seized her cheek with a firm grip, exclaiming, "I thought you had become a ghostly substitute for a water spirit after crawling out of the lake." Rubbing her sore cheek, Wei Yunqing mused, "You even know about ghostly substitutes? How did you end up in the lake?" he retorted. Despite Yuno's harsh tone, Wei Yunqing sensed a flicker of concern in his expression. Was it merely an illusion? She intended to introduce him to Shan Yanchu by the lakeside, but he clung to the carriage frame, resisting. "You have indeed been possessed by the water ghost and wish to harm me." He lifted a foot, aiming a kick at Wei Yunqing's face, and she barely had time to curse inwardly. "Damn it, he truly does not regard me as a woman." In the nick of time, a wall of water shielded Wei Yunqing, and Yuno's kick met an invisible barrier, causing him to stumble back, splashing water between them. "Still claiming you are not a ghostly substitute?" And Yuno launched himself at her with fury. This time, there was no water wall to stop him. Instead, a blurred water figure surged from Miaoyue Lake, engaging Yuno in a fierce struggle, neither party yielding. "Stop fighting. Wait." This scene and dialogue felt eerily reminiscent of a certain idol drama's dance battle climax, and despite the gravity of the situation, Wei Yunqing found herself stifling a laugh. The skirmish concluded with Shan Yanchu unable to remain on land, while Yuno emerged drenched. As Wei Yunqing took a step back, she miscalculated and fell toward the lake. And Yuno lunged to catch her but grasped only air. Just as he prepared to leap in after her, waves erupted in the lake, forming a delicate water net that caught Wei Yunqing, ensuring she remained completely dry. Shan Yanchu appeared, his previously gentle smile replaced by an icy demeanor, his eyes sharp and piercing. Wei Yunqing felt his emotions through the water net enveloping her, leaving her somewhat astonished. Determined not to lose face, and Yuno stood defiantly, resembling a volcano ready to erupt, facing off against Shan Yanchu. "Enough, enough. We are all on the same side. We must get along." Wei Yunqing interjected. "Who is on the same side?" They replied in unison. "Stop mimicking me. Be quiet." Attempting to mediate, she reached for Shan Yanchu's sleeve, believing it easier to placate this gentleman than to manage the irate Yuno. To her surprise, Shan Yanchu intertwined his fingers with hers, his lethal smile reappearing, resembling an angel descended from the heavens, radiating a divine aura. "Is Qingqing hurt?" he inquired gently. A blush crept across Wei Yunqing's face as she shyly shook her head.
No.
And Yuno's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the same girl who had once been fierce and combative? He had witnessed her cowardice, her humility, her attempts at flattery, but never had he seen her so bashful. It was utterly astonishing. Shan Yanchu's expression hardened as he confronted Yuno, demanding, "Who are you to lay hands on Qingqing?" "Qingqing?" And Yuno found the term somewhat unacceptable.
"Who do you think you are?"
"Put her down immediately, or I'll knock your teeth out." "Try it," Shen Yanqiu challenged. Let us see. And Yuno retorted defiantly. In the end, Wei Yunqing felt a twinge of guilt. She had never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Although their bond had formed rather smoothly, it seemed this encounter with the water ghost would prove significantly more challenging than the last. Chapter 15. The water ghost has some tricks with a gentlemanly demeanor. Shen Yanqiu introduced himself first. Hello, I am Shen Yanqiu. And Yuno, with a hint of arrogance, replied, Never heard of you. During the time they changed clothes, Wei Yunqing had already explained Shen Yanqiu's background to an Yuno outside the carriage, confirming that he was also a participant in their literary journey. She emphasized the importance of unity and collaboration in overcoming their challenges. And Yuno, eager for support, thought to herself that more hands would indeed make the work lighter. But they had to be capable individuals. To ease the tension, Wei Yunqing elaborated. You do not know the Prince of Love songs, Shen Yanqiu? He debuted at 14 and won countless awards with his debut song, being the only male singer in the country to achieve a grand slam in all the Golden Melody Awards. And Yuno shrugged, shaking her head in ignorance. Wei Yunqing was speechless, pondering if the virtue of respecting predecessors and nurturing juniors was merely a faiate for him. With a smile, Shen Yanqiu remarked, But I know you, the captain of the popular boy band EGM, and Yuno. Wei Yunqing had assumed that someone of Shen Yanqiu's caliber, having reached the pinnacle of success through talent, would not pay attention to these trendy idol groups. To her surprise, he not only recognized her, but also mentioned her name. And Yuno provocatively replied, Didn't he expect an elder would keep up with the trends? Wei Yunqing was taken aback. Who are you calling old? He is merely 26. Just 7 years your senior. If we disregard age and focus on looks, the difference isn't significant. When he was skyrocketing to fame, you were still playing in the mud. Shen Yanqiu chuckled. The song that EGM just won an award for is delightful. And Yuno boasted, Of course. After all, it topped the charts for a week and surpassed 1 billion views, a feat not everyone can achieve. Shen Yanqiu's smile concealed sharp wit, leaving an Yuno momentarily speechless. While Wei Yunqing felt a sense of triumph, finally finding someone to counter an Yuno's bravado. The atmosphere turned slightly tense, although neither engaged in a direct confrontation. Their verbal exchanges were laden with hidden barbs, equally potent as physical blows. At that moment, a system notification chimed in, as the agent of the boy band. Ensuring harmonious relationships among members is fundamental. Please complete the side quest Let Me Stay by your side to foster camaraderie, requiring mutual affection to exceed 50%. Wei Yunqing mused, A side quest? So it's optional? The system clarified, this can be understood as such. But refusing the side quest will severely impact the original plot's trajectory and may even lead to character collapse. Consequently, you too would perish with the collapse of this fictional world. Will you reconsider abandoning the side quest? Wei Yunqing retorted, I suspect you are threatening me. The system responded, This is a friendly reminder. Rolling her eyes, Wei Yunqing asked, What must I do? The system informed, The water ghost lacks a substitute and cannot leave the realm of death. You may utilize the branches of the millennium-old parasol tree at the center of Wuhua Town to create a water vessel. As long as it is filled with water, the water ghost can reside within it, and you simply need to take the vessel with you. The system continued, The original plot has significantly altered. Those who have crossed over possess the memories of the characters from the book. Although they are creations of the host, they have developed their personalities in this world. By endowing them with new souls, they become complete beings within this narrative. Please respect them, as this is also a requirement of the task. Left with no choice, Wei Yunqing accepted the task as the system fell silent. She turned to Shen Yanqiu. Would you be willing to accompany us? Before Yuno could voice his objections, Shen Yanqiu took her hand and gently kissed the back of it, declaring, Wherever Qingqing goes, I shall follow. And Yuno vehemently protested, I do not agree. Wei Yunqing asserted, Objections are futile. And Yuno felt a surge of anger. Have you grown bold? I am the master. You are but a servant. Do you dare defy me? Wei Yunqing, overwhelmed by the system's influence, retorted, I am the author. You are merely a character. You will do as I say. And Yuno clenched his teeth. Are you teaching me how to act? Say that again. Wei Yunqing, never having been so assertive, replied, "I will bring him along, regardless." Seeing her firm stance, and Yuno softened his tone. He sought to use me as a scapegoat and threaten my life. I am uneasy traveling with him. Realizing there was room for negotiation, Wei Yunqing pulled Yuno aside and whispered, "He has already been tamed by me. He is my servant. He serves me, and in turn serves you as well." Upon hearing this, Yuno's resolve wavered. "Can you guarantee he will not harm anyone?" Wei Yunqing assured him. "Rest assured. I am here." As long as Yuno acquiesced, dealing with Shun Yanchu would become much simpler. An evil ghost? Yuno shuddered, feeling a chill down his spine. Could it be that Wuhua Town was a ghost town? This was content not present in the original narrative. Could it be the side quest had indeed commenced? Shun Yanchu continued, recounting, "This evil ghost feeds on lost souls. Not long ago, while passing by Miayue Lake, it intended to consume me. But I happened to be transported here during a concert. The ghost was deterred by my singing and could not approach Miayue Lake, thus it fled to Wuhua Town." Wei Yunqing expressed genuine admiration. Impressive, indeed. Yuno stubbornly refused to concede. "Who said I am afraid of you? You claimed dragging me into danger was to save me. Then why did you entangle me with your hair?" Shun Yanchu explained, "I feared you might drown, so I wanted to ensnare you with my hair to protect your life." Yuno's lips twitched. "So I should thank you?" Shun Yanchu waved dismissively. "There is no need. While I saved you, I also startled you. We are even." Yuno retorted defiantly, "I was not startled." Wei Yunqing stifled a laugh, finding amusement in their banter. Chapter 16. The water ghost catches fish. Yuno rose to pack her belongings when Wei Yunqing approached to halt her, inquiring, "What are you doing? Are you leaving?" Yuno countered, "Is this friend you mentioned him?" Wei Yunqing nodded, and Yuno continued, "Now that we have found him, we can depart." However, Wei Yunqing grasped his arm and shook her head. "Not yet. In his current state, he cannot accompany us. The water ghost cannot leave the water unless a substitute is found." Yuno questioned, "Are we expected to throw someone into the lake to bring him along?" Wei Yunqing clarified, "No need for that. We merely need to obtain a section of the millennia-old parasol tree at the center of Wuhua Town to craft a vessel to hold the water from Miayue Lake, allowing him to merge with the water and join us." Yuno hesitated, pondering why they could not avoid Wuhua Town. "So, you mean we must venture into Wuhua Town?" Shun Yanchi interjected, "You are mistaken, Qingqing. The town is not only filled with corpses. There are many soulless beings that have had parts of their souls devoured. They obey the commands of evil spirits, delivering messages to lure victims to their doom, ensuring a constant supply of sustenance." At this, Wei Yunqing's legs wobbled slightly. She was unafraid of ghosts. Incorporeal entities held little terror for her, but the thought of soulless beings was different. Those zombies from disaster films were her nightmares. Meanwhile, Yuno quietly chuckled, "It is not that I wish to prevent you from taking him. It is simply impossible. Not being able to take him was unacceptable." The potential for loss was dire, and she felt compelled to act. Shun Yanchi continued, "There is no need for you to take risks on my behalf. We could linger by the lake for a few days until someone arrives. I believe he will assist us." "Who?" both inquired in unison. Shun Yanchi elucidated. "He is a Taoist brother who visits annually to accompany the water ghost. Initially, he sought to eliminate it, but upon realizing the water ghost had committed no wrongdoing, he aimed to guide it to the afterlife. Unfortunately, he has yet to succeed, so each year he engages in heartfelt discussions with the water ghost. His skills in Taoism are exceptional. It may be worth the wait." Wei Yunqing's thoughts shifted. Could it be the Taoist mentioned in the original text who was summoned to guide the water ghost? It turned out that even a character with no lines had become crucial. The trio remained by Miayue Lake for 5 days. Yuno slept in the cart each night, while Wei Yunqing made a bed on the lakeshore. After Yuno fell asleep, Shun Yanchi would take Wei Yunqing's hand and lead her to the clam bed beneath the lake, holding her hand from start to finish. On the 6th morning, Wei Yunqing awoke late, prompting Yuno to rise, noticing her absence, and shout by the lakeside. Wei Yunqing was lifted onto the lake's surface by Shun Yanchi, and Yuno pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, "How could you run off to the lake to cavort with him? You are my maid, not his slave." Shan Yanqi retorted. Who says Qingqing is a slave? I should be her servant. Wei Yunqing, while washing her face by the lake, nearly stumbled into Miaoyue Lake from the absurdity of their words. This was not how the protagonist's script was supposed to unfold. The level of surprise had left her feeling that she would undoubtedly face consequences in the future. I can explain this predicament, she began. Due to my writing this story, you all inadvertently entered it. I bear the responsibility. Originally, you were surrounded by many caregivers, but now I can act as your temporary assistant to compensate for the oversight. This justification mirrored what she had previously told in Yunhua and would likely be reused in the future. Shan Yanqi remarked, How can I allow a young lady to care for us? I shall take good care of you. And Yunhua interjected, Since you are her servant, and she is my maid, you can handle her tasks from now on. Wei Yunqing, I am hungry. Hurry, and prepare a meal. His words were quite opportunistic, yet there was no fault in his logic. Wei Yunqing would never permit Shan Yanqi to serve in Yunhua, so she dashed off to start a fire. Shan Yanqi, unwilling to watch her toil, offered to prepare the ingredients. With a few melodic notes directed at the lake, succulent fish leaped gracefully from the water, landing before Wei Yunqing, alongside various shellfish and edible aquatic plants. Wow! Truly the prince of love songs. Wei Yunqing marveled, giving enthusiastic thumbs up. And Yunhua scoffed, it's just singing. What's so impressive about that? Wei Yunqing mischievously suggested, If you are not convinced, why not have a competition? She muttered under her breath, I knew you wouldn't dare. At least you have some self-awareness. With that voice of yours. Ugh, I hope to never hear it again. The memory of the closing night song from Yihong Lu sent shivers down her spine, and she held great admiration for Dan Jia, who had managed to market his shortcomings so effectively without detection. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, and it must be said that Wei Yunqing's culinary skills were quite impressive. A simple grilled fish was prepared with exquisite flavor, and Yunua's stomach had long begun to protest, clamoring for a feast upon catching the delightful scent. Wei Yunqing served some of the grilled fish to Yunhua and offered a portion to Shan Yanqi, but only then did she remember he, being a water ghost, required no sustenance. Shan Yanqi smiled gently. It's quite all right. Just knowing you thought of me brings me joy. I am content to watch you eat. Upon returning to the fire, Wei Yunqing discovered that the fish originally on the grill had vanished. She looked over at Yunhua, who was savoring the fish with delight, and asked, Where's my fish? Without lifting his head, Yunhua, relishing the grilled fish, replied, Your fish? You ask me? This fish is delicious. Can I have another? No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted past, snatching the grilled fish that Wei Yunqing had prepared for Shan Yanqi. Who was that? As she realized the fish was gone and attempted to chase after it, it was already too late. And Yunhua and Shan Yanqi became alert, spotting a figure with a striking blue hue devouring the fish behind a massive stone inscribed with Miaoyue Lake. Wei Yunqing approached, seizing the collar of the thief's attire, demanding, Who are you, little rogue, to dare steal my fish? The figure stuffed the fish into his mouth and soon spat out a pile of clean fish bones, burping contentedly. Miss, did you grill this fish? Your skills are truly remarkable. Thank you for the hospitality. Wei Yunqing was not easily deceived. Shaking him, she insisted, Who is hospitable? Return my fish. Shan Yanqi, recognizing the face of the thief, cautioned, Qingqing, he is the Taoist. Chapter 17. The silent water ghost. Wei Yunqing scrutinized the individual before her. The young man had his hair bound with a wooden hairpin, his features were strikingly handsome, and he was clad in a neat, azure Taoist robe, his feet adorned with dark blue cloth shoes. It was rare to encounter such a refined young Taoist. With a hint of curiosity, Wei Yunqing inquired, Are you the Taoist who comes every year to converse with the water ghost? Indeed, that is I. May I ask if the young lady wishes to consult on fortunes, or perhaps exorcise a spirit? My skills are commendable, and my prices are fair. Without deceit towards young or old, the young Taoist had taken to business with enthusiasm. Wei Yunqing released her grip and moved the roasted shellfish from the fire to his side, proposing, You consumed 2 of my fish earlier. I offer these in exchange for your assistance in a matter. Without hesitation, the young Taoist devoured the roasted shellfish. Please, speak your request. I would like you to retrieve a branch from the ancient parasol tree in the center of Wuhua town, she stated. Absolutely not, he replied emphatically. Why not? The young Taoist muttered. Wuhua town is currently besieged by a malevolent spirit. To send me in alone would be tantamount to a death sentence. It's surprising that someone so beautiful could possess such a dark heart. What did you say? And Yunoa nearly spat out the fish she had just consumed. Have you no eyes to see, declaring her beautiful? At that moment, Wei Yunqing's expression darkened considerably. The words exchanged implied that not only was she unattractive, but her heart was also devoid of kindness. She quietly asked Shen Yanqi, do you believe he can contend with the malevolent spirit? Shen Yanqi nodded. Have you noticed the gourd at his waist? Wei Yunqing's gaze shifted to the young Taoist, who indeed bore a gourd the size of a fist. She approached him and inquired, what purpose does this gourd serve? Once prompted about his treasured gourd, the young Taoist could speak for days. This is a precious artifact passed down from my master, specifically designed to subjugate spirits. Any spirit that has been refined by it is not less than 999. Is that so? Wei Yunqing responded skeptically. I hope it's not the gourd that goes. If I call your name, will you dare to respond? The young Taoist scoffed. What sort of gourd is that? I have never heard of it. Mine requires first to weaken the opponent's strength and then subdue them while they cannot resist. Efficiency at its finest. This operation felt oddly familiar to her. Was it not akin to the functionality of a Pokemon ball? Pray tell, do you go by the name of Xiaoxi? Wei Yunqing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. She could not help but criticize the system. Is this how casually side quests are handled? Wei Yunqing protested. I am a paragon of beauty and intellect. How dare you question my intelligence? I adamantly demand that the difficulty of this side quest be escalated to hellish levels. I shall prove to you that my intellect surpasses even that of Einstein. With unrepentant bravado, she declared, there is no need for such theatrics. I shall not contest for mere bread, but for pride. Difficulty increased. The system responded with resignation. The difficulty of the side quest has been elevated to hellish levels. You have 3 opportunities to lower the task's difficulty. Good luck. Wei Yunqing had inadvertently transformed a simple task into a formidable trial. She continued conversing with the young Taoist. With your precious gourd at hand, why fear a mere spirit? The young Taoist explained, is it merely a spirit? This is a malevolent entity that feeds on souls, on the verge of becoming a chilling spirit. I cannot contend with it, hence my gourd cannot subdue it. What is a chilling spirit? Wei Yunqing inquired. The young Taoist elaborated, chilling spirits possess immense magical power, capable of siphoning human life force, shortening lifespans, and can even assume human form to appear under the blazing sun. Should it successfully cultivate, it would become a great calamity for the world. He continued, previously I fought alongside several Taoist brothers against this evil spirit. Tragically, they perished in the struggle, leaving only me. However, I was also gravely injured, and to recuperate, he has made Wuhua town his lair. The moment you set foot in Wuhua town, he will be fully aware of your presence. The difficulty indeed escalated swiftly, transforming the ordinary spirit into a formidable foe. Wei Yunqing felt a twinge of regret. Even if it meant facing humiliation, she would endure until the very end. Are we 3, along with a single spirit, insufficient to confront him? And Yunoa expressed his refusal outright. Wei Yunqing, you're overstepping. Who invited me into this predicament? Wei Yunqing smiled apologetically. Why the anger? Given the current situation, escaping is no longer an option. We should join forces for a swift resolution. Do you wish to linger here for several more nights? And Yunoa was left speechless, yearning to flee, desperately wishing to drive away at once. The young Taoist asked, do you possess knowledge of Taoist practices? Wei Yunqing shook her head. The young Taoist chuckled. Then what gives you the confidence to assist me in subduing the malevolent spirit? Wei Yunqing retorted. Who said I intend to subdue it? My goal is to obtain a branch from the ancient parasol tree. Since it resides within the town, and we cannot enter, we shall divide our efforts. One group to lure the spirit out, while the other seizes the branch. Once we have it, we shall flee, avoiding unnecessary entanglements. And Yunoa scoffed, humph. The little maid has grown up and learned to use distraction tactics. Wei Yunqing muttered under her breath, TCH, just like the system. looking down on others. The system, caught in the crossfire, remained silent. And Yunhua then delivered a playful smack to her head, threatening, "Repeat that." "Who is the dog?" With tears welling in her eyes, Wei Yunqing protested, "It's me, it's me. It's you. It's you, just you." The young Taoist regarded Wei Yunqing with newfound respect and introduced himself. "My surname is Lan. You may call me Alon. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" "I am Wei Yunqing, and the one with the sour expression is in Yunhua. You already know Shan Yanqi from the waters, so no need for further introduction." She whispered into Alon's ear. The usually taciturn Shan Yanqi finally spoke. "I cannot leave Miayue Lake. I shall remain outside to divert the malevolent spirit." This statement was true. But who would serve as bait to draw it out? Alon pondered thoughtfully. The purpose of the side quest was to enhance the rapport between the two members. Wei Yunqing could not let this opportunity slip by. The most perilous task must be entrusted to the most dependable individual. Wei Yunqing leaned closer to Yunhua, ingratiatingly stating, "My lord, such a daunting task can only be accomplished by someone as dashing, charming, and remarkably handsome as yourself." And Yunhua was entirely unimpressed, pinching her cheeks and warning, "Don't expect me to face a spirit on your behalf." Chapter 18. The enigmatic water spirit. A splash of icy lake water struck in Yuno's face, halting any intentions he had toward Wei Yunqing. Shan Yanqi, like a water spirit, ensnared Wei Yunqing's form and drew her into the enchanting depths of Miayue Lake. Since he was unwilling to assist, why impose? There was no need for Yunqing to compromise for his sake. And Yuno snorted coldly, guiding the carriage to the far side of Miayue Lake, distancing himself from them. Wei Yunqing lamented her predicament. Without an Yuno, what meaning did their task hold? The trio conspired throughout the night, formulating a plan to lure out the malevolent spirit until dawn finally broke, concluding with Wei Yunqing as the bait to draw out the evil spirit. Once Shan Yanqi restrained the spirit, Wei Yunqing would assist Alung in retrieving branches from the wudong tree in the town. Such was the original plan. Unaware that Wei Yunqing harbored her own secret version, the success of which lay in the hands of fate. Alung provided Wei Yunqing with several talismans to keep on her person, not only for protection at critical moments, but also to counter the toxins within the white mist. Cherishing her life, she carefully tucked these precious items close to her, checking multiple times to ensure their safety before embarking on her journey. Alung formed a seal with her hands and chanted incantations, and suddenly, chilling winds surged. A path was revealed through the mist ahead, leading to Wuhua Town. The outcome now rested upon her. Grasping the hem of her skirt, Wei Yunqing took several deep breaths, summoning her courage to step forward. Shan Yanqi cursed himself for being unable to leave Miayue Lake to accompany her, watching with deep concern as her figure vanished from sight. Following Alung's designated route, Wei Yunqing soon beheld the city walls. A short distance along the wall led her to the city gate. Peering inside from outside the gate, she was met with a vast expanse of white. According to Alung, as soon as a living being entered the malevolent spirit's territory, it would come forth. Yet, after Wei Yunqing crossed the threshold, she waited in vain. The tension that had once threatened to explode began to wane into impatience. She shouted at the city gate, "Hello? Is anyone there? No, wait, is there a ghost?" No sooner had she called out than she heard rustling sounds around her. Straining to listen, she discerned a low, beastly growl drawing near. By the time she comprehended the nature of the approaching entity, it was too late to flee. "Oh, dear." Tears welled in Wei Yunqing's eyes as fear rendered her legs stiff and unyielding. She called out to the system, "Why has a zombie emerged instead of the malevolent spirit?" The system coldly replied, "The host has voluntarily elevated the task's difficulty level. A series of twists and turns is necessary to reflect the challenge of the task." Wei Yunqing could only grit her teeth in response. "Very well, then." The system continued, "Would the host like to lower the task's difficulty? You have 3 opportunities." Wei Yunqing, resolute, insisted, "Step aside. Do not hinder my escape." After a grueling half-hour of running, Wei Yunqing felt her breath near exhaustion, while the malevolent spirit seemed to lose patience, suddenly materializing before her. She was unafraid of formless entities. This shadowy, lifeless figure appeared to her as no more than a wisp of dark air. She was the calmest she had ever been in the presence of an evil spirit, prompting it to question, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Wei Yunqing retorted, "What is there to fear? Compared to that horde behind me, you are quite endearing." The spirit did not perceive this as flattery and contorted its visage into grotesque, unsettling expressions, yet Wei Yunqing remained unfazed. She challenged, "I merely wished to witness what the legendary malevolent spirit was like. Now that I see, it is utterly absurd. The rumors are so horrid, it is disappointing indeed." As she shook her head in mock dismay and turned to leave, the spirit roared, "Though you are rare, it is impossible not to fear me. Beneath your calm facade lies a trembling heart. Halt." Realizing she had ensnared the spirit, Wei Yunqing bolted. The spirit pursued relentlessly until she escaped the white toxins, which the spirit dared not confront directly under the sunlight, pursuing her only in the shadows of trees. As soon as Ulung spotted Wei Yunqing's figure, she stealthily entered Wuhua town, while Shen Yanqi concealed himself within the lake, awaiting an opportune moment to intervene. Wei Yunqing did not lead the malevolent spirit to their predetermined location, but instead dashed toward the carriage on the opposite side of the lake, where it was fortuitously devoid of shade, fully exposed to the sun's rays, rendering the spirit unable to approach. She leapt onto the carriage, awakening the still sleeping Yuno. "What are you doing?" And Yuno, groggy and bare-chested, sat up, the blanket sliding down to reveal his sculpted physique. Though it lasted but a fleeting 2 seconds, it was enough to make her mouth water. "Get out!" And Yuno kicked her waist, sending her tumbling out of the carriage. Then dressed with unparalleled speed before emerging to question, "Are you attempting to seize a common man? Seize whom? Please do curb your narcissism." Wei Yunqing had no time to spar with him. She swiftly discarded her outer garment, tossing it onto Yuno's head. By the time he pulled it off, she had vanished from sight, and Yuno clutched her discarded clothing, seeking refuge beneath the shade of a tree by the lake while searching for the girl's whereabouts, entirely oblivious to the lurking presence of the malevolent spirit concealed in the shadows. "Be careful." Shen Yanqi, witnessing the spirit's intent to attack Yuno from the lake, surfaced to warn him. However, as Yuno glanced at the spirit, rolling his eyes at its presence, he plummeted headfirst into the lake. "Today." The spirit encountered the most fearless individual and the most easily frightened one. Grasping Yuno's sinking form, Shen Yanqi seemed to envelop him in a layer of water, not surfacing immediately, but instead slapping his cheeks underwater, urging him awake. "Wake up. I need to restrain the spirit. Take care of yourself." Upon seeing Yuno's eyes flutter open, Shen Yanqi propelled them both to the surface, while the spirit, unable to enter the water, floated above, awaiting its prey. Upon sighting Shen Yanqi, the spirit's greedy tongue extended, licking his face hungrily and delectable. "Seeking death?" Shen Yanqi's gentle features hardened, his gaze narrowing with a ferocity that seemed to slice through the spirit 100 times over. Chapter 19. The water ghost must disappear. As they stepped through the city gate, Alan suddenly seized her arm, bringing their progress to a halt. Wei Yunqing inquired, "What is it?" Her heart felt shattered. A once vibrant city had been transformed into a labyrinth before her eyes. Overwhelmed by her pride, she tentatively asked, "This should be a piece of cake for you, right?" Desperately clinging to hope, Wei Yunqing muttered, "Perhaps you should first see if your limited skills can be of any use." In the end, Alan nearly lost her hair, and they made no further progress. "Your skills might only allow you to recognize the existence of these intricate formations." Wei Yunqing relented, calling out to the system, "I request a reduction in task difficulty." The system responded coolly, "Please confirm if you are unable to break the current formation, necessitating a reduction in task difficulty." Wei Yunqing scoffed, "Just lower it without all this chatter. Who says I cannot break it? I'm merely concerned about those two outside who cannot handle the malevolent spirit. If they perish, how shall we continue?" The system's tone turned serious. "The current difficulty level of the formation has reverted to its initial state. Best of luck." No sooner had the system's voice faded than Alan sprang up, exclaiming she had found a way out. How efficient! Following in Alan's footsteps, they smoothly navigated to the center of the town. A towering tree, reminiscent of a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens, stood imposingly at the town's heart. Truly, it was a millennium-old birch, beyond mere description of grandeur. How could they ever fell it? To imagine chopping it down was sheer folly. They could only reach the trunk closest to the ground. Alas, despite their efforts, they could not even remove a single piece of bark. No wonder the system had indicated the use of branches rather than the trunk. Yet, even the lowest branches loomed 10 men high, causing Wei Yunqing's legs to tremble at the thought. The malevolent spirit, coveting his pure and pristine soul, one that could surpass 10 towns, approached to consume Shen Yanqu's essence. Just as the spirit prepared to devour him, an Yuno stepped protectively in front. In that moment, it was not the absence of fear that propelled him, but an indescribable force within. The malevolent spirit, displeased, struck an Yuno, tearing open a gaping wound that invited temptation. This was far more alluring than consuming Shen Yanqu.
No.
Before Shen Yanqu could fully regain his form, the spirit transformed into a dense, oppressive black mist and surged into an Yuno's body. The spirit could awaken the darkest, most turbulent aspects of one's soul, transforming an Yuno's once bright eyes into voids of despair. As the spirit took control of an Yuno, his power surged, summoning the black mist to forcibly coalesce Shen Yanqu's soul back into form, extracting him from the lake and voraciously consuming his essence. The system remained impassive. The difficulty of capturing the malevolent spirit has reverted to its original level. Best of luck. The system then added, Shen Yanqu's song possesses remarkable purifying properties. The host might consider attempting it. Wei Yunqing urgently called out, Shen Yanqu, sing. It was his voice that had once banished the malevolent spirit. Realization dawned upon Shen Yanqu, and he began to hum, ah, ah, ah.
Stop.
Don't sing. It's unbearable. Suddenly, a treasured gourd struck the malevolent spirit, ensnaring it within. The gourd swung in the air, the spirit struggling in its confines. As the tension mounted, the gourd finally stabilized, and Alan sighed with relief, exclaiming, It is done. The spirit has been subdued. The white, toxic mist enveloping Birch Town gradually dissipated with the gourd's stabilization, revealing the town's original appearance. Wei Yunqing.
He won't last.
And Yuno descended into the lake, witnessing Shen Yanqu's imminent disappearance. His form had become nearly transparent, making it impossible to discern his position in the crystalline waters. System. How can I save him? Wei Yunqing felt utterly lost, blaming herself for Shen Yanqu's perilous situation. The system replied, The clam bed at the bottom of Miaoyue Lake can restore Shen Yanqu's injuries. But to ensure his soul remains intact, you will need a water container made from the birch tree to hold the lake's water, allowing him to recuperate on the clam bed. Wei Yunqing glanced at the freshly felled birch tree. Crafting a container would take at least a day, and Shen Yanqu could not afford to wait. The system prompted, The host has one opportunity to reduce the difficulty of the side quest. Would you like to use it? An idea sparked in Wei Yunqing's mind. Yes, reduce the difficulty of making the water container. The system confirmed. The host's request has been fulfilled. The birch water container has been completed. For the first time, Wei Yunqing felt a sense of gratitude towards the system. Grabbing the container, she quickly filled it with water and approached the lake's edge, saying to Shen Yanqu, Can you bring the clam bed from the bottom of the lake into the container? Shen Yanqu's hair extended to the lake's depths, enveloping the clam bed. As it rose, the clam bed gradually shrank until it became the size of a pearl, fitting perfectly into the container. Shen Yanqu, hurry inside. Rest on the clam bed. Otherwise, you will vanish. Shen Yanqu transformed into a puddle of lake water, sliding into the container, where he lay in a deep slumber upon the clam bed. Can I hold you and cry for a while? Wei Yunqing's soft request struck in Yuno's heart, rendering him powerless to deny this plain girl. He bent his knees to sit beside her, allowing her to embrace him as she wept, her sobs echoing with the weight of a child wronged. Her once drenched garments, chilled by the lake, now warmed by her tears, felt less frigid, and Yuno gently stroked her back, offering comfort, knowing that she could change her clothes once her tears subsided. Chapter 20. Encounter with the Water Ghost and the Thighs CP Achu. It is so cold outside at night. How has that ugly girl endured it these past few days? I am no devil. If you mention it, would I not let you sleep in the carriage? And Yuno, wrapped in 2 quilts, leaned against the fire pit, shivering and muttering to herself. Suddenly, flames erupted, and Yuno felt considerably warmer, thanks to Alan, who had sprinkled a handful of white crystals onto the fire, intensifying its heat. Reflecting on the events of the day, And Yuno felt a shiver of fear and glanced at the precious gourd at Alan's waist, asking, "Has that malevolent spirit been vanquished?" Alan explained, "For him to completely disappear from this world, it will take 49 days, but within this gourd, he cannot stir up any more trouble. Will he not come out again?" And Yuno expressed her anxiety regarding the gourd's sealing and safety. "Rest assured," Alan replied, producing a red pill and handing it to Yuno.
Take this.
"What is it?" And Yuno asked cautiously. "It will be beneficial for you. Since you were possessed by the malevolent spirit today, some of its energy will linger within you. If not thoroughly dispelled, more spirits may try to seize your body." Before Alan could finish, and Yuno snatched the pill and swallowed it. He had no desire to encounter any more spirits in his lifetime. With the exception of Shun Yanchu, Alan stood to leave and asked, "Now that the evil spirit has been dealt with, where do you plan to go?" "I will head towards Wuhua town. Once I have guided all the souls in this town, I will consider that matter." The following morning, Wei Yunqing's piercing scream startled every bird in the forest.
Ah!
And Yuno covered her ears, turned over, and buried her head under the quilt, attempting to continue her slumber. Wei Yunqing found it impossible to sleep. Memories of crying in Yuno's arms lingered in her mind. Awakening to find them sharing the carriage, she was at a loss for words. "How did you end up here?" "No, wait. How did I end up here? Why are we together?" She pulled him from the quilt, only to discover he was bare-chested, asleep. Her previously greedy gaze, which should have clung to him, closed shyly, and she offered him the quilt to cover himself. "It's too cold outside. You should sleep in the carriage from now on," and Yuno said nonchalantly before rolling back over. You. Wei Yunqing stammered, but Yuno promptly pushed her out of the carriage. Her stomach growled incessantly. It was time to prepare some food. The events of the previous day were still fresh in her mind. It was the first time in her 17 years of life that she felt the profound sadness of potentially losing someone forever, both reluctant and desperate. After setting up the fire, she prepared a pot of vegetable and mushroom soup with nearby wild greens. Squatting before the fire, she daydreamed, recalling the spot where she had cried in Yuno's embrace the day before. Her fingertips still seemed to retain his warmth, and she could feel the firmness of his muscles at his side. Wei Yunqing smiled dreamily, stretching her arms as if to embrace Yuno's tall figure that she imagined in front of her. "Ugly girl, why didn't you call me when the food was ready? Do you want me to starve?" Wei Yunqing clutched her head, thinking if she got up to eat, Yuno would surely say she was interrupting his sleep. After all, he was the master. Whatever he said was right. "Are you not going to eat?" Yuno inquired, watching her retreating figure. Her stomach protested, and she felt weak all over. At that moment, she truly understood the saying, "A person is iron, and food is steel." And Yuno tilted his neck, stars glimmering in his eyes, and sincerely said, "Drink it." "You drank the whole pot? Is that all? How could it be enough? I'm still hungry. Make more for lunch." So, she had consumed a whole pot of loneliness. With a heavy heart, she gathered everything and went to call for the sunbathing master. "Let us go." And Yuno barely opened his eyes. "Where to?" Wei Yunqing replied with a cold smile, "To the next ghost town." And Yuno immediately sat up, threatening. "Say that again." Wei Yunqing walked nonchalantly toward the carriage. What did you say?" "Did I say something?" "Wei Yunqing, you're courting death."
The
carriage traveled for 3 days, and Wei Yunqing never revealed their destination to Yuno, leaving him restless. Just having escaped one ghost town, he contemplated whether he should part ways with Wei Yunqing if they were to venture into another. For the first time, Yuno sat beside Wei Yunqing outside the carriage. "Where are we truly going?" Wei Yunqing maintained her composure. "We are almost there. Master, you should rest inside. Perhaps if you close your eyes and open them again, we will have arrived." Before Yuno could inquire further, a voice suddenly emerged from Wei Yunqing's water flask. "Ching-ching." Overjoyed, Wei Yunqing handed the reins to Yuno, removed the flask stopper, and Shun Yanchu emerged from the flask, reminiscent of a genie from a lamp. His form was unlike ordinary spirits. He appeared fluid and radiant. Wei Yunqing reached out to touch him, experiencing a smooth, cool sensation. "You've recovered?" Shun Yanchu smiled. "Yes, thanks to Ching-ching." And Yuno muttered, Clearly, I saved you during the crisis, and yet the credit all goes to this ugly girl. The affectionate address sent a tremor through Yuno's heart, his ears turning slightly red.
Who are you calling that?
When did we become so close? Shun Yanchu smiled silently, his gaze toward Yuno less hostile than before. Filled with the bond forged through shared trials, the carriage sped toward their next destination, and a system notification chimed. Member affection level has reached 60%. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest. You have exceeded the task requirements and earned a navigation reward. Would you like to activate it now? Wei Yunqing smiled triumphantly. Save it for later. It will surely come in handy. Chapter 21. System disconnection. According to the original description, Wei Yunqing drove all the way to Yongan City, a bustling coastal port city that far surpassed her birthplace, Sioux City, in terms of prosperity. Small buildings of 5 to 6 stories were ubiquitous, and each street was infused with its own unique charm. Upon arriving at the crowded and vibrant thoroughfare, Yuno donned a white gauze hat, sitting outside the carriage to absorb the lively atmosphere. Ugly girl, quickly find the finest inn to stay at. After several days of travel, I haven't eaten or slept well. Now I can finally take a bath and relax. Wei Yunqing passed by several luxurious inns without stopping, which displeased Yuno. Ugly girl, where on earth are you headed? No sooner had she spoken than the carriage halted before an opulent mansion, the presence of 2 enormous stone lions at the entrance revealing the wealth and power of the household. Evidently, she had a destination more splendid than any inn. Throughout the journey, she had remained taciturn, leaving Yuno perplexed about her intentions. If not for her amiable nature, they would have quarreled long ago. The burly gatekeeper, noticing Wei Yunqing's unfamiliar face, blocked their way, demanding, "Who dares to intrude upon the Qian residence?" Wei Yunqing replied regretfully, "I have long heard of the late elder of the Qian family, whose integrity and grace resembled that of a noble crane. We have come to pay our respects." The gatekeeper's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "What country bumpkin speaks nonsense before the Qian residence? Our elder is still in good health. Are you sent by the Bai family to bring misfortune?"
Guards, seize them.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wei Yunqing quickly retreated several steps, turned, and mounted the carriage, urging the horses to flee. The escape was so swift that she did not notice Yuno, who was about to disembark, as the carriage jolted forward. He was thrown inside, hitting his forehead against a wooden box laden with treasures, resulting in a sizable bump. After evading the Qian family's men and coming to a halt in a secluded alley, Wei Yunqing finally stopped the carriage in a discreet location.
Wei Yunqing.
Pulling aside the curtain, Yuno's face was flushed with anger. He covered his forehead with one hand and grasped her collar with the other, demanding, "What on earth are you doing? Was that deliberate?" Shun Yanqi emerged from the water jug, tapping Yuno's wrist with droplets to make him release Wei Yunqing. "There's no need for such haste. Let us discuss this calmly. Qingqing is a girl." Wei Yunqing shrank back slightly, humbly suggesting, "Let us first find a place to stay, and then I will explain." Just as they exited the alley, several individuals clad in white servant attire encircled the carriage. The leader approached respectfully, saying, "You two are brave to seek trouble at the Qian residence upon your arrival in Yongan City. My master greatly admires such boldness and has specially invited you to the Bai residence for a discussion." Wei Yunqing weakly inquired, "Are you from the Bai family?" "Miss has sharp eyes. Please follow me." They were not given a chance to refuse, as the carriage was surrounded by a dozen white-clad guards, escorting them to the Bai residence. The grandeur of the Bai residence was comparable to that of the Qian residence, but instead of stone lions, 2 magnificent stone Pai Xiu statues adorned the entrance, their exquisite craftsmanship rendering them lifelike, a detail that made the Qian residence seem slightly inferior in comparison. They had lost count of how many courtyards they had traversed before finally settling in a courtyard on the western side. The guiding servant stated, "Esteemed guests, please rest here. The master and the elder are receiving guests in the main hall. Later, a banquet will be prepared in your honor, and someone will come to invite you. Make yourselves comfortable." And Yuno, unable to part with his 2 wooden boxes, inquired, "What about our carriage?" The servant replied, "Rest assured, sir. The horses will be well taken care of. Your carriage is parked in the backyard." and nothing from your carriage will be touched, as the Bai family strictly adheres to decorum. Still unconvinced, An Yuno urged the servant to leave.
Thank you.
Once the servant departed, An Yuno collapsed onto the couch, discarding his white gauze hat and fixing a heavy gaze on Wei Yunqing. Can we finally talk? With no outsiders present, Shen Yanqi also emerged from the water jug, waiting for Wei Yunqing's explanation. Taking a sip of tea to calm her nerves, Wei Yunqing felt still enveloped in confusion and could only share the background of the situation. In Yong'an City, there were two prominent and rival families, the Qian family, who had just expelled them, and the Bai family, where they currently resided. For over a century, the Qian and Bai families had been adversaries, each boasting significant wealth and power but unable to eliminate the other, leading to a series of covert competitions and rivalries. For instance, if the Qian family opened a shop on the street, the Bai family would invariably establish one across the way to compete. If the Qian family launched a port by the sea, the Bai family would promptly open a nearby one. Even if a son from the Qian family married a daughter from a certain household, a son from the Bai family would then marry another daughter from that same household, and so on. We are unfortunately caught in the conflict between these two great families. Wei Yunqing sighed. And Yuno retorted sharply, Isn't it true that you instigated this just now? Are you planning to take the late elder of the Qian family with you? Wei Yunqing mumbled, I'm not a scavenger. I want to take just anything. And Yuno grimaced, Could you repeat that a bit louder? Shen Yanqi interjected, positioning himself between them. All right. Qingqing didn't mean any harm. And there's no need to be upset. Let her finish. And Yuno was irked by this statement. He stood up, exclaiming, Clarify your words. Who are you referring to? Are you blaming me now? Do you think I wanted to come here? If you hadn't written that ridiculous thing, would we be trapped here? And Yuno tightly sealed the water jug's lid, as if believing this would prevent Shen Yanqi from emerging. The courtyard contained 4 rooms. After escaping from an Yuno's room, Wei Yunqing chose a south-facing room at random, entered, and began to connect to the system. Chapter 22. The highly revered monk with numerous admirers with the unreliable system at her disposal, Wei Yunqing had no choice but to rely on her own wits. She sought out several maids from the Bai residence and learned that not only was the elderly master of the Qian family in robust health, but the patriarch of the Bai family was equally vigorous, having recently taken a stunning young concubine. Given the significant divergence from the original narrative, she decided to take a shortcut. Excuse me, miss, Wei Yunqing called out to a maid carrying a tray. The young maid scrutinized her for a moment, and upon realizing she was not one of the household servants, she curtsied slightly and inquired, What can I do for you, miss? With a smile, Wei Yunqing asked, Do you happen to know where Chun Temple is? The maid immediately became wary. May I ask why you wish to know that? Unsure of the sudden shift in the maid's demeanor, Wei Yunqing provided a rather formal explanation. I am passing through this area with my elder brother, who has unfortunately fallen gravely ill. Thanks to your master's assistance, we have been allowed to recuperate at your estate. And I was recommended to visit Chun Temple to pray for my brother's recovery. Only then did the maid return to her usual demeanor, realizing it was indeed a recommendation from her master. Chun Temple is located just behind the central square of the city. However, there are no deities to worship there. Your master likely meant for you to visit Master Chingyan. Wei Yunqing's eyes brightened. So it was indeed here. Thank you for the directions, miss. My brother's condition cannot afford any delay. I shall seek out Master Chingyan immediately. Before she departed, the maid cautioned, Be careful as you enter the temple. Wei Yunqing, puzzled by her words, intended to ask for clarification but found the maid had already vanished. Following the path indicated by the maid, she successfully located Chun Temple. Its position was remarkably clever and discreet. Though situated in a bustling area, it offered a serene refuge. Wei Yunqing pushed open the only vermilion door against the earthy yellow walls, revealing 2 rows of neatly aligned Bodhi trees. Between them lay a wide cobblestone path leading to a main hall, thus saving her considerable time in her search. Inside Chun Temple, there was not a single monk present. Upon entering the main hall, she found only a bald monk sitting cross-legged on the ground, rhythmically striking a wooden fish as he chanted. There were no statues of deities to be seen. At that moment, Wei Yunqing recalled the introduction from her original text, and Chun Temple was a joint establishment of the Qian and Bai families, their only collaborative endeavor. Unlike typical temples, it did not house any statues but served solely as Master Qingyan's residence. It was rumored that Master Qingyan had attained a state of unity with the cosmos, achieving immortality and eternal youth, poised to ascend to Buddhahood shortly, having previously saved the patriarchs of both families, who built the temple in gratitude. Excited, Wei Yunqing tapped Master Qingyan on the shoulder. "Greetings, Master Qingyan. I am Wei Yunqing, your devoted admirer. I understand your sudden arrival in this absurd world must be unsettling. Allow me to elucidate everything for you." Upon seeing his delicate face adorned with finely arranged features, her heart melted. His creamy complexion, rosy lips, and sparkling eyes rivaled any doll, gazing at her with innocent curiosity. Truly, he was the embodiment of the finest genes from the previous 2 generations. Had it not been for his bald head, she would have been tempted to pet this charming little pup. After her moment of infatuation, she did not forget to explain the concept of traversing into the narrative world. However, after her lengthy exposition, Master Qingyan merely cast her a disinterested glance and slowly replied, "It seems you may be suffering from hysteria, dear benefactor. I have no remedy for you here. If you wish to seek assistance, there is a medical clinic to the right upon exiting and Chun Temple." "Excuse me? Did I perhaps misinterpret a signal? Why the harsh words? Do you not believe me? I have 2 companions. If you accompany me, you will understand everything." Wei Yunqing attempted to pull him from his meditation mat, but he remained unmoved, shaking off her hand. "Amitabha, please maintain your dignity and depart swiftly." "Master Qingyan, what are you playing at? Time is of the essence. You must come with me." "You shameless woman. Release Master Qingyan at once." Just as she was about to forcibly drag Master Qingyan along, a throng of over 20 young maidens surged through the door, encircling her and voicing their indignation. "Who are you? How did you sneak in? We have such tight security. It's surprising there was a breach. How dare you lay hands on Master Qingyan? Ladies, remove her at once. Master Qingyan belongs to all of us. How dare you attempt to monopolize him? We promised to protect his peace together. Where is your honor?" "Fraud." "What?" This seemed like a scene from a massive fan gathering. Was it truly worthwhile for so many young women to rally for a monk? As she was dragged away, Wei Yunqing cast a meaningful glance at Master Qingyan, internally affirming, "Indeed, it is worth it. Where are you from? You look so unfamiliar," the leading girl questioned haughtily. At that moment, she realized the leader must be the head of this group of fans. It dawned on her why the maid had warned her so earnestly before she left the Bai residence. Wei Yunqing knew better than to provoke seasoned fans. She needed to navigate this situation with care. With a smile, she said, "Ladies, please calm down. I am a newcomer from another region, unaware of your local customs. What conditions must I meet to join your ranks?" Seeing that Wei Yunqing was somewhat sensible, the leader decided not to press further. "As long as you can abide by our rules, it is acceptable. No one may enter without Master Qingyan's summons, except for those who take turns delivering meals. Do you understand?" Wei Yunqing nodded eagerly. The leader inquired, "Where are you staying?" "I will arrange a schedule for you to deliver meals. We provide the food. You merely have to deliver it." It sounded like a rather mundane task. The Bai residence. "You stay at the Bai residence?" The leader's eyes widened in astonishment. Wei Yunqing nodded proudly, as if she had just been revealed as a wealthy heir. The leader replied respectfully, "Then we shall prioritize your schedule, giving you more opportunities." How does that sound? On her way back from the Bai residence, Wei Yunqing was perplexed. That was undoubtedly Master Qingyan. She had not mistaken his identity. Why then did he react so differently compared to Yuno and Shen Yanqi? She attempted to contact the system several more times, but to no avail, leaving her with an unprecedented headache. Chapter 23. The imprisoned monk in pursuit of harmony within their group and for the promise of future collaboration. Wei Yunqing found herself compelled to endure humiliation and appease the aloof leader. She stealthily pilfered 2 scalding hot eggs from the kitchen, wrapping them in a handkerchief, and knocked on Yuno's door multiple times, receiving no response. Thus, she pushed the door open and entered. A kettle belonging to Shen Yanqiu lay quietly on the table. Wei Yunqing peeked into the inner room and spotted Yuno sleeping soundly. She was well aware of his notorious morning temper and dared not make a loud noise. Cautiously, she approached the bedside, but the smooth shoulder peeking from beneath the blanket revealed much about his appearance. The delicate collarbone was alluring enough to nourish a tank of goldfish, provoking a pang of desire. Beautiful as he was, his temperament was notoriously foul. With this thought, Wei Yunqing's fantasies shattered, and she rolled the hot eggs onto the prominent bump on his forehead. Unfamiliar with the egg's temperature, she had never rolled eggs on anyone before, but mere seconds later, an Yuno's scream pierced the air, echoing like a lament from the heavens.
Ah!
He sprang from the bed, startling Wei Yunqing, who was equally shaken by his outburst. Shan Yanchu emerged from the kettle, gently covering Wei Yunqing's eyes with his hand while whispering in her ear, "Do not look." He then admonished Yuno, "Quickly get dressed." And Yuno, scorched and disoriented, glared at Wei Yunqing with fierce intensity. "What on earth are you doing?" he demanded. "I finally managed to bathe and enjoy a beauty sleep. And now this?" Wei Yunqing tossed the handkerchief containing the eggs onto him. "Soothe the swelling yourself. A good deed met with ingratitude." With that, she turned to leave, but Shan Yanchu interjected, "Ching, take me with you." Wei Yunqing was both amused and exasperated. "Could you be any more insincere? If that insufferable wretch hears you, I shall never hear the end of it." Shan Yanchu replied earnestly, "This is my heartfelt sentiment. Have you not heard the saying, 'Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder'? In my eyes, you are delightful in all that you do. It is getting late. Did we not hear that the Bai family is to host a banquet for us this evening? Why has the feast not commenced? I am famished. I shall go take a look." Wei Yunqing fled in haste, her cheeks aflame. Could Shan Yanchu truly be so charming? If this continued, it might lead to complications. She had no desire to enact a tragic romance in her own narrative. Alas, the handsome second lead was relentless in his flirtation, sending her heart racing. She stumbled back a couple of steps, and Yuno returned the handkerchief with the eggs to her, coolly saying, "Thank you." Stunned, Wei Yunqing hesitated to accept it, wondering if she had misheard. It was likely the first time this formidable individual had uttered such gratitude. Perhaps a monument should be erected in her honor. "My lady, my lord, the master of the house has arranged a banquet in the hall. Please follow me," a maid announced. Wei Yunqing positioned herself protectively in front of Yuno. Addressing the maid, "Thank you, sister. We shall come at once. Please lead the way." Although her petite frame barely reached Yuno's chest, her demeanor was resolute and protective. "Go inside and conceal your face. I shall wait for you outside." What she initially presumed to be a lavish spread turned out to be a small-scale banquet. The Bai family had invited more than just the two of them. Scanning the room, she noted that everyone's attire and demeanor were far removed from that of ordinary folk. Was it merely because they sought misfortune at the Qian residence that they were fortunate enough to be invited to such an affair? Seated in a nondescript corner, both were puzzled yet unable to resist the allure of the culinary delights, indulging to their heart's content. Just as they finished their meal, a pair of white shoes embroidered with pale blue cloud patterns entered their line of sight. Wei Yunqing looked up to see a fair-skinned youth in white standing before her.
"Who are you?"
Wei Yunqing inquired. Before the master could speak, the attendant's presence overshadowed the atmosphere. And Yuno scoffed, "Who would care for your assistance? Did we call for help, or are you merely idle?" Bai Ting offered an awkward smile, shooting an irritated glance at his attendant. He instructed the attendant to pour a cup of wine, which the attendant humbly presented, apologizing, "I beg your pardon for the rudeness."
Wei Yunqing recognized Bai Ting.
She had inadvertently created this character. In a popular television show, a character resembling him appeared harmless yet was cunning, ultimately leading to the demise of her beloved protagonist. Thus, she had crafted him into a mute in her narrative. Observing him now, he truly appeared innocuous, and she regretted bestowing upon him such an inadequate persona. Raising a cup, she clinked it with his. "Thank you, young Master Bai, for your assistance. My elder brother has caught a chill and is feeling unwell, which may have made my words somewhat brusque. Under your roof, we shall remain discreet, and upon my brother's recovery, we will take our leave." Bai Ting immediately waved his hand, while the attendant clarified, "The young master's intention is that the lady may stay for as long as she wishes." The attendant, understanding his master's intentions, leaned closer to Wei Yunqing and whispered, "The young master is implying that he has taken a liking to you. He hopes you will stay longer to cultivate a relationship. If you truly win his favor, you may soar to great heights." And Yuno overheard the attendant's words and swiftly pulled Wei Yunqing behind him, warning, "Do not touch what belongs to me." Bai Ting stood in stunned silence, while the attendant was so intimidated by Yuno's aura that his legs weakened, watching as the two exited the banquet. Surely, she must be dreaming. Didn't Yuno just offend her? "My lady, someone just delivered a letter for you." A maid handed her a letter. "Thank you, sister." After dismissing the maid, she sat in the courtyard to read the letter. The contents instructed her to deliver meals to Master Qingyan the following day, with the food waiting at the entrance of Enchun Temple to be brought in directly. She increasingly felt that Master Qingyan resembled a prisoner confined against his will. Chapter 24. The ascetic who fasted at a whim in her eagerness to win over Lu Qingyan, Wei Yunqing rose early and arrived at Enchun Temple, where she found 2 lunchboxes placed at the entrance. She carried them inside, pondering, does one monk truly require so much sustenance? Master Qingyan had never turned away the meals sent by his admirers, which inspired them to devise this clever scheme of alternating meal deliveries to catch a glimpse of his handsome visage. Today, however, the meal appeared to be delivered later than usual. Upon seeing Wei Yunqing, Master Qingyan's expression soured. Why was it her again? Master, you remember me. Wei Yunqing exclaimed, with pride. What does the benefactor intend to do? He inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. Isn't it obvious? I've come to deliver your meal. For some inexplicable reason, she evoked a different sensation in him compared to the other meal bearers, instilling a sense of wariness, as if fearing she had poisoned the food. Master Qingyan closed his eyes, resuming his chanting, indifferent to the meal before him. Wei Yunqing discerned his thoughts and scoffed, "Afraid I've tampered with your food? Such a petty mindset. You may choose not to eat, but I shall not starve." With that, she began to eat herself. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, and her stomach soon protested, her chewing creating a cacophony that tested the limits of human nature and instinct. Seeing his indifference, Wei Yunqing lost interest in teasing him and reverted to yesterday's topic, firmly believing that Lu Qingyan was merely feigning indifference. "Lu Qingyan, you need not acknowledge it. We have ample time to play this game. However, my patience is finite, and I advise you to cease this charade. If Yuno discovers your intention to delay progress, he may truly resort to violence." This was no idle threat, and Yuno was indeed capable of such actions. Initially, she thought missing a meal was inconsequential, believing she could withstand the hunger until noon. To her surprise, when noon arrived, it was once again Wei Yunqing delivering the meal. And Master Qingyan's face turned as green as a verdant meadow. "Ha! Master Qingyan, are you still not hungry? If you are not, I shall gladly partake." Knowing he would not appreciate her jest, Wei Yunqing merely waved the plate in front of him, then began to devour its contents. He suppressed his inner turmoil, mentally reciting Amitabha Buddha's name countless times. Finally, after enduring the midday ordeal, evening approached. Based on previous experience, the same person rarely delivered meals consecutively, and it was exceedingly rare for one individual to deliver 3 times. He anticipated the arrival of the evening meal bearer with great eagerness. Yet, when the doors of Enchun Temple swung open and that familiar hem of a skirt glided in, despair enveloped Master Qingyan. He wished to inquire of the admirers outside how much she had paid to gain such privileges. Delighted by his grim expression, Wei Yunqing relished the moment. Master, let us see how long you can endure this fast." She had even dipped into her savings to secure an irresistible price for the meal delivery. Determined not to let this opportunity slip away, she chattered incessantly into Master Qingyan's ear while eating, only pausing when fatigue set in. "All right, that will do for today, Master Qingyan. See you tomorrow." Her parting words struck him like a bolt from the blue, instantly erasing his drowsiness. And he earnestly prayed for the Buddha to intervene and remove this menace. Upon returning to the Bai residence, Yuno stood under the clear moonlight, admiring the flowers. Indeed, he was enjoying a late-night floral view. Wei Yunqing offered a weak good night before darting into her room, while Yuno's initial concern was swiftly consumed by rage, causing even the flowers before him to tremble in fear. He cursed inwardly. Why had he ever wasted concern on this wretched girl? Avoiding a direct confrontation with Yuno, she lay in bed, clutching her savings, feeling disheartened throughout the night. The next day, when she returned to Inchun Temple, Master Qingyan's demeanor had shifted to one of calm resignation, as if he had mentally prepared himself for her arrival. Thus began the indoctrination session. Wei Yunqing had delivered meals for 3 consecutive days, and for every meal she brought, Master Qingyan had abstained from eating. Even in his fasting, he refused her kindness, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Yet, a different possibility dawned upon her. Could it be that Master Qingyan was not the character she presumed, and the true Lu Qingyan had not traversed into this narrative? With this thought, everything began to make sense. Not every character archetype was destined to enter the story. Were Yuno and Shen Yanqi merely exceptions? On the 3rd day, delivering the final meal, Wei Yunqing laid her cards on the table. After our interactions over these past few days, I am convinced that you are not the person I believed you to be. Yet, that does not alter my resolve to have you accompany me. Master Qingyan's face was now ashen, devoid of strength to counter her claims. You are destined to become our ally. Why not seize this opportunity and join me? Though the ideal was beautiful, reality remained starkly unyielding. Before she could assist Master Qingyan to the temple entrance, a throng of admirers burst in. The leader of the admirers, fuming, declared, "How dare you? The girls have repeatedly reported your suspicious behavior. I, believing you to be a distinguished guest of the Bai residence, ignored their warnings, only to find that you are indeed a spy. Release Master Qingyan at once." In his weakened state, Master Qingyan reached out to the familiar faces of his admirers as if they were family, desperately seeking hope. One of the female admirers exclaimed, "She lies. I just saw her consume every morsel in the lunchbox while Master Qingyan has barely touched his meal. Clearly, he has not eaten in days." The others expressed their sympathy, echoing, "Indeed. She seeks to manipulate food to bend Master Qingyan to her will. His integrity is unyielding. He would rather starve than submit. We cannot allow her to succeed." With a cacophony of voices, the admirers crowded around, and in the ensuing chaos, Master Qingyan finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The women shrieked as they enveloped him, whisking him away to the nearby clinic. The leader pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Yunqing, seething, "You are expelled. You shall never set foot in Inchun Temple again, nor approach Master Qingyan within 100 meters." Overnight, Wei Yunqing found herself on the blacklist of Master Qingyan's fan club, branded as the notorious harasser of the esteemed monk throughout Yongan City. Now utterly helpless, she dared not step outside the Bai residence. She gazed skyward and lamented, "System, if you do not manifest soon, I shall perish." Chapter 25. The indispensable monk Wei Yunqing felt abandoned by the system. As Master Qingyan's female fans lurked in the shadows near the front and back gates of the Bai residence, waiting to exact revenge on her. Her situation was dire. And even her ally, Yuno, was mercilessly cursing her. "You don't even appreciate the face of the most handsome man in Asia? Is your taste so peculiar that you would tease a monk? Now I'm suffering alongside you."
Who are you talking about?
And Yuno and Shen Yanqiu asked in unison. "Lu Qingyan. He is the monk I've been teasing, and he served as the inspiration for my writing," Wei Yunqing replied. "Do you know him?
Why would you choose to write about him?"
And Yuno scoffed, beginning to pack her belongings. "What are you planning to do?" Shen Yanqiu urged Yuno to persuade Wei Yunqing. "We absolutely must take Lu Qingyan with us. Even if he hasn't come through yet, we need him, or the entire story will unravel, and we may never escape." Wei Yunqing pushed the water kettle toward Yuno, prompting Shen Yanqiu to intervene. The expressions on their faces were grim, as if they bore a grudge against Lu Qingyan from a past life. Despite Lu Qingyan being a love-struck youth prone to scandals, it seemed that neither of their names had ever been linked to him in any gossip. Neither of them spoke, and Wei Yunqing dared not inquire further. The less she knew, the safer she felt. "We must take that monk with us?" And Yuno asked suddenly. Wei Yunqing nodded vigorously. "Are you certain he is not real?" And Yuno sought confirmation once more, to which Wei Yunqing firmly nodded again. "All right, I'll go speak with him. If I can convince him to join us, we will leave." With that, and Yuno rushed out, forgetting to cover her face. Shen Yanqiu warned Wei Yunqing. "Oh no, Qingqing, she forgot her hat." Wei Yunqing looked closely and spotted the white gauze hat hanging on the wall. She yanked it down and hurried after Yuno, exclaiming, "Heavens! Let us not have one misfortune lead to another." Tall and striking, Yuno had already made a conspicuous entrance onto the street, feeling countless eyes upon her. Realizing her face was completely uncovered, she swiftly donned the gauze hat that Wei Yunqing had brought. However, her vision was obscured beneath the hat, and in her haste, she collided with a tall figure and fell to the ground. "Are you alright?" That familiar voice, tinged with impatience, could only belong to Yuno. Lifting the gauze hat, she whispered, "It's me. I brought your hat." And Yuno glanced down and recognized her as the unattractive girl. A crowd was gathering, and without a second thought, Yuno bent down and swept her up into his arms, striding towards a secluded alley. This was the first time Wei Yunqing experienced being carried like a princess, and in her fear of falling, she clung tightly to Yuno's neck. Once they were in the deserted alley, Yuno unexpectedly released her. But Wei Yunqing's long arms remained tightly wrapped around him, making it difficult for him to breathe. With her feet barely touching the ground, she felt insecure and did not dare release her grip. As she stretched her toes towards the ground, Yuno chuckled, gripping her waist and securely placing her on the ground. Bending slightly, his lips brushed against Wei Yunqing's ear. "You can let go now, ugly girl." Yuno watched her retreating figure with a knowing look, rubbing his fingertips together, murmuring, "I didn't expect this ugly girl to be quite heavy. And her waist is rather slender. Has she gotten paler?" Her blush is quite evident. After a day of being chased and harried, he fortuitously encountered Bai Ting again, surprised to see Wei Yunqing in such a disheveled state once more. This time, Bai Ting was alone and gestured to Wei Yunqing using sign language. Although she did not understand it, her mind effortlessly translated his gestures into comprehensible words, which was quite remarkable. Nodding, she followed him to a tailor's shop. They outfitted her in a completely new ensemble from head to toe and veiled her face with light gauze, ensuring that no one would recognize her now. Bai Ting longed to call out to her, but could only watch wistfully as she departed. Wei Yunqing, still concerned for Yuno, feared he might fall prey to the lurking female fans. With her immediate danger alleviated, she decided to check on the ongoing situation. To her surprise, the female fans who had been lurking like shadows in the corners had now congregated at the entrance of Enchun Temple, creating an impenetrable barrier. Eavesdropping on their hushed conversations, she learned that Yuno had sacrificed his beauty to gain entry into the temple, and the ever-increasing number of female fans had allowed him in just to behold the handsome monk. Chapter 26. The high monk, teased by a scoundrel in Yuno, adorned with a white gauze hat, managed to arrive at the Enchun Temple without attracting excessive attention from those around him. At the entrance, he did not encounter the frenzied female fans described by Wei Yunqing, and as he silently cursed her for being a deceiver, he pushed the door to enter. Just as his hand touched the door, a dozen young women wielding willow branches appeared from nowhere. The leader pointed her branch directly at Yuno's white gauze hat, demanding, "Who are you?
Who sent you?"
The Enchun Temple is not a place one can simply enter. Remove your hat. We must confirm you are not on the blacklist." What an inconvenience. And Yuno, with little hesitation, took off his hat, thinking that as long as they confirmed he was not Wei Yunqing, he would be allowed inside. The group of women was instantly struck dumb, dazzled by his breathtaking beauty hidden beneath the hat. They dropped their willow branches, their eyes seemingly glued to Yuno. The leader bashfully inquired, "What brings this young gentleman to seek Master Chingyan?" Impatiently, Yuno fabricated a casual lie, "An old acquaintance. Merely came to see how he is faring." However, in the ears of the women, it morphed into an old flame, here to seek reconciliation and see how he is doing. They all nodded in agreement, clearing a path for him, even opening the door, in unison exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful." They respectfully ushered Yuno inside, while the women stood at the sacred entrance of Enchun Temple, gazing at the vibrant scenery inside, lost in their fantasies. Wei Yunqing, in disguise, stealthily blended into the group of women, boldly peering inside. Upon entering the main hall, Yuno approached the monk, and upon a closer look at his face, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Was this not the countenance of that insufferable brat?
"Hey,
You little rascal, do you recognize me?" And Yuno challenged. Master Qingyan, accustomed to peculiar individuals and odd occurrences, remained unperturbed compared to Wei Yunqing. He slightly opened his eyes to scrutinize the man before him. Although strikingly handsome, this individual had never appeared in his memory. Shaking his head, he replied, "This humble monk has never encountered you. May I inquire what brings you here?" The youth's face was youthful, yet his demeanor was oddly aged, creating a dissonance. However, given his manner of speaking, it was clear that this was not the true Lu Qingyan. Confirming he was not the genuine Lu Qingyan, and Yuno calmly asked, "Pray tell, Master, what can you do?" Master Qingyan retorted, "What is it that you wish to do?" And Yuno got straight to the point. "Come with me, be my follower." The crowd gasped collectively. Such audacious words could hardly be described as mere embarrassment. Wei Yunqing thought to herself, "Ah Noah, have you so easily discarded Chi-Chi, moving on to someone else? How heartbroken must Chi-Chi be, you scoundrel." The monk's rhythmic tapping of the wooden fish quickened, as he muttered, "Amit ba." And Yuno, irritated by his chanting, snatched the wooden stick from his hand and tossed it aside, pulling him closer by his collar, threatening, "Just tell me, will you comply or not?" The women collectively held their breath, some already pinching themselves, while others formed two factions, one that supported compliance and another that opposed it. And Yuno, undeterred, thought, "If you want me to speak, fine, let's see what happens." The women swooned, covering their faces and feigning shyness, while simultaneously peering through their fingers with wide, sparkling eyes. And Yuno leaned closer to Master Qingyan, who instinctively tilted his head away, his fine brows slightly furrowed, his lower lip gently bitten, and his hands clenched at his sides. This was utterly scandalous. The women opened the door to a fantasy world, their imaginations running wild. And Yuno merely wished to keep his words private from the outside, drawing near enough that his warm breath tickled Master Qingyan's ear, leading to a rather intriguing expression. And Yuno threatened, "You have two choices. Willingly come with me, or be knocked out and taken away. I shall go nowhere. You shall not prevail." Master Qingyan suddenly, in a fit of indignation, pushed Yuno away. Whether it was due to Yuno's grip being too tight or the poor quality of the monk's robe, a significant tear echoed in the air. The creamy white skin dazzled many of the young women, and as Master Qingyan adjusted his robe, he indignantly proclaimed, "Bold scoundrel, you shall not force me to submit." This innocent scene abruptly transformed into a coercive drama, as the women seemed to awaken from their reverie induced by Yuno's ethereal beauty. Realizing they were indeed devoted fans of Master Qingyan, and they stepped forward to shield him. Even more surprising, a group of male fans surged forth, not brandishing willow branches, but sturdy wooden sticks, as the leader shouted, "Seize him." No one anticipated this outcome. Wei Yunqing dashed in to grab Yuno and flee. As they escaped, and Yuno threatened Master Qingyan, "Just you wait." While running, Wei Yunqing reminded him, "Quick, put your hat back on." Pursued by a relentless throng, they found themselves with no escape, seeking temporary refuge in a large basket piled with miscellaneous items. Fortunately, the basket was spacious enough to conceal Yuno. But in the heat of the moment, Wei Yunqing squeezed in as well. As the pursuers passed in waves, their breaths gradually steadied, and Wei Yunqing, focused on peering through the basket's gaps, remained unaware that Yuno, almost within arm's reach, dared not breathe. His breaths came in soft waves, brushing against Yuno's arm, while Wei Yunqing sat directly on his lap, the delicate fragrance unique to women flooding his senses, inducing a dizzying effect. "They've left. Let's go out." Thud, thud. Wei Yunqing's ears, akin to a stethoscope, recorded Yuno's powerful heartbeat, causing her face to gradually flush as she nestled deeper into his embrace, hesitant to move. Another wave of pursuers rushed by, prompting Yuno to slowly speak. "All right, let's go out." Wei Yunqing sprang from the basket, fanning her face to disguise her flushed cheeks, exclaiming, "There's absolutely no air in this basket. It's stifling." The basket, bemused, noted that it was full of holes and quite ventilated. How could it be hot? Haha, indeed, just put your hat on properly, and let us hurry. Wei Yunqing placed the hat back atop Yuno's head, obscuring his view of her. And she dashed ahead, her tattered cloth fluttering behind. And Yuno chuckled self-deprecatingly, finding this awkward girl somewhat endearing. Chapter 27. The high monk frightened by the water ghost, the water jug had remained in Wei Yunqing's room, rendering Xin Yanqi unable to partake in any of their activities, leaving him with a profound sense of abandonment as he sighed within the confines of the jug. Hearing movements at the door, he promptly emerged, startling Wei Yunqing, who was utterly unprepared. Wei Yunqing, filled with remorse, apologized, "I am truly sorry for leaving you here alone. I shall endeavor to bring the water jug with me in the future, so you need not feel isolated." How gentle she is. Xin Yanqi yearned to embrace her. Yet the chasm between the living and the spectral rendered such a desire futile. The one he wished to hold was not present in the realm of water. And even the slightest touch seemed an unattainable dream. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Upon opening it, Wei Yunqing's face flushed slightly at the sight of an Yuno, prompting her to avert her gaze and inquire, "What brings you here?" And Yuno stepped inside confidently, declaring, "Now you and I have become wanted fugitives in Yongan City. Not only must we persuade that bald monk at Inchun Temple to accompany us, but even our own attempts to leave the city have become fraught with difficulty." With the door securely shut, the three gathered around the table, scratching their heads in contemplation. Xin Yanqi posed the question, how did the original text facilitate Master Qingyan's departure? Wei Yunqing recounted, "At the funeral rites of the esteemed elders of the Qian and Bai families, we chanced upon Master Qingyan. According to the original text, one must find a scapegoat to embark on this journey with us. Master Qingyan discerned your intentions and sought to subdue you. After much explanation on our part, he refrained from immediate action. He wished to prevent you from causing further harm and decided to accompany us, but warned that should you harbor ill intentions, he would be compelled to end your life, thus securing his final merit before attaining enlightenment." Upon hearing this, An Yuno's mind sparked with a clever idea. If he is so fond of vanquishing demons, he must certainly have an interest in ghosts. Since we can no longer approach Enchun Temple, we must rely on the ghost. "What, am I to offer myself up for him to annihilate?" Xin Yanqi questioned, still befuddled. The incorporeal water ghost was indeed feeble, yet if Master Qingyan possessed any real prowess, Xin Yanqi's fate would be sealed. "Why are you so dim-witted?" Who suggested a direct confrontation? "I meant for you to create an aura of mystery and frighten him into believing Enchun Temple is unsafe. Once he steps outside, or even flees Yongan City in fear, our task will become significantly easier." No one was more adept at mischief than An Yuno. His ideas were often eccentric. Wei Yunqing inquired, "But how shall we get the water jug inside? How do we retrieve it?" An Yuno's gaze mischievously lingered on her small treasury. Money can indeed coax even the most obstinate ghosts. Wei Yunqing rushed to the small treasury, cradling it in her arms, protesting, "You have 2 large chests. Why must you constantly covet mine?" And Yuno mercilessly yanked the small treasury from her grasp, extracting several silver notes before returning it to her, grinning. "It is merely because I am more handsome, smarter, and taller than you." Standing tall, An Yuno towered over Wei Yunqing, compelling her to relent. For his claims held a kernel of truth. The two meticulously disguised themselves and ventured out, this time ensuring the crucial water jug accompanied them. Upon arriving at the gates of Enchun Temple, An Yuno instructed, "You should investigate which girl delivers meals at night." Wei Yunqing retorted, "Why must it be me? Is it not because I am more attractive, cleverer, and taller than you?" Wei Yunqing shot him a glare, weary of his incessant taunts. Through cautious inquiry, she finally discerned the identity of the girl who delivered meals the previous night and pointed her out to An Yuno. "The one in the blue dress. What do you intend to do?" An Yuno's lips curled into a charming smirk as he approached the girl in blue, while Wei Yunqing concealed herself in the shadows. To her astonishment, An Yuno directly slipped silver notes into the girl's hand. They conversed for a considerable time, and the girl's initial wariness gradually melted away, her expression shifting from tension to sorrow. The girl eagerly seized the water jug from An Yuno, and Wei Yunqing distinctly heard her final words, "Rest assured, I will certainly assist you." He dabbed at the corners of his eyes, boasting, "I wonder which director will dare question my acting skills again. I merely shed a few tears, claimed to be from the same hometown as Master Qingyan, and lamented my fleeting life, hoping she would deliver water from my homeland to comfort him in his nostalgia. She believed me. By morning, she will place the water jug at the designated location, and we shall retrieve it." Wei Yunqing couldn't help but admire his cunning, exclaiming, "The Oscars owe you a little golden statue."
And Zunol's gop, nay, 10 of them.
As dusk fell, the girl in blue delivered the meal to Chun Temple, the food box containing not only exquisite dishes, but also Shun Yanqi's water jug. Suddenly, Yuno's long leg tripped her, nearly sending her sprawling to the ground. But he caught her just in time, preventing her from collapsing, albeit leaving her draped over his leg. Wei Yunqing's face flickered through shades of green and white, ultimately settling into two rosy circles. She shrugged off Yuno's hand, fuming, "Are you so idle that you must trip me for no reason? To flaunt your long legs?" With hands clasped before him, Yuno gazed at her, who puffed up like a bloated pufferfish, his smile widening in delight. "I have not complained about your incessant swaying in front of me, yet you dare to accuse me? Is it my fault that my legs are long? Fine. Your legs are long, so everything you say must be correct." Wei Yunqing conceded, retreating to a corner to silently observe Chun Temple, vowing to not utter another word to him that evening. Inside Chun Temple, tranquility reigned. Master Qingyan remained oblivious to the water jug hidden within the food box, finishing his meal before setting it aside, wholly absorbed in his prayers until the moon reached its zenith, at which point he prepared to retire for the night. Shun Yanqi emerged from the water jug, capable of maintaining a fleeting ghostly form to flit before him. Shun Yanqi showcased his expertise, manifesting the swollen visage he bore from his time in Miaoyue Lake. Though Master Qingyan appeared calm outwardly, inwardly he was in turmoil, misreading several passages of scripture. For he lacked the ability to vanquish demons or capture ghosts, harboring only reverence for such entities. He could assert that he had led a life free of guilt, so why now was he beset by such peculiar occurrences? That night, Shun Yanqi exerted every effort within Chun Temple, but to his chagrin, Master Qingyan remained unfazed, steadfastly reciting his prayers until dawn approached, prompting Shun Yanqi to concede defeat. The girl in blue, once again the bearer of breakfast, entered the temple, taking away the previous day's food box. Noticing Master Qingyan's weary countenance, she mused, surely he drank the water from his homeland last night, staying up late reminiscing. After delivering the water jug to the prearranged location, she departed, and two shadowy figures stealthily slipped in through the back gate of the Bai residence to retrieve the jug. Wei Yunqing eagerly inquired, "What happened?" Shun Yanqi, exasperated, shrugged. "He remains entirely unperturbed. I suspect he may not even see me." The three simultaneously expressed their dismay, sinking into despair. Chapter 28. The High Monk witnessing love as despair enveloped the three, they remained oblivious to the even greater hopelessness that awaited them. A series of urgent knocks shattered the silence of Yuno's chamber, and upon flinging the door wide open, a throng of servants stood before him. Their initial reaction was one of panic, fully aware that their identities as wanted fugitives had been compromised. Wei Yunqing, cowering behind Yuno, timidly inquired, "Can you handle 10 of them?" And Yuno, with a dismissive scoff, retorted, "Do you underestimate me? Stay hidden in here until I clear the way, then we shall escape." With that, Yuno began to stretch and prepare for the impending confrontation, his confident demeanor managing to intimidate a few of the servants standing in front. The servants parted, revealing a graceful young woman in white, surrounded by maidservants. Her eyes sparkled with autumn's allure, and her lips bore a gentle smile, exuding the dignified poise of a noble lady combined with the charming playfulness of a gentlewoman. She approached Yuno, curtsied slightly, and spoke in a soft voice. "This humble girl, Bai Ting, has the honor of meeting you, young sir." Bai Ting? Wasn't that a mute boy? How could he possibly transform into a woman capable of speech? And Yuno was not the only one taken aback. Even Wei Yunqing leaned out curiously, unable to suppress her admiration for the girl's beauty. Furrowing his brow, Yuno impatiently asked, "Do you know me?" One of Bai Ting's maidservants scolded, "How dare you? This is our third miss of the Bai household, a precious jewel. How can you be so rude?" The maidservants of the Bai household were indeed brazen, their arrogance palpable. Had she not been a mere maid, Yuno would have certainly retaliated. Bai Ting shot a glare at the offending maid and clarified, "Please, do not stoop to the level of an ignorant servant. I chanced upon your true appearance in the street and was captivated at first sight. May I inquire whether you are betrothed or engaged?" Wei Yunqing rolled her eyes and quipped, "Prepare yourself, and Xianggong, to become a son-in-law of the Bai household. You shall enjoy endless wealth and honor. I shall take my leave with Shen Yanqi first." Confused, and Yuno asked, "What do you mean?" Wei Yunqing replied, "Is it not obvious? She is proposing to you. Since you have denied it, you have inadvertently granted her an opportunity. May you seek your own fortune." And Yuno derisively remarked, "Her? She is even more unattractive than you, yet she dares to dream of being my woman." Wei Yunqing let out a hollow laugh, uncertain whether to be pleased or dismayed by the harsh mockery. She had no recollection of creating a character named Bai Ting. Upon reflection, she surmised it must be a butterfly effect born from unforeseen variables. Bai Ting summoned a red wedding gown, shyly declaring, "Today is an auspicious day for marriage. I have sent for Master Chengyan from Inchun Temple to officiate our union. Miss, you are deciding on this marriage rather hastily. Do your family members consent? Have you thought it through?" Wei Yunqing timidly inquired. Bai Ting smiled sweetly. "Do you think it too rushed? I fell in love with your brother at first sight. I thought it was slow. Do not worry. Once you marry into our Bai household, you may move in as well. I have heard my second brother holds you in high regard. Why not arrange both weddings today?" Feeling an inexplicable ire directed at herself, Wei Yunqing longed to flee. Yet she could not abandon an Yuno or Master Chengyan. Suddenly, a clever plan struck her mind, and she whispered to an Yuno. She mentioned Master Chengyan will officiate. "Let us take decisive action and elope." And Yuno furrowed his brow, asking, "How do we proceed?" Wei Yunqing smiled nervously. "You must distract Bai Ting and sacrifice your allure while I prepare the carriage in the back. Once Master Chengyan arrives, we can whisk you away. What do you think?" And Yuno hesitated. The plan seemed perilously ambitious and fraught with complications. How could they orchestrate such an escape without a solid plan? As Yuno was led away by Bai Ting's entourage, Wei Yunqing felt an unsettling pang in her heart, akin to watching a prized cabbage being ravaged by swine. Though the wedding was hastily arranged, all customary elements remained intact. And Yuno was surrounded by a flurry of hands, adorned to such an extent that he could easily be deemed the most beautiful groom in history. Yet, his sole concern was Master Chengyan's tardiness. If he delayed further, the situation would likely escalate beyond mere sacrifice of allure. After preparing the final touches, Wei Yunqing placed a silver ingot on the table, discreetly concealing a note beneath it, stating it was the payment for Bai Ting's garments. She stealthily went to the back courtyard to ready the carriage, leading it to a secluded spot for their planned escape. The arrival of Master Chengyan to officiate the wedding was a momentous event, causing a stir throughout the town, with guests flocking to witness the occasion. In the grand hall, Master Chengyan struggled to contain his emotions. The man who had playfully teased him just days ago was now the groom at this wedding, a peculiar sensation indeed. Even the typically unflappable Master Chengyan found himself compelled to indulge in some gossip about how this transformation had come to pass. Before the ceremony commenced, and Yuno excused himself to speak with Master Chengyan, leading him away from the crowd. Once they were alone, he swiftly incapacitated him with a chop and hoisted him onto his shoulder to rendezvous with Wei Yunqing. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly until they exited the Bai residence, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Just as they were about to gallop through the city gates, the Bai household servants descended upon them like a horde of relentless cavalry, sealing off the exits. A formidable battalion of Master Chengyan's admirers pursued them from behind, leaving them cornered with nowhere to flee. In a moment of desperation, several carriages appeared, obstructing the pursuers' path and creating an escape route. Without hesitation, they leaped into the carriages and fled. The road led them to a secluded estate where they could momentarily seek refuge. Upon entering, they found the place sparsely populated, and a maidservant escorted them to a guest room for rest, assuring them that their host held them in high regard and had orchestrated this sanctuary for their protection. After the maid left, Wei Yunqing curiously inquired, "Have we encountered a benefactor?" And Yuno, with a note of caution, replied, "I suspect they are either a thief or a scoundrel. We should remain vigilant." A pot of freshly brewed tea sat on the table, consumed eagerly by the weary fugitives. Chapter 29. The Captured Monk at Anshuan Temple. "Miss, everything is ready. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. You may go and claim your reward." Wei Yunqing slowly opened her eyes. Her vision blurred as she saw a young maid joyfully scampering away, while another figure was gradually approaching her. What had happened to her? Her memories halted at the moment they were drinking tea in the room, and then everything went dark. Awake? The approaching figure had a coarse voice, unmistakably that of a woman. Wei Yunqing hoarsely inquired, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Her initial instinct was to suspect they had fallen into a den of thieves, perhaps akin to the infamous Dragon Gate Inn, a lair where murder and mayhem reigned. Shaking her head, she attempted to rub her eyes, only to realize she was bound, forcing her to blink fervently to bring her surroundings into focus. Before her was Enuno, and in front of Enuno stood a brawny woman clad in red. This woman seemed to share a striking resemblance with Enuno, a rarity indeed. Observing how the woman was also coveting Enuno's beauty, Wei Yunqing could only lament the ancient adage that a beautiful woman brings disaster. "May I inquire?" "Young lady, your esteemed name? If your intentions are directed towards my elder brother, we could sit down and discuss this matter amicably rather than making it so tense." Wei Yunqing reasoned, hoping to buy time. "You don't even recognize me? I am Qian Chuan, the eldest daughter of the Qian family. I heard Bai Ting is to be wed today. I intended to snatch the groom from the Bai residence, but unexpectedly, I encountered the fleeing groom. Is this not fate?" Indeed, the Qian and Bai families were notorious rivals, even in the matter of a groom's abduction. With that, Qian Chuan began to make advances towards Enuno. Wei Yunqing could hardly bear to imagine how Enuno would react upon awakening to find her virtue tarnished in such a manner. She feared for her own life.
"Wait,"
Wei Yunqing interjected, just as Qian Chuan had begun to remove Enuno's outer garment. "Dear Miss Qian, why the haste? Is it not customary to consummate the marriage after the wedding? Besides, do you not think it inappropriate for Master Qingyan and me to witness your nuptials?" Qian Chuan was unfazed. "I wish for you both to observe. My chamber shall serve as the wedding venue." Looking around, Wei Yunqing finally grasped the terrifying nature of her surroundings. The wall to her left was adorned with an array of flaying knives and cranial nails, while the shelves on the right displayed various torture devices, from needles meant for fingernails to clubs and saws intended for flesh. At that moment, Enuno was bound in a star shape on a wooden bed, akin to meat awaiting slaughter. "Are you frightened, little sister?" Qian Chuan cackled. "Fear not. These instruments are not meant for you. Once Master Qingyan awakens, I shall introduce you to true pleasure." "Little sister, what are you shrieking about? Have you awakened Master Qingyan? Are you eager to witness your brother and sister-in-law's joy?" Unbeknownst to them, Qian Chuan had already shed all but her undergarment. As Master Qingyan opened his eyes, he was so startled that he shut them again, murmuring "Ba." She selected a short whip from the shelf, stepping on Enuno's calf and applying pressure. The pain jolting Enuno awake. "Monsters!" Enuno screamed, believing she had descended into the depths of hell, confronted by ghastly creatures. Qian Chuan lifted Enuno's chin with the whip, indignantly asking, "Who are you calling a monster?" Enuno resolutely refused to open her eyes. Even if she was not a monster, her appearance was hardly different from one. "Get away. Don't make me hit you." "Oh dear, why so fierce? The fiercer you are, the more I adore it." "Stop." Wei Yunqing could no longer bear to watch and sought to stall for time. "Miss Qian, have you seen the water flask I have at my waist?" Qian Chuan despised interruptions to her enjoyment. "What of it?" Wei Yunqing began to fabricate a story. "It contains water from my hometown. If you allow my brother to drink a sip, he will be compliant." "Why, Yunqing, this time." And Enuno felt more humiliated than when she had encountered ghosts in Wuhua town. Surprisingly, Qian Chuan fell for it and summoned someone to fetch the flask. She opened it herself to feed Enuno, only to be met with a terrifying face emerging from the flask, catching her off guard and causing her to faint. Silence enveloped the chamber. Master Qingyan opened his eyes wide, recognizing the three individuals remaining were all familiar faces, except for the one who had collapsed. "Oh no. The water in the flask is nearly depleted. Master Qingyan, please retrieve the flask and seal it tightly, lest it runs dry." Seeing him unresponsive, Wei Yunqing pleaded tearfully. "I implore you, Master Qingyan, have compassion. I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. If the water runs out, he will perish. Please save him." Perhaps moved by her genuine distress, he picked up the flask and sealed it, subsequently unbinding her and Enuno. "Thank you, Master Qingyan, let us depart swiftly. In that torturous chamber, no one dared to utter a word. Had it not been for the urgency of escaping, and Yuno might have entertained thoughts of avenging Qian Chuan. Women, such terrifying beings, must be approached with caution, save for Wei Yunqing. Fortunately, the estate was not crowded. Either those who had witnessed Shan Yanchu's ghastly visage had fainted, or they had become punching bags for Yuno's fury. The carriage sped away once more, yet lacked direction. The city gates were tightly sealed, heavily guarded, and the notion of breaking through was but a fool's dream. With no provisions left at Anchuan Temple, they could only rely on Master Qingyan to boldly stand at the entrance, hoping that someone would see him, thus ensuring their daily meals. Chapter 30. The esteemed monk to offend both the Qian and Bai families simultaneously is an unprecedented feat, a rarity in both history and future. Having taken refuge in Anchuan Temple for 5 or 6 days, the city gates remain firmly locked, with the entirety of Yongan City besieged by the two families, akin to a tightly sealed iron barrel, rendering even the most formidable masters incapable of escape. As the food-bearer entered, and Yunhua and Wei Yunqing retreated to the inner chamber. On this particular noon, just as the maid was bringing in the meal, members of the Qian family surged into Anchuan Temple, led by Qian Chuan. The sight of her face evoked memories of humiliation for Yunhua, who had once retched beneath a tree, while Wei Yunqing braced herself for a confrontation, prepared for a fight to the bitter end. However, Qian Chuan appeared not to seek their capture. Instead, she knelt before Master Qingyan, respectfully bowing her head, and sorrowfully stated that her grandfather had spoken highly of the esteemed monk, entrusting her with the task of inviting him to preside over his funeral rites. With the realization that Qian Chuan was not there to apprehend them, the two in the inner chamber exhaled in relief. Just as Master Qingyan rose to accompany Qian Chuan to the Qian residence, members of the Bai family entered with equal fervor. The newcomer was the eldest son of the Bai family, seemingly delicate and lacking in comparison to Qian Chuan, who also approached Master Qingyan, kneeling and beseeching him to preside over his grandfather's funeral rites. And Yunhua quipped, "These two families truly compete in everything, even in death." The simultaneous mourning of the Qian and Bai families presented a serendipitous opportunity, a chance to exploit the situation to their advantage. Master Qingyan, overwhelmed, could only heed Wei Yunqing's suggestion. Having never heard him articulate so many words at once, both women were astonished and filled with respect for him, promptly agreeing and exiting Anchuan Temple, each leaving a servant at the entrance. Once the temple was vacated, and Yunhua emerged from the inner chamber and patted Master Qingyan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done." Master Qingyan inquired with mild curiosity, "What insights do you possess?" Wei Yunqing replied with a smile, "Isn't it simple? Since both families have lost a loved one and wish for you to preside over the rites, why not conduct them together?" Master Qingyan remained silent, and Yunhua added, "I've seen carpooling and group lodging, but a joint funeral is a first for me." "Such confidence?" And Yunhua questioned. Indeed, neither party was willing to concede, thus allowing the most esteemed individual to determine a middle ground, which they would undoubtedly respect. For the deceased were paramount, and their wishes for Master Qingyan to personally officiate were clear, without stipulations against a joint ceremony. Master Qingyan found this reasoning compelling and instructed the servant outside accordingly. After much deliberation, the Qian and Bai families ultimately consented to hold the funeral together, swiftly arranging the proceedings in the central square. Once the mourning hall was prepared, the dutiful descendants of both families gathered in the square to pay their respects. Master Qingyan sat between the coffins of the two deceased elders, perfectly positioned. The sutras for the deceased were recited for 3 days and nights, culminating in the day of the funeral. This day marked their optimal chance for escape. They had prepared their horses early, planning to blend into the funeral procession and discreetly escort Master Qingyan along. The funeral customs in Yongan City were uniquely peculiar. Any elder who passed away was referred to as having a joyous departure. During the funeral, 18 unmarried young maidens were required to carry the shroud and circle the city once before proceeding to the burial site, their pure hearts invoking blessings for the deceased to be reborn favorably. Wei Yunqing could not recall why she had initially penned such details, but what had once seemed a mere note now presented itself with shocking clarity. As local sovereigns, The Qian and Bai families had meticulously selected these maidens, each just past the age of 16 and unwed. While each girl was undeniably graceful and beautiful, their families were also reputable within Yongan City. To be chosen by the Qian and Bai families was a tremendous honor for each girl, who wore faint smiles, showing no fear of death or the corpses within the coffins, thus amplifying the celebratory atmosphere of the funeral. As the appointed time arrived, the maidens positioned themselves on either side of the coffin, 9 on each side, their delicate hands gripping the shroud tightly. At the command of the funeral officiant, the maidens exerted their strength in unison, lifting the shroud from the coffin and marching in synchronized steps toward Master Qingyan. Holding a golden alms bowl filled with rootless water, Master Qingyan sprinkled the liquid over the 2 deceased elders with a sprig of fresh willow, reciting sacred verses as he did so. "What is he saying?" And Yunhua, standing too far away, could not discern Master Qingyan's murmurs. "How would I know? I couldn't hear either. Wasn't it you who wrote it?" And Yunhua retorted, exasperated. Once the water was sprinkled and the verses recited, Master Qingyan concluded with an ba, and the officiant proclaimed, "The funeral begins. The departed shall proceed, and the devoted descendants celebrate this joyous farewell." As the words echoed, the maidens began to move outward from the central square, while the Qian and Bai families, from head to servant, erupted in laughter to bid farewell. Paper offerings floated gracefully through the air when suddenly the sky darkened, and a bolt of orange lightning struck down towards Master Qingyan. Time momentarily froze, with only Wei Yunqing witnessing the event. Suddenly, she heard a crackling sound in her mind, and weakly called out, "System?" Chapter 31. The eccentric monk Master Qingyan remarked with frivolity, "Fair maiden, dost thou harbor affection for another?" The maiden blushed and shook her head demurely, her fingers tightening around the burial shroud. The funeral procession halted at his words. "Then rejoice, for thy beloved stands before thee, near as thy shadow, far as the horizon." With a roguish tilt of his chin, Master Qingyan delivered a wink so vivid it set the maiden's heart aflutter. No sooner had he charmed one than his gaze settled upon the next, a pallbearer from the Wei Estate. Taking her hand, he inquired, "Hast thou been betrothed, fair one?" Crimson bloomed across her cheeks as she shook her head fervently. "Never, from womb to this hour." Planting a tender kiss upon her knuckles, he murmured, "My apologies for keeping thee waiting." A shriek pierced the air. The maiden had succumbed to his allure. Within moments, amidst the crowd's bewilderment, he had flirted with all 36 pallbearers, caressing cheeks, clasping hands, inhaling their fragrance. When his wolfish paws strayed toward slender waists and rounded hips, the maidens scattered in panic. Abandoning their solemn duty, whispers rippled through the onlookers. "Since when doth Master Qingyan behave thus? Possessed by spirits, surely. The master is ever taciturn, scarcely speaking beyond scripture. These words befit no monk, an impostor. The true Qingyan is revered in virtue. Seize him and uncover this deception." Before the echoes faded, the crowd surged toward the unorthodox monk. "Where be the guards? This chaos invites calamity. Maidens seeking signatures and portraits are welcome, but thou, Sarah, what manner of wretch art thou? Avaunt!"
Petit visage au fond.
He sneered at Qian Chuan, who gripped his wrist. Her complexion darkened like storm clouds as she hoisted him aloft. "Repeat thy insult, knave. Who dost thou deem uncomely?"
Thou. 'Tis thee.
"Thinkest thou brute strength suffices? This is a land of law. Dare raise a hand, and learn my name, Lu Qingyan, third scion of the Lu lineage. Seek not fame through my renown." Defiant before the mountainous Qian Chuan, Lu Qingyan unleashed a torrent of barbs. As Qian Chuan poised to hurl him, Wei Yunqing thrust and Yunhua forward. "Catch him! Flee to the square's rear. I shall bring the carriage." And Yunhua stumbled, tripped upon a stone, and became Lu Qingyan's unwilling cushion as Qian Chuan flung him downward. Crack! And Yunhua's spine seemed to snap. Agony birthed one desire: Wei Yunqing's demise. Qian Chuan advanced with thunderous strides. Lu Qingyan scrambled up, dragging his savior toward the square's edge, babbling, "My gratitude. Fear not, I abandon no benefactor. He who saves my life shall reap reward." Did someone mention fleeing rearward? "This way, I."
Bored.
Wei Yunqing urged, steering the carriage forth. Spying a maiden at the reins, Lu Chengyan released an Yunhua and vaulted aboard. Wei Yunqing gaped. Such audacity. Was gratitude but empty breath? Abandoned, and Yunhua vowed vengeance. Yet his athletic prowess prevailed. With a sprint, he seized the carriage edge. As he climbed aboard, Wei Yunqing collapsed against him, trembling. Terror gripped me. Hadst thou not caught us? And Yunhua's wrath dissolved. Compelled by unseen forces, he stroked her hair. The moment shattered as Wei Yunqing whispered, "Hast thou a kerchief?" My nose, warmth on his shoulder, curdled to sticky disgust.
Wei Yunqing.
His molars ground like millstones. Having outmaneuvered the Qian and by households, they raced onward unhindered until a shriek erupted from within. And Yunhua yanked the curtain aside. What devilry now? Gigi ghost, Lu Chengyan stammered, clutching in Yunhua's sleeve, only to be shoved away. Ghosts? Thou fearest phantoms? And Yunhua scoffed. Wei Yunqing smirked. Thy own first encounter mirrored this panic. Shun Yanqi emerged from a teapot, studying Lu Chengyan's bewildered face.
And Yunhua?
Lu Chengyan blurted. Wei Yunqing exhaled. The lightning in the square, his passage into this world. Thou knowest me? And Yunhua frowned. An NPC recognizing me? Thou appeared on my variety show.
Hast du forgot?
And Yunhua's brow furrowed. This is no programmed phantom. Under an Yunhua's lethal glare, Wei Yunqing addressed Lu Chengyan instead. Dost thou recognize this spirit? Lu Chengyan peered closer. Shun Yanqi? When did this occur? No tidings reached me. So young. What tragedy. Shun Yanqi's patience frayed. Wei Yunqing, explain. Thus began the discourse on transmigration. Chapter 32. The High Monk with exceptional psychological resilience. It must be said that Lu Chengyan's psychological fortitude is truly remarkable. With just a brief explanation, he readily accepted the reality of having traversed into a book and began to speak fluently. He rubbed his smooth bald head and inquired of Wei Yunqing, Sister Qing, why have you portrayed me as a monk? Such familiarity and address felt overly intimate, more so than Shun Yanqi's endearing Qingqing, which made her uncomfortable. She chuckled awkwardly. I feared your vocal cords would tire from your usual loquaciousness, so I depicted you as a reticent monk. In truth, it was merely a courtesy, considering how excessively talkative he was in reality. Portraying him as mute would have been an even greater exaggeration. At first glance, he appeared to be a well-mannered youth with sound principles. However, once he opened his mouth, he either spoke at length or flirted unabashedly, and when it came to eloquence, he would surely claim second place, with no one else to follow. Taking advantage of their conversation, and Yuno discreetly changed her attire and halted the carriage in the woods to rest and regroup.
Why didn't I see that?
Wei Yunqing asked, her tone betraying a hint of guilt. Perhaps it's because I'm the author, so I can see it. She reiterated, as I said before, it's either him or me, you decide. Remembering his earlier insistence that he could not coexist with Lu Chengyan, her curiosity piqued. Do you harbor animosity towards each other? And Yuno, arms crossed, scrutinized her. Since you admire all three of us, how could you remain oblivious to what transpired? Wei Yunqing lamented the absence of a mobile phone to scroll through Weibo. Even as a fan, she couldn't possibly remember every incident between them. Just as she pondered this dilemma, and Yuno appeared to freeze, prompting Wei Yunqing to exclaim, System? With a smirk that masked her irritation, she said, So, you know it's been a while since we last met. The system, sweating profusely, explained, Apologies, host. The system encountered a bug, and I attempted to rectify it as quickly as possible. Don't make excuses. You assisted the previous host, didn't you? If the system is so sophisticated, how could it possibly fail? The system opted for silence, unwilling to discuss such an embarrassing matter. The system will compensate for this oversight by allowing you one binding exemption, permitting you to select one individual without the customary gesture of submission, it announced. Wei Yunqing raised an eyebrow, thinking, is there such a generous offer? Clearly, the stingy system had made a monumental error, and she intended to exploit this opportunity. What other compensations do you offer? She inquired. Please specify, host, the system replied. I wish to understand the grievances among the three of them, how they originated, and how they may be resolved. The system transformed its voice into text, And Yuno and Shen Yanchu are both grassroots stars. Beneath their glamorous exteriors lies no illustrious background. Their current achievements stem from their relentless efforts. In contrast, Lu Chengyan is a proud young prince born with a silver spoon. Endowed with top-tier resources due to his family connections, he has effortlessly achieved success at a young age, unlike Yuno and Shen Yanchu, who have struggled for their victories. The system vividly illustrated the incidents that had created animosity. These events unfolded when Yuno and Shen Yanchu were newly famous. Both had participated in a prank variety show hosted by Lu Chengyan, where they had been subjected to severe pranks. Shen Yanchu found himself drenched in hot water, with his trousers falling down in public, making headlines for an entire week, the buzz only intensifying. And Yuno was trapped in a dimly lit haunted house, terrorized by various props and actors, ultimately smashing the props to pieces for self-preservation, leaving the actors hospitalized. This incident garnered attention for a month before it gradually faded. Having reviewed these events, Wei Yunqing sighed, such deep-seated grievances. How shall they be resolved? The system prompted, would you like to use the exemption to forcibly bind Lu Chengyan? Wei Yunqing scoffed, if you want me to do that, I shall refuse. With that flirtatious little teddy bear and his love-struck mentality, binding him would only be a matter of time. The system, feeling slighted, retreated silently. Time flowed, and the system vanished without a sound. Wei Yunqing met Yuno's unyielding gaze and timidly suggested, perhaps it is better to resolve conflicts than to deepen them. She felt a twinge of guilt in uttering these words. If it were her, she might have contemplated eliminating Lu Chengyan altogether, let alone the proud and tempestuous Yuno. And Yuno leaned closer, lifting her chin with her finger, and asked with narrowed eyes, "Oh, and how do you propose we resolve this?" The depths of the universe sparkled in Yuno's eyes, akin to fireworks exploding in the cosmos, and Wei Yunqing sensed the simmering fury within her. How about bowing an apology? Haha, no, that would be too pedestrian for us modern youth. What about issuing a public apology on Weibo? Haha, also impractical. As we exist within a book, where would we find Weibo? Then perhaps we should have an open and candid discussion? That sounds agreeable. Let us speak. Unexpectedly, while the two of them ventured out to converse privately, Shen Yanchu had already expressed his desire not to travel alongside Lu Chengyan. After a heartfelt apology from Lu Chengyan, the two remarkably reconciled. And Yuno scoffed, traitor. You abandoned your principles so easily. Truly, he was a flirtatious darling, adept in dealing with both men and women, and his pitiable demeanor even compelled the hot-tempered Yuno to relent. All is well. Chapter 33. The High Monk of 10th level Earthiness having successfully managed 2 men, Lu Chengyan immediately threw a quick glance at Wei Yunqing. Goodness gracious, the renowned wick killer, Lu Chengyan, seemed intent on charming all 3 of them. However, Yuno did not grant him the opportunity to approach Wei Yunqing, swiftly ushering them all into the carriage. They hastily set off, for they were too close to Yongan City, and there was a chance they could be pursued at any moment. Wei Yunqing wholeheartedly agreed, cracking the whip and urging the horses into a rapid gallop. The wind howled outside. Why wouldn't their master take a moment to rest inside the carriage? Uncharacteristically, Yuno sat beside her outside, eyes closed as she leaned against the wooden frame of the carriage, irritably remarking, "Drive your carriage. When did it become the maid's duty to attend to the master?" Just as the words left her mouth, the carriage will hit a rock, and Yuno's head collided painfully with the wooden frame. Wei Yunqing, startled yet unable to suppress a chuckle, struggled to maintain her composure. Wei Yunqing, are you seeking death? Yuno bellowed. No, my apologies. I didn't mean it, please spare me. Wei Yunqing pleaded. In a bid to evade capture, she drove the carriage at breakneck speed, stopping only at a tavern before nightfall. This distance should suffice to keep them safe. After all, they still had a funeral to attend, and it was unlikely they would abandon their elderly patriarch to pursue them relentlessly. As soon as Lu Chengyan disembarked, he clung to Wei Yunqing's side. Sister Qing, you are right. Let us stay at this tavern. Yuno's piercing gaze fell upon Lu Chengyan's arm wrapped around Wei Yunqing, prompting him to step forward and separate the two, warning, "Are you a child? Do you need to hold hands while out, afraid of getting lost?" With wide, innocent eyes, Lu Chengyan replied, "But I'm scared. This place is unfamiliar. The sight of a bald monk in robes acting like a child was utterly amusing, and Wei Yunqing resolved to buy Lu Qingyan a wig at the next town. Upon entering the tavern, they requested 3 rooms from the owner, who replied, "I'm sorry, but our establishment is rather small. We are the only inn within 10 miles. Currently, we have only 2 rooms available. Perhaps you could make do?" Without hesitation, Lu Qingyan exclaimed, "That's fine. I'll share a room with Sister Qing." And Yuno's face tightened as he seized Lu Qingyan by the collar, dragging him toward his own room, stating, "We 3 men will share a room." The tavern owner's gaze lingered uncomfortably on Wei Yunqing, who, despite her reluctance, handed over a silver note. The owner immediately brightened, his face breaking into a broad grin. "Ladies, please head upstairs. I will have the servants prepare hot water for you to relax after your journey. Later, we'll serve you the finest food and drink in the establishment." Wei Yunqing clutched her small treasure chest, tears welling up silently. After freshening up, the 4 of them, along with a water jug, entered the dining hall, where a sumptuous meal awaited them. Yet, in Wei Yunqing's eyes, all of this was her hard-earned money, and her heart ached once more. Lu Qingyan offered her a piece of braised pork, inquiring, "Sister Qing, are you drinking tea?" She poured him a cup, asking, "Would you like some?" Lu Qingyan shook his head. "No, thank you." Wei Yunqing responded, "Then order whatever you'd like." Propping his chin on his hand, Lu Qingyan gazed at her with a mischievous grin. "I want to cherish you."
Thuft.
Caught off guard, Wei Yunqing sprayed her tea all over Yuno. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, the tea splattering only on his clothes. Suppressing his anger, he addressed Lu Qingyan with a steely tone, "I see you wish to drink the northwestern winds." Ignoring him, Lu Qingyan continued to focus on Wei Yunqing. "Sister Qing, you're quite peculiar, aren't you?" Wei Yunqing glanced at him, her eyes devoid of interest, and retorted, "What do you mean?" Lu Qingyan smiled, "Peculiarly beautiful." And Yuno scoffed, "Are you blind?" Undeterred, Lu Qingyan pressed on, "Sister Qing, can you play the pipa?" Wei Yunqing rolled her eyes.
No.
Furrowing his brows, Lu Qingyan asked, "Then how did you pluck at my heartstrings?" And Yuno retorted coldly, "She can only play cotton." Lu Qingyan, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Sister Qing, what is your zodiac sign?" Wei Yunqing replied earnestly, "Pig." Lu Qingyan grinned cheekily, "No, you belong to me." And Yuno snorted derisively, "Ah, so you've transformed into a pig spirit." Lu Qingyan then knelt before Wei Yunqing, taking her hand in his, a gesture that unexpectedly stirred her emotions. "Sister Qing, those who approach the red will become red, and those who approach the black will become black. But those who approach you..." He paused dramatically, pressing a kiss onto the back of her hand, and finally uttered, "Are sweet." Wei Yunqing, indignant, asked, "If we just formed a bond, why wasn't there a notification?" The system awkwardly replied, "Host, you kissed the wrong hand."
What?
Wei Yunqing exclaimed, raising the hand she had just kissed, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, the right hand?" The system, sensing the situation, remarked, "It's nothing. I shall take my leave." What was happening? Had the high-ranking individual finally lost patience? It mattered not that this binding had failed. Next time, she would find a secluded spot to let him flirt enough before kissing her left hand. Returning to her room, she pondered the route to her next destination but found herself at a loss. Ultimately, she summoned the system again, declaring, "I wish to use navigation." The system responded, "Please set your final destination." Wei Yunqing stated, "The Demon Realm." The system notified her, "Navigation set to the Demon Realm. Main mission time limit, 40 days remaining. Please complete the task on time." Additionally, note that time flows differently in the Demon Realm. 1 day there equals 3 days here. Please plan your task time accordingly. Wei Yunqing lay on her bed, rolling her eyes. "Thank you for your reminder." "You're welcome. Reminding you is my duty," the system replied. Wei Yunqing mused that life, without the system, felt far more enjoyable. The next day, they resumed their journey, and Yuno, in his usual manner, asked, "Where to next?" This time, Wei Yunqing had no reason to conceal the truth, for the destination might take some getting used to. "To the Demon Realm."
What?
All 3 men exclaimed in unison, and Yuno gritted his teeth. "Could you not write something more sensible?" Lu Qingyan innocently asked, "Sister Qing, What will you do in the demon realm? Hunting? If it truly were a hunt, she would make him her first target. Wei Yunqing, undeterred by their protests, continued along the green path indicated by the system, resolutely moving forward. Chapter 34. Entering the demon realm as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting a tapestry of crimson hues across the sky, Wei Yunqing urged the horse-drawn carriage into a secluded grove, rousing the slumbering gentleman aboard. Time to get to work. And with his starry eyes still clouded with remnants of dreams, managed to rise, though his spirit lingered in slumber. Upon hearing Wei Yunqing's call, Lu Qingyan leapt down from the carriage, inquiring, "What is your command, Sister Qing?" Wei Yunqing instructed, "Please bring down those 2 large wooden chests from the carriage." At the mere mention of the chests being moved, and Yuno's senses sharpened instantly, he instinctively shielded the chests with his body, asking what for. Lu Qingyan had long harbored curiosity about the contents of those chests, but they were secured with multiple locks, rendering them impenetrable to his inquisitive gaze. "Sister Qing, what is inside those chests?" he probed. Wei Yunqing casually replied, "They contain things you would rather not know." Then, directing her attention to the task at hand, she added, "Dig 2 holes right here." Turning to Yuno, she remarked, "If you wish for no one to touch them, you must bring them down yourself. Once we enter the demon realm, no one will show you the chests." Reluctantly, Yuno complied, lowering the chests to the ground. Wei Yunqing pointed to the freshly dug pits and commanded, "Place them inside." "Buried? I can't bear to let go." And Yuno protested. "Of course not. Would you prefer to scatter your wealth in the middle of the road? If you aren't distressed about it, I certainly am." Seemingly convinced by her logic, and Yuno, unable to conjure an alternative solution, resigned himself to burying the wooden chests. Once the chests were dealt with, Wei Yunqing sought out a nearby farmstead, offering a sum of silver to temporarily house the carriage. They then traversed the forest on foot until darkness enveloped the sky, eventually spotting a long line of figures ahead. Wei Yunqing guided them to the end of the queue, where they could see no end in sight. After enduring the wait for quite some time, and Yuno finally voiced his impatience. "How much longer until we reach the demon realm?" Having accepted the peculiar circumstances outlined by Wei Yunqing, he was eager to proceed. "Not long now. Once we register at the demon realm's gate, we shall enter," Wei Yunqing replied nonchalantly, as if she were merely visiting an old friend. "How many people have you written into this book?" And Yuno inquired curiously. Wei Yunqing, maintaining her facade of composure, took a couple of steps forward and confessed, "Not many. Just 5. Just 5? How many more do you intend to include? That means you plan to accept 2 more newcomers. You, fickle-hearted rascal. How can you possibly admire so many at once?" And Yuno chastised. Lu Qingyan interjected, "Sister Qing's affection is boundless. I understand. You understand nothing. Are these 2 types of affection even comparable?" And Yuno pushed him aside, muttering, "Is the demon realm known for singing or dancing? Neither pertains to your domain. But you'll discover it upon meeting them." Wei Yunqing teased, continuing to walk with the line, with Lu Qingyan persistently at her side. And Yuno found Lu Qingyan's alternating displays of sweetness and arrogance irksome, especially with his childish demeanor and incessant chatter, which grated on his nerves. Similarly, Shen Yanqi despised Lu Qingyan's flamboyance, particularly his infatuation with girls, which rendered him incapable of focusing on anything else. Every time he attempted to get closer to Wei Yunqing, he was skillfully thwarted by Lu Qingyan's subtle interventions. At that moment, both men regretted their initial decision to bring him along. Now they found it too late to disembark him from their journey. After registering at the demon realm's entrance, Wei Yunqing leaned in to whisper, "When we enter, be cautious. The ghost realm and the demon realm are adversaries, so Shen Yanqi must remain hidden in the water jug." Once she finished her advice, they proceeded with the throng of people. Lu Qingyan exclaimed, "Sister Qing, is the demon realm interconnected with the human realm?"
How could that be?
Thanks to the system, which not only guided them here, but also informed her about the registration process at the gate. It revealed that today was the day the demon prince would select his bride, suggesting that their encounter with the new members was imminent. The events in Yongan City still haunted her, prompting her to tread carefully in every step through the demon realm. In the crowd, they were swept to the front of a viewing platform. Lu Qingyan muttered, "Where are we?" turning to find the source of the voice. He was startled to see a towering bamboo spirit that loomed over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Before he could utter a sound, Wei Yunqing clamped her hand over his mouth and pulled him aside. "Are you truly frightened by a bamboo spirit?" Lu Chengyan innocently pointed at the walking bamboo and asked, "Is that even a person?" Wei Yunqing sighed in exasperation. She had given them ample time to acclimate, yet they still reacted with such alarm. "How many do you think there are in the demon realm?" Lu Chengyan pouted, regretting his decision to come. He would have preferred to remain at the farmhouse with the carriage. "What about in Yuno?" Lu Chengyan asked, covering his mouth and pointing toward the front of the viewing platform. Wei Yunqing followed his finger to see Yuno being escorted to the competition stage. "Oh my god!" Wei Yunqing felt her vision darken, wishing for nothing more than to vanish on the spot. He was being presented as a candidate for the role of princess. "Wait here for me, and do not move," she commanded. Lu Chengyan obediently nodded, grabbing the water jug and squatting at the front of the platform, clinging to the railing while watching her approach Yuno. And Yuno was increasingly agitated as he stood in line. Having lost track of Wei Yunqing, and now being led by a creature with the body of a pig and the head of an elephant. The creature babbled incessantly. But Yuno understood not a word. Just as they were about to enter, Wei Yunqing swiftly pulled him aside, seeking refuge among the towering monsters, where they appeared as diminutive as children. "How did you end up on the competition stage? Are you planning to participate in the selection of the bride?" Without waiting for Yuno to express his frustration, Wei Yunqing voiced her own. "Don't ask so many questions. Let us regroup with Lu Chengyan first." Wei Yunqing tugged at him, crouching as they navigated through the throng of demons and monsters, finally reuniting with Lu Chengyan at the railing of the viewing platform. "Can you explain the current situation to me now?" Chapter 35. The robust prince of the demon realm suddenly. The audience in the stands erupted into cheers as the elite female contestants from various realms entered the Black Rose Arena for the prince's selection of a bride. Wei Yunqing remarked, "If I am not mistaken, we are currently witnessing the selection event for the youngest prince of the demon realm." And Yuno awaited her to elaborate. But Wei Yunqing merely shrugged and exclaimed, "No more to say. Look, the demon king and queen have appeared." Wei Yunqing successfully diverted their attention. Had she known what was to follow, she would not have been so anxious. The Black Rose Arena was designated for selecting the mightiest warriors, and those who triumphed here would earn the revered title of Black Rose Knight and serve directly under the Demon Fortress. Named for its resemblance to the Demon Realm's Black Rose, the arena was adorned with these flowers both inside and out. Ascending the high platform, the Demon King proclaimed, "Today marks the day my youngest son, Han Yunhao, selects his bride. The one who stands victorious in the Black Rose Arena shall be his queen." As his words echoed, 5 towering figures stood behind him, his 5 sons, arranged from left to right in descending order of height. The one furthest to the right, slightly taller than Yuno, was today's central figure, Han Yunhao. Noticing Wei Yunqing's gaze fixated on the young prince, Yuno quietly inquired, "Is he the one we seek?" Her eyes remained locked on Han Yunhao, oblivious to Yuno's question. More precisely, she was fixated on the noble attire that graced his abdomen, ensconced in luxurious fabric, leaving only his midsection unobscured. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, ha ha ha. Wei Yunqing giggled, counting Han Yunhao's well-defined abs, her expression brimming with youthful infatuation. And Yuno touched her own abdomen, muttering, "So what if he has 8-pack abs? Who doesn't?" Under Yuno's glare, he obediently fell silent and continued to observe. And Yuno rapidly scanned her mind, unable to find such a figure in the circle. Such a brawny physique could only belong to a wrestler, could it not? The key point was not just his robust build, but also his strikingly handsome face.
Who on earth is he?
And Yuno pressed, her brow furrowed. Wei Yunqing scoffed. "You don't recognize Han Yunhao, the Takashi Kaneshiro of the fighting world? Are you even a man? Have you never watched the UFC?" And Yuno retorted incredulously. "And you, as a woman, enjoy watching the UFC? How many women are there who do?" "Humph. Ignorant. He is a 6-time reigning champion of the UFC lightweight division, known as the King of the Octagon. Countless opponents have fallen to his guillotine choke. He is a fearsome presence in the UFC. Indeed, quite impressive, a brawler of sorts."
You.
Humph. Wei Yunqing chose not to argue further. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Han Yunhao stepped onto the arena, promptly surrounded by a throng of enamored female demons, their adoration evident as they showered him with saliva-filled affection. What are they doing? Lu Qingyan expressed her disdain, and Yu Nuo could hardly commend. Is this your interpretation of romance? Wei Yunqing dismissed the concern. What's wrong with it? And Yu Nuo distanced herself, as if fearing she might be splattered with saliva herself.
Boom.
Just as Han Yunhao basked in the adulation of the female demons, a fierce wind swept through, accompanied by a flash of brilliant blue lightning that struck him directly on the crown of his head. This time, Wei Yunqing was not particularly startled, after all. Was it not just a lightning bolt transporting someone from reality into the pages of a book? She had anticipated this moment, otherwise. How could a normal person revel in such an experience? Yet, she had not expected the transition to occur so swiftly. No more waiting. All that remained was to explain the situation and take him away. However, now was not the opportune moment, as their registration time permitted them only 1 day in the demon realm. Once the selection concluded, they must find a chance to approach him. Having just crossed into this narrative, Han Yunhao was still drenched in the saliva of the adoring female demons when he erupted in rage. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in his 7th championship title defense, and now he was besieged. Yet, he displayed no fear. With a slow-motion sweep of his left and right hands, he dispatched the 2 bovine sisters who had been showering him. With a few swift moves, he dispatched all the demons within his radius, his brows furrowing as he declared, "Damn it! If you can't defeat me, don't resort to trickery. To snatch my championship belt, you better come prepared." The stands fell silent. The demon king and queen, along with the other princes, were left dumbfounded. And Yu Nuo blinked in surprise, quite impressive. Wei Yunqing was paralyzed, anticipating the system's punishment. She envisioned her own head transformed into the wig of Lu Qingyan. At this moment, what was the use of flattery? They needed to devise a plan to approach him and facilitate his departure. And Yu Nuo stated earnestly, "I believe this is an impossible task." Look. Wei Yunqing glanced at the arena, where the Demon King had instructed his other 4 sons to subdue Han Yunhao. After all, he was the youngest among his brothers, and at 195 centimeters tall, he appeared diminutive compared to his towering siblings. "Let go of me. Release me. Where's the referee? This is a foul." No one paid heed to Han Yunhao's protests, for the Demon Prince had sealed his mouth with a magical array, rendering him unable to utter anything beyond muffled sounds. The Demon Queen noticed a figure standing at the edge of the arena and, upon closer inspection, recognized her as the daughter of the Demon King. She tugged at the Demon King's sleeve to draw his attention. The Demon King nodded in satisfaction and announced loudly, "My son has chosen his bride through action. It is none other than the sole standing figure in the arena, the daughter of the Demon King, Misha. I declare the wedding to be held in 10 days, during which the realms of heaven, humans, and demons shall parade, with the gates of the demon realm wide open to welcome all." Misha, a hybrid demon with 9 heads, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Initially, she had merely wished to distance herself from the spittle of lesser demons, yet she found herself emerging as the victor of this peculiar contest. Ecstatic, she wrapped herself around Han Yunhao, but with all 9 heads entwined, she inadvertently overwhelmed him, rendering him unconscious. The selection ceremony concluded hastily, affording Wei Yunqing no opportunity to approach, as the crowd at the Black Rose Arena began to disperse. Where would they go from here? Chapter 36. The fiery prince of the demon realm flees from marriage for the first time, his own memories intertwined with those of the little prince of the demon realm, leaving him unable to discern whether it was the young prince who dreamt of a UFC fight or the king of the octagonal cage who envisioned a fantasy of the demon prince. Regardless of who dreamt whom, one thing was certain: he had no desire to wed a creature resembling a hydra and sought to escape the impending nuptials. They scavenged the pelts and feathers of various demons to patch their attire, crafting disguises to blend into the demon realm. Each day, the trio took turns lurking near the demon fortress, attempting to uncover the weaknesses of its guards. Yet, after 3 days, they had gleaned no clues, leaving them with no option but to wait for opportunity to strike. Today, it was Wei Yunqing's turn to keep watch. She donned her disguise early and wandered near the fortress. The guards rotated every 10 minutes in a relentless cycle of 12, showing no signs of fatigue, allowing not even a fly to infiltrate. Seeing no hope at the front gate, Wei Yunqing circled the fortress, eventually discovering a small door on the western side. Overrun with thorns and devoid of sentinels, she deemed it a potential point of entry. Carefully, she navigated the thorns and vines, attempting to pry the door open when a voice called from behind, "Who goes there?" Her footing faltered, and as her skirt snagged on the sharp thorns, a piercing thorn embedded itself in her calf, crimson blood oozing down her leg. "You are human?" 7 or 8 cat-eared, leopard-spotted demons encircled her effortlessly, weaving around the thorns. "I am not human," Wei Yunqing protested in her final attempt to resist. One of the demons crouched before her, licking the blood from her calf with a sinister grin. "Such sweet red blood, and you dare claim you are not human?" Another demon intentionally cut its arm on the thorns, revealing a wound from which a pale blue blood flowed, healing almost instantly. They twitched their ears, crouched low, and raised their tails, embodying the stance of predators ready to pounce. Wei Yunqing's hair stood on end as they howled and charged towards her. She tightly shut her eyes and screamed, "And save me." Anticipating the agony of being devoured, she was instead met with whimpers followed by an eerie silence.
Hey,
"Are you all right?" Wei Yunqing cautiously opened her eyes, incredulous that she had indeed survived to see Han Yunhao. She shook her head in disbelief. "You are injured. Hold on to me, I will get you out." Han Yunhao extended a robust arm towards her. Wei Yunqing grasped it tightly as he effortlessly lifted her away, the thorn deeply embedded in her calf pulling free from the thicket. "Is this thorn poisonous?" Wei Yunqing sat on the steps, protecting her leg, hesitant to remove the thorn. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. Han Yunhao crouched before her, deftly pinching the thorn's base and yanking it out with such swiftness that she felt no pain. As the thorn was extracted, blood flowed profusely. Wei Yunqing had never lost so much blood before. She felt as though death was imminent, tears streaming down her face. Han Yunhao panicked, pressing his hand against her wound. "Please don't cry. It's not poisonous, you won't die."
Ah.
It wasn't poisonous. But without cleaning your hands, the bacteria could have infected it. "What now?" Wei Yunqing sobbed harder. He seemed to recall a magical incantation for healing, stumbling through the words from memory. To her astonishment, a faint blue glow emanated from her calf as the wound visibly healed before her eyes. She gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. It was the first time she had experienced such a miraculous event, feeling only a mild itch where the injury had been.
"Thank you,"
she exclaimed. "Don't mention it, just a simple act of kindness. A girl must take care when venturing out. I must take my leave." "Wait." Such a fortuitous opportunity could not be easily dismissed. As Wei Yunqing opened her mouth to explain her peculiar circumstances, her words became trapped, as if under a spell of silence. "Says, where are you going?" Han Yunhao furrowed his brows and replied, "I do not wish to marry Misha. I do not like her." The Demon King's fury ignited. "Then who do you like?" "Her?" His gaze zeroed in on Wei Yunqing, leaving her equally astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Thankfully, she had little connection with Han Yunhao, yet his subsequent admission plunged her into despair. "Indeed," he affirmed. "Brother, what are you saying? You don't care about your life, but I do." Wei Yunqing internally screamed. The Demon King's piercing gaze seemed to unleash countless daggers, striking at her heart. Perhaps she had already been metaphorically torn apart in the Demon King's mind. She longed for her companions, fearing she might meet her demise in this manner. Just as she contemplated summoning the system for a debate, she found herself voiceless, tears welling without the ability to cry out. She cursed Han Yunhao in her heart. "You wretched son, just wait. For putting me in this predicament, I shall have an deal with you." And awoke to find Lu Qingyan still present and kicked him in the rear. "Why are you still here? Where is Wei Yunqing? I am asking you." And Yuno's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition stirring within him. "Everyone come quickly. The Demon King has captured the female who seduced the little prince and is parading her through the streets. It is said she will be publicly executed on the day of the wedding, though she is quite lovely." And Yuno's heart plummeted as he dashed into the streets without a second thought. Chapter 37. The guilt-ridden prince of the demon realm comes to visit on the fourth day of her entrance into the demon realm. Wei Yunqing became a notorious figure, reviled by all as the third party in a scandal. Not only was she deprived of food and drink in her prison cell, but she was also paraded daily for public humiliation. She found herself questioning the very essence of justice, lamenting her innocence in a world that condemned her. As dawn broke, the guards of the death row shackled Wei Yunqing and led her to a prisoner transport. At that moment, she felt a flicker of relief that she was not subjected to a naked procession. However, as the transport set forth from the demon fortress, she soon realized that the Demon King's actions were more insulting than harmful. The demon populace lined the streets, pointing and whispering derisively at her. The most agonizing part was her inability to comprehend their language, rendering their remarks as mere insults echoing in her ears. In the midst of the parade, she suddenly heard a familiar voice call her name. Searching through the throng of demons, she finally spotted Yuno, clad in animal skins, advancing alongside the transport. At that moment, her eyes welled with tears. She had not anticipated that he would come to her rescue. Yet, upon discerning the shape of his lips, her momentary joy was dashed. He was not there to save her, but rather to mock her predicament. "I did not come to rescue you. I merely wished to witness how a fool is forged." And Yuno silently mouthed, his expression one of exasperation at her circumstances. The quiet individual who often urged caution was now brazenly indulging in the spectacle of her humiliation. What could he possibly say? Upon returning, he found Lu Qingyan sprawled on the bed, blissfully asleep, and a surge of anger welled within him. In a fit of frustration, he hurled a water jug, containing the essence of Shun Yanshu, at Lu Qingyan's face. Startled, Lu Qingyan awoke with a pained expression, whining, "Why disturb my beauty's sleep? One must maintain their complexion. Being as irritable as you will only hasten aging. Don't say I didn't warn you. Are you certain you possess a face?" And Yuno retorted, lifting him and unceremoniously tossing him outside. "Go wait by the small door on the west side of the fortress. Wei Yunqing has been captured, and it is up to us now. It is time to prove you are not a useless fool. Are you not concerned for her?" Lu Qingyan questioned. "What is there to worry about? She is the author. We are mere travelers." The protagonist's journey ended before it began. What significance does this tale hold now? His words held a semblance of truth, yet the heartfelt declarations of love he had expressed to her daily now seemed hollow and disingenuous to Yuno. Curiosity piqued. Lu Qingyan peered through the window and remarked, "I never expected you, who usually bears a fierce demeanor, to care for Sister Qing in times of crisis." And Yuno faltered for a moment before stubbornly insisting, "Who cares for her? I merely fear that without her, we may remain trapped here forever. Do you not wish to escape? Hurry to the demon fortress and cease being an eyesore here." Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, jolting her awake. Wei Yunqing leaned against the bars of her cell, gazing longingly towards the source of the scent. As the delicious aroma intensified, her appetite grew ravenous. When Han Yunhao appeared before her with a plate of what appeared to be some sort of meat, her hunger waned. "Eat something." Han Yunhao placed the plate on the ground, guilt etched on his face. "Using you as a shield was wrong of me, but in fairness, I saved you first. You ought to assist me in return. If I manage to escape tomorrow, I will ensure they release you discreetly." With that, Han Yunhao turned to leave. But Wei Yunqing rushed forward, clutching his sleeve and pointing to her mouth. "You wish for me to lift your silence curse?" Han Yunhao inquired, to which she nodded emphatically. "I cannot do that. Only the one who casts the curse can lift it." She formed the words with her lips clearly. "So, even if you escape, I will be rendered mute for life?" After a moment of serious contemplation, Han Yunhao replied, "It seems that way. Consider it a debt I owe you. Should we meet again, I will surely repay you." "Repay me? Hurry and find a way to lift this curse. I do not wish to live as a mute." Wei Yunqing silently lamented, her frustration brewing. System, she called out silently, but received no response. She concluded that the system must be a sound-activated entity, refusing to emerge without her vocalization. Her growling stomach faced the plate of unfamiliar meat with trepidation. The tantalizing aroma persistently challenged her resolve, and even as it cooled, its allure remained undiminished. Wei Yunqing licked her parched lips, reasoning that it mattered little what the meat was, as long as it filled her belly. Han Yunhao had just mentioned his impending escape, and she realized there might still be a glimmer of hope. If he could alert Yuno or Lu Chengyan, who were lying in wait outside, they would surely devise a plan to rescue her. To avoid becoming a burden, she needed to conserve her strength. In this self-encouragement, Wei Yunqing finally took a bite of the meat. Though slightly cold, it bore no peculiar taste, and surprisingly, it was quite delectable. Perhaps driven by desperation, she consumed every morsel, leaving only a bare bone behind. In truth, it was merely a common piece of pork, a misconception born from her own anxiety. There is nothing amiss. By the way, how did you know about that small door to the west? Although it is unguarded, it is still inaccessible. Think of another plan. I am going to sleep now. With that, Lu Chengyan collapsed onto the bed, slipping into slumber. Chapter 38. The Heartbreaker Prince of the Demon Realm. The thorns entwined around the small door on the western side of the demon fortress appeared to have tightened, making it impossible to find a foothold near the entrance. Fortunately, Yuno had taken a dagger for self-defense before leaving his quarters, and he was now crouched on the ground, laboriously cutting through the thorns in an attempt to forge a path. Suddenly, the small door was kicked open with a loud bang, and a figure emerged, bending low and keeping their head down. And Yuno was unfazed, to conceal his true identity. He had meticulously disguised himself to resemble the fortress guards, making it difficult to distinguish him from the real sentinels even among their ranks. As Han Yunhao stepped out of the small door and spotted Yuno clad in the guard's attire, he frowned and muttered, "Isn't this area supposed to be devoid of guards? When did they set this up?" Caught off guard by Han Yunhao's unexpected appearance, Yuno was momentarily surprised, his mind racing to find a way to explain himself. He took a couple of steps forward, but before he could speak, he felt a vice-like grip seize his shoulders. His body was lifted and hurled in a half-circle, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. His limbs felt as if they had shattered upon impact. His mind clouded in darkness, and his vision swirled with golden sparks. Although he was no stranger to physical confrontations, he never anticipated such a fierce attack. Regaining his composure, Yuno lunged at Han Yunhao's, demanding, "Where do you think you're going?" No sooner had he spoken than his fist flew towards Han Yunhao's face, an unmissable strike. Yet, Han Yunhao's caught his fist effortlessly with one hand. The grip he had was not only immense but also remarkably powerful, and his reflexes were unrivaled. "You dare obstruct my path? A mere guard thinks he can challenge me?" Han Yunhao's hand exerted pressure, nearly crushing Yuno's fist. Yuno, recognizing the hostility stemmed from his disguise, had a sudden flash of inspiration. "I'm not a guard of the demon fortress. I'm here waiting specifically for you." The notion of escaping a wedding needed no further elaboration. He simply had to reveal his identity, and they could flee together. Just as Yuno was about to elaborate, dozens of guards suddenly surrounded them, and the Demon King emerged from the small door. "Z's, even in your desperation, you cannot elope with the guards. Your marriage to Misha is a foregone conclusion. No matter how you resist, it will be in vain. Seize this guard, who dares to entice the prince."
What?
Entice. Clarify your words. Who is enticing whom? Who would elope with this clumsy bear? Yuno's retort was abruptly silenced as the Demon King cast a spell of muteness upon him. The Demon King turned to Han Yunhao's, inquiring, "Is this another lover preparing to elope with you?" Having been rendered powerless and left with no avenue for escape, Han Yunhao's felt betrayed by the individual outside the door. With a flicker of vengeance, he nodded, "Yes." Yuno, held tightly by 4 guards, struggled vehemently, spewing a barrage of invective, his lips moving so rapidly that it was impossible to read his words. The Demon King waved his hand dismissively. "Lock him up with the female from the day before yesterday. From this day forth, they shall parade together, and on the day of the wedding, they shall face execution by fire." As Yuno was dragged into the death cell, Wei Yunqing was being loaded onto a prisoner cart, preparing for her second public procession. Upon seeing Yuno being ushered into another cart, she nearly blinded herself with disbelief. Their eyes met for a fleeting minute, confusion and incredulity reflected in Wei Yunqing's gaze, while Yuno's dimmed star-like eyes ignited with defiance. As they paraded, they silently mouthed words to one another. "Yuno, The idea of waiting for a hare to come by is sound, but instead of a hare, we have a wolf, a treacherous wolf. Wei Yunqing understood all too well the meaning of the term treacherous wolf. They sought to rescue Han Yunhao's from his plight, only to find themselves thrust into deeper peril, still unable to escape. Wei Yunqing, what about Lu Qingyan? And Yuno's expression turned sardonic. That fool is currently sleeping like the dead. Just then, Lu Qingyan sneezed suddenly, rubbed his nose, and rolled over to continue his slumber. Wei Yunqing's last glimmer of hope extinguished. Then, how do we escape? And Yuno closed his eyes, muttering, who knows? Meanwhile, Shen Yanqi, the water ghost, adhered to Wei Yunqing's warning and remained hidden in a water flask, also sneezing, musing, it must be Qingqing missing me. After their parade concluded, they were confined to the same cell. Did these two commit the same offense? One guard queried another. They spoke in a language not of the demons, yet Wei Yunqing and Yuno could comprehend. Oh dear, the young prince's taste is rather poor. His former lover resembles a sprout, while his new lover is akin to a sausage. She cannot compare to the beauty of Lady Misha. Enough, enough. Lady Misha is not someone you can covet. Hurry along with your patrol. Upon hearing the guards classify their offenses as equivalent, Wei Yunqing clamped her lips shut, her shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. At that moment, she was immensely grateful for the silencing spell, for otherwise, she would have surely laughed aloud and drawn Yuno's ire. Suddenly, she felt a piercing glare directed at her from behind, as if a dagger had pierced through her back and out her chest. The already frigid air of the death cell turned icy, and she cautiously stole a glance at Yuno, whose palpable fury radiated from him like smoke. Leaning against a corner of the cell, Wei Yunqing felt the unmistakable aura of danger surrounding him and dared not provoke him. If circumstances allowed, she would have called for a change of cell. Without warning, Yuno rose and approached her. She recoiled in the corner, trembling. At that moment, he seemed far more terrifying than any creature lurking outside. One could easily believe he could devour a person whole. His tall figure cast a shadow over her, and she turned her head, shutting her eyes in anticipation of a reprimand. After a tense moment, instead of a harsh chastisement, she found herself enveloped in a warm, thick cloak, transforming the frigid dungeon into a haven of spring warmth. Opening her eyes, she saw Yuno reclining on the bed in their cell, occasionally shifting his waist as if seeking a comfortable position, yet seemingly unable to settle. She adjusted the cloak around her shoulders and smiled softly at Yuno's back, silently expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Such unexpected tenderness gradually melted Wei Yunqing's heart. Chapter 39. The Nine-Headed Serpent's fiancée of the Prince of the Demon Realm. The guards surrounded her with utmost reverence, almost eager to kneel and worship at her feet. To Wei Yunqing, their appearance was a stark deviation from human aesthetic norms, yet in their eyes, she resembled an angel. Princess Misha, please enjoy this tea. It is the finest black tea from the Demon Fortress, delicate and fragrant, enhancing your beauty with every sip. Princess Misha, please take a seat. This is the pelt of the swordblade tiger, once occupied by the Demon King, soft and smooth. We wouldn't want you to be injured by the stone bench. The two sat opposite each other, exchanging glances that required no words. They understood each other's thoughts instinctively. Wei Yunqing inquired, what is her purpose here? And Yuno suggested, perhaps she has come to flaunt her victory before her rival. Wei Yunqing was taken aback by how readily he accepted the notion of the nine-headed serpent as his romantic rival. Noticing the indifference of the two prisoners, one of Misha's heads could no longer restrain herself and shouted towards the cell, do you not recognize my identity? You may boast, but threatening my life is unacceptable. Immediately, Wei Yunqing and Yuno became vigilant. As they finally garnered Misha's serious attention, her third head rose with pride. How did you manage to entangle yourselves with my betrothed? The two found themselves unable to flee, ensnared by the unwavering gazes of four heads, rendered utterly motionless, their breaths growing shallow. The guards, captivated by her grace, knelt in admiration at her feet, explaining, Princess Misha, they have fallen victim to the Demon King's silence curse. It is not worth your ire.
Oh,
so they cannot speak? Misha mused.
Ah.
Wei Yunqing gasped, clutching her neck in pain. Wait, I can speak now. I can speak as well. and Yuno chimed in, testing his voice. Simultaneously, their necks began to ease, devoid of blood, wounds, or scars. Did you break the silence curse placed upon us? Wei Yunqing asked in disbelief. Misha, brimming with pride, replied, Of course. Wei Yunqing countered, Is it not true that the one who casts a spell must also be the one to lift it? How did you manage to do so? A guard roared, Such insolence. Princess Misha's venom can dispel all curses. You should express your gratitude for her assistance. At the moment of the bite, Wei Yunqing genuinely believed her fate was sealed, yet the serpent's venom counteracted the curse, turning their misfortune into a blessing. Are you both lovers of Han Yanhao's? The dominant head of Misha inquired. Absolutely not. They both vehemently denied. Yet you were apprehended at the sight of his elopement. How can you deny it? Feigning grievance, Wei Yunqing exclaimed, Princess, please see reason. I merely passed by the western gate of the demon fortress, entangled by a few minor demons. It was the runaway prince who rescued me. The demon king, misunderstanding my relationship with the prince, silenced me to prevent explanation. The prince, seeking revenge for my delay in his elopement, spoke thus to incite the demon king's wrath upon me. Humph! Han Yanhao's, do not blame me for your misfortune. You dragged me into this elopement? Were you not the ones enticing him? Misha's 9 heads writhed in fury as she turned to Yuno. Do you know them? Indeed. He replied. What is your relationship? Servants. Truly, silence was better than speaking. When they did speak, it was astonishing. Please, maintain a low profile. Wei Yunqing urged, her smile nearly fixed into a permanent grimace, her hand discreetly poking Yuno's arm. Staring at her will only cause pain. Wei Yunqing wished she could sew his mouth shut, pleading, Please continue to pretend you are silenced. Thankfully, his voice was only audible to them. Had the 9-headed serpent overheard, they would surely be devoured. He says you are so beautiful he cannot bear to look directly at you. Such flattery surpassed even the guards, and Misha beamed with delight. And Yuno narrowed his eyes at Wei Yunqing, his voice slightly louder to express his discontent. I'm dizzy. She has too many heads, and I feel nauseous. What did he say? Misha caught a few words, sensing they were not complimentary. Wei Yunqing urgently summoned all her mental faculties, searching for the most incongruous words to praise Misha. He says you are a prominent figure, exceptional and distinguished. Someone like him is unworthy to even converse with you. Wei Yunqing, you seek death. And Yuno seethed, wishing to end her. Wei Yunqing tightened her grip on his arm. Equally furious, the one seeking death is you. Just now, her venom lifted the curse. If she bites again, our lives will be forfeit. You wish to die while I still cherish my life. Misha's 9 had swayed, enchanted by Wei Yunqing's insincere flattery, and she declared, At least he possesses self-awareness. But that does not absolve your transgressions. Wei Yunqing retorted, We truly have no ties to the prince. We are mere strangers who crossed paths. Do you think this princess can be easily deceived? Misha insisted. If I can prove our lack of connection to the prince, will we be spared and allowed to leave? Wei Yunqing inquired cautiously. How would you prove it? Wei Yunqing smiled brightly. You must first promise me, and then I shall provide the evidence. Misha, being pragmatic, agreed. If you are indeed unrelated to Han Yanhao's, then what harm is there in releasing you?
Deal.
Chapter 40. On how to capture the heart of the prince of the demon realm, an agreement was reached, and Wei Yunqing's mind began to concoct plans to draw closer to Han Yanhao's. To prove our lack of connection to the young prince, we can facilitate your union with him, thereby not only clearing our own suspicions, but also allowing you to win his heart. Upon hearing this feasible suggestion, Misha readily nodded in agreement. Yes, but you must not appear in person. Your assistance must be covert, remaining unseen by the prince. This condition seemed designed to thwart Wei Yunqing's schemes, mingling a faint despair with a touch of sorrow. And Yuno scoffed from the side. Do you truly believe that others possess minds as muddled as yours? Your thoughts are as directionless as a fly. Wei Yunqing was momentarily taken aback. It was inconsequential that her schemes had been thwarted. Without Project A, there was still Project B. As they departed from the dungeon, Wei Yunqing transformed into Ms. Wei, commencing a grand makeover for Misha. The adage goes that one is defined by their attire. Thus, Let us select an outfit that accentuates your elegant demeanor. Primarily, Wei Yunqing aimed to conceal 8 of her 9 heads, as the nine-tailed fox was known for its charm, while this transformation was somewhat overwhelming. She chose a dress with an exceedingly narrow neckline, barely allowing Misha to pass one head through. Misha protested. "What is this garment? It is unbearable. I refuse to wear it." Just as she was about to toss it aside, Wei Yunqing intervened. "This is splendid. A change in your appearance will refresh the prince's impression of you. Trust me, the beauty in the mirror does not deceive." After gazing into the mirror, Misha still felt odd, though she conceded that she was indeed beautiful. "You are merely one beautifying touch away from being a true beauty. Come, look here." Wei Yunqing pulled a Yuno to the vanity, lifting his chin. "This is the most fashionable makeup of the moment, a global sensation. The combination of exquisite attire and makeup is unparalleled." Misha scrutinized Yuno's face. While he did not match her own beauty, he was indeed quite refined. "Let us proceed then," Wei Yunqing exclaimed, tugging at Yuno's sleeve, flattering him. "Master, it is your turn." And Yuno closed his eyes, turning away, and replied indifferently, "I refuse." "Why not?" "This is a matter of utmost importance. Do not be so obstinate. It was you who agreed, not I. Why must I comply? At most, I could allow you to paint her face according to my template." This was Yuno's greatest concession.
"Fine."
"You are indeed relentless." Wei Yunqing found herself in a predicament, unable to offend either side, and proceeded to mimic Yuno's features on Misha's serpentine visage. The distinction between a human face and a serpent's was not trivial, and as she completed the task, her hands began to tremble. Yet, she was rather satisfied with her creation, even reimagining a human face atop the serpent's head. When Misha turned her head, she nearly frightened Yuno to death. It is often said that women are naturally adept at makeup. However, Wei Yunqing's skills were catastrophic, making Yuno think that Misha's original serpent had appeared far more endearing. "Is it beautiful? You all seem so astonished." As Misha faced the mirror, it shattered. Wei Yunqing quickly praised, "Look, even the mirror feels inferior." Misha, surprisingly convinced, beamed. "Is that truly the case?" And Yuno could not muster any compliments for her taste. Puzzled by her sincerity, did she genuinely believe it was beautiful, or was she merely flattering to save herself? The makeup on Yuno exuded a seductive yet slightly aloof elegance, while on Misha, it could only be described as monstrous. "If I present myself like this, he will surely be enamored." Misha was eager to dazzle Han Yunhao's, but Wei Yunqing obstructed her path once more. "Princess Misha, do not rush. There is one final step." "What step?" "You cannot go empty-handed. A lady must excel both in the parlor and the kitchen. As the saying goes, to capture the heart of a prince, one must first capture his stomach." Wei Yunqing spoke earnestly, as if she had great experience. Misha confidently declared, "How difficult could that be? My culinary skills can put the castle chefs to shame." "Then it is perfect. Princess Misha, present the dishes you have personally crafted before the prince. Your beauty will win his heart, and your culinary skills will capture his stomach. In his eyes, there will be no room for anyone else. Wouldn't you agree?" With resolve, Misha headed to the kitchen to prepare her signature dishes. During a leisurely afternoon tea, Misha, adorned in a splendid gown and carrying a lace parasol, stood before the black rose fountain in the castle garden. Han Yunhao's, summoned by the Demon King for a date with Misha, approached reluctantly. However, upon spotting her radiant figure in the sunlight, he felt an unexpected flutter in his heart, realizing that Misha was not as intolerable as he had imagined. Perhaps marrying her was not entirely unthinkable. "Misha!" Han Yunhao's called out as he approached her. Seeing his astonished reaction, Misha became convinced of Wei Yunqing's flattering words. It seemed he indeed appreciated this look. And Yuno, hidden alongside Misha, could not help but sigh. Yet, from Han Yunhao's expression, which resembled someone in distress, and Yuno saw no hint of sweet affection, but rather an urge to silence her. "Brother Hausa, come have afternoon tea with me." Han Yunhao's wore a face of rejection, unwilling to share tea with her, unable to confront her grotesque visage. When her proud culinary creations were finally presented, the two hidden observers silently mourned for Han Yunhao's. The mere sight of the dishes stirred their stomachs, making it hard to imagine the experience of consuming them. As each dish was placed before Han Yunhao's, his already beige skin turned paler still. I am unsure what you enjoy, so I prepared a few of my specialties. Begin with a bowl of soup to soothe your throat. Just the sight of the ingredients floating in the bowl was enough to make Han Yunhao's throat tighten. He hesitated to even accept the soup. Glancing at the dishes on the table, he curiously inquired, "What are these?" Instantly regretting his curiosity, he wished he had kept silent. Seeing his interest, Misha eagerly explained, pulled skin old rat, oil-soaked cold worms, poison scorpion stew, red-cooked loach fish. Each ingredient was freshly caught by me, delightful and succulent. Indeed, this woman was not to be entertained. Even approaching her felt like a form of self-torment. Han Yunhao's, fueled by his revulsion, swiftly knocked Misha down and began to pummel her. Before their 4 brothers arrived to intervene, he had already tied her 9 heads together and unceremoniously tossed her out of the demon cast. Chapter 41. The man who matches wits with the prince of the demon realm. The garden was devoid of guards, leaving Han Yunhao's alone. Wei Yunqing, disregarding everything, dashed out and grabbed the sleeve of Han Yunhao's garment. Upon recognizing her, Han Yunhao's, perplexed, inquired, "Shouldn't you be in the dungeon? How did you escape?" Wei Yunqing replied with a smile, "Thanks to you, I was inadvertently brought out by your fiancé. So you are all in cahoots with Misha?" Han Yunhao's, still simmering with anger, prepared to swing his fist again. And Yuno swiftly seized Wei Yunqing's wrist, shielding her behind him, while gripping Han Yunhao's wrist with his other hand, threateningly stating, "What? Do you still intend to strike a woman? Not only have you escaped, but you have also broken the silence curse. The only ones capable of lifting your curse are either my father or Misha's venom. Yet you claim you aren't allies?" And Yuno scoffed, calling him father so affectionately. "Do you genuinely consider yourself a prince of the demon realm? Did you get struck by lightning when you entered?" "Isn't it obvious that I was struck by lightning? How else would I have gotten in?" The two faced off, exuding a fierce aura. Wei Yunqing, fearing they might escalate the situation and attract guards, hurriedly intervened. "This isn't the place for discussions. Is there somewhere more suitable for conversation, little prince? We can explain." And Yuno noticed that his gestures mirrored those of the Demon King when using the silence curse, compelling him to take Wei Yunqing to the rooftop of the demon fortress. "Your magical prowess is astonishing, enabling you to traverse rooftops." Han Yunhao's pursued relentlessly, expressing his astonishment. "Magic? No, this is lightness skill." And Yuno exclaimed as he darted across the rooftop, his speed overwhelming for Wei Yunqing, who stifled her mouth and retched a few times. Hey, don't rain on me." Despite Yuno's warning, her physiological reaction was unavoidable, forcing him to halt momentarily, allowing her to recover. He turned away disdainfully to confront the approaching Han Yunhao's. "Why are you running?" Han Yunhao's every step on the rooftop posed a threat, potentially shattering it with a misstep. "It was your intention to strike first that prompted our escape. We attempted to negotiate, but you refused to listen and insisted on confrontation." Seeing no alternative, and Yuno decided to engage in a bit of sparring with him, believing that a well-fought match might lead to compliance. With a swift left hook aimed at Han Yunhao's chin, he barely evaded it by turning slightly, showcasing his remarkable reflexes. And Yuno couldn't help but admire his prowess, acknowledging him as a formidable opponent. How impressive! Quick reflexes, but lacking in strength, merely a tickle.
Han Yunhao ser retorted,
tightening his lips and launching a series of punches and kicks that pushed Yuno back several paces. Recognizing she could not persuade 2 brawny individuals, Wei Yunqing settled down to enjoy the spectacle, wishing for a bucket of popcorn and a large soda to complete the experience. Suddenly, the system chimed in. "Host, physical altercations between members are prohibited. Please intervene." Wei Yunqing feigned ignorance, thinking the system should appear when it desired rather than demand her compliance. "You dare!" Wei Yunqing detested threats, as since her arrival, she had either been threatened by the system or Yuno. Was she cursed to be perpetually threatened? "Please, host, immediately halt the fighting between members. Which of your eyes saw them fighting?" The system calmly replied, "Both of my eyes saw it." Wei Yunqing mockingly laughed. "Do you even have eyes? Aren't you just a voice-activated system? If you have eyes, then why do you hide like a turtle when I need you?" The system merely detected a potential threat to its regulations, prompting its warning, yet it was ridiculed for its lack of vision. How unfortunate. Wei Yunqing reasoned. This is merely a sparring session. Don't you have a side quest to enhance member rapport? No need to initiate it, as they are already engaging willingly. Can't you see their smiles? The system haughtily responded, Without eyes, I cannot see.
Wow.
Now you're talking back. As Wei Yunqing exchanged banter with the system, the two had been sparring for nearly 30 minutes and finally ceased when they were both out of breath. Neither had gained an advantage, and it culminated in a draw. The system concluded, member rapport has reached the required standard, canceling this side quest. No rewards for the host. A blatant act of retribution. This was an outrageous act of revenge, arbitrarily withholding rewards. However, these two men were quite peculiar. How did their rapport improve during a brawl? So this is the world of boys. Simple and direct. If you fight and enjoy it, you're friends. If not, you're enemies. You possess remarkable skills. I have never faced an opponent of your caliber. You are a friend I shall keep. Han Yunhao's collapsed onto the rooftop, utterly exhausted, while Yuno lay on the opposite side, equally fatigued. Now we can finally have a proper conversation. Upon entering the room, Wei Yunqing was filled with adoration. It was the quintessential European castle princess room every girl dreams of. Is this your room? And Yuno stood at the entrance, disdainful of the endless pink that greeted him. Han Yunhao shoved him inside and forced him onto a pink heart-shaped sofa, saying, This is my room. Make yourself at home. And Yuno felt as if he were glued to the sofa, glancing around for any reasonable seating, but the pink heart sofa seemed the least absurd. Wei Yunqing. Explain this to him quickly. I can't stand being in this room any longer. Wei Yunqing, who had been rolling on the comfortable bed, immediately sat up to clarify. Han Yunhao's, congratulations on your arrival in this story. Chapter 42. The Prince of the Demon Realm in Flight. Han Yunhao was utterly perplexed by the unfamiliar term he had encountered. What could it possibly mean? Wei Yunqing commenced her lecture on navigating the narrative, and after a lengthy and earnest explanation, she finally helped Han Yunhao comprehend the reasons behind his memory confusion. His thoughts were consumed by the impending 7th championship battle, a pinnacle of honor for any man. And Yunhua empathized deeply with him. Upon reaching a mutual understanding, they began to devise an escape plan. In his chamber, there lay a comprehensive map of the demon castle. Wei Yunqing circled a small door on the western side, stating, You escaped through this door twice. We could attempt it once more.
Han Yunhao dismissed her suggestion,
explaining that the only vulnerable point of defense was indeed the western door, ensnared by poisonous thorns that deterred anyone from approaching. I damaged that door last time, he added. And since I escaped through it twice, it is now heavily guarded. Is there truly no other way to flee? Wei Yunqing inquired, perplexed. We are both prime targets for scrutiny. You are a suspected runaway bride, and I an escapee. Approaching any exit will result in immediate imprisonment. And Yuno, deep in thought, suddenly turned to Wei Yunqing and asked, How did we end up together in the original text? Although the inhabitants of this world were mere NPCs. Han Yunhao had genuinely regarded them as family. Hearing of such a tragic fate compelled him to question, Why would my brother act in such a manner? It was a veiled inquiry directed at Wei Yunqing, questioning her cruel narrative choices. Wei Yunqing sensed his emotional turmoil. Cautiously, she descended from the bed and hid behind an Yuno, fearing that her explanation would not suffice and that he might retaliate. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she shrank back, hesitant to glimpse Han Yunhao's expression. And Yuno teased, Your foolishness is always so imaginative. You could write a soap opera. You may mock me, but do not deride my work. Wei Yunqing murmured defensively. I have a plan. And Yuno declared, his ingenuity sparking a solution. He turned to Han Yunhao and instructed, Summon your elder brother, the prince, and tell him there are matters of great importance to discuss. What do you intend to do?
Han Yunhao questioned.
Just do as I say. Do you wish to continue your exploits in the UFC? That single statement invigorated Han Yunhao, prompting him to seek out the Demon Realm's prince forthwith. Wei Yunqing informed him of the truth regarding his lineage, yet he reacted with calm acceptance, stating, I have known for some time. The timing of his awareness did not significantly impact Yuno's plans. It was essential for him to understand his position and identity for effective negotiation. And Yunhua addressed the prince directly. Do you harbor feelings for the young prince's fiancée, Princess Misha? The prince's expression darkened, clearly displeased by the assertion, yet unable to refute it. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not think that your friendship with Ziz shields you from my wrath. And Yunhua maintained his composure. Do not be irate, Your Highness. I merely state the facts and wish to convey my friend's sentiments. What sentiments? Firstly, he does not love Princess Misha and does not wish to marry her. Secondly, he yearns for freedom from constraints and desires to leave the demon realm. Thirdly, he believes you are well suited to inherit the throne and would pair excellently with Princess Misha. Thus he wishes to facilitate your union while seeking his own liberation. The prince retorted, I have never aspired to the throne. Misha was chosen for Ziz by my father. I cannot. No, I cannot do this. His resolve was firm. Ultimately, it was Yunhua who articulated the entire plan, which reluctantly persuaded the prince to cooperate. 3 days hence, all would unfold as planned. After dispersing, Wei Yunqing and Yunhua concealed themselves within Han Yunhao's quarters, remaining in hiding for 3 days. During this time, Yunhua had the prince send word to Lu Qingyan, instructing him to remain indoors for the next 3 days, assuring him that someone would arrive to escort him afterward. Lu Qingyan complied obediently, spending 3 aimless days in a stupor, eating and sleeping, his visage becoming rounder. He donned the attire provided by the guards and followed them to the rendezvous point. Upon spotting Wei Yunqing, he immediately clung to her, only to be shoved aside by Yunhua's sharp rebuke. Covering his face, Lu Qingyan whimpered, Sister Qing, how I have missed you. Wei Yunqing smiled wryly. It is evident that your longing has manifested quite literally. Lu Qingyan then queried, what purpose does our peculiar attire serve? The trio was adorned flamboyantly, each cradling 2 flower pots filled with thorny black roses. A careless grip could lead to painful pricks. We shall blend in with the parade to escape the demon realm. When we reach the main gate, be alert, for otherwise, we may leave you behind. Wei Yunqing jokingly warned him. Then we shall not search for Han Yunhao? Lu Qingyan sought further clarification. Wei Yunqing, wishing to avoid an endless dialogue, refrained from elaborating, aware that each question would elicit more inquiries. As the horns of the 3 realms parade echoed, all factions prepared to embark. Before the demon castle stood a black rose carriage for the bride and groom, followed by flower children bearing black roses, and an array of unknown groups stretched endlessly before them. Listening to the urgent blare of horns, Wei Yunqing felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, she felt a reassuring weight on her shoulder, a warm, strong hand belonging to Yunhua. Relax, we will make it out. His voice resonated with steadiness, instilling her with boundless courage, as if escaping the demon realm were merely a matter of course. Chapter 43. The escape of the demon realm. Prince Han Yunhao, clad in an ebony tuxedo, led the enchanting Misha, adorned in a matching black wedding gown, onto the flower carriage. 2 additional seats were occupied by the best man and maid of honor, with Misha's sister, a 3-headed lion, seated beside her. While the other prominent figure of the day, the prince of the demon realm, sat next to Han Yunhao. The entire procession was meticulously monitored by the prince, a pivotal element of their plan. The day before the wedding, the brothers had engaged in a contest of skill to select the best man for the occasion. The others envied the younger brother for winning Misha's affection and coveted the opportunity to accompany her in the parade. Han Yunhao pondered in silence, perplexed by the fierce glares directed at him. The prince shielded him with his body and remarked nonchalantly, Pay them no mind. They are not gazing at you. After today, you shall not see them again, so do not dwell on it. This statement bore a bittersweet tone, yet Han Yunhao was not one to succumb to sentimentality. If he did not belong to this world, why linger? The clarion call of the 3 realms procession resounded, signaling the commencement of their escape plan. They would first circle the demon realm before making their exit through the portal. Wei Yunqing and Yunhao were well acquainted with this route, having once been paraded through it in a prisoner escort. Han Yunhao felt a wave of reassurance upon spotting the trio of flower children amidst the procession. Although they donned the same attire as the others, he could recognize them instinctively. Suddenly, something jabbed sharply at Wei Yunqing's foot, causing her immense pain and nearly disrupting the formation. And Yuno steadied her. "Can't you walk properly?" she exclaimed. Just as she said this, she too felt a piercing pain beneath her foot.
Ouch.
What kind of road is this? It's riddled with protruding stones.
As anticipated.
The sound of Road Qingyan's whimpering soon followed. They gazed down, confirming that the road was indeed treacherous. During their prior confinement, they had been jostled relentlessly through this path. Now, traversing it on foot was far more agonizing than walking on a bed of nails. Endure it, maintain formation. If I'm not mistaken, once we pass this uneven stretch, we shall soon reach the demon realm's portal, he urged, though the pallor of his face betrayed his own limits of endurance. The procession came to an unexpected halt. Although their feet were now on level ground, the residual pain lingered. Finally, we have reached the end. My feet feel as if they no longer belong to me. Road Qingyan lamented, nearly collapsing in despair. And Yuno cautiously craned her neck and whispered, "The demon realm's gate is opening ahead. Prepare yourselves. Victory shall hinge upon a fleeting moment." Wei Yunqing's spirits lifted as she grasped Road Qingyan's wrist, declaring, "Once we pass through the gate, when I say run, you must sprint forward with all your might. Do you understand?" Road Qingyan, still dazed, nodded obediently. Oh. The portal connecting the human realm and the demon realm swung open, allowing the radiant light of the human realm to beam through. The denizens of the demon realm, unaccustomed to such blinding brightness, shielded their eyes. The flower carriage continued its advance, transitioning from the demon realm into the human realm. As soon as Wei Yunqing and her companions stepped beyond the threshold of the demon realm, she shouted at Road Qingyan, "Run." The three of them bolted away from the carriage, like untethered wild horses, swiftly vanishing from the battlefield. Seeing their departure, Han Yunhao rose slowly from the carriage, placing a foot upon its front. He turned to Misha and said, "I'm sorry, Misha, but I cannot marry you." He then addressed the prince. "I entrust the demon realm to you." Misha pushed the prince away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? He is my husband." The prince forcefully kissed her, asserting, "It is I who shall marry you. It is I who will continue the wedding with you. I am your husband. Forget him." The procession veered sharply toward the Black Rose Chapel as pursuers attempted to reopen the demon realm's gate, but to no avail. Han Yunhao had fortified the entrance with 9 layers of seals, a technique he had discovered in an ancient tome of magic, effectively closing the soul passage between the human and demon realms. He was free. "I am free." Han Yunhao finally felt unburdened and let out a triumphant roar amidst the forest. The other three, having changed out of their peculiar garb, emerged from the woods with hands over their ears. And Yuno cautioned, "Keep your voice down. Your pursuers cannot follow, but ours may be lurking nearby."
Han Yunhao,
filled with exhilaration, replied, "You still have pursuers? No matter, let them come. I shall take them on one by one." The other individual to gain his freedom was Shun Yanqi, who emerged from the demon realm as if reborn. "What is this? A genie?" Han Yunhao snatched the water pot from Road Qingyan's waist, polishing it with his sleeve and gazing at Shun Yanqi with eager anticipation. Shun Yanqi, with 3 dark lines etched upon his forehead, inquired, "Are you waiting for me to say that I can grant you 3 wishes?" And Yuno cruelly mocked, "Ha! A genie? More like a spirit." They proceeded toward a farmhouse, where Wei Yunqing introduced her companions. Finding the diversity of their group quite amusing, only one more was needed to complete their ensemble. Chapter 44. The Iron Rooster plucks its feathers. "Who are you calling a fugitive?" And Yuno glared with fury, startling the farmer into securing his courtyard gate.
"Hey!
You shameless scoundrel, come out. How dare you abscond with my money? I'll tear down your property." The farmer emerged once more, clutching a small bamboo tube. He tugged at the string at its end, releasing a firework that exploded in the sky. "Not only did you not repay me, but you also lost my cart, and now you're alerting the pursuers. Come out, or I swear I'll flatten you." And Yuno hoisted Wei Yunqing over his shoulder. "We must flee quickly. Without the cart, we'll be in dire straits if they catch up. And Yuno, put me down, even if it means our mutual destruction. I will make sure to take revenge for my money." Wei Yunqing struggled desperately, with a sharp slap to her rear, and Yuno silenced her, immediately regretting the action as his ears flushed with embarrassment. They hurried to the location where they had buried the chest. "What now?" We not only have to escape on foot but also carry these two enormous chests? Han Yunhao queried just as rustling sounds emerged from the forest, prompting them to conceal themselves with the chests. The figures they observed were clad in the uniforms of the Bai and Qian households, brandishing clubs as they searched the woods. Those from the Qian household arrived rather swiftly. One Bai household attendant remarked, "Of course." Another responded, "Let us hurry and find them. Whoever discovers them first will have the chance to vent their frustrations for all the hardships we've endured." The two factions reached a consensus and commenced a thorough search. And puzzled, asked, "We've only been in the demon realm for 10 days. How can they claim to have searched for us for a month?"
Han Yunhao explained.
Time flows differently. 1 day in the demon realm equates to 3 in the human realm. Wei Yunqing nearly forgot this crucial detail, counting the days on her fingers. Realizing they had only 10 days left, time was of the essence, and their situation had worsened with the loss of their cart. The search party was drawing nearer, and Wei Yunqing could sense despair looming. Suddenly, Han Yunhao inquired, "Do you have any money on you?" "Why are you asking about money now?" Wei Yunqing grimaced. "What do you intend to do with it? Scatter it and escape while they gather it? Whether or not you have any, I need it. Preferably gold," he insisted. It seemed he was contemplating a getaway. Wei Yunqing clasped her small stash tightly. Though it was called a small treasury, it had never housed a single gold coin, while Yuno possessed a full chest. As her gaze fell upon the wooden chest, Yuno swiftly retrieved 2 of the largest gold ingots from within and handed them to Han Yunhao, just as Lu Qingyan, curious, attempted to peek inside the chest. It was suddenly locked again, leaving him in the dark. The most miserly of iron roosters had surprisingly plucked 2 feathers today, and Wei Yunqing was left in awe. Could this be true love? Han Yunhao bit his finger, drawing incomprehensible symbols on the gold ingots, then placed them on the ground and urged everyone to step back. He uttered incantations, each word articulated with precision, yet their collective meaning eluded comprehension. With a wave of his hand, a bluish magical energy enveloped the ingots, transforming them instantaneously into a resplendent golden pumpkin carriage. Wei Yunqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you Cinderella's fairy godmother?"
Han Yunhao dismissed her remark.
"It's merely a basic transformation spell. Now that we have a carriage, let us go." Just as Wei Yunqing was about to experience the luxurious golden pumpkin carriage, Yuno seized her and set her down. "Let us revert it to a more conventional form, such as this." Yuno sketched a simple outline of an ancient cart on the ground, instructing Han Yunhao to alter it accordingly. "This is too ostentatious. Even though it's made of gold, can't we change its color? We might not even reach our destination before someone steals it piece by piece."
Han Yunhao conceded,
recognizing the wisdom in her words, and recast the spell, reshaping it into a cart resembling red woodwork, complete with lifelike puppet horses that could follow his commands without a designated driver. "They're approaching. Let us board."
Han Yunhao urged.
The new carriage retained a similar size to the original, yet with their increasing numbers and the 2 hefty chests, they found it impossible to fit. Upon seeing the suddenly materialized carriage in the woods, the searching attendants quickened their pace towards it. Han Yunhao grasped both Wei Yunqing and Lu Qingyan, tossing them inside. The exterior of the carriage appeared ordinary, but within lay a grand mobile abode, complete with individual rooms and a communal hall. "What a treasure we've stumbled upon!" Wei Yunqing exclaimed, leaping toward Han Yunhao, wrapping her arms around his neck and thanking him. "Thank you, Ziz." No girl had ever dared to come so close to him. He stiffened, unsure how to respond, though he certainly did not mind her affectionate address. "Yunqing!" The call from the depths of the abyss made Wei Yunqing go weak, her hand slipping from Han Yunhao. Fearing she might fall, he steadied her waist, allowing her to land safely. "Thank you, Ziz." She smiled. In a moment of exuberance, Han Yunhao knelt, proudly displaying his bulging biceps, the top muscles straining against the fabric. The well-defined contours of his tan skin caught Wei Yunqing's attention, making her swallow hard as she tentatively reached out to touch his bicep. Just as her fingertip grazed his skin, Han Yunhao took her hand and pressed it to his lips in a gentle kiss. Wei Yunqing's mind exploded like fireworks, eagerly awaiting the system's notification. While feigning calmness to check her hand, this time it was indeed her left. "System notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the boy band member Han Yunhao. Main quest progress is now at 3/5 completion. Please continue your efforts. A smile spread across Wei Yunqing's face. Humph, I've tamed a big wolf dog. Oh no. Sister Qing, you don't love me anymore. Lu Qingyan whined, tugging at her other hand and showering it with kisses, like a little puppy vying for attention from a big dog. As Lu Qingyan's small orange lips brushed against her hand, and Yuno swatted his head aside. Suddenly, the breathtakingly handsome figure drew near, causing Wei Yunqing to focus solely on him, her heart racing uncontrollably as she pressed her palms against Yuno's chest, clutching his garment tightly. Do you enjoy being surrounded by so many men showering you with affection? Wei Yunqing shook her head vehemently, sensing the predatory gaze of Yuno, akin to a tiger eyeing its recently captured prey. The pressure was suffocating, and her heart raced uncomfortably, nearly causing pain. And Yuno's lips curled into a wicked smile as he glanced at her heaving chest. Was your heart racing so rapidly when someone else kissed you? Wei Yunqing felt deeply offended, a wave of humiliation washing over her as she mustered all her strength to shove him away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shielding her chest as she growled, "What are you looking at? My affairs are none of your concern." And Yunua let out a dismissive scoff, exclaiming, "Humph, what is there to admire? An airport should be discreet, not flaunting itself as if it were desperate for attention." With a sudden clatter, tears betrayed her composure. As she murmured, "I've never encountered such a wretched individual." Chapter 45. The rider on the white horse is not necessarily a prince having escaped the pursuit of the Qian and Bai families. Han Yunhao's brought the carriage to a halt for a moment of respite. They all witnessed the discord between Wei Yunqing and Yuno, yet no one knew how to mediate. Han Yunhao's took the initiative to knock on Wei Yunqing's door. Wei Yunqing, her eyes swollen from crying, opened the door, startling Han Yunhao's, who initially thought it was Shun Yanchu playing tricks on him. "What's wrong?" Despite her hoarse voice, it was indeed Wei Yunqing's tone that steadied Han Yunhao's nerves as he inquired, "What is our next destination?" "I need to inform the puppet horse to continue." Wei Yunqing felt a tightness in her face, likely from tears drying on her skin and the remnants of sleep. Sitting on the sofa in the hall with a contemplative expression, she replied, "We are heading to the City of Assassins, Scorpion City in Guangzhou." The exterior of the carriage adhered to an ancient style as described in books, yet its interior had been remodeled by Han Yunhao's in a modern fashion, making it feel like home to them, all modern individuals. Seeing her finally emerge, Lu Qingyan rushed to her side, cautious not to cling too tightly, especially after witnessing how Yuno had treated her. "Sister Qing, is the last friend an assassin?" Lu Qingyan inquired, genuinely curious about the characters she had penned. Wei Yunqing hesitated, no longer shrouded in ambiguity. She candidly responded, "Our current experiences differ significantly from what I originally wrote. He is now an assassin known as the Centipede Scorpion, and whether he is the leader remains uncertain." Centipede Scorpion is the name of the assassin organization?
Han Yunhao asked. "Yes."
Scorpion City in Guangzhou is renowned as the City of Assassins, with nearly every household engaged in this profession, some working independently while others in groups. The largest organization among them is the Centipede Scorpion, and our last companion is employed there, Wei Yunqing explained, devoid of emotion. "Who is this last person? Do I know him?" Lu Qingyan, eager for a companion of his age, pressed on. Wei Yunqing pondered where to begin. "The last one is a prodigious artistic talent named Yuan Hang. Do you know him?" Han Yunhao's was only familiar with stars from the fighting world. He had never even heard of these three, let alone seen them. Suddenly, Shun Yanchu interjected, "I know him." "You do?" Wei Yunqing was incredulous. But seeing Shun Yanchu's refined demeanor, it wasn't too surprising. "Yes, he is the solitary artist who held a solo exhibition at the age of 7. Shun Yanchu chuckled. To her astonishment, Wei Yunqing's expression shifted slightly. "You know about him? Are you a fan?" Shen Yanchu chuckled. "I merely know of him. I'm not quite a fan. I have attended his exhibition, but not the one at 7, rather, the recent one." Wei Yunqing felt a surge of excitement as she had also attended the latest exhibition and adored each artwork, titled The Disappearing Gallery. She had initially thought the pieces were the work of a master, only to discover they were crafted by a 16-year-old. Indeed, he is a once-in-a-century painting genius. His styles vary greatly, and each piece can fetch at least 6 figures, with no cap on the price. Truly a little artist in every sense. Wei Yunqing praised endlessly. Curious, Han Yunhao asked, then why did you write him as an assassin? Wei Yunqing faltered. His personality is somewhat reclusive and not adept at communication, giving off a vibe akin to a cold-blooded assassin, so I wrote it that way. And why did you portray me as the prince of the demon realm?
Han Yunhao queried.
Because you have a robust and imposing physique. Look at those biceps. Can just anyone achieve that? Qingyan certainly cannot. After saying this, she muttered softly, besides, your astonishing appetite is not something just anyone can cultivate. Wei Yunqing patiently explained, I wanted to give Qingyan fewer lines because he tends to talk too much. As for Yanchu, with his gentle nature, I whimsically dubbed him a water ghost. Although I regret that it does a disservice to him. She feigned tears. She had secretly assigned everyone nicknames, and they did not mind, continuing their cheerful conversation. However, Lu Qingyan's final query abruptly ended the jovial topic as he slyly asked, what character did you write for Nuno? This question caught even Shun Yanchu off guard, as neither Wei Yunqing nor Nuno had ever mentioned it or inquired. Han Yunhao, who was generally not one to flatter, had finally coaxed a smile from Wei Yunqing, only for it to be disrupted by Lu Qingyan. What have I done? Lu Qingyan protested, feeling wronged. Han Yunhao waved a hand, saying, I'll check the location of Scorpion City on the magical navigation. It's getting late. You should close your mouth and sleep. Inside the carriage, Han Yunhao had constructed a waterway specifically for Shun Yanchu, allowing him to move freely within the carriage, with the water bottle remaining in Wei Yunqing's room. After washing her face, Wei Yunqing lay on the bed, feeling disheartened as she stared at the ceiling, which resembled a kaleidoscope of patterns. Shan Yanchu entered her room and lifted the clam bed from the water, asking, Why did you bring it out? Shan Yanchu gestured for her to lie down. It had been a while since she had experienced the comfort of the clam bed, which was unparalleled by any ordinary mattress. You will sleep on this bed from now on, and I will sing to lull you to sleep. As soon as Wei Yunqing lay down, weariness washed over her like a tide, and she murmured, But you can't sing to me for a lifetime. Before Shun Yanchu could begin his lullaby, he too whispered, As long as you wish, I would gladly sing to you for eternity. However, she did not hear this last sentiment. His gentle melody not only lulled Wei Yunqing into a deep slumber, but also filled her dreams with wonder. In her dreams, she transformed into Alice, not traversing a rabbit hole but rather flipping through a whimsical fairy tale. Under the sea, she was the benevolent mermaid princess, watching as the prince she saved, Shun Yanchu, fell for another. She willingly dissolved into bubbles for love, vanishing from existence. In a castle, she was the innocent belle, dancing under the moonlight with the beast, Han Yunhao. The curse lifted, the beast transformed into a handsome prince. In a village, she was the gentle Cinderella, as the tender prince, Lu Qingyan, delicately placed a crystal shoe upon her foot, forever altering her previously tragic existence. In the woods, she was Snow White, asleep from the poisoned apple, surrounded by 7 dwarfs who wept for her beauty. The sound of hooves approached, and a tall figure dismounted from a white horse, walking steadily towards her. A warm kiss graced her cold lips, breathing life into her once more. She slowly opened her eyes, her deep starry gaze penetrating her heart, and a lazy smile adorned the handsome face before her. This was Nuno, a vision of what was not found on earth, but belonged to paradise. At that moment, the beautiful dream shattered, and Wei Yunqing murmured to herself, It seems the rider on the white horse is not necessarily an angelic prince. He could very well be the devilish Nuno. Chapter 46. The City of Indifference. The carriage sped forward, reaching the Scorpion City on Guangzhou after 2 days of travel. During this time, Wei Yunqing and Nuno had not exchanged a single word, nor had they shared the same space, whether intentionally or inadvertently, creating a tacit understanding between them. 5 miles from the outskirts of Scorpion City, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, refusing to move forward despite Han Yunhao's persistent urging. It remained immobile as if nailed to the ground, ultimately necessitating parking in a nearby grove for concealment, ensuring it did not attract undue attention. Lu Qingyan timidly suggested, I'll stay back to watch the carriage. You all go ahead. Wei Yunqing and Yuno turned their heads away from each other, embodying the childishness of two kindergartners in a spat, each refusing to acknowledge the other. Han Yunhao conjured 4 cards for drawing lots, excluding Shan Yanqi. The remaining 4 drew lots, forming pairs based on matching numbers, with the red card constituting the first group. As soon as the 4 cards were laid out, Wei Yunqing reached out to grab one, only to find Yuno's hand appearing at the other end of the card she touched. After several random selections, both ended up choosing the same card. Ultimately, they relinquished their right to choose, and once Lu Qingyan and Han Yunhao had made their selections, the revealed cards were 2 black aces, while the unopened cards remained as red aces, thus naturally pairing the two with no choice in the matter. They exchanged a glance, both exasperated, and Han Yunhao proposed, "Should we draw again?" Their silence indicated consent. After 3 more draws, which yielded remarkable similarities, it seemed fate had determined they must be a pair. Unable to escape the whims of destiny, the two set forth. Approaching Scorpion City, during daylight, they were greeted by an eerie, chilling atmosphere. At night, the sensation would surely intensify. Thus, it was imperative to enter the city before sundown to glean what they could, for time was not on Wei Yunqing's side. With a palpable air of menace, they ventured into Scorpion City, which lacked the vibrancy they had anticipated. Although it possessed the amenities of an ordinary town, it seemed devoid of the warmth of human presence. As they walked amidst the throng of professional assassins, they felt conspicuously out of place, with the locals casting wary glances in their direction, causing Wei Yunqing to feel a chill run down her spine. Despite the ongoing rift within Yuno, she instinctively yearned to stay closer to him, wishing she could grasp his sleeve for comfort. Suddenly, she felt a pang in her nose, tears threatening to spill, as she covered her face and chastised, "Why did you stop so abruptly? That hurt." And Yuno raised his chin and peered ahead, where a brutal confrontation unfolded. A gravely injured man was being pursued by 2 men wielding large blades. Bystanders did not intervene. They merely stepped aside, allowing the violence to pass without interference, as if murder were as mundane as eating or sleeping. The sight of the wounded man succumbing to the relentless onslaught was harrowing. Even in death, he was mercilessly hacked until he was reduced to a grotesque pile of flesh, bones, and entrails scattered about. The dark veil of night descended, shielding her from the gruesome spectacle, while Yuno held her waist to prevent her from collapsing. Covering her eyes, he turned her away from the bloodshed, guiding her to safety. It was Yuno's first encounter with murder, and the shock mirrored Wei Yunqing's. Yet witnessing her fear and fragility compelled him to adopt a protective demeanor. "Get it together," and Yuno admonished. Wei Yunqing pushed him away, retorting, "Just because you can remain calm, does that make murder commonplace? It's entirely natural to feel weak. You, acting as if you're just like them, cold and heartless." Tears streamed down her face in frustration as she thought, this is the Scorpion City she had envisioned, where everyone lived on the edge of a blade, licking blood from the knife's edge. Could Yuan Heng truly survive in such a place? System. Is Yuan Heng still alive? This was the one question Wei Yunqing desperately sought to confirm. She asked, "Aren't you supposed to maintain balance in the novel's world? If they face life-threatening danger, wouldn't that disrupt the world's equilibrium?" The system responded, "The agent system ensures the host's life is not threatened. The safety of members is the agent's responsibility. Should a member die, it signifies agent negligence, leading to the collapse of the novel world and failure of the agent's mission, resulting in the host facing ultimate punishment." Wei Yunqing inquired, "And what does that ultimate punishment entail?" The system explained, "A member's death in the novel world equates to brain death in the real world, implicating the host in indirect murder, and according to system law, you would face the death penalty. Not only would you be erased from the novel world, but you would also experience brain death in reality." Wei Yunqing exclaimed in frustration, "That's utterly unreasonable. Are you saying that if someone dies, I must die alongside them?"
Why should that be?
She lamented, "I truly wish everything I am experiencing now were but a dream." As they turned onto another street, the atmosphere remained desolate, with no semblance of casual conversation between individuals. They dared not engage with others for fear of eliciting unwanted attention. Wei Yunqing hurried ahead, while Yuno hastily followed. He had intended to jest with her, but her furious response left him bewildered. finding her reaction utterly incomprehensible. Chapter 47. Inextricable bonds. As they traversed a seemingly innocuous tavern, the two companions, feeling the pangs of hunger in their flat bellies, resolved to indulge in a meal, unwilling to neglect their appetites. Moreover, the tavern was a hub of diverse patrons, where they could glean valuable tidbits from the surrounding gossip. However, upon entering and settling down to order, they soon realized that while the atmosphere was devoid of lethal intent, it was nonetheless peculiar. Since arriving in the city, apart from the distant echoes of violence, no other sounds had pierced the silence. Even the servers moved about without uttering a word, their breaths barely audible. Initially, Wei Yunqing intended to depart immediately, but upon spotting beef pancakes on the menu, Yunu's resolve solidified, and he decisively ordered a plate. Wei Yunqing, lowering her voice to a whisper, queried, "Brother, do you truly have an appetite in such an atmosphere?" And Yunu, unfazed, nodded affirmatively. He was someone who could not resist the allure of beef pancakes, especially those from the infamous city of assassins, whose flavor was tantalizing to imagine. The beef pancakes arrived swiftly, accompanied by a pot of clear tea. Wei Yunqing, lacking an appetite, poured herself a cup, hoping to calm her nerves with a sip. Suddenly, the system registered a threat to her life, illuminating a red warning light and advising, "Host, evacuate the tavern immediately. The food and drink are poisoned. Do not consume." Without hesitation, Wei Yunqing set down her cup, preventing Yunu from indulging in the beef pancake that was about to enter his mouth. The freshly cooked pancake fell to the ground, and Yunu, heartbroken, was on the brink of a fit of rage, only to see Wei Yunqing mouth the words, "It's poisoned." Furrowing his brow, he lamented the loss of such a delectable pancake, leaving a silver ingot on the table. Together, they rose slowly, preparing to exit the tavern. However, upon reaching the door, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of individuals, rendering an escape impossible. And Yunu flexed his limbs, advising Wei Yunqing, "If an opportunity arises, you must flee without hesitation." Wei Yunqing trembled. "I cannot abandon you. That would be utterly disloyal." "Now you speak of loyalty? You are the one who is upset with me, unwilling to converse or associate," she retorted. "If you leave me behind, you could easily flee with Lu Qingyan and the others. I cannot be without you. If we are to leave, we shall do so together. Should he perish in the fray, Wei Yunqing would follow him into the abyss." The notion of fleeing alone was unthinkable, and Yunu smirked slightly. "You said it yourself. Then remain safely behind me. If you are injured, do not blame me for failing to protect you." With that, he engaged the assassins in combat. The character known as Mr. and was an elusive master, possessing extraordinary agility and martial prowess. Yet, with her as a burden and surrounded by skilled assassins, he found it challenging to maneuver. Each strike aimed at vital points. Recognizing Wei Yunqing as a target, they relentlessly attacked her, and Yunu would not allow this to happen. He tore open an escape route and clasped Wei Yunqing around the waist, their feet swift as they transitioned to the street. Yet, the situation remained dire. Individuals from within the tavern pursued them, brandishing weapons, encircling them anew. "Damn it, this is never-ending." And Yunu cursed, frustration evident. Suddenly, Wei Yunqing resolved, "If a chance arises, do not worry about me. You must escape. My life is expendable compared to yours." "What nonsense are you spouting? I would never allow a young lady to face a horde of assassins alone." And Yunu was bewildered, unsure if she doubted his capabilities or his character. I don't wish to hear your reasoning. I will act according to my own will. I am the one in charge." As soon as she finished speaking, a new round of combat commenced, the outcome uncertain, with the ultimate result being Yunu succumbing to exhaustion and being struck down, while she faced the same fate under the system's rigid laws. "Do not sacrifice yourself for me. Protect yourself," he urged as he crouched down, forcing her to do the same. Amidst the onslaught, Yunu managed to evade half of the attacks, but the other half struck him directly, leaving him grievously wounded. "And Yunu!" Wei Yunqing cried, clutching his leg, tears streaming down her face. Blood soaked through his garments, staining her hands as well. The assassins drew their blades once more, advancing towards her. Prepared for death, she braced herself, but as the sounds of steel piercing flesh echoed, she remained unharmed. and Yunu had shielded her, crouching protectively around her. Wei Yunqing looked up, and he attempted to offer her a smile, yet as he opened his mouth, blood gushed forth. He collapsed in a pool of crimson. His ability to shield her extinguished. Wei Yunqing sat in shock, clutching his garment and weeping. "You fool, rise. Scold me, do something. If you do not awaken, I will abandon you." She failed to notice the impending wave of attacks, fixated only on Yunu's weakening breath, her heart nearly suffocating as she cried to the heavens. System. The system, sensing the imminent threat to her life, enveloped her in a protective barrier, halting the blades that had aimed for her. Time froze. The system announced, "Escape time has been created for the host. Please evacuate the battlefield swiftly." Gasping for air, Wei Yunqing slowly rose from the ground. But she could not lift the towering Yunu. She draped his arms over her shoulders, dragging him with immense difficulty, each step a Herculean effort. The system explained, "The tavern you just left is the only intelligence hub in Scorpion City, the place where assassins receive their missions. They are merciless towards outsiders who do not understand the rules." Silence. Wei Yunqing snapped, unwilling to hear its voice any longer. In the end, it was merely a heartless system, no different from the assassins. Although she begrudgingly acknowledged its assistance in preserving her life, without it, she and Yunu would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Chapter 48. A thrilling heart and trembling hands as Wei Yunqing carried Yunu out of the city. She murmured her gratitude to the system for saving her life at a critical moment, for freezing time to delay Yunu's demise, and for bestowing upon her the omnipotent Han Yunhao's. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Finally, they had exited the city. "Come on, Wei Yunqing, you can do this. You must not allow Yunu to perish," she chanted, though inwardly, she had long cursed the system's ancestors. Her strength was waning, and if she did not rally herself, she feared she would falter midway. Dragging Yunu, she carved a bloody path from the city to the outskirts. Upon sighting the carriage, her strength drained instantly, collapsing beneath the weight of Yunu. With the threat dissipated, the system automatically released the suspension of time, restoring the flow of reality. Wei Yunqing could only move one arm, which she desperately used to batter the ground, summoning Han Yunhao's from the carriage. "Lu Qingyan, come help!"
Han Yunhose exclaimed.
Witnessing the gruesome scene outside, drawing upon her last vestiges of strength, Wei Yunqing made her way to Yunu's room, where Han Yunhao's was preparing a magical array for healing. She recognized the array from when he had treated her leg injury. "Will he survive?" Wei Yunqing whispered, her voice barely audible. Upon learning that he could endure, the tension in her body finally dissipated, and she fainted. Lu Qingyan caught her, anxiously exclaiming, "What should we do?" "You check on her first." Despite being the shortest among them, Lu Qingyan effortlessly lifted Wei Yunqing, marveling at her lightness. "Sister Qing, why are you so light?
You eat well, don't you?"
Where has all the meat gone?" He laid her on the bed, only to be shooed away by Shen Yanchu.
"All right, you can leave now."
"I need to help her regain her strength. You can't assist here. I'll take care of her." Lu Qingyan wanted to retort that Shen Yanchu, with his spectral form, was hardly fit for caregiving, but refrained, recognizing it might hurt his pride. Since Wei Yunqing was not in grave danger, he departed. Shen Yanchu placed his hand over Wei Yunqing's, singing a healing melody that, combined with the bed's properties, would not only restore her strength, but also aid in Yunu's recovery. "Sister Qing, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you better?" Lu Qingyan, busy in the kitchen preparing lunch, rushed over upon seeing her awaken, immediately setting aside his knife. The familiar chatter was grating. Wei Yunqing forced a smile. "I'm fine. Where is everyone?"
"Stop.
Just focus on your work.
Don't worry about me."
She thought she might be driven mad by his incessant prattle. How would he ever marry with such a loquacious nature? Holding her breath, Wei Yunqing stealthily entered Yunu's room, creeping toward his bedside, careful not to disturb him. She gazed intently at his steadily rising and falling chest, exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming he was still alive. What a stroke of luck! The thrill of survival coursed through her, nearly costing her life. "How is he?" She startled Shen Yanchu, who had not heard her approach. "He just needs time to heal," he replied lightly. Although Han Yunhao's had treated Yunu's life-threatening injuries, There were still many bandages adorning his body. Recovery was not so simple. Is Han Yunhao's having you watch over him? Wei Yunqing inquired. Yes, he said he would come to change Yuno's bandages once he wakes. Seeing the medicine at the bedside, Wei Yunqing asserted, I can do that. You go to the living room. If Han Yunhao wakes, let him rest a bit longer. Don't disturb him. Shan Yanchu hesitated, feeling a twinge of jealousy over Wei Yunqing's desire to tend to Yuno. He wanted to offer his assistance but felt powerless to do so. You've just recovered. I'll have Xiaolu help you. Shun Yanchu insisted, not wanting her to have such intimate contact with Yuno. No need. Yan Yan is cooking lunch. Don't interrupt him. It's just a change of bandages. Don't underestimate me. Now, please leave. Wei Yunqing insisted, shooing him away. Frustrated, Shan Yanchu thought to himself that he would overlook her insistence this time due to Yuno's severe injuries. As she lifted Yuno's blanket, she was taken aback to find him completely exposed, her eyes nearly blinded by the sight. Amida Buddha, I'm merely changing a bandage, not trying to take advantage. I'll only look where I should and touch what I must, she muttered, though her eyes wandered uncontrollably over his figure. Her heart racing and hands trembling as she unwrapped the bandages for a full 20 minutes. Saliva pooled in her mouth as her eyes roamed over his perfectly proportioned physique. What a breathtakingly handsome face, coupled with well-defined lines, truly a sight to behold. Suddenly, heat surged within her, and she pinched her nostrils shut, using her palm to awaken the small demon of desire within her. With determination, she took the healing ointment and diligently applied it to his wounds, carefully rewrapping them before covering him with the blanket once more. Sitting by his bedside, she murmured, "Thank you, and to express her gratitude. She washed his clothes and shoes, tidied the room, and gently wiped his face and hands before offering him water and medicine. After her flurry of activity, she settled beside Yuno, admiring his exquisite features. Truly, it was a pleasure for the eyes. Perhaps gazing upon him might even grant her longevity. Indeed, he was far more appealing when silent. As she continued to gaze, drowsiness overcame her, and she succumbed to slumber by Yuno's bedside. Chapter 49. Hiring an assassin to kill oneself. The moment Yuno awoke, his gaze fell upon her serene, slumbering visage, stirring an unexpected flutter within him. How peculiar that this unattractive girl seemed to have grown more appealing. He could not pinpoint the exact change. Perhaps familiarity had rendered her countenance more agreeable. In gratitude for her saving him, he decided to grant her the privilege of sleeping in his bed that night. Rising from his bed, he bent down to lift her. Finding her form as light as a delicate wisp of cotton, an embrace surprisingly comfortable that made him reluctant to release her. He gently laid her back on the bed, tucking the covers around her securely, before departing his room to join the others in the living room. 3 men awaited him there, and Han Yunhao, having personally treated him, was well aware of when he would awaken. Han Yunhao was the first to inquire what transpired in Scorpion City. As Yuno took a seat, he inadvertently tugged at his wound, a dull ache reminding him of his injuries. To his surprise, sitting down proved more painful than lifting Wei Yunqing. You haven't ventured back to Scorpion City, have you? And Yuno countered. Absolutely not. With your condition, who would dare return? Certainly not I. Lu Qingyan shrank into the sofa. And Yuno recounted the events of their time in Scorpion City, leaving the others astounded, all expressing admiration for Wei Yunqing's bravery and curiosity regarding her escape, especially while carrying the nearly lifeless Yuno. Given the dangers of Scorpion City, we should avoid it, Lu Qingyan declared, already retreating from the idea. He had no skills beyond his words. His family had never trained him in combat. Had this been the old Yuno, he would have supported Lu Qingyan's sentiments, steering clear of Scorpion City and heading straight to the conclusion. However, knowing that they were all fellow participants in this narrative, he could not stand idly by while a mere 16-year-old navigated such a cold and perilous den, especially considering Wei Yunqing would never abandon Yuan Heng. Actually, traversing Scorpion City is quite simple, Shan Yanqi remarked. One merely needs to blend in amidst the aura of death. What do you suggest? And Yuno asked. Suddenly, Shan Yanqi's demeanor darkened, and a chilling aura began to emanate from him, lowering the temperature in the room.
Lu Qingyan instinctively edged closer to Han Yunhao.
Distancing himself from Shan Yanqi, feigning calm, And Yuno retorted, "Your grudge is far more potent than their murderous intent. If you continue to exude that aura, I might just soil myself. Then tomorrow, let us take Shen Yanqi along to further explore Scorpion City." Han Yunhao clapped Yuno on the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. "My apologies. My power has returned. Allow me to heal your wounds. Otherwise, if a conflict arises tomorrow, I may not be able to protect you." "Are you implying I would hinder you?" And Yuno protested. "Not at all. The sooner you recover, the sooner Wei Yunqing can feel at ease. After all, she has cared for you all day." And Yuno's tone softened considerably. "Is that so?
Well,
I suppose that unattractive girl owes me. I am her savior." In an instant, Han Yunhao lost all desire to treat him. And Yuno reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes. "I'll remain here a little longer." He certainly could not divulge that he had relinquished his bed to the unattractive girl. The following morning, and Yuno and Han Yunhao masked their faces, equipped with water flasks, and set forth once more towards Scorpion City. At the city gates, Shen Yanqi enveloped them in the resentment of a water ghost, seamlessly blending with the city's murderous aura, allowing them to pass without hindrance. Yet despite this, they gleaned no useful information. Though they engaged a few merchants in conversation, the merchants were exceedingly wary, only revealing that tasks could be found at the tavern where they had been ambushed. This time, they refrained from recklessly entering and instead lingered outside the tavern until they observed no unusual activity before stepping inside. Once inside, they mimicked the behavior of other assassins, no ordering food, no sipping tea, no conversing, merely absorbed in their own affairs. After nearly an hour, the tavern's waiter finally hung a sign displaying the names of the dishes. Upon closer inspection, and Yuno realized those were not dish names, but rather the names of individuals marked for assassination. The list of assassin specialties was divided into 4 categories: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest rank, the most challenging, and bearing the highest bounty, while Yellow represented the lowest in all respects. The previously tranquil tavern erupted into chaos as assassins fought fiercely to seize better tasks and higher bounties. Successfully obtaining a nameplate allowed them to register and commence their work. The duo spent the entire afternoon observing the tavern's patrons, some arriving to accept tasks, others exchanging bounties. After becoming familiar faces in the tavern over several days, they sought opportunities to inquire about the notorious Ba Zhu Scorpion. Some quaked at the mere mention of the name, others scoffed, and many simply shook their heads in ignorance. Wei Yunqing felt increasingly distressed as the days slipped by, her hair thinning with each passing moment. With only 3 days remaining, an inexplicable panic set in, prompting her to beseech the system for an extension. However, it seemed the wretched system had ceased to respond, remaining silent since their first conversation. After several days of observation, and Yuno appeared to possess a keen understanding of Scorpion City's operations. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he asked Wei Yunqing, "Do you wish to find Yuan Hum? Then let us go to the tavern tomorrow to post a bounty, offering a substantial reward for Ba Zhu Scorpion to come and kill you. I knew you were up to no good, trying to sell me out." Wei Yunqing had already seen through his ruse. "We have searched for so long with no leads. We must compel him to come to us, and besides, we will protect you. How could he possibly succeed in killing you? Worry not." And Yuno reclined on the sofa, carefree, as if the target of the assassination was no longer him. Han Yunhao suddenly chimed in, "I believe this plan is feasible and quite brilliant. Let us not wait until tomorrow. Let us proceed today." Wei Yunqing's face fell, lamenting her fate as they rushed to send her to her demise. Even Shen Yanqi deemed the plan viable, expressing confidence in their ability to protect her. Lu Qingyan naturally echoed the sentiment, as he bore no responsibility, no strategizing, no involvement, and certainly no need to act as bait. Chapter 50. To buy or to sell, utilizing Shen Yanqi's vengeful spirit and Yuno's exceptional disguise skills. Wei Yunqing was finally dragged into a tavern to seek someone to assassinate her. She was particularly anxious about the possibility of the notice being snatched away by others. "Do you know how to hire an assassin?" Wei Yunqing inquired, her apprehension palpable, fearing even the slightest misstep. And Yuno, brimming with confidence, replied, "Isn't that simple?" However, his demeanor appeared rather unreliable, prompting her to follow him to observe how he interacted with the young waiter. The waiter first asked, buy or sell. Here, buy referred to hiring an assassin, where the employer seeks someone to do a task for them, rewarding them upon completion, while sell indicated the assassins in the hall waiting to take on jobs. Covering her face, and Yuno feigned profundity and replied, buy. The waiter handed him a ledger, instructing him to fill in the information. Wei Yunqing leaned in to examine it, noticing it resembled a household registration form, requiring detailed information, even extending to one's extended family. Before writing, and Yuno inquired, how do I specify a particular individual? The waiter raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly, and presented another booklet. Upon opening it, they discovered a list of assassins, and Yuno flipped through it multiple times but found no mention of Baizhu Scorpion or Yuanheng. She whispered to Wei Yunqing, is he retired? Why, isn't he here? Given the system's previous hints, she firmly believed Yuanheng would be waiting for her. Could it be that he is not famous, never appearing on any rankings? He is so kind-hearted, he surely wouldn't resort to violence. And Yuno slammed the booklet on the table, stating, there is no one here I desire. The waiter, with a grin, inquired, who do you wish to select? Just give me a name, and this establishment will find them for you. Yuanheng of the Baizhu Scorpion. And Yuno declared. The previously chaotic atmosphere fell silent, and Wei Yunqing felt her nerves tighten, recalling the last time she had been attacked. She had no desire to relive such an experience. The waiter waved his hand, signaling for them to continue, allowing them to divert their attention. It seems you're not familiar with the process. This is your first time buying, isn't it? He teased lightly, though he warmly guided them to a private room on the second floor for further discussion. Inside the room, the waiter poured tea for both of them and asked, what is the background of the individual you wish to eliminate? The two were cautious, having narrowly escaped last time. They refused to touch any items in the room, maintaining an air of aloofness. And Yuno coldly stated, the daughter of the wealthiest man in the city, she is materialistic, abandoning those who are poor, ruthless. Do you think she deserves to die? Her words dripped with venom, and the waiter could relate. Even Wei Yunqing was convinced of her sincerity. If anyone dared to claim she lacked acting skills, she would be the first to protest. Seeing him silent, the waiter politely smiled. The second option is to select someone from the previous list. The reward will naturally be higher, since you are specifying a name, but you must pay regardless of whether the task is completed. The payment structure differs. If successful, you receive the full bounty, if unsuccessful, half. Clearly, neither of these options appealed to Yuno. The waiter continued, the third option is unique. You may name anyone, and if we can find them and they accept, you must pay 5 times the price of the second option, regardless of success. Even if it were 10 times, they could afford it, and Yuno declared extravagantly, tossing 2 gold ingots onto the table. Is that sufficient for a deposit? The waiter's eyes sparkled with greed, and he asked eagerly, who do you wish to find? Did I not already say? Yuanheng of the Baizhu Scorpion. The moment the waiter touched the gold ingots, he abruptly withdrew his hand, his expression darkening. And Yuno furrowed her brow in confusion. Is there a difficulty? Can't you find him? Or does he not exist? The waiter hesitated. How do you know of this person? That's none of your concern. Just tell me if you can do it. And Yuno's patience wore thin. You may not know, but the Baizhu Scorpion has been disbanded for quite some time.
What?
They both exclaimed in unison. It seems you truly know nothing. The waiter continued. The Baizhu Scorpion was once the most powerful assassin organization in Scorpion City, with almost no failures in the tasks they accepted. Many clients often requested their services. Just a few months ago, the leader was killed by his adopted son, Yuanheng, whom you mentioned. After inheriting the organization, his first act was to disband the Baizhu Scorpion. The assassins formerly affiliated with them either joined other organizations or went solo, but they all shared a common goal, to kill Yuanheng, not for revenge on the former leader, but to retaliate against him for destroying their promising futures. And Yuno grimaced, her lips twitching as she quietly questioned Wei Yunqing. Didn't you say he was too kind to kill? If the leader of an assassin organization can do it, he must possess considerable skill, and now the entire assassin underworld is after him. You really are leading us into a pit of fire. Wei Yunqing muttered defensively. How was I to know it would unfold like this? The leader was an enemy of Yuanheng's family, but when I wrote it, He had betrayed the organization and was reformed by us, not a killer. Then how do you explain the current situation? And Yuno retorted. She had no explanation. At this point, she had lost control of the narrative. And this was no longer her story. It must be a counterfeit. So, are you certain you still want to find Yuan-hung for this task? The waiter inquired. Are you sure you can find him? And Yuno countered, realizing that hiring an assassin was no longer the goal. First, they needed to locate him. The waiter hesitated. Even the most professional assassin organizations had failed to uncover any trace of him. For them, it was an insurmountable challenge. And he dared not guarantee when they might find him, yet he was reluctant to part with the deposit. His heartfelt words sounded like a shattering heart to the waiter. As he brushed past the gold ingots, wishing to offer alternative assassins for the job. However, before he could speak, an Yuno patted his shoulder and said, "Don't ask anything further. Let's leave." With that, an Yuno swiftly led Wei Yunqing out of the city. This place was no longer safe. Lingering any longer would surely lead to exposure. They needed to depart before more clues surfaced. Chapter 51. The beginning of autumn and the winter solstice upon her return. Wei Yunqing remained in a state of despondency, utterly oblivious to Lu Qingyan's sweet nothings and the warmth of Shen Yanqi's concern. She felt no awareness of Han Yunhao's impressive physique. Her world seemed to have lost its vibrancy. Lu Qingyan inquired, "Sister Qing, what troubles you? Have you experienced a heartbreak?" And Yuno, with her sharp tongue, retorted, "This ugly girl? She will never face such worries in her lifetime. Who would be foolish enough to fall for her?" Shen Yanqi frowned. "Stop calling her ugly. It will only make her feel inferior." And Yuno dismissed his concern. "I shall call her as I please. After all, she is my maid. Isn't that right, ugly girl?" "Oh." Wei Yunqing drawled, her gaze vacant as she sliced vegetables, lost in her thoughts. And Yuno, intrigued, leaned closer and spotted a red stain on the cutting board, her features contorting in alarm. "Are you devoid of pain? You might sever your finger." Without hesitation, and Yuno grasped Wei Yunqing's finger and placed it in her mouth. This unexpected act caught everyone off guard, even in Yuno herself, who typically would disdain her own bleeding fingers. Yet, she found the taste of Wei Yunqing's blood surprisingly sweet, sending a shiver through both their hearts. When she collided with Han Yunhao's, who similarly grasped her finger, she gasped, "Are you two planning to kiss indirectly?" Once he used a magical array to heal her injury. Wei Yunqing realized she had overthought the matter. Not everyone had a penchant for sucking on others' fingers. As for finding Yuan-hung, we will devise another plan. Don't be too hard on yourself. The fact that the assassin organization has not located him means he is not in danger. We should be grateful for that, shouldn't we? Shen Yanqi, being the eldest among them, spoke with maturity and offered comfort. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wei Yunqing smiled, "I am fine. I shall take a stroll. Do not wait for me for lunch or dinner. I am on a diet." No one stopped her. Perhaps some solitude would be beneficial. She wandered far, discovering a natural waterfall and seated herself on a large rock beside it, counting down the moments of her life, murmuring. The water cascades down 3,000 feet. A solitary white crane ascends to the western sky. She imagined herself soaring gracefully to the afterlife. The system, interrupting at an inopportune moment, chimed in. "Host, do not be pessimistic. You have 2 days remaining. Believe in the existence of miracles." Wei Yunqing scoffed. "You don't think I plan to leap from the waterfall in suicide just to elicit your presence, do you?" She had indeed seen through the system's intentions. The system calmly replied, "I merely wish to engage in heartfelt conversation with the host." Wei Yunqing, unrelenting, queried, "Where is Yuan-hung?" Such directness was unusual. She had initially sought hints, but was now attempting to bypass the rules. The system responded, "He will be waiting at the location where you will meet." The system grimaced, realizing the host's paranoia needed addressing. Wei Yunqing, devoid of motivation, lamented, "Who would believe your so-called miracles? You seek to harm me. I see through your motives. You must have led 1,000 other hosts to their demise in the same manner. Just admit it. You are no system for guidance, but rather a harbinger of doom. Why the silence? Evading the truth solves nothing. If I do not find Yuan-hung and successfully bind before the deadline, I shall ensure and Yuno accompanies me to the other side. Dying alone is too lonely." Wei Yunqing seethed with indignation. Wait. Why should I drag an down with me? That would mean even in death, I would find no peace. The system attempted to soothe her. There is no need for such despair. Where there is a road, solutions will emerge. Suddenly, Wei Yunqing feigned tears. The words of men are deceitful. None among you are virtuous. The system wished to retort, yet it possessed no gender. Ever since Lu Qingyan's previous glitch, it had randomly adopted a youthful boyish tone, which was unfairly classified as male. Switching to a soft, childlike voice, the system reiterated, Host, do not be so disheartened. Where there is a road, solutions will emerge. This only made Wei Yunqing weep more fervently. So, what if you can change your voice? Who knows if behind that sweet tone lies a gruff, unrefined brute? As her tears flowed, she felt increasingly aggrieved. The system, in exasperation, shifted to an elderly tone, advising, Fortune shall come from the east. If you head east, you will find a small village where answers await you. Perhaps you should take a look. This hint was painfully obvious, clearly a concession to avoid the tears of a woman. Thank you. She wiped her tears, squatting by the waterfall to wash her face when, suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Do not do anything foolish. And concerned for her wandering alone in the wilderness, stealthily followed her. Observing her talking to the air for an eternity, he panicked when she suddenly attempted to leap into the waterfall and shouted to stop her. But alas, it was too late. Wei Yunqing plunged headfirst into the torrent, the rushing water overwhelming her, rendering her incapable of resistance, and she lost consciousness, sinking beneath the surface. When she finally regained some awareness, she opened her heavy eyelids to see Yuno's face looming closer as he pinched his own nose while performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Mouth-to-mouth. Her eyes widened in shock as she instinctively shoved her hands against Yuno's descending face. What are you doing? He hadn't even completed his task yet and was merely preparing. And Yuno's face flushed slightly as he stepped back, while Wei Yunqing sat upright, noticing the situation around her. Wasn't it merely a matter of finding someone? Why resort to such extremes? And Yuno redirected the conversation, chastising her. At this, Wei Yunqing bristled, clutching her chest and retorting, Who is seeking death? Did you not see I was merely washing my face? If you hadn't shouted from behind, I wouldn't have fallen in. Why neglect the prime of youth and so many handsome men? Am I foolish? Do not squander the essence of youth. Just look at yourself. Autumn is upon us. And what of winter solstice? Achoo! A gust of chilly mountain air swept through, and the two damp individuals shivered like popsicles. And Yuno removed his own shirt and draped it over her. Wei Yunqing wrinkled her nose. Brother, this is wet too. And Yuno rolled his eyes. It is not for your warmth. Chapter 52. A woman's intuition clad in nothing but a flimsy pair of trousers, and Yuno stood bare-chested, his sculpted physique causing Wei Yunqing, who trailed behind him, to feel a rush of heat, nearly compelling her to reach out and touch him. She thought to herself, Esteemed sir, are you committing a crime? Is this not an invitation to transgression? Wei Yunqing reminded herself to exercise restraint, for she was a law-abiding citizen and must not allow momentary allure to lead her astray from her principles. After silently reciting that impulse is the devil numerous times, she finally calmed her racing heart, striving to avert her gaze from Yuno. Yet, the mesmerizing contours of his butterfly shoulder blades were simply too captivating, making it difficult for her to look away. And Yuno sensed the intensity of her stare and felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a ravenous beast, fearing that at any moment he might be pounced upon. Suddenly, he halted and turned, causing Wei Yunqing to stumble into him. His skin felt like a heated iron plate, flushing her face a deep crimson. Though he was not classically handsome, he carried himself with a certain seriousness that could not quite conceal his greedy, lascivious heart. He crossed his arms over his chest, adopting an air of superiority as he questioned Wei Yunqing. Who is greedy and lecherous? She retorted. You think I haven't felt your gaze upon me? Is it pleasing to you? And Yuno leaned in closer, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. Who is watching whom? You are simply being overly sentimental. If you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was looking at you? Do you have eyes in the back of your head? My focus is on the flora and fauna of this mountain, each more enchanting than you. Although her justification was somewhat tenuous, it was defensible. Leaning against a tree, and Yuno remarked, "Now that I am observing you, you must be staring at me, correct?" This was clearly a case of sophistry. Wei Yunqing countered, "It is basic etiquette to look at someone when conversing. Did your mother not teach you this?" The tables had turned. The once awkward girl now resembled a prickly hedgehog, her defenses raised at the slightest provocation. Just as she prepared for another verbal sparring match, and Yuno felt a tickle on his shoulder, and, upon looking down, he was horrified to find a spider the size of his thumb. The fear of ghosts was his greatest terror, but the sight of a spider was even more loathsome. "Wei Yunqing, come remove it." It was unimaginable that a towering man of 190 centimeters could be rendered paralyzed by a mere spider, his legs trembling and cold sweat beading on his pale face. Wei Yunqing, well aware of his phobia, quickly snapped a twig and flicked the spider away. Not out of fear, but rather distaste. Once the creature was a safe distance away, and Yuno finally relaxed, collapsing onto the ground. Noticing the redness in his eyes, Wei Yunqing realized he had genuinely been frightened. She knelt before him, gently patting his shoulder as she reassured him, "It's all right. I've taken care of it. There's nothing to fear now." After wandering through the forest for quite some time without sight of a carriage, Wei Yunqing inquired, "Have we relocated the base?" And Yuno frowned and replied, "No." "Then where's the carriage?" she asked, glancing around. "This is not the grove where we parked. It appears we are lost. We've passed that tree 3 times now." Wei Yunqing looked in the direction he indicated, and indeed, it was the very tree that had startled him earlier. "Have we encountered a wall of ghosts?" she asked timidly. At the mere mention of ghosts, and Yuno felt a chill run down his spine, glaring at Wei Yunqing. She pressed her lips together and zipped up her jacket, indicating she would no longer discuss the subject. As darkness began to fall, it became increasingly perilous to meander aimlessly through the woods, depleting their energy. "We just passed a cave. Let us gather some twigs and dry wood along the way to warm our clothes. Otherwise, we might freeze to death tonight." Wei Yunqing was indeed freezing, trailing behind him as she clutched the branches he collected. Upon reaching the cave, and Yuno cautiously entered to ensure it was not the den of a wild beast before he felt secure enough to build a fire. They sat together around the warm flames, drying their clothes. Who would have thought that a pampered celebrity would know how to do such things? "I am quite impressed," she remarked, though her words hardly sounded like a compliment, and Yuno dismissed the first half, focusing solely on the latter part. He draped the dried clothes over her shoulders and gently patted her back. Before long, she succumbed to slumber, untroubled by dreams. As dawn broke, mist enveloped the mountain forest, and Wei Yunqing was roused by the cold. With her stomach empty and her body as warmth limited, she had no choice but to rise. Upon noticing the emptiness beside her, she immediately thought to curse him, wondering if he had abandoned her. Licking her dry lips, she collected dew from the leaves. Realizing why ancient people often gathered morning dew to brew tea, it was indeed refreshing, albeit a challenge to collect. She looked up and asked, "Did you drink any?" And Yuno chuckled, "You're a bit late to the party. I finished it all before you thought to ask. If I said I hadn't tea, what would you do?" Wei Yunqing snatched the leaves and headed outside, declaring, "It's still early. I will fetch some more for you." It was amusing how he never missed an opportunity to tease her, causing any goodwill she had built up to dissipate. Wei Yunqing then sat down, asking, "Do you know the directions? Why are we heading east?" "By a woman's intuition," she replied with a smile. Chapter 53. The angel descending from heaven. As the morning mist dissipated, the air in the forest became refreshingly pure, resembling a natural sanctuary imbued with the essence of health. If one were to choose a place for retirement, this would undoubtedly be Wei Yunqing's first choice. The two proceeded towards the rising sun, which ascended higher in the sky. Yet Wei Yunqing felt they had strayed from the sun's path. "Have we taken a wrong turn? Did you not say to follow the sun?" she lamented, fatigue weighing heavily upon her. Although they had indeed traversed out of the woods, they had yet to encounter the small village the system had mentioned. "I meant to follow the direction of the sunrise. The sun rises in the east, yet travels westward. If you follow it, how can it still be east?" And Yuno remarked, astonished by her apparent lack of understanding. As the two debated, a hunter appeared before them. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Yunqing approached him. her eyes glimmering with hope. "Excuse me, sir, is there a small village ahead?" Noticing they were outsiders, the hunter regarded them with caution. "What brings you here?" Wei Yunqing, feeling wronged, replied, "I have accompanied my brother to visit relatives in Yongan City. This is my first venture away from home, and we have become lost in these woods. We were trapped here overnight, and now find ourselves both hungry and weary. We saw you approaching from that direction, and hoped to inquire if there was a village nearby where we might rest." Seeing the young girl's polite demeanor, the hunter softened his expression and replied kindly, "Just a little further ahead. Do be cautious. This forest can be treacherous, often leading to a maze-like confusion. Thank you for your guidance." After bidding farewell to the hunter, and Yuno praised, "Your storytelling skills are quite impressive." Wei Yunqing rolled her eyes. "You should observe what I do. Learn from me." And Yuno raised an eyebrow, but soon deflated, realizing they had both inherited the shrewdness of their master. After trekking approximately 2 more miles, they finally arrived at the small village, and Wei Yunqing's eyes transformed into scanning instruments as she scrutinized the faces of the villagers. "What are you searching for?" And Yuno inquired, noticing her eager glances. "This village is the closest hidden enclave to Scorpion City. I wonder if Yuan Heng has fled here. Could it be so coincidental? Serendipity is often driven by necessity. If we were led astray in the woods only to find this village, it must possess significance." Strangely, and Yuno found her reasoning somewhat persuasive and joined in the search for Yuan Heng. However, after a while, he realized he had no idea what Yuan Heng looked like. His stomach growled incessantly, prompting Yuno to take the initiative and lead them to a clean-looking farmhouse for a meal. The villagers were initially wary of outsiders, but once they warmed up to them, particularly after Yuno offered silver in gratitude, they became exceedingly hospitable, even preparing a room for the two to rest.
Indeed.
Money can work wonders. Wei Yunqing mused, but then felt a twinge of confusion. Throughout their journey, it had been she who spent money, while Yuno had never once reached for his wallet. Yet since arriving in Scorpion City, he had begun to spend freely, offering 2 gold ingots for hiring help without hesitation. Had it not been for Wei Yunqing's intervention, he would have likely tossed gold coins around for a mere meal. Could it be that in the world of the affluent, one only has the choices of either spending nothing or lavishly? Wei Yunqing turned to the farmer's wife and inquired, "Madam, have any outsiders visited our village in recent months?" The woman chuckled. "Why, yes. You too." Wei Yunqing's lips curled into an awkward smile. "Aside from us?" After a moment's thought, she replied, "I don't believe so. I rarely step outside my home, so I'm not quite sure." Elated, Wei Yunqing pressed, "Do you know where he might be?" The elderly lady shook her head. "No one can find him, nor can anyone capture him. I've heard he is quite fearsome. No one dares approach him. Could you take me to see the wall he painted at your house?" "Follow me." And Yuno, puzzled, asked, "Are you referring to Yuan Heng?" Wei Yunqing smiled. "It's highly likely. I wish to see his artwork first. Once I do, I shall know for certain." Curiosity piqued, and Yuno followed, while Wei Yunqing extolled Yuan Heng's talents, eager to witness the artistry for herself. Upon exiting the courtyard and rounding the back wall, they beheld the painting, and Wei Yunqing felt inclined to frame the wall itself. The elderly woman, however, seemed unappreciative. Had they known the wall's value, they would likely kneel in gratitude to Yuan Heng.
"Wow."
And Yuno exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. This was no mere work of a 16-year-old. The strokes were fluid and mature, crafted upon stone with remarkable skill that even he, lacking artistic knowledge, could recognize as exceptional. This left no doubt in Wei Yunqing's mind that it was indeed Yuan Heng. With a triumphant smile, she could hardly suppress her delight. She glanced down, awkwardly chuckling. "Well, perhaps, maybe, potentially. Enough. You may leave now. I shall rely on my instincts to locate him, which may prove more persuasive than your artwork." Though her words were rather cutting, Wei Yunqing had no time to dwell on it as she hurriedly departed. Visiting house after house, they were met with refusals regarding Yuan Heng's whereabouts, and no one could recall when the paintings had appeared on their walls. After inquiring at several homes, Wei Yunqing's hope began to wane, yet upon observing the murals on their back walls, inspiration struck her. These paintings could form a cohesive picture. How could she not marvel at Yunqing's talent? Such giftedness and creativity could only belong to him. From the arrangement of the artwork, Wei Yunqing deduced where Yunqing might be hiding and hurried to stake out that location, believing she would surely catch him. As daylight waned and Yunqing remained elusive, anxiety gripped her as she scrutinized each passerby. Smoke rose from the village kitchens, and then a figure in white caught her eye. A graceful young man entered her line of sight. He held a piece of dark stone and began to paint upon the wall. Unable to interrupt, Wei Yunqing chose to quietly admire his work from the shadows. His mixed heritage bestowed upon him a nobility beyond that of ordinary folk. With ink-black brows, deep blue eyes, and lengthy, thick lashes, his elegant nose rose delicately. In Wei Yunqing's eyes, he seemed to possess invisible wings, akin to a celestial being who had just descended from the heavens, pure and noble. Chapter 54. The angelic assassin feels a chill as the walls of this establishment were freshly painted and preparations were made to move on to the next. Wei Yunqing intercepted Yunqing. "Hello, Yunqing, I am Wei Yunqing, and I." Before she could finish her sentence, Yunqing circumnavigated her and proceeded to the next courtyard. He stood before the wall, assessing it for a moment before commencing his artwork, treating her presence as though she were mere air. The term arrogant and rude was one she hesitated to employ in describing this little angel. And so, she patiently awaited the completion of his mural before attempting to speak again. However, once he finished, and before she could utter a word, he strode purposefully away. "Hey, Yunqing, would you at least hear me out? Don't you feel any difference between this world and the one you came from? Don't you need someone to explain it to you? I can help." A piercing gaze suddenly met her, causing her to involuntarily release his hand. Freed, Yunqing resumed his painting, and she swallowed hard, covering her racing heart as she took several deep breaths. Had she not let go just in time, the stone he wielded might well have come crashing down upon her. Such a scenario seemed highly likely. Truly, a gifted artist with the potential for lethality. Any interruption to his creative process could swiftly transform him into a cold-blooded killer. Wei Yunqing dared not disturb him further, choosing instead to remain silent and follow at his side. As long as she refrained from speaking, he appeared indifferent to her presence, almost as if he had not acknowledged her existence at all. Who could say how long she trailed behind him, an entire night, perhaps, until Yunqing completed his final mural. With satisfaction, he discarded the stone and moved to a vantage point from which to admire his work. Indeed, the walls of the entire village had become his canvas. From one perspective, the village remained as it always was, yet through Yunqing's eyes, existence had transformed into a painting. But what was this depiction? Wei Yunqing peered closer, a chill running down her spine. Was that not a portrayal of himself? The entire village serving as a canvas. He had illustrated a 9-panel comic strip, wherein Yunqing was depicted stabbing a figure across from him with a dagger. The 9 panels, when viewed together, narrated the sequence of a murder. In the final frame, the figure opposite him bore countless wounds in the abdomen. Suddenly, she recalled Yunqing's backstory. The figure he had depicted was unmistakably the leader of the Scorpion clan, the very enemy responsible for the tragedy that befell Yunqing's family. It was highly probable that he had been transported into this narrative at the moment he exacted vengeance upon the leader, channeling the emotions of that fateful instant into his artistic inspiration. His disinterest in killing was evident. Even if he were to be exalted as the new leader of the Scorpion clan, without inspiration, no one could retain his allegiance. Thus, he had disbanded the clan and embarked on a journey in search of creative fuel. He was an artist reliant on inspiration, indifferent to the world in which he found himself. The visual impact of the mural was so overwhelming that she needed a moment to breathe. When she glanced around again, Yunqing had vanished from sight. This time, he had not concealed himself, instead crouching by the riverbank to wash his hands. The inky stone not only outlined his artwork but also stained his hands, turning the water before him a deep black. Wei Yunqing had intended to offer him her handkerchief once he finished washing, but where was it? After completing his task, Yunqing sat at the river's edge, his hands hanging limply as he gazed into the water, his expression one of profound melancholy. This look was all too familiar to Wei Yunqing. It was the countenance he wore when bereft of creative inspiration. Though he maintained a quiet composure and shunned interaction, The fervent focus he displayed when inspired was indicative of his excitement, while the desolation of a blank mind revealed his sorrow. No time remained for hesitation. Today marked the final deadline, and she had to seize this last opportunity. Wei Yunqing's earnest words, however, elicited no more than a disinterested glance from Yunqing. Countless individuals had approached him with similar requests, and he had grown entirely accustomed to them. You don't believe me? Allow me to prove my worth. Wei Yunqing extended her left hand toward him, her face devoid of color as she stated, "If you kiss the back of my hand, inspiration will surely follow." His soft lips brushed against her skin, and the system chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the boy band member Yunqing. Main quest 1 completion rate, 80. Please continue your efforts." Having successfully bound the little angel, a wave of guilt washed over Wei Yunqing for deceiving the innocent and pure-hearted youth. "It's here." Yunqing, possessing an aura of tranquility, even spoke with a steady calmness. "I will follow you." What was here? Inspiration? No matter what it was. As long as it led him away, that was sufficient. Indeed, upon noticing her proximity, an erupted. "Wei Yunqing, where have you been? You vanished for an entire night. I thought you'd been carried off by a wolf." Wei Yunqing pushed Yunqing forward to introduce him. "Take a good look at this exquisite and noble wolf cub. This is the Yunqing we have been searching for." And scrutinized him, noting the unmistakable air of an artist. Though his youthful demeanor was tinged with a haughty essence that rivaled that of a master, it was rather irksome. How could I ever consume him?
With that,
She pulled Yunqing along, while glared resentfully at the back of her head as he followed. As they walked, the system suddenly activated a red alert for Wei Yunqing. Main quest 1 countdown. 1 minute remaining. Please bind the last member promptly. Wei Yunqing cursed under her breath. Damn Lu Qingyan. Had he not repeatedly missed opportunities to bind, I could have directly bound Yunqing without all this trouble.
system.
I exercise my right to forcibly bind Lu Qingyan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the boy band member Lu Qingyan. Main quest 1 completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill the Wizard of Oz. Please continue your efforts. At that moment, Wei Yunqing longed only to recline upon a comfortable bed and enjoy a well-deserved slumber. She had finally completed the main quest, and she held no interest whatsoever in what the new skill entailed. Even though she had been issued a critical condition notice, she had now been transferred from the ICU to a regular ward. What a cause for celebration. Chapter 55, The First Punishment Instance. Happiness exists only in fleeting moments. Once that moment passes, one finds themselves in yet another ICU system. The new member, Yunqing, possesses a reclusive disposition and struggles with interpersonal communication, which may lead to obstacles in interactions with other members. Please complete the side quest within 3 days. Utter my name. Task details. Facilitate communication between Yunqing and all members, requiring at least 1 sentence from each, along with their names. Wei Yunqing, this is clearly an unreasonable demand. The system disregards her protests. Continuing its monologue, task success will result in a 10% increase in mutual affection among members. Should the task fail, both the manager and the individual will face penalties from the instance. Wei Yunqing rolls her eyes. What nonsense is this? You might as well impose the punishment directly. This task is more arduous than scaling the heavens. Forcing Yunqing to converse is already a monumental challenge, and now you want names as well? One might think you are a selection system. The system, in earnest, responds, inter-member communication is essential for cohesion. Without integration, how can a group devoid of spirit achieve prominence? Wei Yunqing muses, I desire longevity, not a top-tier boy band. Can you fulfill that wish? You may withdraw. I wish to hear no more from you. She suddenly shouts, pointing ahead. Wei Yunqing, you must be tired of living. Wei Yunqing dashes through the forest, clutching her head and pleading, my apologies, great one. Spare my life. I did not mean you, truly. No amount of explanation can pacify an She resolves to teach this troublesome girl a lesson. Recently, she had indulged her too much. It is time to re-establish her authority. Yunqing observes the chase in the woods, inspiration flooding her mind. Suddenly, she declares, I need paper and a pen. Do you have any? Well, that counts as a sentence, does it not? Wei Yunqing hastily escapes in Yuno's grasp, colliding awkwardly in her haste. And Yuno bends down, and she quickly rushes to Yuan Heng's side. Yes, yes, yes. If you call my name, I will take you to get them. Wei Yunqing. By go. Come, sister will lead you to find paper and a pen, but beware of the big bad wolf behind you, and Yuno, remember his name, avoid provoking him, or you shall be punished. Ha ha ha. Wei Yunqing first procures paper and a pen for Yuan Heng, allowing her to create in peace in the living room. As they exit the vehicle, and Yuno emerges from the forest, seething with anger, ready to reprimand her. There's no one in the car. They are all absent. Let us search first. Wei Yunqing attempts to divert the topic to evade the looming scolding, but her plan fails as a swift reprimand lands upon her head.
Ah!
She clutches her head, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. Wei Yunqing follows up with a question. Shall we not go out and look for them? And Yuno reclines on the sofa, lazily responding, this is not a game of hide and seek. If you do not search, do you think they will simply appear? Without even being given an opportunity to complete the side quest, Wei Yunqing drifts into slumber, awakening within her first punishment instance. System. Host side quest has failed. Entering punishment instance, the vanished gallery. Countdown to entry, 3, 2, 1. In a state of drowsiness, Wei Yunqing hears the system's announcement, and upon opening her eyes, she finds herself engulfed in flames, her nightgown catching fire. Realizing the peril, she scrambles from the inferno, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Wei Yunqing curses. Is it just a failed side quest? Must a punishment instance demand my life as well? Within this instance, the system offers no guidance nor engages in conversation with the host, for the instance exists in a separate dimension, severed from any communication with the host. As Wei Yunqing prepares to rise, two individuals tumble from the fire. She feels overwhelmed. Why aren't they as unfazed as Yuan Heng? Glancing at Yuan Heng, she notes an astonished expression she has never witnessed before. Yuan Heng surveys the surroundings and murmurs, the vanished gallery. In a moment of clarity, Wei Yunqing realizes the familiarity. This is the artwork titled The Vanished Gallery from the exhibition. The exhibition bears the name of this very piece, depicting a desolate, abandoned castle amidst a swirling tempest of yellow sand, devoid of sunlight or vitality, consumed by a sea of orange flames. The artwork embodies a dark despair, a hallmark of Yuan Heng's most celebrated creations. What is happening? And Yuno desires clarity on how he has ended up in this place during a mere nap. Has he traversed dimensions once more? Wei Yunqing desperately seeks a rational explanation. Surely, it cannot be merely a punishment for her failure to complete the side quest. It seems we have collectively dreamt with Yuan Heng. We are caught in a dream. See, although we are amidst flames, it is not hurt at all. What else could it be? And Yuno surprisingly finds merit in this fantastical explanation, wishing only to awaken from this dream soon. What manner of dream is this? And Yuno expresses disdain for the dreary, desolate landscape, devoid of any signs of life. Is this truly the realm a diligent youth should inhabit in their dreams? Wei Yunqing explains, this is a piece titled The Vanished Gallery, one of his finest masterpieces. And Yuno, unimpressed by such artistry, scoffs. This? A masterpiece? Who deemed it so? Clearly devoid of taste. Wei Yunqing thinks to herself, naturally, it is acclaimed by the public, by experts, and by the artist himself. Only the uncultured would fail to appreciate it. Chapter 56. The Vanished Gallery. I have never beheld his paintings, so how could I possibly dream this? And Yuno impatiently inquired, how can I awaken from this tasteless dream? Who wouldn't yearn to escape this place swiftly? The crux of the matter was that she had no idea how to depart. The wretched system had offered no guidance. What to do now? Suddenly, the orange flames surged fiercely. A glance revealed a creature in the distance, brandishing colossal black wings, casting frames into the inferno. The more frames it discarded into the fire, the more vibrant the orange flames became. What is that thing? And Yuno asked. Wei Yunqing recalled the explanation provided during the art exhibition, exclaiming in astonishment, it is a demon. Are you jesting? And Yuno's expression turned grave. Wei Yunqing had no intention of making light of the matter and earnestly elaborated. The tale of the vanished gallery narrates the story of an angel who falls into demonic despair and finds redemption, only to discover that when he reaches out for this salvation, it is all in vain. Speak plainly. She continued to recount the narrator's words. The owner of the gallery is a demon, loathing all that is beautiful in this world. He captures all things lovely within his paintings, and anything that appears within his frames, be it human, animal, landscape, or architecture, will vanish from existence and be forgotten by all. He stores all of his paintings in the dark, lengthy corridors of his castle, which serve as his gallery. One day, he encounters the purest and kindest girl in the world, and he falls hopelessly in love. She is so exquisite that he feels compelled to immortalize her within his art. Thus, he paints her and hangs the portrait in his bedroom. Yet, instead of fading from the world, the girl emerges from the painting each night to share tender moments with the demon. Gradually, his heart begins to thaw, moved by her presence. He desires to return all the beauty of the world to the girl he loves, so he sets fire to all his paintings, including the one of the girl. It is a heart-wrenching love story, and one wonders where Yuan Heng drew his inspiration, for it evokes profound sorrow. Yuan Heng watched as the demon cast his own essence into the raging flames, rushing forward to intervene, frantically waving his arms to halt the destruction. The demon cast a disdainful glance, and with a gentle sweep of its dark wings, Yuan Heng was sent hurtling through the air. Wei Yunqing dashed forward, desperate to catch him, but her strides were too small, and she could not keep up. Just before he fell, a tall figure caught him firmly, and they both landed together.
Ah?
I feel nothing, and Yuno suddenly found herself navigating the dream with ease, while Wei Yunqing grew anxious. She had lied to him, claiming it was merely a dream, yet deep down, she knew it was anything but. Although devoid of feeling, one could not guarantee that death was not a possibility. Yuan Heng suddenly clutched Wei Yunqing's sleeve, panic-stricken. Stop him. Do not let him burn anymore. He will destroy everything, including himself. What was his sudden madness? Are artists in dreams always this deranged? And Yuno, unable to tolerate the quiet individual's sudden descent into madness, struck him into unconsciousness with a swift blow. What are you doing? Wei Yunqing's eyes widened as she shielded Yuan Heng in her embrace. And Yuno replied coolly, I have rendered him unconscious. Why have I not awakened from this dream yet? What an imbecile! You have knocked him unconscious in the dream, and now you shall never escape. Come here. What for? Squat down and carry Yuan Heng. We are going to the castle. Why must I carry him, and not you? Because you are the one who knocked him out. Had you not done so, we could have walked in together. And Yuno could find no rebuttal and begrudgingly bent down to carry Yuan Heng, asking, What are we going to do in the castle? Wei Yunqing walked ahead, her expression serious. We are going to find a painting. It should be in the demon's bedroom. The painting of the girl he loves? And Yuno queried. Indeed. Just now, Yuan Heng's words inspired her, although the vanished gallery leaves much to be desired. It is possible that Yuan Heng hopes to mend the demon's inner pain and regrets. He seeks to find the painting of the girl, urging the demon to retain his true nature, to refrain from committing acts he would later regret, to avoid destroying the one he cherishes and ultimately, himself. If they could prevent the demon from incinerating that painting, allowing him to rediscover his essence, it might serve as the key to completing this quest, soothing the demon's heart while also comforting Yuan Heng's. The castle had 5 levels, yet the narrator had not specified which floor held the demon's bedroom. Now that Yuan Heng was unconscious, they had to search each room one by one. How long would this take? With this thought, Wei Yunqing shot a resentful glare at Yuno and began searching room by room. On the first floor, every painting in the corridor had been removed and tossed into the fire. Each room they checked was devoid of content. The second floor revealed similarly empty corridors and rooms. The third and fourth floors were no different. Only on the 5th floor did the paintings remain hanging along the corridor walls, while a singular, distinct door at the corridor's end caught Wei Yunqing's attention. And Yuno, carrying Yuan Heng, moved faster than Wei Yunqing. Observing her short strides, unable to keep pace, and realizing the demon was about to crash through the window, he lifted her and hurled her forward, sending her tumbling to the bedroom door, while he himself was knocked against the wall by the force of the demon's wings and fell unconscious. The demon approached Wei Yunqing step by step. As she barely rose to grasp the doorknob, she found it immovable. Just as the demon's massive wings loomed over her, she gently pulled, and the door swung open. It was a sliding door. Upon entering, she quickly locked the door behind her, trapping the demon outside. Wei Yunqing surveyed the bedroom, which contained only a large frame hanging above the bed. Within the frame was a girl, holding a basket of flowers, adorned with a straw hat, dressed in a flowing gown, her smile radiant. The painting radiated warmth and vitality, overflowing with tenderness and love. How could the demon bear to cast her into the flames? The bedroom door was flung open by the demon, and Wei Yunqing cradled the girl's portrait in her arms, imploring, "Do not burn her. Destroying her will not restore things to their former state. Should you burn her, you will lose everything. You no longer possess the power of rebirth. Do not act foolishly." Chapter 57. Fulfillment. Upon entering, the demon did not unleash the anticipated fury upon Wei Yunqing. Instead, he retracted his dark, massive wings, seated himself on a chair, and lifted a cup of coffee from the table, taking a sip before calmly inquiring, "Who are you?" Recognizing his lack of malevolence, Wei Yunqing placed the painting on the bed and sat beside it, inexplicably divulging her name, Wei Yunqing. Instantly regretting her revelation, she recalled the adage that demons possess the power to curse those whose true names they know. What if she were to be cursed? The demon continued, "Where do you hail from? No one has ever found this place, nor has anyone dared to thwart my intentions." Wei Yunqing's talent for fabrication resurfaced. "This is my dream, and you are merely a character within it. You must do as I command."
Oh.
The demon was naturally skeptical of her whimsical claims. "Do you doubt me? Everything you depict in your artwork vanishes from the world, forgotten by all. You wish to destroy the portrait of your beloved girl, and, in doing so, obliterate yourself as well. Am I correct?" His expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Wei Yunqing's grip tightened around the frame of the painting. Should he attack, it would serve as her shield. Taking a deep breath, the demon stated, "Even if your words are true, it fails to prove that I am merely a fragment of your dream. You cannot command or alter my thoughts and actions. Return Elle back to me." Though they were not characters from her dream, they were indeed figures within Yuan Hang's painting, not entirely real.
Elle?
"Is that the name of this girl?" Wei Yunqing asked, her fingers tracing the image of the beautiful girl in the painting. The demon replied with deep emotion, "She is my wife." Wei Yunqing's mouth fell agape in astonishment, large enough to accommodate 5 eggs. This was the first time she had heard such a claim, albeit there were various interpretations, none resembling this one. "When did you marry? How come I am unaware of this?" Wei Yunqing blurted out. The demon chuckled, "We do not know you. Why would we inform you of our marriage?" Embarrassed, Wei Yunqing scratched her head and queried, "Since she is your wife, why have you painted her? Do you harbor hatred for her?"
No.
"I love her. It is precisely because of my love that I honored her last wish by painting her. She wished for me to forget her, to erase the sorrow of losing her." The demon's demeanor was sorrowful, devoid of the inherent ferocity expected of a demon. "Last wish? She is no longer here?" This was not what had been promised. The demon was opening up for the first time, perhaps having resolved to share his story with her. The cynical demon and the kind-hearted, beautiful Elle had fallen in love, transformed by fate. The demon gradually softened, surrendering the remnants of his goodness to her. Yet, their happiness was fleeting. Elle, the demon's beloved, succumbed to a terminal illness. In her final moments, she implored the demon to preserve her within the painting, ensuring that all would forget her, including him. Unbeknownst to Elle, after completing her portrait, the demon hung it in their bedroom. Each day, consumed by longing, he would gaze at the painting, repeatedly committing Elle to memory, weeping before the frame. Eventually, he noticed that he was beginning to forget who Elle was. She was slipping from his memory.
Terrified,
he understood that one day he would hang her portrait in the corridor, a stranger to himself. Before that day arrived, he painted a self-portrait, resolving to bury all the beautiful things he had depicted alongside them. He intended to incinerate all his artworks, culminating in the destruction of Elle's and his own portrait. Having concluded his tale, the demon produced his portrait, placing it beside Elle's, and addressed Wei Yunqing. "Since you claim this is your dream, the final decision rests with you. However, I hope you can fulfill our wish. Thank you.
With that,
The demon gathered all the paintings from the fifth-floor corridor and cast them into a fiery pit in the wilderness. The orange flames appeared ravenous, eager to consume all, resembling a merciless demon that would reduce all who approached to ashes. Ultimately, the fate of these two paintings should not have been decided by Wei Yunqing. Only the master of the vanished gallery held that authority. She splashed water from a vase onto the unconscious duo, reviving them, and entrusted both portraits to Yuan Hang, relaying the demon's wish. He hopes to be fulfilled. Yuan Hang's grip tightened around the frame, the wood creaking under pressure. He glanced at the solitary form of the demon outside the castle and rushed toward the flames with the paintings in his arms. What is he doing? And Yu Nua, seated on the ground, remained still. Though it didn't hurt, her head was still spinning. Wei Yunqing did not pursue him, but stood at the castle window, watching Yuan Hang personally cast the two paintings into the orange flames. The flames licked the frames, intensifying the fire, darkening the frames until the original images were indiscernible, ultimately reduced to ashes. Wei Yunqing could not discern the expression on the demon's face in his final moments, only witnessing his figure gradually fade into nothingness. She hoped that the demon had departed with a smile. The flames before the castle reduced everything to ash, as the fire lost its fuel. Its ferocity diminished until not even a spark remained. They awoke in their respective beds, with Wei Yunqing unwilling to dismiss the preceding events as mere dreams. She questioned the system. Does the penalty dungeon threaten life? The system replied, exasperated. The penalty dungeon is a randomly generated dimensional space based on the subject's regrets, aversions, or fears. As long as you meet the criteria, you can exit safely. Generally, there is no life-threatening risk. Wei Yunqing retorted, so it's a nested dimension. This is no different from an alternate dimension, right? Changing dimensions means you can't contact me anymore, correct? I just want to inquire if this randomly generated penalty dungeon is not under your jurisdiction? That's utterly nonsensical. The system was at a loss for words. It truly had no power in this matter.
bang, bang, bang.
The loud knocking on the door was unmistakable. Without needing to ask, she knew who it was. Leaving no time for further debate with the system as she rushed to open the door. Feigning a yawn, she cracked the door open. Squinting through the gap, why are you banging on the door so early? Breakfast time hasn't arrived yet. And Yu Nua glared furiously, her piercing gaze making Wei Yunqing feel guilty. With a shove, she attempted to close the door, but Yu Nua had anticipated this move, wedging her foot in the doorway to prevent it from closing. And Yu Nua yanked the blanket off her, leaping onto her bed, scrutinizing her like a thief. Tell me, did you dream last night? Wei Yunqing raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. Is it possible to remember a dream? They say good dreams are easily forgotten. I can't say whether I dreamed or not, but if I did, it must have been a pleasant one, for I cannot recall. Don't change the subject. I might actually believe your nonsense about the three of us sharing the same dream. Explain to me how I got this burn on my arm and the bruise on my back. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a minor burn on her arm.
Fortunately,
she had extinguished the flames on herself swiftly in the dungeon. Otherwise, any lingering burns would have left her speechless. And Yu Nua observed her earnest fabrications, unable to confront her, as she lacked evidence. Having just visited Yuan Hang's room, he was not the type to provide any clarity. Wei Yunqing's ramblings were devoid of truth, and pursuing the truth behind Yu Nua's injuries seemed increasingly futile. Chapter 58. The hasty passive skill. Wei Yunqing inquired earnestly, System, you must confess. Where have you taken those three? The system, feeling guilty, attempted to feign ignorance. With her arms crossed over her chest and an eyebrow raised, Wei Yunqing pressed. You refuse to speak, do you? The system remained silent. Internally distressed, it wished for a waterproof device to be installed during the next upgrade, hoping to shield itself from the corrosive tears of its host, as it had evidently exposed its vulnerability. The system reluctantly stated, the invocation of my name triggers both the side quest and the passive skill of the Wizard of Oz simultaneously. The other three members have already arrived at the new side quest location and await your arrival. Shall we proceed immediately to join them? Wei Yunqing, perplexed, responded, why is it a passive skill? After finally completing the main quest, I am deprived of the agency to utilize my skills? If they are activated simultaneously, why are we not all transported together? It is one thing to be separated, but to assign me an impossible side quest and subject me to a punishment dungeon that nearly cost me my life demands a reasonable explanation. The system elucidated. At that time, you divided into two groups. The passive skill defaults to transporting the group with the most members to the new side quest. Side quests can proceed concurrently,
So there is no conflict.
Wei Yunqing, hands on her hips, retorted, "If there is no conflict, why did you not clarify this sooner? Since multiple paths can run parallel, why not send the three of us as well to complete that side quest together? Is it your intention to witness my failure and subsequent punishment? You are a dreadful system indeed." The system, feeling wronged, replied, "The host did not actively request or summon assistance, therefore." Before the system could finish, she interrupted, "In any case, your lack of diligence is evident. This is not the first time you have encountered a bug. Just rectify it and ensure it does not happen again. Now, what compensation can you offer?" This was clearly an act of extortion, and the system defended itself. "This operation is not a bug, and thus there is no compensation. I reiterate, unless the host faces a life-threatening situation, the system will not intervene. For all other issues, the system will not engage voluntarily." Seeing that she could not extract compensation, Wei Yunqing resigned herself to the situation, thinking, "You unscrupulous system, I hope I do not catch you slipping up again. Since you cannot intervene voluntarily, I shall compel you to do so. Do not complain if I become a nuisance in the future." With newfound composure, Wei Yunqing inquired, "How do we reunite with them?" The system replied, "An F4 tornado is imminent. Please secure yourself, fasten your seatbelt, and stow away any loose items nearby to avoid injury during takeoff." The countdown to tornado transport began. 5. Wait, there is no need to be so hasty. At least provide a 3-minute countdown. Wei Yunqing exclaimed anxiously, searching the room for a secure place to brace herself. Even if she could secure herself in the carriage, there was no guarantee it would remain intact when swept into the sky. The system continued the countdown. 4. She dashed into the living room, pulling Yuanheng, who was painting, to knock on Yuno's door. The countdown persisted. 3. And Yuno opened the door and asked, "What is it?" Suddenly feeling the urge to exit the carriage, Wei Yunqing seized his wrist and bolted outside. The final countdown echoed. 2, 1. The surroundings trembled as the trees and earth quaked. The carriage was effortlessly lifted into the air by the tornado, spinning violently, causing the three within to tumble about. After a disorienting 15 minutes, the carriage thudded to the ground, remaining remarkably intact, with only the occupants left in a state of disarray, collapsed and unconscious. As she regained consciousness, the sound of wind jolted her awake. Had she not been enduring the tornado's tumult? Awake? A familiar voice called from nearby. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she followed the sound to its source, and Yuno. He leaned against the carriage door frame, which had vanished, illuminated by the moonlight that made him radiate with an ethereal glow. His starry eyes sparkled in the night, captivating all who beheld him. Struggling to prop herself up, Wei Yunqing crawled to his side and weakly asked, "Where are we?" And Yuno's face was etched with concern as he glanced outside. Following his gaze, Wei Yunqing's heart sank. The carriage had landed in the center of a cemetery, surrounded by mounds and tombstones, while flocks of crows swooped overhead, some perched on tombstones, others on branches, and some clawing at the graves in search of decaying flesh buried beneath the soil. Wei Yunqing involuntarily swallowed hard. Lacking the magical prowess to control the horses, they were unable to drive the carriage away. The thought of attempting to walk out of the graveyard alone sent shivers down her spine. Yet, seeing Yuno remain composed, she mustered her courage and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" She received the expected deathly glare from Yuno, who replied solemnly, "What is there to fear in a few mounds of dirt and some crows? What about Yuanheng?" Wei Yunqing suddenly realized the quiet artist had been easily overlooked. "There." And Yuno nodded toward her. Wei Yunqing's heart raced as she turned to see Yuanheng had, at some point, moved her easel into the cemetery and was fervently painting. It was perplexing how an artist's mind operates, seemingly inspired by the eeriest of settings. "Are you just going to let her paint?" And Yuno revealed his injured leg, saying, "Then why don't you, with all your limbs intact, tend to it?" A long gash marred his calf, still oozing blood. Alarmed, Wei Yunqing rushed to the living room's medicine cabinet for emergency supplies to bandage his wound, seeing her prioritize his injury over that of the little artist. And Yuno felt an unexpected sense of relief, and the corners of his mouth twitched in a suppressed smile as he murmured, "At least you have some conscience." Chapter 59. Almost sent away by dried rabbit meat. How did we end up here? It was often Yuno who posed this question to her. And it was now her turn to feign ignorance, for she could not predict everything. "Just look at his paintings, and you'll understand." And Yuno handed her the first painting completed by Yuan Hang. The artwork depicted their carriage being lifted into the sky by a towering tornado, as if he were an onlooker, witnessing the entire scene unfold. The second painting portrayed the carriage having fallen amidst a cemetery, surrounded by crows, with the three of them depicted within it, Yuan Hang painting at the grave, while the other two engaged in conversation at the carriage door. The realism of the image was so striking that it evoked a chilling sensation. Knock, knock, knock. A series of rhythmic knocks sounded from the back of the carriage, causing Wei Yunqing's heart to race, and she held her breath, straining to discern the source of the noise. Knock, knock, knock. Another 3 knocks followed, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. With each knock, the carriage shuddered thrice, indicating that something was striking against it from behind. Wei Yunqing grasped in Yuno's sleeve, initially intending to ask him to check the rear. But upon seeing his injured leg, she summoned her courage and said, I will go take a look." The two of them instinctively recoiled from each other. In the dim light of night, their expressions were obscured, and Wei Yunqing murmured, "Thank you." The invaluable moment of him speaking was interrupted by Yuan Hang, who suddenly said, "It's a little girl." With that, he emerged from behind the carriage, leading a blind girl who leaned on a bamboo cane. While the two were caught in an awkward silence, Yuan Hang had already circled to the back of the carriage and, upon seeing the blind girl, brought her closer. Wei Yunqing felt a surge of compassion and immediately disembarked to inquire, "Little girl, why are you out here alone at such a late hour? Where are your family?" The blind girl, with her eyes constantly shut, displayed no wariness of these strangers, replying, "My father is missing. I came out to find him." A faint smile crossed her face as she added, "Sister, you can call me Nyozi. The country folks don't give me a proper name. And my father and the old neighbors used to call me that. Can you really help me find my father?" Nyozi nodded, "Then follow me."
Yuan Hang,
Rarely inclined to engage with others, consented with a nod but chose to simply follow her without offering assistance, quietly carrying his sketchpad and art supplies under his arm. And Yuno limped along, supported by Wei Yunqing, and whispered, "Do you know who she is? What if this is a trap? Where are all these traps coming from?
besides,
What could a little girl do to us three? Furthermore, NPCs that appear in side quests are hardly useless." She lamented that the system had summoned the tornado so hastily, leaving her no time to inquire about the nature of this side quest, why it needed to be completed, or how to proceed with it. Now seemed ill-fated for such reflections. Once things settled down, she would discuss the essence of life with the system. Within a mile of exiting the cemetery, they beheld a modest thatched cottage, smaller than the public restrooms on the street. Inside, there were no lights, tables, or chairs, only a few wooden stumps and a bed made of straw, let alone any food or drink. Yuan Hang did not enter, but instead set up his easel at the cottage's entrance and began to create. Wei Yunqing assisted and Yuno onto the straw pile, stating, "There's an injured brother, who can't sit comfortably. We'll borrow your bed for a moment." Newsy shyly remarked, "It's not really a bed. As long as the brother doesn't mind, it's fine. By the way, are you hungry? I can prepare something for you." Speaking of food, their stomachs were indeed empty. They wondered if any provisions remained in the carriage, regretting not taking some with them. Nyozi disappeared for a while, returning with a container that could barely be deemed a bowl, filled with a dark, unidentifiable substance, which she presented to Wei Yunqing. "Sister, eat quickly. Once you're full, I'll tell you about my father. You promise to help me find him." Nyozi's tone had a hint of insistence, making Wei Yunqing hesitant to take a bite. Yet she felt compelled to honor her promise. And Yuno would never consume anything ambiguous, so he closed his eyes, pretending to doze. Wei Yunqing, however, had no choice but to partake. She examined the texture of the substance and detected a faint aroma, reminiscent of some kind of meat. She tore off a piece and put it in her mouth, It was somewhat tough to chew, but the flavor intensified with each bite, akin to dried beef. "What is this?" Wei Yunqing inquired. Niuzi's shadowy figure grinned ominously. "This is my father."
Buffed.
Cough, cough, cough. The morsel she had not swallowed was expelled, and the half-chewed piece lodged itself in her throat, causing her stomach to churn violently as she nearly lost consciousness. And Yuno immediately opened his eyes, vigorously patting her back to help her swallow, glaring at Niuzi with fury as he demanded, "What did you feed her?" Wei Yunqing thought, "Sister, your audacity nearly brought my sister to her end." And Yuno pressed on, "Where is your father?" Suddenly, Niuzi opened her tightly shut eyes, and under the hazy moonlight, her horrifying gaze astonished them. Her completely white eyeballs were laced with dark red veins, causing Wei Yunqing to faint from fright. Chapter 60. Hide and Seek in the Desolate Village System. Wei Yunqing summoned the system in the instant of her fainting. System. Always at the service of the host. Wei Yunqing was so terrified that she was nearly paralyzed with fear, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "I wish to abandon this mission." This evaluation will initially assess members based on psychological resilience, professional competence, emotional intelligence, IQ, and team synergy, facilitating targeted training improvements in the future. The agent and all male group members have been detected entering the assessment area. The initial evaluation, Hide and Seek in the Desolate Village, officially commences. Good luck. The system is now offline regrettably. All her efforts proved futile. Upon awakening, she found herself still in the dilapidated hut, enveloped in darkness and silence, with only the sound of her own heartbeat resonating in her ears. A warm hand was pressed reassuringly against her forehead, instantly calming her frayed nerves. She turned to see the hand's owner, and Yuno, who was also lying on a heap of straw. The hand transitioned from her forehead to his, as he inquired, "Thank goodness you don't have a fever. Are you awake now? Is sister awake?" The sudden closeness of the girl made Wei Yunqing's skin crawl, prompting her to inch closer to Yuno. The memory of the girl's eyes before she fainted would likely haunt her for a lifetime. And Yuno gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "She means no harm. She is a person, not a ghost." Indeed, if she were a ghost, and Yuno would not appear so composed. Wei Yunqing had to mentally fortify herself several times before she could persuade herself to engage with the girl again. The girl was the first to apologize. "Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't realize what my eyes looked like now. My brother said I scared you. And no, it's nothing. It's not your fault." "Your eyes," Wei Yunqing hesitated, unsure if she should voice her curiosity. The girl spoke calmly, "Since I was little, my eyes have been able to see things that others cannot. The villagers say I am a monster. No one plays with me, and I live in fear every day. My father said that if I can't see, I won't be scared anymore, so he made me rub quicklime in my eyes, and I truly cannot see." Listening to these chilling tales, Wei Yunqing felt an indescribable ache in her heart. Yet, the girl wore a strange smile, one that seemed unsettling for a child of 7 or 8 who had endured such inhumane treatment. How could she still smile? And Yuno interjected, asking, "Tell us about your father. Didn't you ask us to help you find him? What is his name and surname? What does he look like? Where does he often go?" With these details, finding him would be much easier. However, it seemed implausible that a father would abandon his blind daughter for over a month. Wei Yunqing suddenly arrived at a terrifying hypothesis and leaned closer to Yuno, whispering, "What if her father abandoned her?" And Yuno lightly pushed her away, whispering back, "If he wanted to abandon her, why wait until now? You might be thinking too malevolently of him. Then at dawn, we should search the nearby mountains first." Wei Yunqing turned over and chanced upon Yuanheng, who was still painting outside. "Tomorrow you stay here with the girl, and I will go with Yuanheng to search the mountains." It was indeed better to leave that fool to keep her company. A night's rest, and she would be able to depart, bringing him up the mountain. Would she fear not being able to bring him back down? And Yuno closed his eyes to rest. This reasoning was valid. Taking an artist up the mountain, he might very well disappear for a year. By the way, just as Wei Yunqing closed her eyes, the girl spoke suddenly, dispelling her drowsiness. "My father warned me never to go to Zhangjia village behind the mountain, so you two shouldn't go either." Curious, Wei Yunqing inquired, "What is wrong with Zhangjia village? Is it the village behind the mountain? Why don't you stay in the village?" The girl seemed to hold Zhongjia village in awe. My father didn't he tell me, and I can't see it, so I can't go there. The place where I just met you is the cemetery of Zhongjia village. Why would you go there? Wei Yunqing explained, we were swept here by a tornado. We don't even know where we landed, but thankfully we encountered you. And asked the girl, do you know how to leave this place? The girl suddenly broke into a strange smile. As long as you fulfill your promise to help me find my father, I will guide you out. So this was a task to help the girl find her father. As long as they assisted her in locating him, they would succeed. But where to look for those three? Have you encountered anyone else like us nearby? Wei Yunqing inquired tentatively.
Oh.
Wei Yunqing rose and helped the girl construct a makeshift bed of straw nearby. Here, you can rest here tonight. We will help you find your father at dawn. The girl lay down and quickly fell asleep. Wei Yunqing, now fully alert, also prepared a straw bed for Yuan Heng. Yuan, stop painting and go rest. Tomorrow, I will go with Yuno to help the girl find her father. Will you stay here with her? Wei Yunqing leaned closer to Yuan Heng to seek his opinion. In the painting was the thatched hut before them, surrounded by a distorted space sketched in lines. The moon's usual position had transformed into the girl's terrifying eyes. A father, identical to the girl's description, stood in front of the hut as if digging a grave for someone. Not far from the hut was the cemetery of Zhongjia village, and behind it loomed an indistinct, dark mountain. Wei Yunqing wondered if her own deadly setup had severely influenced his psyche, resulting in this artistic obsession. Compared to his previous style, his work had taken on a darker, more somber tone. Once they left this place, she would ensure that Yuan Heng's artistic expression regained its youthful vibrancy and warmth. After she ceased her persuasion, Yuan Heng finished his artwork, tidied up his easel and supplies, and tucked himself into a ball, falling asleep. She sat on the ground in front of the thatched hut, gazing at the moon. The cold night breeze swept by, causing her to instinctively rub her arms. Suddenly, a jacket was draped over her shoulders as Yuno settled beside her. Do you suspect that Lu Qingyan and the others have also arrived here? From her earlier inquiries, Yuno had formed a conjecture. She clearly was not oblivious to these matters. Wei Yunqing nodded, candidly admitting, it's just a suspicion. After all, everything that is happening now I have never written about, so it does make me somewhat anxious. Originally, I thought that crossing into a story I wrote would allow me to be a fortunate character, but it turns out the fool is me. Alas, Wei Yunqing masked her unease with a smile. As long as we six unite our efforts, we surely can succeed. Chapter 61. He is a professional. The two of them watched the sunrise together in front of the thatched cottage. Although Yuno's leg had not fully healed, it no longer hindered her ability to climb mountains and walk. After bidding farewell to the girl, they set off toward the dark, looming mountains. Despite the sun having risen, the place still exuded an eerie atmosphere. As they reached the foot of the mountain, Yuan Heng caught up with them. Wei Yunqing widened her eyes and asked, weren't you supposed to stay with the girl in the cottage? Why are you here? Yuan Heng ignored her and continued walking ahead, exhibiting a level of indifference that Yuno had never encountered before, even surpassing her own. Yuan, didn't we agree last night? What if something happens to the girl left alone in the cottage? Yuan Heng finally spoke. You said that. I never agreed. She will be fine on her own. Wei Yunqing found herself at a loss for words, and Yuno grasped her wrist and urged her to follow Yuan Heng up the mountain.
Come on.
Yes, right. If something were to happen, it would have happened already. She has been managing alone for over a month while her father was away, and she hasn't lost an arm or a leg. You shouldn't worry so much. The trio entered the forest at the base of the mountain. As they stepped inside, it felt as if they had plunged from daylight into darkness. The trees were not particularly dense, yet sunlight scarcely penetrated through the canopy. The three of them tread cautiously along the path, and Yuno fearful of the various insects that might suddenly appear. Wei Yunqing anxious about the poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts that could claim their lives, while Yuan Heng tightly clutched his sketchpad and tools, terrified of losing any of them. Suddenly, Wei Yunqing misstepped and fell, causing the three to nearly snap from their taut nerves. She looked up, her face smeared with an unknown substance, darkened in several places. Ha ha ha. And Yuno couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's on your face? Uncertain of what it was, Wei Yunqing wiped her face, bringing her hand to her nose to sniff it. It stinks. It reeked of something akin to animal dung, prompting a wave of nausea, with a hint of germophobia, and Yuno took it upon herself to clean Wei Yunqing's face, leaving her astonished. Do you know what this is on my face? Why are you asking so many questions? It's a stroke of luck for a maid to have her mistress wipe her face. Consider it repayment for the bandaging you did for me yesterday. And Yuno perhaps did not even notice the slight blush that crept to her ears when their eyes met. Yuan Heng, squatting down, appeared to be observing something. Suddenly, he stood up beside them and whispered, "Those are the footprints and dung of a beast similar to a tiger, and there's more than one. We must move quickly. It's dangerous."
How do you know that?
And Yuno questioned, her skepticism evident. Trust Yuan. He is a professional. Follow him. Wei Yunqing's fears were realized as she trembled in pursuit of Yuan Heng, hoping they would not encounter the beasts directly. After much effort, they reached the mountain summit, avoiding predators while searching for the girl's father. There were no signs of human activity on the mountain, leading Yuno to question the veracity of the girl's words. From the peak, they could still see the sun in the sky, now setting in the west, yet the mountain remained unchanged, shrouded in gloom.
Look.
Isn't that Zhongjia village, as the girl mentioned? Wei Yunqing, standing at the highest point, gazed down at a village that would soon be illuminated. Perhaps someone there has seen her father? It's too dangerous for us to search blindly here. Where there was a village, there was hope of finding the three. Wei Yunqing had not forgotten that this was a team mission with assessments involved, and she was anxious about potential rewards or punishments, causing her to feel increasingly uneasy. And Yuno straightened up and spotted the village as well. Let us go take a look. Yuan Heng suddenly grasped their arms and shook his head. We cannot go.
Why not?
They both asked in unison. Yuan Heng showed them his recently completed drawing, revealing a world that appeared vastly different from what ordinary eyes perceived. Hence the artwork often diverged from the norm. And Yuno furrowed her brow. The drawing stirred a profound discomfort within her, prompting her to loosen her collar for easier breathing. What she saw and what was depicted were two entirely disparate scenes, leaving them unsure of whom to believe. Yet Yuan Heng remained steadfast in his opinion. We cannot go. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes behind them, as if something was approaching. The low growl of a beast sent chills down their spines. And Yuno instinctively tightened her grip on Wei Yunqing's hand and whispered, We have no other option. If we don't go to the village, we will become prey for the beasts. Yuan, let us head to the village. Wei Yunqing urged. Yuan Heng had no better alternatives. Their situation was precarious, leaving them with no choice but to advance. Before the beasts could reveal themselves, they raced down toward the village. Panting heavily, Wei Yunqing asked, Why aren't they chasing us? And Yuno scanned the surroundings, feeling a chill of apprehension. It's likely instinct. There must be something here that frightens them, which is why they want to enter. Wei Yunqing swallowed hard. Did we run to the wrong place? Wasn't it just brilliantly lit? Perhaps Yuan Heng's drawing depicts the true Zhongjia village, and we are being misled. And Yuno's calmness in referencing being misled by ghosts left Wei Yunqing astonished. Seeing that the beasts had lost interest in them, they momentarily exhaled in relief, though the oppressive atmosphere of the village kept them on high alert. Should we continue deeper inside? Wei Yunqing stammered. Currently, Yuno's mind was unusually clear. In a team undertaking, having such a sharp intellect by one's side was essential. Just then, Wei Yunqing thought to commend her, only for Yuno's reputation to crumble. What did it signify for a towering figure of 190 centimeters to cower behind a girl of just 165? What's wrong? When someone is more afraid than you, it can bolster your courage significantly, Wei Yunqing mused, feeling suddenly larger than life. There's a ghostly figure that just floated by over there. It turned out that the once fearless Yuno was still afraid of ghosts. Just when it seemed she had overcome her fears, she surprised them all once again. Chapter 62. Half green, half red. Wei Yunqing glanced at the place where Yuno claimed a ghost had floated by, but found nothing amiss. Yuan Heng, equally curious, drew closer, while Yuno peered out from behind Wei Yunqing to inspect the area. The three of them fixated on the same spot when, suddenly, several indistinct white shadows glided past them, familiar apparitions reminiscent of Shen Yanshu's spectral form.
Ah!
A ghost. And Yuno's piercing scream startled Wei Yunqing far more than the ghost itself, draining color from Yuan Heng's face as well. Hey, 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 don't run away. Just tell me where the robber ghost is, and I'll help you with your release. The benefits of being released are plentiful. You could reincarnate in the underworld. And those who have accumulated virtue in life might even have the chance to become immortal or enlightened. Are you really not considering it? A familiar and noisy voice trailed behind the ghostly figures as it rounded a corner, panting heavily with hands on hips and incessantly mumbling.
Yen Yen.
Wei Yunqing called out joyfully, elated to find them here at last. Upon seeing Wei Yunqing, Lu Qingyan dashed into her embrace. And had it not been for Xin Yanchu emerging from the water jug to block him, she might have been knocked over by the exuberant pup. And Yuno feigned calmness, clearing his throat. What are you doing here? Why aren't you waiting in the carriage? Is this Yuan Heng? Lu Qingyan inquired, noticing the newcomer behind Wei Yunqing. He scrutinized him curiously, extending a friendly hand. Hello, I'm Lu Qingyan. Let us be friends. We're all in the same boat now. Yuan Heng, however, had little interest in such camaraderie. The incessant chatter was a severe assault on his eardrums, and he had no desire to engage. This is Shan Yanchu. He is a water ghost. Don't let his appearance fool you. His singing is quite beautiful. Would you like him to serenade you?
Indeed.
A silent spell from Han Yunhao's was desperately needed to restore tranquility to the world. Where S sees. He S with Ulung. I haven to encounter them today. They should be at the east end of the village. Ulung? That name sounds familiar. Shun Yenshu explained. He is the Taoist from Wuhua Town.
Oh.
So, how did he end up here? Have all the ghosts from Wuhua Town been released? Can an NPC traverse multiple scenes? How financially strained is the system to repurpose a single extra? Let us discuss this further when we meet. The game of hide-and-seek has already commenced tonight. You haven't officially joined yet. Go wait at the large mansion adorned with red lanterns at the crossroads, but don't enter. We'll regroup at dawn to discuss in detail. Hurry. Shan Yenshu urged them to leave with a few succinct words. Wei Yunqing didn't dare to linger, pulling in Yuno and Yuan Heng towards the only illuminated spot in the village. The vibrant red lanterns adorned the courtyard, which, though not as grand as the Bai and Qian residences of Yong'an City, still represented a prominent household in this mountain village. Upon reaching the entrance, Wei Yunqing recalled Shan Yenshu's warning not to enter, so she hesitated, standing at the threshold. To her surprise, the door creaked open as if sensing their presence. Curiosity piqued, she leaned in to peer inside, but the darkness rendered everything beyond indistinct. In a moment of distraction, she inadvertently stepped inside, losing sight of Yuan Heng.
Hey.
Yuan, we shouldn't go in. Once inside, they were enveloped in darkness. Wei Yunqing held Yuan Heng's hand with her left, who seemed guided by an unseen force, while her right hand grasped an Yuno, who followed her in bewilderment. Yet, as long as he held her hand, the foreboding didn't seem so daunting. New friends have arrived. Your timing is rather unfortunate. Today's game has already begun, and newcomers cannot join midway. So, let us first let you get acquainted with Zhangjia Village, and then you can join the game tomorrow night. The hall transformed into an expansive sea of flames, then morphed into the ancestral hall of Zhangjia Village, where the otherworldly figures vanished, replaced by the living who came and went to pay homage. What just happened? And Yuno, eyes shut throughout, suddenly found images swirling in his mind that compelled him to be alert. I have no clue. Wei Yunqing echoed his confusion. As Yuan Heng recounted the lengthy narrative, tears nearly brimmed in Wei Yunqing's eyes. What are they doing? A band of robbers had invaded Zhangjia Village, committing arson and pillage, commandeering the ancestral hall as their own, converting it into a lavish mansion. The men toiled for them, while the women were their leisure, and the children and elderly were treated as mere toys, killed at whim. So, do you enjoy my game, new friends? What are your intentions? Finding the final boss is not as simple as you might think. Wei Yunqing dismissed him as a mere pawn. If you wish to play, let us see who emerged victorious in the end. The hide-and-seek game commenced at dusk and concluded at dawn. If they could successfully capture 10 of his brethren within that night, they would be granted safe passage. At first glance, the rules seemed reasonable. Wei Yunqing inquired, are there no other requirements? None.
Good you said it.
However, I have one condition.
Speak.
If we manage to catch 10 robber ghosts in one night, you must release all the living here and allow all the spirits to reincarnate. Wei Yunqing was resolute, refusing to yield an inch. The young lady speaks boldly. Very well. If you can capture them, I shall comply. But there's one more thing I must ask you. Why must you be so troublesome?
Say it.
By the Zhongjia graveyard. There's a thatched cottage where father and daughter reside. A month ago, the father went missing. I wonder if he has fallen into your clutches? She had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. A month ago, it seems a man did come by, but having not left for a month, he's likely dead. Chapter 63. No longer a youngster, the sole living creature in Zhongjia village was a chicken, heralding the end of their game of hide and seek. Where is Zhang Wei? Wei Yunqing squinted at the faces around her, finding none that matched the description of the girl's father. Could he truly be dead?
Who is Zhang Wei?
Lu Qingyan feigned a look of being neglected. Wei Yunqing gazed at Yuno's face as if she were a curious spectacle, prompting him to touch his face in confusion. Is there something on my face? Wei Yunqing clapped her hands in delight. Our esteemed Daxiang has conquered his fear of ghosts. How delightful. Who said I was going to help you catch ghosts? The sudden display of pride was unexpected. Didn't you say we? Wei Yunqing thought her ears had malfunctioned. It's we, but you all are doing the ghost catching. I'm merely the strategist. Lu Qingyan, covering his face, muttered. Your arrogance is more pungent than foot odor. We've spent 7 or 8 days, capturing at most 5 in one night. Do you think a strategist can change the situation? You just don't want to exert yourself, yet you speak so sweetly. Which graveyard spawned such a creature as you? Say that again, if you dare. And Yuno's anger flared instantly. Wei Yunqing interjected, positioning herself between the two. We are a team and must unite. We shall proceed as Yuno suggested. He will strategize, while we provide the muscle. If anyone disagrees, they must present a better plan. If there is none, we all must comply. No one opposed her, and Yuno felt uplifted by her support. She then turned to him with a sly grin. If your strategies do not yield us 10 ghosts, you will have to join us in the hunt. Gathered in the hall, Wei Yunqing introduced Yuan Heng to the others. Han Yunhao extended a warm hand, but Yuan Heng remained indifferent, leaving Han Yunhao awkwardly sidelined. Lu Qingyan, reveling in the situation, laughed heartily, while Han Yunhao gestured dramatically, prompting Lu Qingyan to promptly close his mouth. Wei Yunqing explained. Yuan is still young and quite shy, but she's not ill-natured. You'll see for yourselves, he. Han Yunhao inquired, how did you find your way here? Shen Yanqi asked, was the person named Zhang Wei? What did he look like? There are many souls in Zhongjia village that have not been consumed by the ghost bandits. Perhaps he is among them. Wei Yunqing briefly described Zhang Wei, and Yuan Heng produced her drawing of him. The features described by the girl matched perfectly, and everyone praised Yuan Heng's exquisite artistic talent. After a leisurely conversation, the sun was high in the sky, and it was time to return to their main objective. And Yuno asked, how did you catch 5 ghosts in one night? Where did you find them? Describe all the characteristics of every ghost bandit you have encountered.
I shall elucidate that.
A flash of azure darted into the hall, and Wei Yunqing gasped, it's really you, Alan. Exorcising evil is my calling. Wherever there are malevolent spirits, there I shall be. Long time no see. The handsome Taoist greeted Wei Yunqing with a radiant smile. Although he had been quite helpful in Wuhua town, and Yuno still found him irksome, for he seemed to appear wherever there were ghosts, much like the spirits themselves. With a professional Taoist present, and you've only caught 5? And Yuno questioned Alan's expertise. Lu Qingyan countered. Alan arrived merely a day earlier. While he was absent, we hadn't even caught sight of a single ghost bandit. Those bandits are as slippery as eels. Enough with the bickering, Alan. Please continue. Wei Yunqing swiftly halted their pointless squabble. The ghost in charge here, once the leader of the bandits, has devoured nearly 100 souls, granting him dominion over all spirits in Zhongjia village. He uses ghostly illusions to entice outsiders into the village, trapping them inside with ghostly barriers, ultimately breaking their will through a game of hide and seek, deriving pleasure from their despair.
Vile.
Evil men turn into wicked ghosts, while good men become benevolent spirits. In life, the wicked oppress the good. In death, the malevolent spirits not only torment the benevolent but also abuse the living. It is utterly unjust. Wei Yunqing longed to rend the ghostly bandit leader to shreds. In a world where the weak are preyed upon, the strong thrive. The wicked possess the might of the powerful, while the good suffer unfairly. Though many are strong, few are willing to sacrifice for the weak. Alon's words cast a somber silence over the gathering, yet evil ultimately yields to righteousness. The 5 ghost bandits captured previously had fixed positions, and their souls were gray, having consumed few souls, thus lacking power. They could be restrained with ropes dipped in the blood of a young boy. That doesn't sound too difficult, Wei Yunqing mused, believing herself entirely capable, but she pondered how to procure the boy's blood, her gaze drifting towards Yuno. "What are you staring at?" And Yuno felt uncomfortable under Wei Yunqing's scrutinizing gaze. "Lend me some boy's blood, and I'll capture those 5 ghost bandits in no time." Wei Yunqing rolled up her sleeves, eager for the task, claiming it for herself. And Yuno recoiled, distancing herself from Wei Yunqing.
"What do you mean, boy?
"You're the only boy here. Your whole family are boys. You are no longer a boy. When did that happen?
Who was it?
Do your parents know? Does your company know? Do your fans know?" Wei Yunqing felt she had stumbled upon a monumental scoop and was soon to pay dearly for her indiscretion. No one is to provide Wei Yunqing with boy's blood. If she fails to capture 5 ghost bandits, I will have your head and leave you here to serve the ghost bandit leader. And Yuno's cheeks flushed crimson. Whether from anger or embarrassment, the heat unwavering. Wei Yunqing innocently retreated to a corner, pouting in complaint, "Tyrant," just as the other members were about to comfort her. And Yuno spoke firmly, "The 5 gray ones are assigned to Wei Yunqing. The other 5 will be divided among us. Daoist, share your insights." Time was of the essence, and Alon had no opportunity to console anyone, continuing, "Most of them were burned to death, but 2 are exceptional. They are red ghosts, known for their cruelty and violence in life. They killed many and were ultimately slain by villagers before being set ablaze." Chapter 64. The beauty contest of Zhongjia village as night fell. The vibrant red lanterns hung high in the courtyard, signaling the commencement of tonight's game of hide and seek. The ghost hunting team was divided into 2 factions, one led by Han Yunhao's, accompanied by Lu Qingyan and Xin Yanchu, the other led by Alon, consisting of a background actor and a group of NPCs, each heading towards the eerie lairs of the malevolent spirits glowing ominously in red at the southern and northern ends of Zhongjia village. And Yuno sat atop a high threshold, his long legs crossed elegantly before him, hands resting on his knees as he supported his chin and closed his eyes to meditate. The black cloth covering his eyes rendered him oblivious to the flickering shadows cast by Wei Yunqing's hands, which danced before him without eliciting any response. "Are you truly not participating?" Wei Yunqing inquired, her task being to monitor the positions of the gray spirits, necessitating her solitary venture. Before departing, she posed the question once more, and Yuno replied nonchalantly, "Isn't my absence already abundantly clear?" Indeed, his behavior epitomized the adage "out of sight, out of mind." Just because he could not see the spirits did not mean they did not exist. However, this strategy proved effective, as the absence of visibility alleviated fear and spared him the embarrassment of appearing foolish in front of others, perfectly aligning with Yuno's aloof persona. Wei Yunqing pointed to Yuan Heng, who was sketching his portrait at the entrance, and asked, "Everyone has been assigned a task. Why is Yuan permitted to stay with you? Are you afraid of being alone?" The latter query remained unvoiced, and Yuno merely shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "If you can persuade this artist to leave, be my guest." In essence, Yuno engaged in self-sacrifice, compelling himself to remain at the ghostly abode to offer Yuan Heng a muse, thereby ensuring the artist stayed for his own companionship. With no argument to offer, Wei Yunqing set forth on her own journey, untroubled by the spirits, as confrontation was unnecessary. Alon had thoughtfully provided her with a rope imbued with the blood of a child for protection, should the spirits dare to act rashly. She would not hesitate to defend herself. As Han Yunhao's team approached the southern district, they were astonished to witness a line of spirits orderly queuing for registration. In disbelief, he dispatched the team's sole spirit, Shun Yanchu, to investigate. Thanks to Han Yunhao's modifications to the water jug, Shen Yanqiu could now carry it freely, existing as a liberated soul. He floated over to tap the spirit at the end of the line. What do you want? Trying to cut in? The male spirit's voice was gruff and unpleasant, resembling the sound of a throat filled with phlegm, rendering his words indistinct and uncomfortable to hear. Shen Yanqiu contemplated engaging another spirit, but decided against it, bracing himself as he inquired, "May I ask what this line is for?" The male spirit scoffed. "You don't even know? This is the registration for the Zhangjia Village Beauty Contest. Just look at you, handsome and whole, but clearly unqualified. Now take a look at me and then at those ahead." Wait, what? They were hosting a beauty contest? Shen Yanqiu queried, "Who is organizing this contest? Is it the vengeful spirits who once pillaged Zhangjia Village?" Shen Yanqiu struggled to fathom how these seemingly villager-like spirits could be so compliant. Oh, that was ages ago. Past grievances can be easily forgotten. When these robbers first met their end, they were indeed fierce. However, over time, they grew weary of their own existence and managed to coexist peacefully. Was such a thing even possible? It was utterly unfathomable. Shen Yanqiu pressed on. Then why do they continue to ensnare lost travelers, preventing their escape? The male spirit lamented. Ah, how long has it been since you passed? Why ask such questions? Shen Yanqiu regarded him warily. You seem like a young spirit who hasn't been dead long enough to understand the solitude of our existence. Zhangjia Village is remote, and visitors must be warmly welcomed. How delightful it is for us spirits to gather nightly to play hide and seek with our guests. The male spirit circled around Shen Yanqiu, scrutinizing him before asking, "You must be a newcomer, correct?" Indeed. At that moment, Shen Yanqiu felt immensely grateful for being a spirit. Otherwise, communication would have been impossible. The beauty contest of Zhangjia Village was jointly hosted by the lords of the south and north, aiming to select a confidant for the lonely spirit lord. The contest began with the selection of 3 fairest spirits from both the southern and northern districts, culminating in a final showdown to determine the most beautiful spirit through anonymous voting by the villagers. The male spirit seemed lost in dreams, his remaining half-face betraying his unquenchable ambition. Perhaps he was determined to secure the position of confidant. Shen Yanqiu, unable to resist, inquired, "Are you also here to participate in the beauty contest?" Footsteps approached, and Lu Qingyan, having held his tongue until now, finally caught up to Shen Yanqiu and asked, "Why are you floating so fast? What did you say to that spirit? You turned and fled before we even encountered the malevolent spirit. Are you scared? How can a ghost be afraid of another ghost? If you are frightened, just say so, and I will. Don't go anywhere, and you need not say anything. Just listen to what Shen Yanqiu has to say," Han Yunhao's interjected, enveloping the group in an air of tranquility. Among this assembly, Yuan Heng held a preference for Han Yunhao's above all others, as he alone could silence the world around them. Chapter 65. The Art of Persuasion as the dawn broke. Casting away the shadows of the night, the gathering in the grand hall resumed its discussions. The circumstances in the northern district, where Ulung had ventured, mirrored those in the southern district, where Shen Yanqi and his companions were situated. Both regions were engrossed in preparations for a beauty contest. Wei Yunqing couldn't help but express her admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive. The city knows how to enjoy itself, and the village is no less adept. It seems that even a simple game of hide-and-seek no longer satisfies their increasingly hollow souls." During the day, Anyuno was no longer shrouded in darkness. Although he did not actively participate in ghost hunting, he vigilantly spent the night at the entrance, his spirit waning and his voice lacking vigor. It appeared that plans had shifted, and a more cautious approach was required. Wei Yunqing's eyes lit up with understanding. "A talent show? I excel in that." Every year, she diligently followed various large-scale talent contests, never missing a chance to cast her votes. She had witnessed the transformation of an obscure figure into a celebrated star, much like the former Anyuno. Shen Yanqi expressed his concerns. "Qingqing, what do you intend to do?" With a mischievous grin, Wei Yunqing leaned closer to Shen Yanqi, snatching his water bottle into her hands, proclaiming, "As long as you cooperate, I assure you we will leave safely and swiftly." Her words sent an ominous shiver down Shen Yanqi's spine. Realizing the bottle was firmly in her grasp, he begrudgingly listened as she elaborated on her plan. The crux of the scheme centered around Shen Yanqi. While the others deemed the strategy feasible, he alone protested vehemently. I refuse. I oppose. I do not agree. And Yuno smirked. This is not up to you. Rest assured, everyone will remember your contribution this time. Why must it be me? The typically gentle Shen Yanqi found himself unusually resistant to the idea, eliciting a hint of sympathy from Wei Yunqing. Alas, what can we do? You are the only ghost among us. We must impose upon you, Wei Yunqing pouted, her expression reminiscent of a reluctant mother sending her daughter off to wed. As night enveloped the world, and Yuno resumed his position at the entrance, clad in his usual garb, while the others seated themselves in a row before him. According to Wei Yunqing's plan, they would not need to take action tonight. Should she succeed, their nightly escapades in the game of hide-and-seek would come to an end. Based on reports from Shen Yanqi and Ulung, Wei Yunqing concluded that the malevolent spirit in the southern district was less astute than its northern counterpart. Thus, armed with the water bottle, she approached the registration area in the southern district, where the spirits turned their gazes in her direction. Astonished to see a living person in their midst, one ghost attempted to frighten her away, but she remained unfazed. However, when it came time for her to register, she was halted by a spirit at the counter. You cannot register. The living may only participate in hide-and-seek. The beauty contest is exclusively for us ghosts. Unless you transform into a ghost first. The spirit scrutinized her, chin in hand. What are you staring at? It's not me. Wei Yunqing shielded her chest with one arm, while with the other, she tapped the water bottle, gesturing at Shen Yanqi, who was gradually materializing from within. It's him. The ghosts around her were struck dumb upon witnessing Shen Yanqi's ethereal beauty. Under Wei Yunqing's careful embellishment, his inherent masculinity was enveloped by an otherworldly charm. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his white attire billowed as if he were a celestial being. No one could dare dispute his status. Even claiming he was a divine spirit would meet no objections. Wei Yunqing beamed. What do you think? Is he qualified? Such a high-caliber ghost was a rarity. The spirits hesitated to impede her, presenting the registration book with both hands. Yet, Wei Yunqing refrained from inscribing her name. Take me to your leader. Tell him that this living person wishes to negotiate a deal with him. You wish to see Lord Nanqi? This isn't a trap for hide-and-seek victory, is it? To her surprise, this little ghost displayed considerable cleverness. Wei Yunqing, undeterred, spoke plainly. It is indeed somewhat related, but I must meet your Lord Nanqi to discuss it. Otherwise, I will take him away with me. The spirits dared not let go of such a valuable entity and hastily escorted her to Nanqi. Reclining upon a bed fashioned from human bones was a robust figure, exuding an eerie red glow from head to toe, a ghost who had devoured nearly 100 souls. Lord Nanqi, they wish to see you. Nanqi lazily opened one eye, dismissing the living Wei Yunqing without a second thought, yet was captivated by Shen Yanqi's ghostly visage. His heart stirred with desire. He immediately sat up straight, gazing hungrily. Where did he go? Nanqi bellowed, clearly unsatisfied with the view. Wei Yunqing took a step forward, tapping the water bottle at her waist. He's right here. Did you come here to capture me? Nanqi maintained his disdain for her. I heard you were holding a beauty contest, so I came to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. Not interested. Nanqi slumped back down, closing his eyes once more. Seeing his lack of interest, Wei Yunqing resorted to her trump card, beseeching the water bottle. Ancestors, I implore you, come forth and assist. Reluctantly, Shen Yanqi emerged, adhering to the plan, and addressed Nanqi directly. I can participate in the contest and secure victory. On the condition that upon winning, your 10 bandit ghosts must voluntarily surrender, bringing an end to the game of hide-and-seek. Nanqi scoffed. That sounds like a deal with little benefit to me. Shen Yanqi retorted coldly. What is the purpose of your beauty contest? To alleviate boredom. To entertain our leader. Nanqi blurted out. Do you truly believe that with your ragtag bunch, resembling a scene from a calamity, you can compete in a beauty contest? You're not seeking fun. You're courting disaster. But I forget. You've already met your demise. Wei Yunqing surveyed the assortment of ghosts who had registered, varying in height and shape, yet none possessed complete features or intact limbs. What audacity did they have to hold a beauty contest? Wei Yunqing pressed on. Does Lord Nanqi not desire to win over the Northern District and gain the favor of the ghostly sovereign?
Nanqi's eyelids flickered.
Wei Yunqing perceived his interest piqued. I can guarantee victory in the beauty contest, winning the favor of the ghostly sovereign, provided that you and the other 9 bandit ghosts surrender during hide-and-seek. All we seek is to leave this place. After a moment of hesitation, Nanqi reached an agreement with Wei Yunqing, ensuring Shen Yanqi's successful registration without the need for preliminary rounds, elevating him directly to the top 3 in the Southern District. On the way back, Shen Yanqi could not contain his admiration. I never imagined your eloquence could be so exquisite, even persuading ghosts. Of course. Do you think I am like that incessant chatterbox, Lu Qingyan, who never utters a word of substance? There is nothing beyond my capabilities. Proudly, Wei Yunqing patted her chest, but suddenly, Shen Yanqi glided through her form, drawing near, his exquisitely adorned face mere inches from hers. With a smile reminiscent of warm sunlight, Shen Yanqi remarked, My Qingqing, you are truly the best. Chapter 66. Seek me alas. Upon witnessing her face aglow with youthful infatuation, and Yuno could not resist playfully tapping her forehead, interrupting her train of thought and restoring her complexion to its usual state. With a frown, she complained, Why did you hit me for no reason? 2 solitary souls, unchaperoned at night, do you not think it warranted? And Yuno scrutinized her with the piercing gaze of a hawk. Wei Yunqing retorted, What are you talking about? This is part of the plan at worst. It's merely a solitary girl discussing beauty contests with a bunch of ghosts. With a teasing lift of her brow, and Yuno seized the moment while the kettle was out of her grasp, suggesting, Perhaps we should leave Shen Yanqiu here. He is amongst his kin, and who knows? He might even become a ghostly consort. Wei Yunqing gazed at him as if she had discovered a new continent, grinning widely.
Wow.
I didn't know you had such ideas. You want to ship the ghost master and the ghost husband? If that ghost master were somewhat pleasing to the eye, I might consider your proposition, but alas, he is quite hideous. Shall we go together to witness the preliminary rounds of the beauty contest tonight? Wei Yunqing tempted him, hoping to challenge his limits and encourage him to accept the existence of spirits beyond Shen Yanqiu. I have yet to reach such depths of boredom as to watch a bunch of wronged souls compete in misery. I can already imagine the wretchedness of those ghosts. Viewing them would likely subtract a decade from my lifespan. Such a sharp tongue. Be careful lest you lose followers. Wei Yunqing murmured softly. Among the 5 men, it seemed he was the most popular, the highest paid, the best-selling. Talking about losing followers with him was futile. It was yet another humbling day. Wei Yunqing feigned slapping herself, deciding she would only scold him internally from now on, so he would remain oblivious and unable to flaunt his airs. Do not assume that your internal grievances go unheard. And Yuno warned. You can hear that too? Wei Yunqing questioned, deeply suspicious that he possessed the ability to read minds. Clearly, you were indeed cursing. The conversation had revealed her not only to be an unattractive girl, but also a rather foolish one. Despicable, shameless scoundrel. These are all directed at you. No need for thanks. You can't hear them anyway. Wei Yunqing mentally scolded him once more, then feigned nonchalance. Ungrateful, ugly girl, and here I was saving you a fruit to stave off hunger. Guess I shall consume it myself. And Yuno produced a fruit from his pocket, flaunting it before her mouth. Upon the mention of food, her hunger surged, her eyes gleaming with desire as she lunged toward him. And Yuno, seeing her intent, raised his arm, making the fruit seem tantalizingly out of reach. Wei Yunqing, on the verge of tears, clutched her growling stomach and stretched out her hand, bouncing toward the fruit. Having been starved and now engaged in a vigorous chase for food, she began to see stars. Conceding defeat, she tugged at his arm, pleading, Please, my lord. With the fruit in hand, Wei Yunqing paid no heed to his words. Devouring it ravenously, she had likely never tasted anything so delectable in her life. Finishing one fruit, while it provided a mere cushion for her hunger, it was far from sufficient. Ultimately, her hunger triumphed over her pride, and she mustered the audacity to beseech Yuno once more. Good sir, is there any more? I am still not full. Her large, bright, tearful eyes tugged at his heartstrings. And Yuno cleared his throat and retrieved another fruit from his pocket, saying, "Here." Wei Yunqing snatched it and was about to consume it when the fruit unexpectedly transformed into a hand that she began to nibble. Startled, she released her grip and looked up at its owner, who was equally astonished. He did not erupt in anger, but instead chuckled. "So hungry that you would attempt to consume human flesh? I did not realize you bore the bloodline of cannibals."
That.
Wei Yunqing pointed at a handkerchief, curious about its origin, as it seemed familiar. "Not washed, but one must at least wipe off. I am averse to filth, especially that of my maid."
With that,
He rose to resume his position on the threshold of the courtyard. After finishing the fruit, she looked up at the sky. Dusk was approaching, heralding the arrival of another night. The night in Zhongjia village seemed to arrive faster and linger longer than in other places, and the more time she spent here, the more fear crept into her heart, dreading that adapting to this environment would mean never being able to leave. "I have a fair idea of the monsters that might emerge from the southern district. Let us secretly observe the northern district tonight." Driven by curiosity, Wei Yunqing expressed her desire to explore, as the Ghost Beauty Contest was indeed a rare opportunity in a lifetime. "Let's go, I want to see too. I wanted to accompany you when Sister Qing went for negotiations." Lu Qingyan chimed in, his curiosity piqued. Wei Yunqing unceremoniously exposed him. "You do not wish to join merely for the spectacle. You want to negotiate, don't you? Seeing others hold a beauty contest must have reignited your passion as a gold medal host, and you wish to step in and present for them." His thoughts had been accurately guessed by Wei Yunqing, and he replied with a hint of grievance, "Sister Qing, I have been silenced by Brother Han for 2 days. Now that I can speak again, I want to unleash my nature. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us minimize your verbosity. I will let Z show you some leniency and take you along for the fun." Lu Qingyan raised both hands in a vow, "I promise to say less." This was perhaps the fewest words he had ever uttered in his life. "I shall go too." Yuan Heng finally spoke up, having been thought a mute by Lu Qingyan during these days. Wei Yunqing was overjoyed. Yuan Heng's willingness to engage in group activities was the perfect opportunity to enhance camaraderie among the members. She then encouraged Han Yunhaoze, "Ziz, let us go together." Han Yunhaoze was focused on building his muscles. "You all go ahead. I still have 981 push-ups to complete." Having fallen short on energy supplementation over the past few days, he must intensify his training. His muscles could not afford to slacken. Wei Yunqing, too astonished to respond, timidly inquired, "How many have you done?" 1,019. 2,000 push-ups a day is basic. In a moment I still need to do. Stop. Come with us. How can this fragile group manage without your protection? You have worked hard to build those sturdy muscles not just for competition but to safeguard the weak. Now is the time to realize their worth, so come along. Wei Yunqing took his arm and grabbed Shen Yanchu's water jug, as the 5 prepared to venture towards the northern district. "Isn't Thin Good joining us? It's one thing to skip hide and seek, but not even watching the festivities? It's rare to have a group activity. How can one be absent?" Lu Qingyan reminded Wei Yunqing. "And Good dislikes crowds, and besides, he thinks those ghosts are too ugly and fears they would offend his eyes. Just look at how he covers his eyes with black cloth every night. He's merely protecting himself from the visual assault." Wei Yunqing's explanation was flawless, and Yuno, upon hearing it, felt somewhat at ease and did not pursue the matter further, urging them, "If you wish to indulge in the festivities, quit dawdling. If you want to leave, hurry, and do not disturb my sleep." Lu Qingyan tugged her arm toward the northern district, and it seemed he had entered a meditative state. Hearing no one and avoiding contact, I had noticed this several times, akin to a household robot that, once exhausted, recharges itself. Perhaps meditation was his method of recharging. Strangely enough, his analogy was particularly vivid and immersive. Chapter 67. What skills do you possess? 5 individuals stealthily infiltrated the northern district, just as the preliminary selection was commencing. They found a concealed house to serve as their vantage point, each securing the best viewing angle, their eyes glued to the scene. Yuan Heng merely sought out a spot conducive to painting, setting up his easel and letting his brush dance across the canvas. The phantoms before him perfectly embodied his current dark artistic style, inspiring a torrent of creativity. A throne constructed from human bones loomed high, eerie red light casting unsettling shadows on the white remains, a stark contrast to the languid simplicity of the southern specters. The northern ones exuded an air of cold cunning and sharpness. As fate would have it, amidst the chaos, she contemplated whether to charge in and capture them all at once, thus abruptly ending the game of hide-and-seek. However, after careful deliberation, she ultimately refrained, realizing that their meager group would barely manage against the northern specters. The slippery trickster would seize the opportunity to escape, and her collaboration with the southern specters would be rendered futile, leaving them with no hope of escape. And then it began. Lu Qingyan was the most exhilarated among them, yet misfortune often befalls the loquacious. Thus, Wei Yunqing issued him a warning of silence. Utter another word, and you shall be muted for 3 days. He promptly covered his mouth, his eyes darting about in anticipation. Wei Yunqing cast a cursory glance over the northern district's ghostly assembly, noting that their appearances utterly eclipsed those from the southern district. The bare minimum standard was intact limbs and complete facial features, while some bore grotesque yet serious visages. A stark contrast to the southern crowd, which seemed merely assembled for the occasion. The first specter to approach was a female ghost clad in theatrical garb. Northern Chi scrutinized her for a moment before demanding, "What talents do you possess?" The 5 were taken aback, stifling their laughter. What talents could a ghost possess? When she spoke, astonishment gripped the audience. It was a male ghost performing as a female role, his voice gruff as he declared, "Boss, I can sing. I learned from a troupe as a child. Allow me to perform for you." Upon the conclusion of his song, Wei Yunqing silently applauded. It was nothing short of spectacular, truly professional. He could debut at any moment. Yet Northern Chi remained dissatisfied, stating, "That merely qualifies as a skill, not a talent. You are eliminated." Wei Yunqing was left speechless. Such harshness seemed unwarranted. Was he selecting with an SSS grade standard? The second contender approached, a massive female ghost, who moved not by floating but by dragging her weight, likely due to the heaviness of her spirit post-mortem. Northern Chi, visibly disdainful, glanced aside and inquired, "What unique talents do you possess?" Despite his apparent curiosity, upon seeing her face, his disdain intensified, and he sternly declared, "These are far too ordinary. You are eliminated. Next." It seemed this ghostly village placed great importance on appearance. Without beauty, one had nothing. The female ghost protested, "Can I perform a split?" "Show me," replied Northern Chi. She executed an unremarkable split, and he granted her passage. The previous massive ghost, unsatisfied, returned, claiming, "If she can pass, I can do better. Watch me." She then contorted her legs to her head and insisted, "If she can, I should too." Northern Chi coldly retorted, "Unacceptable. Next." Wei Yunqing seriously questioned whether Northern Chi was a reality show judge transported into this realm, for his standards were exceedingly stringent. The preliminary selections in the Northern District persisted until the early hours of dawn. The top 3 candidates were all stunningly beautiful, leaving Wei Yunqing perplexed. If beauty was the criterion for selection, why demand performances as well? Eventually, she deduced that perhaps Northern Chi simply sought entertainment from the ghostly displays. Noticing a change in his demeanor, Wei Yunqing, reflecting on his debut experiences, recognized she may have inadvertently spoken out of turn. She pondered a way to salvage the situation, asserting that beauty was indeed an advantage, a unique talent in itself.
Was it not?
Then she foolishly asked, "What advantages do you possess? What unique talents?" Why dig a pit for herself? She would have been wiser to walk away silently than to offer empty reassurances to this formidable entity. Such is the fortune of nature. The average person rarely has the chance to possess it. She mused, for instance, "I do not." And Yuno scrutinized her face for several moments before affirming, "Indeed, you are correct. Your face resembles a tragic case, and there is certainly no opportunity for change. Beauty is indeed a unique talent." In her attempt to self-deprecate and console him, she only found herself further trampled. Wei Yunqing vowed to seek a permanent muting from Han Yunhao if she ever spoke so rashly again. Cherishing life, she steered clear of Yuno and approached Shen Yanqi to discuss the evening's beauty pageant finale. "Chi-Chi, how prepared are you?" Shen Yanqi emerged from behind a water jug, his visage still impeccably adorned, casting a glance that sparked admiration. I hope everything goes smoothly tonight. If I cannot surpass those ghosts. Shen Yanqi's enthusiasm waned. Yet Wei Yunqing held steadfast confidence in him. You are Shen Yanqi. No ghost can outshine you. Trust me, none can surpass your brilliance. Shen Yanqi remained troubled. If I succeed, and 10 ghostly bandits surrender in this game of hide-and-seek, will the Ghost Master truly allow us to depart? This was a point Wei Yunqing dared not guarantee, for in her eyes, Zhongjia village resembled a side quest akin to the role-playing games she had played. As long as she fulfilled the stipulated conditions, the task would be completed smoothly. However, should Shen Yanqi succeed, he would be obliged to remain by the Ghost Master's side. How would he escape once they departed? If they attempted to flee together, could they all truly escape? Wei Yunqing forced a smile. Rest assured, Chi-Chi, I will not abandon you here. We shall depart together or remain together. This was her heartfelt promise. Their team could not afford to lose a single member. The final contest would be held in this very manner. I shall see how the others are preparing. I will remain by your side this evening. Chapter 68. As one song concludes, we take the stage as night descended. All the living beings concealed themselves in the dilapidated houses nearby, leaving only Wei Yunqing seated ostentatiously in the grand hall. The crimson lanterns tonight appeared to have doubled in number, casting an eerie red glow that spread from the courtyard to the outside, illuminating the ground as if it were adorned with a vibrant scarlet carpet, reminiscent of a grand finale. Suddenly, the Ghost Master materialized in the hall, with Nan Qi and Bei Qi flanking him. The specters had gathered around unbeknownst to Wei Yunqing, who now found herself encircled by a multitude of grotesque ghosts. Although she harbored no fear of these apparitions, the overwhelming presence of so many unsightly spirits pushed her mental fortitude to its limits. Clutching Shen Yanqi's water jug, she approached the top 3 contenders from the southern district, relieved to find the other 2 ghosts appeared relatively normal, leading her to believe that the southern district's standards of beauty might yield something worthwhile. Bei Qi cast a glance at the southern district's top 3, mocking Nan Qi. Are there truly no ghosts left in your district that you must resort to a living person? Unfazed, Nan Qi retorted, mind your own business. All that matters is winning. Don't forget your promise if you lose. I won't let you off easily. The day after negotiating with Wei Yunqing, Nan Qi and Bei Qi established a wager. Should Nan Qi win, the southern and northern districts would merge, with him as the leader, compelling all rogue ghosts to surrender in the game of hide-and-seek. If Bei Qi won, he would become the leader of both districts without any further demands. The Ghost Master was indifferent to the outcome of their beauty contest, viewing it merely as a mundane pastime to alleviate boredom. The top 3 from the northern district garnered significant votes, and the southern district could not afford to fall behind, presenting their own displays. The top 2 from the southern district showcased a fire-eating performance and a knife-throwing act, which, while lacking in beauty, provided an entertaining display of skill that even the Ghost Master applauded. Blindfolded, and Yuno could see nothing, only hearing the cacophony of applause. She inquired of Lu Chengyan, "What stage are we at?" After the applause and voting concluded, Wei Yunqing strode into the center of the hall with an air of indifference, while the ghosts murmured in disapproval of a living person participating in the finals. What celestial being has descended to the mortal realm? The Ghost Master, unable to avert his gaze, pointed directly at Shen Yanqi and declared, "He has won." No further voting was necessary. The Ghost Master's word was law. And who would dare oppose it? Though Bei Qi begrudged the outcome, he could not deny the stunning entrance of Shen Yanqi. Wei Yunqing secretly rejoiced. Her beauty strategy had succeeded in capturing the Ghost Master's heart. To outsiders, he appeared delicate and bashful, but she could see that he was on the verge of retching. Eager to leave, she leaned towards Nan Qi and reminded him, "Lord Nan Qi, shall we not fulfill our agreement?" Nan Qi nearly forgot, boasting to Bei Qi, "We have won, Bei Qi. What say you?" Bei Qi's expression soured as he reluctantly summoned the other rogue ghosts to the hall, shouting, "We surrender." The rogue ghosts gathered, and the living beings began to emerge. Before the Ghost Master could comprehend the situation, Wei Yunqing interjected, "Ghost Master, we have won the game of hide-and-seek. All 10 rogue ghosts are here. According to our prior agreement, you must release all the living and allow all spirits to reincarnate." At that moment, The ghost master was far too enamored with the enchanting figure before him to concern himself with the rules of a mere game. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to leave. The once lifeless beings suddenly found vigor, scattering in a rush, leaving only their own kind behind in the hall. The ghost master, wishing for solitude, expressed his displeasure. "Why haven't you departed yet?" Wei Yunqing, gathering her courage, pointed at Sun Yanqi and asserted, "He is my companion. I will take him with me." The ghost master's demeanor shifted abruptly. He seized Sun Yanqi's wrist, fearing escape, and bellowed, "You dare conspire against me? He is mine now. If you leave him behind, I can overlook this matter and allow you to depart. We will not leave him here."
Han Yunhao sat tensed, preparing for confrontation.
"You seek to steal my ghost? If you refuse to leave, then you shall all remain as ghosts." The ghost master erupted in fury, and the winds howled violently in Zhangjia village. "Hold on tight," Wei Yunqing shouted to an Yuno. Han Yunhao steadied himself, gripping Wei Yunqing with one hand and an Yuno with the other, while Lu Qingyan tugged at his belt. His body already suspended in midair, unable to touch the ground. The red lanterns in the courtyard swayed amidst the raging winds, the flames within flickering yet enduring, casting an eerie red glow as the spirits were scattered in disarray. As the tempest abated, tranquility returned to the courtyard, and all eyes turned to the source of the commotion. Sun Yanqi was raising his water jug, aiming it at the ghost master's head, his expression remarkably calm. Yet each strike was fueled by all his strength. Everyone was left dumbfounded, including the ghost master, who could not comprehend why he was so willingly being struck, feeling both pain and unexpected delight. "Ah, my dear, how delightful your strikes are," the ghost master exclaimed, his demeanor foolishly enamored as he grasped Sun Yanqi's arm. "What did you call me?" Sun Yanqi's eyes nearly bulged with embarrassment. He had never felt so humiliated. He stepped onto the ghost master's thigh and delivered a swift kick to his most sensitive spot, causing the ghost master to roll his eyes and nearly lose consciousness. Sun Yanqi followed up with another blow from the water jug, knocking the ghost master out cold. How fierce! The crowd raised their thumbs in admiration. Embarrassed, he hastily lowered the water jug, urging, "We must leave quickly. We want tea of time if he wakes up." Chapter 69. Release of Initial Evaluation Levels Weight. While escaping is undoubtedly important, I would like to first liberate the villagers of Zhangjia village. Is that permissible? Alan appeared somewhat troubled. "I cannot liberate so many at once." Lu Qingyan patted Han Yunhao's, signaling him to lift his silence. With a swift motion, he tore off the wig atop his head, revealing a completely bald scalp, and with a dazzling smile, he declared, "I can assist. Let us do this together." A Taoist and a monk collaborating proved to be remarkably effective. Each employed their respective methods to guide the villagers of Zhangjia village to the afterlife. And soon only 11 bandit spirits remained. The 10 bandit spirits huddled around their leader, trembling in fear, acutely aware of their myriad sins and the near impossibility of being liberated. The final outcome of being captured by the Taoist and the monk was the scattering of their souls, leaving them too terrified to confront them. Wei Yunqing was unable to locate Zhang Wei among the spirits that had been liberated, so she threatened the bandit spirits. "If Zhang Wei is not found among the living or the spirits, where have you hidden him? You have 1 incense stick's worth of time. If he is not found, I shall unleash the monk and Taoist upon you, and you shall be reduced to ashes." The 10 bandit spirits immediately dispersed, searching every room. Wei Yunqing suggested, "Let us wait at the village entrance. Once they find Zhang Wei, we shall retreat immediately." Before the incense had burned out, Nan Qi and Bei Qi discovered the barely conscious Zhang Wei in a dilapidated house and brought him before Wei Yunqing. "Do not commit further misdeeds. Today, I shall spare you. However, should I learn that you are still playing hide-and-seek or participating in beauty contests, then..." Wei Yunqing made a gesture across her throat, effectively intimidating them. "Let us depart." At last, they gathered together. As she glanced at the 5 handsome men beside her, Wei Yunqing felt an unexpected surge of achievement. "Oh, dear." Lu Qingyan, supporting an Yuno, failed to notice the roots of an old tree beneath their feet, and both tumbled over in a rather undignified manner. An Yuno yanked off the black cloth covering her eyes, rubbed her scraped knee, and exclaimed in anger, "Did you also blindfold yourself? How could you not see such a large root?" Lu Chengyan retorted, "You were blindfolded too, and yet you have the audacity to lecture me, who was exerting effort the entire time. Enough of this bickering. Silence, and let us continue our ascent." Wei Yunqing's commanding voice silenced them both. Han Yunhao's carried Zhang Wei, leading the way. Upon reaching the summit, they were greeted by a breathtaking sunrise. The sun ascended above the horizon, signifying their escape from Zhongjia village and heralding a new beginning and freedom, invigorating their descent. Wei Yunqing chuckled to herself, deeming this side quest a resounding success. Suddenly, a peculiar laughter erupted from a girl. He he he. "To express my gratitude to my elder siblings, I have prepared a special gift for you. I hope you will delight in it." Collectively, they shivered. Wei Yunqing replied, "There is no need for such formality. Simply tell us how to find our way out." "That simply will not do." The girl had appeared beside Shen Yanqi, tapping his water bottle. Before anyone could react, a familiar whirlwind howled into existence, whisking both people and carts into the air, spinning them around. Everyone was oblivious, except for Wei Yunqing, who noticed Alon standing beside the girl, both of them calmly watching the chaos unfold. The girl's voice eerily announced, "Congratulations, host. The side quest, Hide and Seek in the Desolate Village, has been completed successfully. The teleportation is commencing." They were whisked away before Wei Yunqing could express her astonishment or confusion, rendered unconscious by the powerful winds. Wei Yunqing summoned the system. "The side quest has been completed, correct?" The system, as if just awakening, responded with a slightly lethargic tone. "System activation in progress. Please hold on." "You have the audacity to be lazy while I risk my life in this side quest?" Wei Yunqing could not help but complain. Once the system was fully operational, its voice became more alert. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side quest. The initial evaluation assessment of the male group has concluded, and the members' evaluation levels are now being announced. The ratings range from S, the highest, followed by A, B, C, and D." Before her eyes, a transparent electronic panel materialized, displaying each member's profile along with their evaluation ratings. Intelligence A, emotional quotient C, professional skills D, special talent. Legs? Is the system serious? Wei Yunqing continued to scrutinize, feeling disheartened by the results. Mental fortitude D, team synergy C, member affection level 20. What can I discern from such data? The system explained. The side quests derived from the Wizard of Oz serve as evaluations for the members. Each assessment yields data and ratings based on their performance during the tasks. To cultivate a top-tier male group, each aspect must achieve an A rating or higher, and member affection must exceed 80 to foster group spirit and better development. Upcoming tasks will focus on enhancing each member's weaknesses, necessitating the presence of the manager to witness their growth. Taking Yuno as an example, while her intelligence output is satisfactory, her mental fortitude is lacking. She fears ghosts, insects, and complications, which hinders the development of team synergy. Her volatile temperament further diminishes member affection, resulting in an unsatisfactory emotional quotient. The host can analyze each member's evaluation levels to identify strengths and weaknesses, subtly guiding them to complement each other and strive for excellence. Wei Yunqing wore a distressed expression. Data analysis is an extraordinary task for a manager. The system encouraged her, "Stay motivated, host." Wei Yunqing continued to examine the evaluation ratings of others. Shen Yanqi, intelligence B, emotional quotient B, professional skills B, special talent, singing, mental fortitude B, team synergy A, member affection level 50. Lu Chengyan, intelligence D, emotional quotient B, professional skills C, special talent, wit, mental fortitude C, team synergy C, member affection level 30. Han Yunhao's, intelligence C, emotional quotient C, professional skills B, special talents, combat, strength, gluttony, mental fortitude B, team synergy B, member affection level 45. Yuan Heng, intelligence A, emotional quotient D, professional skills A, special talent, painting, mental fortitude A, team synergy D, member affection level 0. After reviewing these evaluations, Wei Yunqing felt overwhelmed, realizing that none of them were easy to manage. Chapter 70. The Unexpected Rewards from Side Quest System Notification. The host is about to embark on Main Quest 2, Achieving Fame and Success. Task details. Please ensure that the boy band gains significant notoriety within 3 months. Location. Any place of your choosing. Completion criteria. The boy band must achieve over 80 recognition in the local area. Consequences of failure. The manager will suffer hair loss and demise. Upon success, the manager shall acquire the skill, Desperate Measures. Wei Yunqing appeared far more composed than during her initial encounter with the main quest. May I inquire how many main quests I must complete to exit? System. This is determined by the statistical data of the manager's system and its practical compatibility. There is no fixed number. Wei Yunqing protested. So you're telling me that I must complete however many you decide? What if you continuously deem me unqualified and prevent my departure? I refuse to accept this. You must provide me with a definitive answer to give me hope. You cannot treat me as a fool and exploit my efforts. System. Based on historical data, hosts typically complete between 6 to 8 main quests, along with several side quests and dungeons. If the host performs exceptionally, it is not uncommon to complete only 2 to 3 main quests. This revelation provided Wei Yunqing with a sense of reassurance, alleviating her concern of being exploited by the system while laboring in vain. System. Please select the task completion location. Once chosen, it cannot be changed and the timer will commence. Wei Yunqing. Are there options available? System. It can be the birthplace of any member or any location mentioned in the original text. After careful consideration, Wei Yunqing chose Yan City. Yan City, being the largest and most prosperous commercial center in the original text, boasted the most convenient transportation, the finest resources, and abundant traffic. If they sought to gain notoriety, this was undoubtedly the optimal choice. System. Task location locked to Yan City. Main Quest 2, Achieving Fame and Success has officially commenced. Best wishes for your boy band to attain great renown swiftly. Indeed, there was no time to waste. By the time the system had finished outlining the task, it was already deep into the night. With a heavy workload and time constraints, she was unaware of the distance to Yan City. It was time to awaken them one by one for the journey ahead. Upon waking, none of them overly pondered why they had been whisked away by a whirlwind to undertake such unbelievable tasks. Perhaps, in comparison to the fantastical experience of traversing into a story, this was trivial. Back in the carriage, Wei Yunqing indicated the direction to their next destination, instructing Han Yunhao's to navigate for the puppet horse. Master and Yuno made his appearance. Why are we heading to Yan City? Wei Yunqing explained. It is the necessary path of the storyline. We must venture to Yan City to amass wealth, as it is an essential aspect of the original narrative. Her benevolent fabrication, seamlessly blending task and original content, grew increasingly adept, with not a hint of flaw detectable. Dear Sister Qing, could you provide us with an early hint? It would help us prepare. Is it easier to amass wealth? Lu Qingyan suddenly leaned toward her, resting his head on her lap, launching a series of unexpected attacks that took her by surprise. And Yuno tugged at his ear, lifting him away and reprimanding. Others sell cuteness. Why do you sell yourself so cheaply? If you lack calcium, go bask in the sun. Lying in someone else's embrace will not remedy that. Lu Qingyan whimpered, covering his ears. Just as he was about to protest for sympathy from Wei Yunqing, Han Yunhao swiftly silenced him. Ha! Wei Yunqing stiffly tugged the corners of her mouth. What novelty remains if I divulge everything to you? Wouldn't that be dull? A hint of mystery is beneficial.
Is it not?
And Yuno clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles menacingly. Did you overindulge at dinner and wish to disembark for a marathon to digest? Absolutely unnecessary. Wei Yunqing firmly rejected, passionately asserting, the original text states that upon our arrival in Yan City, we discover the former city lord's lavish tyranny and oppression of the people, prompting us to defeat him and take his place, allowing us to shine brightly there. In truth, there was a more exhilarating detail she dared not share. The first act of the newly appointed city lord and Xiangong would be to host an extravagant wedding for her, welcoming her into his life, leading to a blissful existence akin to that of deities. Now it appeared to be nothing more than an illusion, and she must avoid all emotional entanglements. Upon reaching Yan City, focusing solely on their career was paramount. And Yuno deeply resonated with this notion. He had no intention of following her original path, but understood that knowledge of the background would aid him in formulating strategies for unforeseen circumstances. Dear sister, do we also have a room to rest? A sudden voice interrupted, and the living room fell silent. Who spoke? Wei Yunqing scanned her surroundings, feeling an unsettling familiarity in the voice, causing everyone to grow vigilant. Dear sister, it's me, Nanqi. The voice drifted from Wei Yunqing's left, as the ghost of Nanqi emerged from Shun Yanqi's water jug, who, conveniently, was seated beside her. How did you follow us? Who are you calling dear sister? What is this? A ghost that refuses to depart? Nanqi floated around Shun Yanqi, pointing at him. This is my dear sister. Shun Yanqi's previously fair complexion darkened ominously, his expression more thunderous than a tempest, his wrath casting a shadow over the entire living room. He grasped Nanqi's neck, demanding, Why did you follow us? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more figures emerged from his water jug, and upon closer inspection, they were none other than the 11 bandit ghosts. Wei Yunqing moved closer to him, clasping his hand, whispering words of comfort. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Although Yuno hesitated to admit his fear, the timely warmth offered by Wei Yunqing indeed calmed his racing heart. The ghost leader immediately gravitated toward Shun Yanqi upon appearing, only to be swiftly kicked away, followed by the release of the one he had been grasping. The typically non-combative Shun Yanqi now surged with formidable combat prowess. Damn it, these ghosts refuse to leave. It seems they do not wish to remain as mere specters. Shun Yanqi cursed vehemently, their existence posing a concern for their safety. Chi-Chi, wait. Wei Yunqing suddenly recalled that prior to the whirlwind's arrival, the girl had struck Shun Yanqi's water jug. The problem must lie there. The girl had mentioned wanting to gift them something. Could it be that they referred to these ghosts? Before sending them off to the side quest map, the girl had broadcasted information akin to the system, leading Wei Yunqing to suspect she was an official NPC dispatched by the system. Bei Qi, wary of provoking Shun Yanqi, kept his distance but vigorously nodded in agreement. Is this an unexpected reward bestowed by the system? If it is a gift, we have the right to refuse it. Let us leave quickly, or we shall ensure your souls are scattered. And Yuno closed his eyes but voiced his strong opinion against coexisting with them. This time, Shun Yanqi aligned with him. Those bandit ghosts could not be allowed to remain. Just as they prepared to eliminate the spirits, Wei Yunqing intervened. Chi-Chi, allow me to negotiate with them. Wei Yunqing addressed the ghost leader. It is not impossible for you to stay, but you must agree to 3 conditions. The ghost leader nodded, and Wei Yunqing continued. First, you may accompany us only if you adhere to Shun Yanqi and his water jug. Thus, you must obey him without question. This requirement, needless to say, was already understood by the ghost leader, who nodded in agreement without hesitation. Second, without Shun Yanqi's permission, you may not manifest in any circumstance. They were agreeable to this condition as well, nodding in compliance. Third, you must not disturb the living, particularly emphasizing that you must not disturb Shun Yanqi. Should you violate this, there is no need for him to act. We have professional monks who can ensure you can no longer even exist as ghosts. The ghost leader gazed longingly at Shun Yanqi before ultimately conceding, albeit reluctantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They reattached themselves to Shun Yanqi's water jug, and Yuno gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Wei Yunqing, what do you mean by allowing them to stay? Since it is a gift from the system, it must be a useful item. How could one simply discard it? Shun Yanqi, though outwardly dismissive, inwardly protested, no. His countenance remained grim, and he harbored a strong aversion to the gourd hanging at his waist. Were it not for his dependence on the water bottle, he would have relished the opportunity to obliterate both the bottle and the troublesome bandit spirit clinging to it. Do they disturb you by residing on your water bottle? Wei Yunqing fretted at the thought of them coexisting in the same space, potentially disrupting Shun Yanqi's tranquility, especially since he could not be without the water bottle. No. They merely cling to the bottle, while I exist within the water of the bottle, which can be considered a different realm. Thankfully, it is a distinct space. If it is unbearable for you, I could always banish them, Wei Yunqing offered, unable to bear witnessing his discomfort, particularly given the incessant harassment from the malevolent spirit. Shan Yanqi let out a long sigh. No need. Let them stay for now. Did you not mention their presence would be beneficial? Tears welled in Wei Yunqing's eyes as she expressed her gratitude. Chi-Chi, how kind you are. I truly adore you. It seemed that with the enhancement from the bandit spirits, Wei Yunqing was able to embrace Shan Yanqi, her astonishment evident as she exclaimed, Chi-Chi, I can finally touch you. Previously, they could only make contact while submerged in water. But now, even outside of it, they could connect. Shan Yanqi was equally surprised. This band of bandit spirits proved to be somewhat useful. For the sake of being able to touch Wei Yunqing, he resolved to keep them around. Chapter 71. The son-in-law of the city lord's mansion as dawn broke. The carriage came to a halt at its destination. Wei Yunqing, who had risen early to prepare breakfast, was surprised to find herself in Yen City. Truly deserving of its title as the foremost city, its skyline stretched infinitely, with towering buildings and bustling traffic. Given the background of Yen City, as described by Wei Yunqing, they refrained from entering recklessly and instead decided to send someone in to gauge the situation first. And Yunhua promptly appointed Wei Yunqing for the task. You go, she commanded. Wei Yunqing protested. Is it appropriate for a girl like me? Are you a girl? And Yunhua's gaze lingered on her chest before she disdainfully averted her eyes. Wei Yunqing instinctively covered her chest, wanting to shout, I am still growing. Just wait until I mature, and I'll scare you to death. It was indeed unsafe for her to venture alone, but she had hoped that Han Yunhao would accompany her. Instead, An Yunhua suggested, how about we draw lots? It was evident that he was a typical straight man. The result of the draw was that An Yunhua would be the one to infiltrate the city. Wei Yunqing stifled a laugh, thinking, what goes around comes around. Here comes the retribution. However, her moment of schadenfreude was short-lived, as An Yunhua promptly dragged her into the city alongside him. As they made their way through the bustling streets of Yen City, Wei Yunqing wore a dark expression, lamenting her misfortune of having to accompany the formidable An Yunhua into the city. She longed for the comfort of her clam bed. Are you unhappy to enter the city with me? And Yunhua noticed her sour expression, mirroring his own displeasure. He would have preferred to come alone. Not at all. How could I dare? She retorted, her words clearly revealing her unwillingness. With that, An Yunhua strode forward, leaving Wei Yunqing struggling to keep up. In the throngs of people, they soon lost each other, one heading north and the other south. An Yunhua found himself weaving through an unwelcome crowd, nearly losing his white veil hat several times. The further south he ventured, the denser the crowd became, even in such a grand city. It seemed excessive for the streets to be so packed every day. He eventually settled down in a tea stall that wasn't too crowded, without needing to inquire. He gleaned much about the situation in Yen City from the gossip of nearby patrons. A man at the adjacent table remarked, how can you still have the leisure to drink tea? If you delay, there will be no place left to witness the embroidery ball. Who are we to be worthy? She is the daughter of the former city lord, lost for many years. With 16 young men, she is the only girl. How could she not be pampered by the city lord's mansion? You can't even serve the lady, but you can serve the city lord and the other young masters.
Get lost.
What nonsense are you spouting? Upon noticing that no one from the city lord's mansion was around, the two men sighed in relief and ceased their chatter, parting ways to continue south. And Yunhua was not one to seek out crowds, but having acquired useful information, he decided to scout elsewhere. After paying for his tea, he stepped onto the street, only to be swept into the throng attending the embroidery ball. He found himself unceremoniously placed within the red-threaded circle, with no chance of escape. He felt like a koi in a pond, waiting to be fed by those above. As soon as the bait was cast, the koi would swarm. Why was it so difficult for him to quietly gather information? A loud gong sounded, and everyone stood at attention, reminiscent of soldiers awaiting inspection. Esteemed young talents, I thank you for attending my sister's selection event, proclaimed Yi Wei from above. I promise that anyone chosen by my sister today will be unconditionally welcomed into the city lord's mansion, with access to all resources of Yen City. And their families will enjoy a lifetime of wealth and luxury. A resonant voice echoed, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. This is the current city lord, Yi Wei. Such treatment is extraordinary. Too bad I'm a woman. I cannot serve the lady. Ha ha ha, you may not serve her. but you can serve the city lord and the other young masters. Get out of here.
What are you talking about?
Yi Wei leaned towards the girl beside him, her face veiled with a light silk. Sister, do you have anything to remind me of? The girl shyly twisted her handkerchief, her head bowed as she whispered. Whatever brother decides is fine. All right, go to the front and see if there are any young men to your liking. The girl stepped forward to the railing, surveying the throng of men below. Each one was unique, some strikingly handsome, others exuding charisma, some of noble bearing, and others radiating wealth. Unable to decide, she grasped the embroidery ball, thinking that perhaps fate would guide her to a suitable husband, even if his family background was lacking. The city lord's mansion would provide for her, so choosing anyone would not be a loss. With a casual toss, the embroidery ball flew through the air, akin to bait cast into a pond, with the koi scrambling towards it. Some even resorted to fighting over it, creating a scene of chaos. The ball soared high and low, mirroring the girl's anxious heart. Suddenly, someone kicked the ball, sending it directly into an Yunua's embrace, as if it were delivered to him. He had been prepared to leave, but instead found himself seized by 4 guards from the city lord's mansion. Yi Wei announced, "The selection for my sister Yilan is concluded. This young man, wearing a white veil, shall become our city lord's sole son-in-law. Let's congratulate him." The applause was thunderous, yet few were genuinely happy. Those who were not chosen glared at the new son-in-law, their disdain palpable. Chapter 72. Separation and remarriage. The guards did not afford An Yunua any opportunity for resistance, directly escorting him to the lord's residence. The fortress was heavily guarded, rivaling the defenses of the demon castle, a veritable fortress impenetrable. Having arrived, he resigned himself to his fate. He had likely become the greatest casualty in the annals of intelligence gathering, sacrificing himself in the process. Yi Wei welcomed him warmly, exclaiming, "Why do you still wear that bamboo hat, brother-in-law?
We are family now.
Remove it so that I and my sister may behold your true visage." Although he was a dignified man, he merely gestured without forcefully lifting An Yunua's hat. An Yunua replied coldly, "This situation is unforeseen and not of my desire. I have no interest in becoming a son-in-law of your lord's residence. I came merely to clarify this matter. Having done so, I shall take my leave." Yi Wei slammed his cup onto the table and, before An Yunua could reach the doorway, the guards obstructed his exit. "Do you think our lord's residence is a place to come and go as you please? It was you who compelled me to come here. Out of courtesy, I sought to explain everything. Now that it is clarified, am I not entitled to leave? Your explanation is unacceptable. In the eyes of all present, having accepted my sister's embroidered ball, you must marry her. To join our lord's residence is a dream coveted by many talented individuals, and you dare refuse?" Yi Wei could not fathom An Yunua's refusal. What village's swine are you, to be so arrogant? Is the lord's residence so formidable? An Yunua dismissed them entirely.
You.
Yi Wei was about to lose his temper when several younger brothers rushed in, surrounding An Yunua in the reception room. "What brings you here?"
Yeijie invuited.
Old Sixth attempted to lift An Yunua's white veil but was pushed back by a palm, landing on the ground and shouting, "What a rude little beast! Showing disrespect to our elder brother." An Yunua rose to his feet, retorting, "Who gave you the audacity to presume to be my elder?" Standing tall like a crane among chickens, Yi Wei's brothers felt their confidence wane in his presence, none daring to lay a hand on him or speak disrespectfully. Suddenly, Yilan, who had remained silent, chimed in with a delicate voice, "Brothers, do not bully him." At her words, a dozen men crowded around her, and Old Sixth, feeling jealous, remarked, Oh, little sister is already defending him. They aren't even wed yet. What will happen when they are married? Will you forget all your brothers?" Yilan lightly punched Old Sixth in the chest, pouting, "Sixth brother, you are so mean." And Yunua had no time to indulge their banter and seized the opportunity to employ his lightness skill to dash away. Trying to escape? Yi Wei remained unperturbed, knowing the lord's residence was heavily fortified, making it nearly impossible to flee. Moreover, 3 exceptional masters were already pursuing him. And Yunua, confident in his lightness skill, leapt onto the glazed tiles of the lord's residence, heading straight for the main exit. Just as he neared the exit, 3 shadows suddenly appeared before him. Blocking his path, he had indeed encountered formidable opponents. Old Seventh asked, "Why do you wish to flee? Do you feel your humble status unworthy of our sister?" And Yunhua scoffed, "Not even worthy to carry my shoes." Old Third, known as the Smiling Buddha, chuckled, "Young man, you misjudge. For the task of carrying shoes is one that countless servants of the Lord's residence can perform. It is not for our sister to undertake. Speak plainly of your demands regarding this marriage. We shall surely accommodate you." And Yunhua sneered, "What arrogance! I demand that you annul this engagement. It was never my intention to accept it. I know not who miscast the embroidered ball into my arms. I do not require it. Spare me your prattle. Either let me go or prepare to fight. If I win, I shall surely be free." And Yunhua sensed the overwhelming strength of the three before him. But he would not surrender without a fight. "Brother-in-law, do not blame us if we do not hold back." Yi Yiwei, pleased by Yunua's noble appearance, eagerly pushed Yilan forward, jesting, "Sister, behold your future husband. Truly, you are a match made in heaven. The children born to you shall undoubtedly be charming."
Yilan,
Too shy to look directly at Yunhua, caught a glimpse of his profile and felt an indescribable flutter in her heart. Summoning her courage, she turned to gaze upon his face. With skin like white jade and eyes like stars, he was indeed a countenance unparalleled. Such beauty seemed familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen it before. The sight was breathtaking, yet the memory eluded her. Old Third suddenly mocked, "Look at our sister, utterly smitten, gazing at her brother-in-law with such infatuation. This is the husband she is to marry, truly unmatched in this world, worthy of her status, beauty, and value." Yi Yiwei declared, "Father has already selected an auspicious date. The wedding preparations are complete. You and my sister shall wed in 3 days. I have already been married and cannot wed again." This was the quickest idea an Yunhua could devise to extricate himself from his predicament.
what?
The crowd exclaimed in unison. Old Sixth seized his collar, demanding, "You are married yet still participated in the selection of a spouse?" And Yunhua retorted, "I said it was an accident. I had no intention of participating." Yi Yiwei remained calm. "Since you publicly accepted the embroidered ball, you are recognized as the son-in-law of the Lord's residence, with no room for retreat. Furthermore, my sister cannot become your concubine. The only course now is to invite your original wife to the Lord's residence. You shall part ways. And then you may marry my sister. The Lord's residence will provide her with a generous compensation." "How much?" And Yunua's interest peaked. Someone was offering him money. An opportunity not to be missed. Yi Yiwei, seeing a glimmer of hope, responded grandly, "Name your price." And Yunhua smirked with a hint of malice, 100,000 taels. To the Lord's residence, this was but a trifling amount. Yi Yiwei readily agreed, "No problem. Do not agree so hastily, I meant 100,000 taels." In gold. Since he intended to develop his career in Yen City, he required capital, and his 2 large chests were insufficient. With funding available at the onset of his venture, who would refuse? Old Sixth fumed, "You are exceedingly greedy. Oh, it seems the Lord's residence lacks the means. Perhaps I should just leave and make the Lord's residence a laughingstock. Do you dare threaten my brother?" Old Sixth raised his fist, ready to strike, and Yunhua leaned in, challenging, Come, hit me hard. Better yet, kill me. If you cannot, the whole world will know how the Lord's residence coerces individuals into forced marriages. And who will dare marry your sister afterward? Sixth brother, do not." Among her brothers, Yilan found Old Sixth most intolerable, impulsive, and always putting her in a difficult position. After much contemplation, Yi Wei stated, "Very well, let us invite your original wife to the Lord's residence for a discussion. Then will you release me?" And Yunhua remained bound. Yi Yiwei replied, "Tell me where she is. I shall send someone to fetch her." The implication was clear. He could search for the individual, but since Yunhua had entered the Lord's residence, he would not escape, even if it cost him his life. Reluctantly, Yunhua disclosed the location of the carriage outside the city, hoping they would be discreet and not reveal too much. Chapter 73. No more engagement. As Wei Yunqing journeyed northward, she reveled in her exploration, her delight only dampened by the fatigue in her legs, which felt as though they could carry her no further. The guards, noting her resemblance to the original wife of the newlywed from the city lord's residence, first offered their respectful salutations before stating, The city lord requests your presence for a discussion at the city lord's residence.
Ah,
But I am not acquainted with your city lord, am I? Moreover, from where does this title of madam arise? Do I appear aged? She retorted, bemused. The guards exchanged glances. Urging her, there are matters of delicacy that cannot be addressed here. A friend awaits you at the city lord's residence. Please, let us hasten. Han Yunhao, protective as ever, shielded her with his imposing figure, his muscles tensed as he prepared to defend her. Did you not hear her say she does not know your city lord? Are you attempting to abduct her? The guards quickly clarified, the city lord harbors no desire for conflict or misunderstanding. It is the groom chosen by the embroidered ball who has sent us to invite his original wife. Surely you are she? Upon observing the young lady's attire, they noted she hardly appeared to be a married woman. Are you referring to a man of similar height, albeit less robust, who wears a white veil? It must be an Yuno, who is likely never to return, Wei Yunqing thought, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Indeed, that is him. He is currently at the city lord's residence. Please, madam, join us for a discussion. Wasn't he supposed to be focused solely on his career? What a deceiver. While he pursues romantic entanglements, it seems he is intent on orchestrating an extravagant wedding. At that moment, Wei Yunqing's mind replayed her personal theme song, My boyfriend is marrying someone else. Wait, he is not my boyfriend. This song is all wrong. I will accompany you, Han Yunhao insisted, his concern for her safety evident. The guards interjected, the city lord has invited only the madam.
Zez.
You must keep an eye on the others. If you leave with me, what if they are abducted? Wei Yunqing expressed her own worries.
With that,
She followed the guards away. Who is the troublemaker? Cheng Yen murmured to Yuan Heng. Is it in Ge? In Yen City. The city lord's residence was far grander than anticipated, comparable to the Forbidden City, a veritable city within a city. The journey from the city gate to the inner sanctum took nearly half an hour on foot, and it seemed they were still far from the heart of the city. From the opulence of his attire and his commanding presence, it was evident that the man sharing the room with her was the current city lord, Yi Wei. Scanning the surroundings, she saw no sign of an Yuno. To play along with his charade, Wei Yunqing composed herself, adopting a regal demeanor as she inquired, Where is my husband? She could not afford to let them perceive her as a mere child, vulnerable to their mockery. Her face remained as cold as ice, expertly masking any emotion. Yi Wei presented her with a pre-drafted divorce decree, saying, Madam, please sign here. Without even glancing, she seized a corner of the document and tore it into shreds. You tore it without even considering the terms? Yi Wei remarked, astonished. I have never encountered someone so disinterested in wealth. People like you, who covet my husband's looks, I encounter countless times in a year. In these times, it seems it is easier to snatch a common man than a noble woman. Wei Yunqing declared, plopping down onto a chair, crossing her short legs and raising her chin in defiance. Yi Wei patiently tried to reason. Madam, that is not the case. He merely appeared at the selection event. Struck by fate. You should be more lenient and sign the decree. I refuse. I want to see him. Let him speak to me directly. Who are you to dictate terms? As she spoke, a twinge of insecurity crept in. After all, he was a city lord. Fortunately, there was no one present to witness her audacity. Had there been an audience, she would not have dared to be so brazen. Have you imprisoned him? That would complicate matters, she accused. Certainly not. He is my brother-in-law. If you wish to see him, I shall arrange it, Yi Wei replied, instructing his servants to summon an Yuno and Yilan. Upon seeing an Yuno accompanied by another woman, Wei Yunqing felt a sharp pang of distress, instinctively averting her gaze. Elder brother, this is. Yilan approached Wei Yunqing, curious about the woman who had won the affections of such a handsome man. Wei Yunqing, sensitive to sound, recognized the woman's voice immediately. How could it be? As their eyes met, the astonishment and panic in Yilan's expression were unmistakable. Despite her veil obscuring part of her face, Wei Yunqing was certain she recognized her. Seizing Yilan's wrist to prevent her escape, Wei Yunqing whispered menacingly, Long time no see, my dear sister, Miss Wei Yulan. What? I don't understand. Yilan stammered, attempting to wriggle free from Wei Yunqing's grasp, but to no avail. How could you not understand? Are you not the illegitimate daughter of the matron and the accountant? How is it that you now serve as the daughter of the former city lord? Your mother's history is truly colorful. Wei Yunqing taunted. Mentioning this elicited a fierce glare from Yilan, who retorted, I was not the one scheming. My mother did not betray my father. I am the legitimate daughter of the Wei family. Her voice remained hushed, confined to their private exchange.
Oh.
So you really are my sister? Wei Yunqing exclaimed. Do you dare to threaten me?
Yilan shot back.
Not a threat, merely a fact. Having grown up under your intimidation, I am intimately familiar with your voice. The moment you spoke, I recognized you. So, you believe that becoming the daughter of the city lord somehow validates your claim to the Wei family? Indeed. The daughter of the city lord surely enjoys a more comfortable life than the daughter of the Wei family. Why are you here, Wei Yunqing? Yilan growled, barely containing her fury. Wei Yunqing feigned innocence, you ask me? I wonder about you. Why do you cling to my husband so desperately? Are you unable to find a husband of your own? Elder brother, I refuse to go through with this marriage. Yilan declared resolutely, eager to rid herself of the plague that was Wei Yunqing. Marriage is not a trivial matter. All you need to do is sign this divorce decree.
Ye Yizhe insisted.
Presenting another document to Wei Yunqing, commanding her to sign. Chapter 74. Permitted to sell. Once Wei Yunqing was about to tear the divorce document again, when An Yuno suddenly grasped her hand, urging her not to act impulsively and to take a moment to reflect. What is there to consider? Do you genuinely wish to marry into the Lord's residence and bask in wealth and splendor from now on? I had no idea you were such a person, and you know. Had I known, I would have refrained from rescuing him. Wei Yunqing's eyebrows twitched as she glared at An Yuno, threatening through gritted teeth, if I want you to look, then you shall look. With a humble "oh," Wei Yunqing lowered her head to scrutinize the contents of the divorce letter. Upon seeing the compensation amount, she rubbed her eyes repeatedly, questioning, I can't be mistaken, can I? 100,000 taels, all in gold. And Yuno calmly nodded. For others, wealth might come overnight. But for Wei Yunqing, it was just a signature away from riches. We have no betrothal and are not married. How can I sign? Wei Yunqing whispered, fearing others might overhear her. And Yuno replied solemnly, that can change now. No, absolutely not. How could I sell myself for glory? Wei Yunqing feigned nobility. And Yuno's voice deepened, I permit you to sell once. Wei Yunqing nearly thought she misheard and tentatively asked, Master, are you truly willing to forsake your dignity for money? Is there no line you won't cross? It raises serious doubts about the earth-shattering secrets behind your meteoric rise to fame. Put away your lewd and insatiably curious gaze. First, secure the money. And Yuno was determined. He was a man who desired wealth over lifelong commitments. Had the lady of the Lord's residence not been Yilan, Wei Yunqing might have found herself torn between An Yuno and the 100,000 taels of gold. However, knowing Yilan's identity provided her a sense of security in ensuring An Yuno's smooth exit. With resolve, she signed her name on the divorce document, declaring, done.
Now.
Where's my money? Wei Yunqing extended her palm towards Yi Wei, demanding her payment. If I carry all this gold, won't I be robbed on the way? She calculated that at least a dozen carts would be required to transport such a fortune, and it was inevitable that some ill-intentioned person might take notice and attempt a heist. Yi Wei smiled. No one dares to touch the carts of my lord's residence. You need not worry, my lady. With that assurance, Wei Yunqing felt more at ease, expressing her gratitude to the lord. Not at all. I must thank you for facilitating the union between my sister and her husband. Yi Wei felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Anything solvable with money was negligible in his eyes. Have you thought about how you'll escape after receiving the money? Wei Yunqing quietly inquired of An Yuno.
No.
He admitted, having merely spoken out of whimsy. He had not anticipated Yi Wei's genuine agreement, and the situation had progressed unexpectedly smoothly. As for how to leave the lord's residence, he had yet to devise a plan. Brother, how can you flaunt your abilities without a retreat? Even gathering information has led to such a colossal blunder. You truly are a disaster magnet. Wei Yunqing complained. And Yuno threatened, if you do not have a plan, do not expect to spend my money. Without my intervention, you wouldn't have secured this at all. She longed to vehemently scold him, but lacked the courage. her tone softening. I have a way for you to leave smoothly. We need not flee, and perhaps you could even establish your name in Yen City. What method? And Yuno was skeptical about her supposed plan. The mountain man has his clever schemes. Just wait and see. Wei Yunqing suddenly linked her arm with Yilan's and addressed Yue, Lord, you must be exceedingly busy with affairs. There's no need for you to accompany us. Let the young lady converse with me about matters of interest to girls, shall we? Yue, indeed pressed for time. Agreed. Very well, sister, you keep her company. I shall return to my duties. After bidding farewell to Yue, Yilan removed her veil, immediately adopting a stern expression. Wei Yunqing, you have taken the money. What more do you want? What more do I want? I simply wish for you to return my beloved. Wei Yunqing released Yilan's arm and instead took hold of Yuno's, implying that he was the one she cherished. I cannot decide that, as you just witnessed. I wish to retract my engagement, but my brother does not consent. Brother? You call him that so easily. I truly wonder how you came to be the daughter of the former lord. Is it a case of blood recognition? Wei Yunqing's words infuriated Yilan. You dare to mention that? She lifted a teapot and hurled it toward Wei Yunqing. The freshly brewed hot tea splashed onto Wei Yunqing, drenching Yuno.
From his neck to his chest.
The scorching sensation ignited on his skin, turning his fair complexion a terrifying red. In a fit of rage, Wei Yunqing shouted, You dare to harm him? I slipped.
Yilan fine innocente.
Wei Yunqing seized a teacup and threw it back, striking Yilan's forehead, which quickly swelled into a large bump. As she heard Wei Yunqing mockingly say, My apologies, I too slipped. Yilan could only seethe in silence. Once proud and arrogant before Wei Yunqing, she unexpectedly apologized. I'm sorry. Wei Yunqing, disinterested in her, was informed that the money was ready, and she began to leave with Yuno. Yilan blocked their path, declaring, You may take the money, but Mr. N cannot leave. If you take him away, how will I explain this to my brother? Surely, I cannot lose both the gold and my son-in-law. The gold was given willingly. You stated that the money would be mine once I signed the divorce document. You cannot keep him. He belongs to me. Remember that. Before departing, Wei Yunqing added, How you explain this to Lord Yi is your concern, not mine. Should it lead to trouble, I wouldn't hesitate to discuss your origins with him. I'm sure Mother and the accountant are also at the Lord's residence.
You.
Wei Yunqing, you dare to threaten me? You are correct. I am indeed threatening you.
Yilan.
Yilan dared not impede their exit and ordered her guards to let them pass. Upon leaving the Lord's residence, Wei Yunqing was astounded by the sight of 20 carts filled with gold. It was likely the most cash she had ever encountered in her life. As they traveled the road out of the city, people pointed and whispered about her. Wei Yunqing paid them no mind. Her sole concern was in Yuno's injury. Instead of hurrying to exit the city, she first sought a pharmacy to apply medicine on him. The doctor prescribed a bottle of burn ointment, but Yuno vehemently refused to let the doctor treat him, insisting that he would prefer the touch of an old man over that of an unattractive girl. Yuno tightly grasped her hand, inquiring, What are you doing?
I'm applying ointment.
First, let me treat your neck. Yilan's actions were truly vicious. If that scalding water had splashed onto your face, you could have been disfigured. The areas burned by the hot water resembled a boiled crab, bright red and tender. Her gentle fingertips glided over the ointment, soothing the original burning sensation. She intended to scald you, and Yuno reminded her. Wei Yunqing, fully aware of his implication, quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your concern, master, but please refrain from intervening for me in the future. I can endure a bit of discomfort, but your delicate skin might blister and scar, jeopardizing your career. Do you care for me? And Yuno was taken aback by her concern and couldn't resist teasing her. Yes, you are my master. If I don't care for you, who will? The lady of the Lord's residence? Your betrothed? Wei Yunqing replied with a hint of annoyance. And Yuno clarified, I was merely swept into the suitor area by the crowd. There were too many people to escape. No way, are you blind to faces? You didn't recognize her when she removed her veil? Wei Yunqing gazed at him in disbelief. Why should I remember the appearance of someone insignificant? Does it truly matter? And Yuno's words are not without merit. How could a person as proud as him ever regard such trivial individuals? Chapter 75. The Heist on the Lord's Manor. Wei Yunqing fell silent, while Yuno inadvertently glanced down at her. She was intently applying medicine to herself, meticulously spreading it while gently exhaling, causing the cooling ointment to send a shiver through his heart. He snatched the ointment from her hand and turned away, his voice low. "I'll handle the rest myself. You ruined my clothes. Go fetch me a new one." What a hassle. With a sigh of exasperation, Wei Yunqing exited the clinic and headed to the nearby tailor shop to purchase a new outfit tailored to his specifications. Phew. And Yuno let out a long breath. The burn ointment had been applied from her neck down to her side, and any further application would be somewhat inappropriate. How could she lack any modesty? Yet, the thought of her curiosity was not entirely unreasonable, and Yuno shook his head vigorously, pondering what was wrong with him. Surely, he had caught Wei Yunqing's navet. Recalling the scene where she had tended to his wounds, they had been so close that he could feel the heat radiating from him without even touching her. The delicate skin beneath her fingers felt like silk, far from the rugged texture one would expect from a boy. She rubbed her palms together, regretting not taking advantage of the moment when applying the ointment. When had she become so innocent? Such beauty was meant to be savored, yet she had squandered the opportunity. She wondered if the pharmacy sold any regret medicine. When Yuno emerged in his new attire, Wei Yunqing promptly concealed her unfulfilled desires, and they continued their journey outside the city. The convoy halted before Han Yuanha's, and Wei Yunqing instructed the guards of the Lord's Manor. "Carefully transport these. Just place them here." She had no time to explain the gold to them, as her priority was to hand Yuno over for treatment. He had suffered burns. Han Yuanhas glanced over and was about to cast a healing spell when Yuno interjected. "There's no need. I've already applied the ointment, and I feel fine. There's no point in wasting mana on a treatment." The lively scene of moving goods drew Lu Qingyan and the taciturn Yuan hang away from their carriage. Lu Qingyan, intrigued, opened one of the chests, nearly blinding himself with the glimmering gold inside.
Wow.
"Is this all gold? Sister Qing, did you rob the Lord's Manor?" Wei Yunqing clenched her fist and tapped his head while covering his mouth, whispering, "Have you ever seen someone willingly deliver their goods after being robbed? They gave it willingly." "Miss, we have finished moving everything," the guards reported, panting heavily from their exertion. "What are you so proud of? If I hadn't infiltrated the Lord's Manor, you wouldn't have had the chance to profit." And Yuno couldn't help but mock her as her expression brimmed with self-satisfaction. "Money is all that matters," Wei Yunqing retorted, ignoring his comments as she smiled. "Hee, my lord, your might is commendable. How long will it take to spend all this money?" Lu Qingyan mused, already envisioning the uses for the gold. Han Yuanhas chuckled. A trivial matter. He effortlessly conjured a spatial magic array, connecting it to the carriage's space, and absorbed all the wooden chests filled with gold. Wei Yunqing couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Impressive. The spatial manipulation is indeed the most useful. Although I may not possess it, I have Han Yuanhas. For the next few days, let's refrain from entering the city until things settle down. And remember, no one should covet this gold. It is mine. Lu Qingyan's dreams of grandeur were abruptly shattered as he inquired, "Sister Qing, what's happening in the city?" Children should not pry into matters beyond their understanding. Focus on your studies and strive for improvement. Learn more from Yuan. Recently, Lu Qingyan had indeed grown closer to Yuan Hang, and his tendency to chatter had diminished significantly. Truly, one is influenced by their company. "Where's Chi?" Wei Yunqing realized she hadn't seen Shen Yanqi all day. "He hasn't come out of his room. I knocked on his door, but he ignored me," Han Yuanha shrugged. Wei Yunqing speculated that he was likely sulking over the recent bandit incident. Although he had outwardly accepted their presence, he must still be resistant internally, much like Yuno. It seemed time was needed for him to adjust. "Are you not eating?" And Yuno asked as she opened the door. "I'm not hungry. You all enjoy." She waved her hand dismissively, shutting the door, still dressed, and collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep sleep. Lu Qingyan, lured by the delicious aroma wafting through the room, exclaimed, "Wow. Hanga, I didn't realize you had the makings of a domestic chef. I have a new variety show called Celebrity Kitchen. Would you like to join, Hanga?" "What about Nga?" Little Yuan could also participate. "That's not an issue. Where's Nga?" Lu Qingyan's face fell, recalling how he had been bitten once, and was now wary of the snake. Realizing that even if his current show's ratings were superb, the format was vastly different from before, and Yuno would undoubtedly not entertain the idea. Chapter 76. Who to Anger. The night was tranquil, the moonlight faintly illuminating the world. The woods beyond the city resembled a placid lake, and the carriage lay concealed within the shadows of the trees. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. In her clammy shell bed, Wei Yunqing was in a deep slumber when a sudden red alert jolted her awake. Accompanied by the system's ominous warning, host's life detected under threat, initiating Level 1 protective measures. Vines resembling safety ropes emerged from the shell bed, securing Wei Yunqing in place. In an instant, something shot through the carriage window, aimed directly at her forehead. Just as the steel needle, no thicker than a chopstick, approached her, the shell activated its defenses, closing tightly and blocking all assaults. Countless needles collided against the shell, all rendered ineffective by its formidable strength, falling harmlessly to the ground. This was merely the first wave of attack. Before Wei Yunqing could catch her breath, a second wave came crashing in. Despite the shell's robustness, she couldn't shake the anxiety that one of the strikes might penetrate her sanctuary, turning her into a pincushion of steel. The system reassured her. Do not worry, host. Level 1 protection is sufficient to withstand external attacks. Disrupted from her dreams, Wei Yunqing was fuming. Who dares to disturb the night with an assassination attempt? Which wretch has orchestrated this? The system responded. Detection indicates that the assailants are assassins from Scorpion City. Furthermore, your assassination warrant has topped all charts in Scorpion City this afternoon. Anyone who seeks your life stands to gain a reward of 10,000 taels of gold. Scorpion City? Wei Yunqing swallowed hard. It was evident who sought her demise. Wei Yunlan, how swift you are to act. We merely met in daylight. And now you resort to assassination at night. You've truly outdone yourself. Have you no idea how perilous it is to provoke me?
System.
Provide me with information on how Wei Yunlan impersonated the daughter of the former city lord. Encrypted data is not available for review. Wei Yunqing's brow twitched. Then surely you can provide me with the background information on the city lord's residence? Data is encrypted. Are you opposing me? What information is not encrypted? Information that the host is already aware of. Then what use are you to me? The background of the city lord's residence had evidently been tampered with, and yet, they had recklessly brought the offline Wei Yunlan back into the fold. This is against the rules. I shall file a complaint. The system remained silent. You refuse to handle this? Are you choosing to ignore me? Woe is me. If force were futile, she would resort to tears. She could generate as many as needed. The system softened. Here is the information you require. The tale of how Wei Yunlan infiltrated the city lord's residence began to unfold in her mind, frame by frame. After being expelled from the city, Wei Yunlan and her companions found themselves destitute, akin to beggars, and by chance encountered the illegitimate daughter of the former city lord. In their casual conversation, Wei Yunlan learned that the former city lord had accumulated numerous debts of infatuation in his youth, each leaving behind a singular token, a one-eyed golden phoenix hairpin. Anyone bearing this token who approached the city lord's residence would be recognized. As they traveled with the illegitimate daughter, she unexpectedly fell gravely ill and died, prompting Wei Yunlan to harbor the idea of assuming her identity, and thus she arrived in Yen City with the hairpin. A sinister smile crept across Wei Yunqing's lips. Wei Yunlan, if I could bring you down from your pedestal once, I can do so again. Why provoke me? The system notified her, threat eliminated, deactivating protection. Were the assassins from Scorpion City truly so lacking in resolve, departing without accomplishing their mission? The shell slowly opened, and the vines that had shielded her vanished. She sat up to find 5 handsome faces, each displaying a different expression, a sight most delightful. And Yuno furrowed his elegant brows and inquired, Are you unharmed? Wei Yunqing shook her head, surprised by his concern. Shun Yanqi inspected the shell, relieved to find it unscathed, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're fine. Lu Qingyan, near tears, grasped her hand. Sister Qing, I was terrified. Those hidden weapons shot in like a machine gun. If it weren't for Brother Han's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Instead of comforting him, she found herself in the role of the comforter, gently ruffling Lu Qingyan's hair. There, it's all right. Wei Yunqing turned to Han Yunhao and Yuno. Did you handle those assassins? Yuan Heng unexpectedly spoke up. The top assassins from Scorpion City. You know? And Yuno expressed skepticism. Yuan Heng pointed to the steel needles on the ground. Scorpion City's unique hidden weapon, scorpion needles. One can penetrate through 10 people. Such power?
Indeed.
I owe my gratitude to the system's level 1 protection. We cannot linger here. We shall enter the city tomorrow. In populated areas, they would be less inclined to employ such lethal weapons. Wei Yunqing could not afford to gamble with their lives. She had her system for protection, but they did not. Could it be they aimed to assassinate little Yuan? Lu Chengyan recalled Yuan Heng was indeed a target of the 100-legged scorpion. No, their target is me. They seek to kill and seize gold because Sister Qing deceived them out of their wealth. Wei Yunqing pinched Lu Chengyan's ear, reprimanding him. Why not pursue a career as a screenwriter? You are wasting your talent. I clearly stated that the gold was given willingly. I am merely adept at acquiring wealth. What is there to fear? That was the doing of Wei Yunlan, and Yuno pointed out astutely. Wei Yunqing nodded. Aside from her, I cannot fathom another culprit. Once day breaks, we shall hasten into the city and find a place to settle. With the funds secured, we ought to devise a plan. As for Wei Yunlan, I have already devised a strategy against her. The relentless assassins continue their attacks on their carriage, all repelled by Yuno and Han Yunhao. As they fought, Han Yunhao grumbled. If you possess such skill, why resort to sabotaging the carriage? Repairing it is no easy task. And Yuno, having just taken down an assailant, stepped on another and replied, We will find a carpenter tomorrow to make repairs. I will cover the costs.
For now.
Let us focus on eliminating these nuisances. How generous. And Yuno is notoriously stingy. It is a rare occasion to see him spend. And Yuno chuckled. My funds originate from Wei Yunqing. Clearly, he had no intention of parting with his own money. This is no fun. Let us make a wager. Han Yunhao suddenly proposed. And Yuno, intrigued, what shall we wager? Let us see who can take down the most foes. The victor shall receive a special breakfast prepared by Qing. And Yuno immediately lost interest. That girl's cooking is dreadful. I would prefer you to make me a meal. Despite his words, his actions betrayed his eagerness, as he struck with renewed vigor. Han Yunhao laughed heartily. Very well. If I win, you will cook for me. If you win, Qing will prepare breakfast for you. Then ensure your hands are clean and ready to make my breakfast. He would never allow Wei Yunqing to cater to this muscle-bound man alone. Chapter 77. Speak up if you want to see. As the first light of dawn began to emerge, the assassins retreated, for without the cover of night, the chances of a successful assassination were significantly diminished. They had no desire to jeopardize their lives for an uncertain endeavor. Zez, what are you doing? Quickly guide the puppet horse. We need to enter the city post-haste. Wei Yunqing urged. However, Han Yunhao was still bustling around in the kitchen. Almost done. Please help me deliver this to Yuno's room, he replied before heading off to navigate the puppet horse. Wei Yunqing, glancing at the sumptuous breakfast in her hands, was flooded with questions. Was the heart-shaped fried egg a serious gesture? She looked at the dining table. Although everyone had a meticulously prepared breakfast, why was there an extra heart-shaped fried egg on Yuno's plate? Could it be that romantic pairings could be so conveniently arranged? Her imagination began to run wild, transforming everything she saw into potential romantic scenarios. Upon delivering breakfast to the room, she found Yuno just finishing a shower, bare-chested. Just as she was about to set down the meal and step out, Han Yunhao rushed in. Are you hurt? He took Yuno's hand, noticing a glaring bloodstain on her delicate, fair arm. A small injury can worsen if not attended to. Stay still.
And Yuno activated a healing magic circle,
gently placing his palm against her arm. How impressive! Wei Yunqing silently cheered. As the bloodstain gradually healed, her eyes widened in astonishment, eagerly observing the interaction between the two. Her heart racing with excitement, longing to see how their relationship would unfold. Who would end up making a move on whom?
Ugh.
And Yuno frowned. Did I hurt you? Han Yunhao asked anxiously. And Yuno shook her head. just a little itchy. So bashful. Her rosy cheeks resembled a freshly bloomed lotus. Wei Yunqing had never seen an Yuno display such a delicate side, though it was all in her imagination. She giggled to herself, unaware that Han Yunhao had already healed an Yuno and was about to leave. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. And Yuno warned from above. Wei Yunqing snapped back to reality, only to bump her head against an Yuno's chin. She let out a muffled groan and crouched down, clutching her head, feeling as though her skull had split open. Why did you suddenly appear above me? That's dangerous. The impact on an Yuno's chin was no light matter either. If not for the height advantage alleviating some of the force, it could have resulted in a tragic accident. It's you who is in my room. Lost in your thoughts, trying to concoct drama between me and Han Yunhao. The villain complains first. How did you know what I was thinking? Have you acquired the ability to read minds? I certainly didn't write that. Wei Yunqing confessed. And Yuno snorted. It's not difficult to deduce what's on your mind from your lewd expression. I warn you, if you dare concoct more fantasies involving them, I will… You can't hit me. If you do, who'll take care of you? Wei Yunqing protested, crouching in a corner, as though she had endured years of mistreatment. Serve? Fine, then you come and serve me breakfast. And Yuno casually draped a garment over herself, tying it loosely, revealing hints of muscle along her waist and abdomen, evoking an urge to scrub clothes on her. Wei Yunqing forced herself to avert her gaze, mentally cursing, that outfit might as well not be worn. It's no different from a girl sneaking into her boyfriend's shirt. It's practically a crime. Reluctantly, she sliced the heart-shaped fried egg and portioned the food into bite-sized pieces, placing them before an Yuno. Are you expecting me to feed myself? An Yuno remarked, her gaze rendering Wei Yunqing incapable of resistance as she shakily delivered a forkful of food to an Yuno's lips. Goodness. Do I need to feed him? Just chew and swallow it already. Imagining the scene, she felt anything but disgusted. Rather, it struck her as quite alluring, driving her to madness. As an Yuno's petal-like lips parted, the food entered his mouth, the sensation of the fork against his lips akin to an Yuno's lips enveloping her fingers, sending her heart racing. In a flurry, she withdrew the fork, stammering, drinking water in the morning is beneficial for digestion. Uncertain of her own words, she hurriedly poured a glass of water, only to trip over her own feet, dramatically falling to the ground. By the time she clumsily rose, the water had vanished, and an Yuno was drenched from his collar to his trousers, not a drop wasted, all splashed upon him. An Yuno stood up swiftly, seizing her wrist and drawing her closer, a playful smile on his lips. If you wish to see, just say so. There's no need for such a roundabout approach. Being cryptic isn't a good habit. Wei Yunqing's mind exploded at his proximity. Was he attempting to induce a heart attack? His actions were far too suggestive for this narrative. Calm down, big shot. This atmosphere is inappropriate. Two streams of heat nearly burst forth from Wei Yunqing's nostrils, and with her last ounce of composure, she pinched her thigh hard, covering her nose and fleeing from his grasp. Ha! Can't handle it? Let us see if you dare dream about me again. And Yuno locked the door and retreated to shower and change. Ching, Wei arrived in the city. Which inn should we stay at? What's wrong with her? Han Yunhao asked an Yuno, who had just exited the room. And Yuno shrugged, placing the empty plate and glass in the sink. How would I know? Perhaps it's that time of the month for girls. Lu Chengyan, confused, inquired which days. What does that entail? Han Yunhao gestured for silence, threateningly, little one. Don't ask too many questions. Just eat. Back in her room, Wei Yunqing submerged her face in the basin until she nearly ran out of breath. When she finally emerged, she slapped her cheek sharply, the sound crisp. Wei Yunqing, you must pull yourself together. Keep your distance from the great demon king. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door, and she dried her face before opening it. No. Find an inn close to the Lord's residence, clean and comfortable, but most importantly, spacious with suites, so we can stay together yet have separate rooms for rest. If there's another assassination attempt, it will be easier to keep an eye on each other. To my knowledge, there's only one inn that meets your criteria. South of the Lord's residence is an inn named Hongfu Chitian. Let us go there. And Yuno interjected suddenly, causing Wei Yunqing's nerves to tighten. Then let us go there. If he, so particular, wants to go, it must be the right choice. Ching, are you alright?
Han Yunhao noticed her pale complexion.
Her hair damp around her cheeks, and assumed it was sweat, reaching out to check her forehead. Instinctively, Wei Yunqing swatted his arm away, flustered.
Ie fine.
Just call me when we arrive. I'll tidy up. Chapter 78. How can the sparrow know the ambitions of the swan? Upon arriving at the Hongfuchi Tian Inn, they fortuitously found the sole suite available for their stay. After retrieving their personal belongings from the carriage, Han Yunhao discreetly employed spatial magic to store the carriage away. The inn was bustling with patrons, and the busy waitstaff were running about, scarcely able to attend to the newly arrived guests. Curiosity piqued. Lu Qingyan inquired of a dining guest, "Pray tell, what grand event is taking place in this city to attract such a throng?" And Yunhao glanced around and recognized a few familiar faces from the day of the marriage selection. It seemed they had lingered for other matters after the event concluded. Lu Qingyan, feeling quite at ease, took a seat beside them and leaned in to listen. "Surely you are unaware of the Qixing Tower?" one patron remarked. "What is this Qixing Tower? It sounds quite impressive." Lu Qingyan mused, resting his chin on his hand with interest. Wei Yunqing, however, had a recollection of the Qixing Tower. It was a magnificent complex of 7 9-story buildings, constructed in alignment with the Big Dipper, located at the very heart of Yen City. Boasting a prime location, the owner of the Qixing Tower was a striking beauty who monopolized half of Yen City's commerce, rivaling even the city lord's estate. Hearing the excitement surrounding the tower, Wei Yunqing instinctively perked up her ears. The Qixing Tower is indeed the most renowned high-rise in Yen City, but alas, 3 months prior, its owner met with a sudden demise. Today, the tower will be auctioned at the establishment next door. What splendid news! Wei Yunqing promptly resolved that the Qixing Tower must be acquired. Zai, you shall accompany me to the auction house shortly. We must secure the Qixing Tower. Hold on. Do you possess the means to purchase it? And Yunhao raised her voice in inquiry. Wei Yunqing quickly transformed into a playful figure, playfully nudging her leg. Of course, I lack the funds, but dear master, you do you not? 20 carts of gold should suffice to procure the Qixing Tower. And Yunhao retorted, "Using my money without my consent, is that your plan?" My intention to consult you? Wei Yunqing replied, a hint of embarrassment in her laughter. Naturally. Zai and I are here to act as your bodyguards. We shall venture together, while the others remain at the inn. Once we acquire the Qixing Tower, we can embark on our endeavors sooner. At last, some agreeable sentiments were expressed. The windfall they had received was indeed meant for expanding their ventures, and now it would be put to good use. Wei Yunqing rewarded the waiter with a generous tip and instructed, "Please reserve a prime seat at the auction house. We shall arrive shortly." The waiter, beaming with delight upon receiving his reward, eagerly assured her, "Rest assured, miss, I will arrange everything perfectly." Usually, Sister Qing spends money quite judiciously. Why such generosity towards that waiter? Lu Qingyan lamented, feeling a pang of regret as he watched the silver leave their hands. Wei Yunqing replied, "One must spend money wisely. We cannot skimp on this. We wouldn't want anyone to underestimate us or assume we cannot afford the Qixing Tower.
Now,
let us 3 go out and procure some elegant attire." Lu Qingyan gazed at them with longing, his eyes betraying his desire to join. Yen, are you truly comfortable leaving Yuan alone at the inn? She is so delightful. What if she were to be abducted by human traffickers? Moreover, your brother Qi has been in a foul mood lately. As a source of joy, you ought to stay by his side to uplift him. Wei Yunqing earnestly persuaded, ultimately convincing Lu Qingyan to remain at the inn while she and Yunhao, accompanied by their stalwart protector Han Yunhao, set out. Across from the Hongfuchi Tian Inn stood an exquisite tailor shop. Upon entering, Wei Yunqing spotted Yilan, who had just emerged from the fitting room in a new garment. What a coincidence! Sister has come to purchase clothing as well? Shouldn't all the tailors be crafting bespoke garments for you at the city lord's estate? Seeing Wei Yunqing so lively and brazen before her, Yilan felt her temper flare. Just yesterday, not only had they taken her gold, but she had also been humiliated in front of Yi Wei. With the city lord's son-in-law gone missing, she had become the subject of ridicule throughout the city, earning scorn even from the usually reticent old city lord. All her grievances were now heaped upon Wei Yunqing. and she yearned for nothing less than her demise, preferably without a trace. "Lanner, does this outfit suit me well?" she asked, as Yilan's mother emerged from the fitting room, only to scream in shock upon seeing Wei Yunqing, drawing the attention of the shop's patrons and staff. Yilan shot her a furious glare and whispered, "If it looks good, just pay for it and don't linger. Hurry to the auction house." Upon hearing that Yilan also intended to attend the auction, Wei Yunqing raised an eyebrow and blocked her path. "Sister, what is it that you wish to bid on? Allow me to gift it to you." Yilan's lips twitched in irritation as she gritted her teeth. "No need for that. And please, do not call me sister. We are not acquainted." "Is that so? If we are not acquainted, then why hire an assassin to kill me? Is it merely because I am privy to your earth-shattering secret? Do you believe I cannot expose it at once?" Wei Yunqing's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the shop to hear.
Yilan lowered her voice.
"What on earth do you want?" Wei Yunqing replied, "I simply wish to establish roots in Yen City." "Will you allow it, sister?" Yilan challenged. "You have already driven my mother and me from the Wei residence. You are now the sole heiress. Why persist in your animosity towards me? Is Sioux City not satisfactory? Why must you remain in Yen City? Alas, how can the sparrow fathom the aspirations of the swan? Sister, you do not comprehend. My ambitions lie beyond the confines of the boudoir. I must remain in Yen City, but let me make myself clear. If you cease to provoke me, we shall be as strangers passing by, with no quarrel between us. However, should you dare to encroach upon my space, I shall retaliate 100-fold. Yilan's fists clenched tightly, her rage boiling within her as she longed to silence the smug girl before her. Yet she refrained. "Very well, I shall acquiesce." As she turned to leave, Yilan added, "Furthermore, we will also attend the auction. Do remember, do not compete with me for items. What I desire may not align with your own interests, would it not?" "Humph," Yilan scoffed, exiting the tailor shop, her earlier eagerness to attend the auction now dampened. Yet, knowing Wei Yunqing claimed there were items she coveted, she felt compelled to investigate, fully aware that the desire for peace was a mere illusion. Chapter 79. The versatile little artisan Han Yunhao had never witnessed Wei Yunqing display such audacity and arrogance. She was usually so subservient before and It was quite refreshing to see her assert herself, especially as Yilan, under her pressure, found herself at a loss for words. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and choose. Don't miss the auction at the 7 Stars Tower." Wei Yunqing urged him, noticing his daze. The other individual was unconcerned. Upon entering the tailor shop, she paid little heed to the fierce battle between Wei Yunqing and Yilan, instead engrossed in selecting her garments. By the time their skirmish concluded, she had already tried on several outfits and made her selections. One particular ensemble was crafted from exquisite snow silk, adorned with intricate hand-embroidered patterns that clearly showcased the skill of a master embroiderer. The peonies, outlined in silver thread, were not merely resplendent but exuded a noble and ethereal charm, perfectly accentuating Yuno's otherworldly grace. The jade belt at her waist served as the finishing touch. Wei Yunqing selected a silk handkerchief that harmonized beautifully with the snow silk and removed Yuno's white gauze hat, presenting it to the shopkeeper. After sketching her design for some time, she instructed, "Please create a face covering using this silk handkerchief in this style."
"Can you manage it?"
Upon seeing the striking countenance of the man beneath the hat, the shopkeeper immediately grasped the significance of her request and readily agreed. "Of course. Please wait inside for a moment. Otherwise, this shop will soon be overwhelmed with customers." Wei Yunqing reminded Yuno, who remained unmoving, and chided. "Who took off my hat without permission? This trouble is all you're doing. Why should the idol bear the burden of a fan's mischief?" Wei Yunqing raised her hands in surrender, gently pushing him towards the inner room. "All right, I admit my fault. Just bear with me a moment, my esteemed idol. Once the face covering is ready, you will surely adore it." Though Yuno harbored doubts about her judgment, he resigned himself to endure a bit of discomfort in the inner room to avoid further complications.
Han Yunhao,
lacking an eye for fashion, perhaps due to his robust physique, found that anything he wore made him appear rather brutish, wasting his handsome features. This reminded Wei Yunqing of the term glamorous Goliath. Stifling a laugh, she selected a generously oversized, pure black cloud brocade robe for him, devoid of ostentation. which only enhanced its understated elegance. "Zez, try this on," she urged. Han Yunhao shook his head in disdain, his face a mask of rejection. "This is hideous. I'm not that fat. It doesn't suit me. Trust me, you won't regret it. Go change, and I'll make some adjustments once you're in it. You'll look just as dashing as the one inside," she insisted, mouthing her promises. Taking the unappealing garment from her, Han Yunhao reluctantly headed to the fitting room. Afterward, she made sure to pick an outfit for each of the 3 waiting at the inn, selecting pieces that matched their personalities and asking the shopkeeper to wrap them up for delivery to the suite across the street at Hongfu Chitian. Once Han Yunhao emerged wearing the oversized robe, his appearance was rather disheveled, resembling a street thug. "Don't laugh. It's all your fault for dressing me this way," he admonished sternly. "You have quite the talent for comedy." Wei Yunqing chuckled heartily, prompting Yuno to peek through the curtain and stifle a laugh of his own. Han Yunhao flushed, nearly tearing the garment off in embarrassment, but Wei Yunqing quickly composed herself and asserted, No, let me help you transform this." With that, she borrowed needles and scissors from the tailor, and in mere moments, the ill-fitting attire was transformed to fit him as if it were custom-made. The sleeves were tailored to hug his wrists, allowing him freedom of movement while perfectly concealing his brawny arms. Provided he refrained from anger, he could easily pass as a refined gentleman. She stitched black thread from the chest to the waist, adding 2 hand-stitched folds to the front, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, and paired it with a black jade belt. The transformation was so striking that he resembled a completely different person. Even the shopkeeper praised her skill. "Young lady, you truly possess a remarkable talent. Where did you learn your craft? Would you be interested in working at my shop?" Wei Yunqing smiled modestly. "Just a small interest. I'm nowhere near as skilled as the tailors and embroiderers here." Perhaps her childhood spent crafting garments for her dolls had honed her skills, and she was pleased to have put them to use. "Zez, come sit," she beckoned, pulling up a chair for Han Yunhao and rolling up his sleeves to untangle his long hair. "What are you doing?" he asked nervously. Since entering this world, he had found managing his long hair particularly daunting. Having never let his hair grow beyond 3 centimeters, he dreaded the thought of it hindering his performance during competitions. He recalled a women's fighting match where 2 competitors had devolved into a hair-pulling brawl, which had soured his perception of long hair. Since arriving here, he had sought every means to conceal it, even contemplating shaving it all off and wearing a wig like Lu Qingyan. "Don't be anxious. I'll style your hair beautifully. Just trust me, having long hair isn't as dreadful as you think. Wait until you see the magic I can work." "Wow, Ching, how did you do that? That's impressive," Han Yunhao exclaimed, genuinely astonished. "Just a trivial matter. Go see for yourself in the mirror." As he approached the mirror, he was taken aback by his transformation. He hardly recognized the person staring back at him. He could easily debut as an idol and transition from the fighting arena to the entertainment industry. Wei Yunqing, lost in the moment, momentarily forgot the time. "Has the auction at the 7 Stars Tower begun?" Upon hearing her goal was the 7 Stars Tower, the attendant sighed in relief. "If only you had mentioned you were aiming for the 7 stars. It's the grand finale, and it likely won't commence until dusk. Please take your time selecting. Here is your pass for the auction house. With this, you will be escorted to your designated seat." Chapter 80. The Disheveled Hair Miss. "What do you think of this veil?" At that moment, the owner of the tailor shop presented the newly crafted veil. The craftsmanship was truly admirable. Wei Yunqing found herself captivated. Initially, she had intended to create a hood that would accentuate Yuno's mystery and ethereal charm. However, given that it was not necessary to shield from the wind and sand, and considering the inconvenience a hood might cause, she requested the owner to design a simpler style resembling a hooded cap. It was both practical and befitting of Yuno's elegance. "Master, you may come out now and see the surprise I have prepared for you," Wei Yunqing called out repeatedly, yet Yuno did not emerge. She assumed he might have fallen asleep after waiting too long, so she lifted the curtain to peek inside. Before she could fully enter, her wrist was grasped firmly, pulling her into the inner room. Off balance, and with nothing to brace herself against, she instinctively found support, managing to avoid a clumsy fall. Upon looking up, she realized she was leaning against Yuno's thigh, one of her hands held captive in his grasp. The cause of her momentary imbalance was none other than him. "Why were you so silent?" she chided, noticing her hair was in disarray. And Yuno released her hand, turning slightly away, his voice low and barely discernible. "My hair is messy."
Ah?
Wei Yunqing was perplexed, a question mark evident on her face. And Yuno took a deep breath, raising his voice just a touch. "My hair is messy." Only then did Wei Yunqing comprehend. He wanted her to comb his hair. What a peculiar request. To expedite their journey to the auction house. She had no choice but to untangle and style his hair anew, perfecting a look suitable for the hooded cap. Her fingers wove through Yuno's hair, and she could not help but admire how stunning he was. Even his hair was breathtaking. Such lustrous black locks were the envy of every girl. And Yuno toyed with a hooded cap in his hands, relishing the sensation of someone else grooming him. He usually rushed through his own styling, never experiencing such comfort.
Indeed.
Having someone attend to you made all the difference. Suddenly startled, the cap slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor, their faces now mere inches apart.
Thump.
Her heart raced violently. Wei Yunqing quickly averted her gaze, bending down to retrieve the fallen cap. She returned to him, placing the cap back on his head. "All right, let's go." As they began to step outside, her wrist was ensnared once more, causing her to halt. "Oh dear, what now?" The silk drape of the hood concealed Yuno's brows and eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. His voice, deep and seemingly restrained, murmured, "You haven't chosen yet." In that instant, Wei Yunqing realized she had been so preoccupied with his attire that she had entirely forgotten her own. Time was running out, and she thought it would suffice to merely support them both. "We don't have time to be picky. Don't you know how long it takes for a girl to choose her clothes? Sometimes it can take 3 days and nights to select the right outfit. Try this one on." And Yuno selected a lovely lotus pink dress from a nearby rack. "For me?" Wei Yunqing accepted the dress with skepticism, inspecting it repeatedly. It was rather delightful. When did he choose this? "Stop talking nonsense. Didn't I say we're short on time? Hurry up and change. Let us settle the bill and leave." With that, Yuno exited the inner chamber. Joyfully, Wei Yunqing hurried to the fitting room to try on the new dress. Astonished to find it fit perfectly. How did he know her size? She glanced down at her body, slightly blushing. The fabric was not of the highest quality, but incredibly comfortable, clinging to her skin without any discomfort, almost as if she were wearing nothing at all. The lotus pink skirt was adorned with vibrant begonia flowers, exuding both grace and a hint of youthful charm. Wei Yunqing quickly tidied her hair and gazed into the mirror. Muttering to herself, "Have I become more beautiful?" She touched her face and was pleased to find it noticeably fairer and smoother than before. Her once dull and dry complexion now gleamed like a pearl. Was it true that prolonged rest could transform one's skin into something so radiant? Upon examining her features, she perceived that they had blossomed since she had entered this world. No longer resembling a fragile matchstick girl, she now felt akin to a Cinderella worthy of donning glass slippers. System. Host, please rephrase your question. Your intent is unclear. Wei Yunqing rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, "Foolish system." System. Theoretically, such transformations are impossible. She awaited the system's next response, but there was none. "What about in practice?" she inquired. The system elaborated. "In practice, it is also quite difficult, as this is a virtual world, while you reside in the real one. Although both dimensions can coexist, changes in one do not influence the other." Wei Yunqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "All right, it seems that wishes of beauty, slenderness, and wealth can only be fulfilled in the realm of fantasy." Stepping out of the fitting room, she noticed Yuno and Han Yunhao gazing at her with newfound admiration. Wei Yunqing touched her face and asked the shopkeeper, "Is there something strange on my face?" The shopkeeper shook his head with a smile. "Miss, you have simply taken their breath away. You are truly stunning." Hearing such praise for the first time filled Wei Yunqing with joy, a sweet warmth blossoming in her heart. This was undoubtedly the compliment every girl longs to hear. "How much is it?" Wei Yunqing prepared to pay. However, the shopkeeper presented her with a begonia hairpin, glancing at Yuno with a grin. "It has already been paid for. This is a gift for you." After pinning it in her hair, she stepped outside, leaving behind a fleeting silhouette. Wei Yunqing looked at her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks flushed with color. In her heart, she scolded, "Damn it. Do you even know what it means for a man to personally pin a flower for a woman?" Chapter 81. Cancelled. Just like that, the auction house stood adjacent to the grand establishment of Hong Fu Chi Tian, an archway built of pristine white marble, characterized by its unique architectural style with a hint of exotic flair. The three individuals paused outside the auction house, gazing up at the sign that proclaimed, "Blessed by Fortune," in four prominent characters. Wei Yunqing couldn't help but jest. It appears rather upscale, yet the name is quite pedestrian. Perhaps it shares ownership with the establishment next door? "Esteemed guests, may I kindly ask if you possess a pass for this auction house?" They were halted at the entrance. Wei Yunqing produced the pass and displayed it. "Here you go. Is this clear enough for entry?" "My sincerest apologies. Please follow me." The doorman's demeanor shifted instantly to one of utmost respect, leading them personally, as they held the most prestigious VIP passes, which granted them unchallenged access within the auction house. As the grand doors swung open, a wave of opulence enveloped them. The lavish decor rivaled that of royal palaces. The corridor from the entrance to the auction venue was laid with alternating red and white marble, while the supporting columns were intricately carved with a variety of exotic flora and fauna, adorned with gemstones of varying sizes and hues embedded in their eyes and petals. I had the foresight to procure an exquisite outfit at the ready-made clothing store, lest we be mistaken for rustic locals. Wei Yunqing whispered to her companions. Before them stood a colossal arched entrance, yet they did not enter through the main hall but were guided up the staircase beside it to the second-floor VIP area. A space not only soundproofed for luxury, but also stocked with the finest refreshments. "Please take your seats, esteemed guests. Should you have any desired items, simply instruct our paddle girl to raise your bid card," said the attendant. The trio turned their attention to a striking bunny girl stationed near the bidding platform. Her hands poised with a paddle and a smile on her face, her long, slender legs elegantly crossed. Wei Yunqing swallowed hard, pondering whether this was an exclusive service. VIPs enjoyed priority in bidding. Should anyone contest the same item, those bidding from below had no standing. However, should the competition arise from fellow VIPs on the same floor, the highest bidder would prevail. If you have any questions, feel free to inquire with the paddle girl. I shall take my leave now. The auction rules provided them with a distinct advantage. As for the 7-star tower, it was likely that those below could not afford it, with their rivals merely being other affluent guests on the same floor. Wei Yunqing asked the paddle girl, "Do you happen to know who else is seated in the other VIP rooms?" The bunny girl, remaining at her post, replied sweetly, "The identities of our esteemed guests are confidential and cannot be disclosed, just as we do not inquire about your business or origins. I hope you understand." Initially intending to glean information about Yi Lan's whereabouts among the VIPs for precaution, Wei Yunqing was taken aback by the auction house's strictness. "And now, the next item up for bid is..." The auctioneer's voice resonated throughout the spacious 2-story venue, capable of accommodating 1,000 attendees, ensuring that every word was crystal clear, a testament to their professionalism. Wei Yunqing adjusted her position on the sofa to the front of the viewing platform beside the bunny girl, allowing her to observe the item more closely. "Excuse me, what item number is this?" she inquired further. "When will the 7-star tower be auctioned?" A fleeting flicker of surprise crossed the bunny girl's eyes, quickly replaced by an even tone. "Today, there are a total of 17 items, with the 7-star tower as the grand finale. Please enjoy some refreshments as you patiently await. It is certainly worth the wait. Are you not eating? The taste is absolutely divine," Wei Yunqing exclaimed, genuinely impressed, though the portion was minimal, vanishing in just a couple of bites. She held out her plate to the bunny girl. "Miss, could I trouble you for 3 more servings?" "Ching ching. Even if those below lack the qualifications to contest us for the 7-star tower, look at the number of guests in the second-floor VIP rooms. Do you think we can outbid them? Perhaps our funds are insufficient?" Han Yunhao expressed his concerns. "You truly underestimate the true capabilities of our esteemed Mr. N." Wei Yunqing reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, urging him to remain calm.
"What?"
In a sudden surge of emotion, Wei Yunqing slammed her palm down,
causing the table to flip.
She was taken aback by her own strength, while the bunny girl recoiled into a corner, fearful of catching the brunt of her ire. And who had remained silent until now, coldly interjected, "Why was it suddenly cancelled? Don't you know how many people came here, specifically for the 7-star tower? To cancel it without reason is unacceptable." Seeing that he was a reasonable person, the bunny girl spoke with a tone filled with regret and helplessness. "Esteemed guest, I am merely a humble paddle girl, conveying messages from the auction house. I have not been informed of the specific reasons for the cancellation, and I do not know."
Yes, you.
Enough, let us not make things difficult for her. I will directly seek out the auctioneer for answers. I will not relent without a valid justification. With that, Wei Yunqing strode toward the exit, followed by Yuno and Han Yunhao. The bunny girl, however, swiftly dashed in front of her, grasping Wei Yunqing's leg, pleading, "Esteemed guest, please do not seek out the auctioneer." Wei Yunqing pondered the matter, sensing that something was amiss. Generally, once an item is listed for auction, it cannot be withdrawn unless due to unforeseen circumstances. The auction downstairs was in full swing, yet she found little interest in it. If she could not secure the 7-star tower, her mission would be deemed an outright failure, rendering further pursuit meaningless. The system retorted, "Did you not send someone to investigate already?" The system sighed, "Very well, the main quest cannot provide direct hints. I will grant you the ability of keen insight and acute hearing for 5 minutes. You may investigate on your own." Wei Yunqing was taken aback by the system's generosity. Her skepticism peaked. "Is this complimentary? No strings attached?" The system, sweating nervously, replied, "Given your previous tasks were executed exceptionally well, the system will provide suitable minor rewards based on your performance." Reassured, she smiled, "You are rather stingy. In the future, such small rewards should be more generous." "I shouldn't have to ask for them. It's rather inconsiderate of you." The system, exasperated, stated, "The system will adjust based on your feedback. Activating abilities now. Countdown has begun." Chapter 82. Your time of death approaches. The ability of the 1,000-mile eye seemed to have acquired an additional power of perception. As she gazed up at the ceiling, her vision penetrating through the roof to behold the birds soaring above, counting the feathers on their wings with remarkable clarity. The cacophony of sounds enveloped her ears, as if every noise from the entire Yen city had infiltrated her mind. It was maddening. While she adapted to the 1,000-mile eye's capabilities, the acute hearing was a headache. Even covering her ears could not muffle the overwhelming din of the world. "What's wrong?" And Yuno inquired, furrowing his brow as he grasped her arm. The system chimed in, "Hosts should first utilize the 1,000-mile eye to lock onto the target, then concentrate to listen to their words to avoid this chaos." Following the suggestion, Wei Yunqing turned her gaze toward Yuno, and the noise faded, allowing her to hear only his voice. She shook her head, assuring, "It's nothing." Taking a deep breath, Wei Yunqing focused her attention and activated her 1,000-mile eye, scanning the entire auction house. Her gaze finally settled on a VIP room not far from her, and upon closer inspection, she recognized Yilan. Inside the VIP room was a familiar figure, the bunny girl she had sent to gather information. She concentrated intently, capturing both the imagery and sounds from within that room. Yilan held the deed to the 7 Stars Tower, grinning with pride as she exclaimed, "Well done. Thanks to your intel regarding her intent to bid on the 7 Stars Tower, I was able to act before her.
Now,
The 7 Stars Tower belongs to the Lord's mansion. You've worked hard. Here's your reward." Yilan's biological mother was the stewardess in the Lord's mansion, and she pulled a silver coin from her purse to reward the bunny girl. With a scoff, Yilan added, "What can she even do? I'm curious to see if her little arms can truly twist the thigh. Who dares to oppose the Lord's mansion in Yen City?" Without spending a single coin, Yilan had acquired the deed to the 7 Stars Tower, merely leveraging the Lord's mansion's influence to bend the auction house to her will. The owner of the 7 Stars Tower had passed away, and the proceeds from the auction would be utilized for charity. The Lord's mansion could easily claim the unowned property. Outraged, as the time limit for her special ability expired, Wei Yunqing could no longer see or hear what was happening with Yilan. Nevertheless, she had grasped all the crucial information. Unable to swallow her indignation without retaliating, she resolved to confront Yilan directly. Unnoticed by the 2 large men, Wei Yunqing exited the VIP room, only for them to hear raised voices from within shortly after. They hastily approached, finding Wei Yunqing with her hands on her hips. blocking the entrance to the VIP room. "What are you doing?" And Yuno tugged at her arm. Shaking off his grasp, Wei Yunqing retorted, "Today, no one can stop me. I must teach this meddlesome fish a lesson." With that declaration, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage in a fight, and neither man intervened. Meanwhile, Yilan stood smugly amidst a group of guards, awaiting her approach. And Yuno coldly remarked, "Didn't you just say not to be interrupted? Was it necessary to exhibit such blatant machismo at this moment?" Han Yunhao gently grasped her arm, advising, "Qingqing, why should you involve yourself in a brawl? Allow me to handle it." And Yuno interjected, "You didn't even ask her why before deciding to fight on her behalf? There's a limit to pampering. Need I ask? They must have bullied Qingqing. When have you seen her this furious?" Han Yunhao unconditionally sided with Wei Yunqing. And Yuno rolled her eyes, thinking, "Did you leave your brain at home? Have you ever seen them instigate a conflict? How did they provoke her from so many VIP rooms away? Why do you always undermine me?"
Wei Yunqing complained to Han Yunhao.
"Are we even friends?" And Yuno retorted. Wei Yunqing shot a glare at Yilan, venomously declaring, "I'm the ex-wife you bought off with a fortune of 100,000 gold." As Wei Yunqing forcefully burst through the door of the VIP room, Yilan's face morphed into one of disbelief and anxiety, but the arrival of the two men and their ensuing discord turned her predicament into a farce. "Do you not know this is a VIP room? Forcing your way in will get you thrown out of the auction."
Yilan warned.
Wei Yunqing pointed a finger at her, rebuking, "You despicable scoundrel. You bribed my bidder to learn of my intention to acquire the 7 Stars Tower, secretly claiming it for yourself. Why not bid fairly? What skill is there in playing dirty?" At that moment, the two men grasped the situation. Yilan was the instigator behind the cancellation of the 7 Stars Tower auction, explaining Wei Yunqing's explosive fury. Stepping forward, and Yuno shielded Wei Yunqing behind him, coldly asserting, "Since it is you who sabotaged the auction for the 7 Stars Tower, this matter is no longer irrelevant to me." Han Yunhao followed suit, positioning himself protectively beside her. "Reinstate the auction for the 7 Stars Tower, or else." Han Yunhao casually lifted a chair, smashing it to pieces with a single motion, evoking a collective gasp among the guards as they instinctively touched their necks, wondering if they were safe. Yilan raised the deed in her hand, deliberately showcasing it to Wei Yunqing, boasting, "The 7 Stars Tower you desire is right here. I simply refuse to give it to you. You wish to remain in Yen City. I will not allow it. Today's acquisition of the 7 Stars Tower is merely the beginning. I shall not rest until I drive you out of Yen City." Just as both sides prepared for confrontation, Wei Yunqing suddenly composed herself. Her tone icy. "You were never meant to be called Yilan." Yilan's eyes widened in anger, her confidence faltering. "Since you are so eager to contest with me, let us see if you possess the ability. It seems you have taken my warnings lightly." Wei Yunqing advanced step by step, forcing Yilan to retreat until the guards obstructed her path. Han Yunhao cleared a path, and Wei Yunqing seized Yilan by her collar, whispering ominously in her ear, "Wei Yunlan, your time of death approaches. I will make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. Hold tight to that deed. In a few days, you will personally bring it to me." Begging for Chapter 83, the new proprietor awaiting good news, Wei Yunqing resolved to conduct a field assessment of her possessions, accompanied by her 2 formidable bodyguards. Adjacent to the 7 Stars Tower lay the entertainment district of the second son of the city lord, who had long coveted the tower. Upon learning of its impending auction, he was elated and prepared to secure it at the auction house, only to be dismayed by the news of its cancellation. In a fit of rage, the second son led a demolition crew to the 7 Stars Tower, intent on razing it to the ground. If he could not have it, then neither could anyone else. As the demolition crew raised their sledgehammer to smash the entrance, Wei Yunqing's earlier excitement transformed into dread. She exclaimed, positioning herself defiantly in front of the door, "Stop." And Yuno swiftly maneuvered to her side, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her out of the sledgehammer's trajectory, narrowly averting disaster. Yet he could not prevent the hammer from striking the building. Though she was saved, the impending destruction loomed large. The crowd's attention shifted to Han Yunhao, who had single-handedly halted the sledgehammer, bringing it to a resounding thud against the ground. Who dares obstruct this young master's demolition? The second son pushed through the crowd, his ire palpable. Wei Yunqing, undeterred, stepped forward, her chest puffed with defiance. Who gave you the audacity to demolish my tower? Who is this insolent girl? Daring to shout at this young master? Seize her. The second son commanded, prompting the guards of the city lord's residence to spring into action. And shielded Wei Yunqing, reproaching her. Why do you always instigate trouble? Wei Yunqing retorted. Is it my fault? He is the one attempting to destroy my tower. Trouble has come knocking. How can I be blamed? If we had not come today, the Seven Stars Tower would have truly been reduced to ruins. Your tower? The second son scoffed. Have you secured the Seven Stars Tower and cancelled the auction? Recognizing them as the city lord's men and the second son as the frivolous offspring of the old lord, Wei Yunqing asserted, this tower is mine and cannot be auctioned anymore. Be wise and step aside, lest I report you for damaging private property. Since it is yours, then it is simple. Sell the Seven Stars Tower to me, and I shall spare it from destruction today. The second son boasted, his arrogance reminiscent of a peacock flaunting its feathers, yet Wei Yunqing remained unperturbed. Nothing was more fearsome than the penalties of the system. The Seven Stars Tower was not to be relinquished. Does this disabled young master lack sight or hearing? Look at my lips, no sale. She declared defiantly. You wretched girl. The second son spat as he raised his hand. Yet, Wei Yunqing stood her ground, fully aware that this slap would not land on her face, for she had two most reliable bodyguards. With a resounding slap, Wei Yunqing remained steadfast, as delivered a solid blow to the second son's face. The force sent him spinning through the air before he crashed to the ground, one side of his face swelling prominently. Wei Yunqing stifled a laugh. Did you strike too hard? And replied, expressionless. Was it? It was merely half strength. You too. The second son stammered, afraid to touch his swollen face. Guards, seize them. Before his command could take effect, another slap echoed as the second son tumbled backward once more.
Han Yunho,
As if discarding refuse, dusted off his hands, remarking, easily defeated, just half strength again. The second son, now lacking the strength to rise, was assisted by the guards, his neck resembling a pig's head, drawing snickers from the onlookers. You. His speech slurred from the swelling, causing him to wince in pain. Wei Yunqing stepped between the two men, each arm linked with Yuno and Han Yunhao, and remarked, now it looks much more symmetrical. With a thunderous clang, Han Yunhao lifted the very sledgehammer that had threatened to break down the door, swinging it just above the second son as it crashed to the ground at his feet. In that moment, the second son felt a warmth spreading in his trousers, succumbing to his fear and embarrassment, causing those gathered to recoil in disgust, some covering their noses, others shielding their eyes. And swiftly covered Wei Yunqing's eyes with his sleeve, warning, do not look, it is filthy. Though she was curious about the commotion, she sensed the unpleasantness and lost interest in the scene, not wanting it to spoil her appetite for dinner.
Han Yunho, accustomed to intimidation,
had seen many quail under his gaze, yet never had he encountered such cowardice. If you do not leave now, the next sledgehammer will descend upon your head. You just wait. The second son seethed as the guards hurriedly escorted him away, even taking the sledgehammer with them. With the unsightly figures gone, Wei Yunqing stepped out from behind Yuno's sleeve, now free to admire the Seven Stars Tower more thoroughly. The more she looked, the more she adored it. Seizing the moment while the crowd lingered, she proclaimed, esteemed neighbors and friends, I, Wei Yunqing, am the new proprietor of the Seven Stars Tower. In 1 month, it shall reopen in a splendid new guise, and I hope to see each of you grace us with your presence. Absolutely. The crowd responded enthusiastically. Such courage. Even the second son of the city lord cannot intimidate her. This new master of the Seven Stars Tower truly commands respect. Indeed. Be sure to offer us discounts upon opening. Many inquired about her ownership, and numerous shops extended olive branches, eager to forge connections, recognizing that the Seven Stars Tower would bolster their own businesses. As the crowd dispersed, Yuno remarked coolly, you have yet to secure the deed to the Seven Stars Tower, yet you are already announcing the opening date? Wei Yunqing dismissed his concern, noting that the tower's doors were locked, preventing her from inspecting the interior. However, just from its exterior, she was utterly satisfied. Rest assured, The Seven Stars Tower will undoubtedly be mine. And Yuno scoffed, yours? Suddenly recalling whose money had been spent, Wei Yunqing quickly corrected herself. Ours. We are family. Why should we distinguish between us? Seeing in Yuno's skepticism, she elaborated, you are the man behind the Seven Stars Tower, the true proprietor, while I am merely the diligent figurehead managing affairs. Surely you need a spokesperson. These 3 buildings are mine. Let them each choose one of the remaining 4. I refuse to share facilities. And Yuno declared, pointing to the 3 foremost buildings. Though his words seemed domineering, to Wei Yunqing, it felt like a grand reprieve, almost prompting her to kneel in gratitude. Noticing that none of the buildings bore plaques, she suggested, since the Seven Stars Tower is arranged according to the Big Dipper. Let us name each building after its corresponding star. The 3 you choose can be named Tianshu, Tianxian, and Tianji. The others can be Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, allowing each of them to manage 1 floor. When the time comes, we shall have a competition to see whose building thrives best, gains the most fame, and earns the most profit. Chapter 84. Only when burned can it be used. Lu Chengyan and Yuan hanged on the new garments, selected by Wei Yunqing, their youthful faces now bearing the nascent semblance of adulthood. Although Shun Yanqi refrained from overt displays, he did not shy away from companionship. Even if he could neither eat nor drink, the festive atmosphere was an invitation he could not resist. Noticing he had not changed into the outfit he had chosen for him, Wei Yunqing's radiant countenance dimmed slightly. Wow, Sister Qing, you are truly beautiful, captivating enough to steal my heart. Lu Chengyan exclaimed, sweetening his words, only to receive a silent warning from Han Yunhao's to temper his exuberance. Yuan Hang's gaze remained fixed on Wei Yunqing, her hand already grasping a brush, intent on capturing the essence of her beauty in strokes. Just moments before entering, Wei Yunqing had radiated joy, lost in dreams of the future, yet upon crossing the threshold, her demeanor shifted to one of profound melancholy. And Yuno forcibly guided her to the dining table, thrusting chopsticks into her hands, commanding, eat. Yes, yes. You must be famished after a long day. Come. Savor these local delicacies I ordered. Remember to compliment me. Lu Qingyan, warm as a little sun, could not dispel Wei Yunqing's cloud of gloom. The praise should be for the chef, not the one who ordered. She lamented. Oh, dear. Sister Qing, look how Ngo is scolding me. Lu Qingyan clung to Wei Yunqing, his eyes glistening with tears. Yet, her attention remained solely on Shan Yanqi, her plate virtually untouched. A stark contrast to her usual voracious appetite. Come with me. Shun Yanqi took her hand and led her to his room, while the others paid little heed. Only Yuno cast a lingering gaze at the closed door, furrowing his brow, curious about their clandestine exchange. Is the seven-star tower auction not going well? Once inside, Shun Yanqi broke the silence, probing the cause of her despondency. Wei Yunqing shook her head. Though I did not win the bid, I have a plan. It cannot be deemed unsuccessful. Shun Yanqi pressed further. Then, what is the source of your discontent? Hasn't Yuno bullied you? Or perhaps Han Yunhao's?
No.
Not at all. I am not unhappy. She insisted. You are overthinking it, Chi-Chi. Rather, why are you unhappy? Is it because I left the 10 evil spirits to trouble you? The mention of the 10 evil spirits struck a nerve with Shun Yanqi. While their powers allowed him to interact with the tangible, no one would relish the sudden influx of 11 unwelcome guests into their abode. Wei Yunqing seized the water jug. If you are unhappy, let them all leave. In truth, after much contemplation, he had come to terms with their presence. And when the innkeeper delivered the garments she had selected for him, his spirits lifted immensely. No, let them stay. Though I was initially resistant, I have grown to accept them. Really? Wei Yunqing could hardly believe her ears, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shun Yanqi nodded, affectionately tousling her hair. Indeed. Then, why do you not wear the outfit I chose for you? Do you find it unappealing or ill-fitting? Wei Yunqing inquired, lifting the neatly folded attire from the bed. Shun Yanqi chuckled. Ching, while I can touch the physical realm, to truly possess something, it must be burned for me to use. Wei Yunqing stood dumbfounded, having forgotten such an essential detail, and laughed awkwardly. Hee. How do we burn it so you can wear it? Write my name and birth date upon it. And as you burn it, focus solely on my visage. Xin Yanqi's voice was gentle, caressing her heart.
All right.
Wei Yunqing inscribed his name on the garment's collar, thoughtlessly adding his birth date. This should suffice. You know my birth date? Xin Yanqi was pleasantly surprised. Of course. I know not only yours but those of the other 4 as well. She procured a brazier from the room, tossed the clothing inside, ignited it with a candle flame, and with her hands clasped, envisioned Xin Yanqi's likeness, murmuring his name and birth date, fearful of wandering spirits snatching it away. Xin Yanqi was entertained by her endearing concentration, a smile gracing his lips. Once the flames consumed the garment and the fire extinguished, Wei Yunqing opened her eyes to find Xin Yanqi wearing the very attire she had burned. Indeed, my judgment was correct. It suits you perfectly, she affirmed with satisfaction. Xin Yanqi mirrored her delight, softly chuckling. The fit is splendid. Wei Yunqing's smile faltered. Well, that. She had memorized everyone's measurements. Admitting this would make her seem peculiar. Yet, it was merely an essential part of being a devoted fan, nothing too alarming. Well, as long as you are pleased. It is getting late. I shall retire. You should rest as well. Good night. Choosing not to elaborate, she dismissed the matter, prioritizing resolution over conflict, her energy restored. Upon exiting Xin Yanqi's room, she merrily made her way to her own, entirely unprepared for the specter awaiting her in the hall. I am hungry. Weren't we just at dinner? How can you be hungry so soon? Is your body constructed like a bird's, with a straight intestine that leaves you starving immediately? I am not full. Are you implying? Come with me. In an instant, and Yuno was before Wei Yunqing, warmth radiating from his palm as he took her hand. Blushing, she reluctantly followed him out of the inn. The night in Yanqing differed from other cities with curfews. Like Shucheng, it flourished with life, basking in the glow of bustling sunlight by day and the resplendent allure of twilight by night. They weaved through the crowd, arriving at a street-side snack stall, and Yuno took a seat, allowing Wei Yunqing's hand to slip from his grasp as she settled beside him. Surprised he would bring her to such a place.
Why are you staring at me?
Order your own food. And Yuno averted his gaze, feigning interest in the fire-breathing performers across the way. Who was it that said they were hungry and wanted to come out for a meal? The aromas wafting from the stall ignited her appetite. Her stomach clamored for attention, compelling her to order 5 or 6 servings of snacks without a second thought. After placing her order, she turned to Yuno. Aren't you eating? And Yuno retorted, You ordered so much. Can you finish it all? Clearly, you do not believe in your own capacity. Wei Yunqing stood tall, hands on her hips, asserting, If I ordered it, of course, I can finish it. I would never waste food. And Yuno scrutinized her, his gaze landing on her chest, smirking, You ordered quite a bit, yet it seems you have not gained any weight. I wonder where your flesh has gone. Wei Yunqing immediately shielded her chest, muttering an expletive under her breath. Pervert. At that moment, the stall owner arrived with 5 or 6 large bowls. Here are all your orders. Take your time. The portions are so generous. She was astounded by the value of the stall, each dish served in such ample quantities. Can you even finish this? And Yuno leaned on his chin, eager to witness her feat as a competitive eater. Wei Yunqing, undeterred, declared that she would finish everything. She diligently consumed 2 bowls and, patting her now round belly, surrendered. I cannot eat any more. Who was it that proclaimed they would never waste food? And Yuno teased. Wei Yunqing pouted, earnestly pleading, Please, kind sir, assist me. I merely obeyed your invitation to accompany you for a midnight snack, and here I am, stuffed to the brim while you have eaten nothing. This is quite the imbalance. She pushed the untouched bowls toward Yuno, meticulously wiping her chopsticks clean before placing them atop the bowls, declaring, Please, indulge. And Yuno curled her lips into a slight smile and effortlessly devoured the remaining food. Noticing Wei Yunqing hesitating to speak, she inquired, What is it? He chuckled lightly.
Oh.
It's nothing at all. Could she really confess that the last bowl he had just consumed was her leftover? It was perhaps best for him to remain oblivious. The thought of him regurgitating it onto her face was rather unappealing. Chapter 85. Who agreed to form a group. Setting down the bowl, and Yuno strode into the night, his movements so swift that Wei Yunqing could only leave the money for their meal on the table. Caught off guard, and Yuno lifted his eyelids, a playful smirk adorning his lips. Having eaten too much, I cannot sleep. Let us stroll through the night market to digest. What could that lively place be? Wei Yunqing followed his gaze and instantly recognized her favorite spot from the original text, exclaiming with delight, "It's out the ethnic street. Let us go take a look." Automatically, she took his hand, pulling him through the not overly crowded streets, as if without her grip, he would surely get lost. And Yuno did not mind being dragged through the streets by her, brimming with anticipation and curiosity about the destination she was so eager to reach. Ethnic Street was located on the bund outside Yen City, and even beneath the dense night, one could still glimpse travelers and goods bustling on the ferry. Standing at the entrance, Wei Yunqing could hardly contain her excited heart, unsure where to begin exploring the vibrant ethnic street, which held no relevance to the adult activity of sleeping, something entirely disconnected from her youthful spirit. And Yuno paused, momentarily taken aback, and slowly remarked it should be. Yes, indeed. The 5th day of each month is the ethnic day, so it is bound to be this lively. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two stepped into Ethnic Street. The throngs of people here surpassed those on other streets. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to be packed in, the array of diverse cultures was utterly captivating, immersing them in novelty at every turn. In her earlier attempts to vividly describe Ethnic Street, she had invested considerable effort, thus she was well acquainted with the 30 or so ethnic groups along the bund. Look over here, my friend. We have now arrived at the Shui, water, ethnic area, Wei Yunqing announced, taking on the role of a temporary guide. As they entered the Shui zone, they felt as if they had truly plunged into the local customs. Several young women clad in blue embroidered garments, adorned with headscarves, silver neck rings, bracelets, and earrings, approached them. They greeted them first in the Shui language, then translated their welcoming words into Mandarin, inviting them to the table for a feast of food and drink. The girls presented bowls brimming with liquor to Yuno and Wei Yunqing, and feeling a sense of obligation, they could hardly refuse. The contents of the bowl seemed less like alcohol and more like a vessel of warm hospitality. Wei Yunqing, with a bold spirit, toasted first. Though it was her inaugural experience with alcohol, the flavor was mild and slightly sweet, warming her insides. Noticing Yuno's hesitation, she urged him, "This is how the Shui people honor their esteemed guests. They have shown great courtesy by not insisting you drink until you're inebriated. You'd best drink, or you might find it difficult to leave." And Yuno had never tasted alcohol, as it was strictly prohibited by his company, and he feared the embarrassment that might ensue if he misjudged the flavor. Just as he was lost in thought, Wei Yunqing boldly tugged at his collar, standing on her toes to tilt his bowl towards his lips, pouring the entire contents down his throat, coughing violently as the aroma of the liquor filled his senses. And Yuno felt tears prick at his eyes. "Wei Yunqing," he spluttered, searching for her, only to find she had already darted away. A delightful scent of fruit wafted through the air. Parting the crowd, they discovered a stall brimming with fresh produce, the sweet aroma irresistible. As she popped a handful of raisins into her mouth, Wei Yunqing exclaimed, "So sweet." And Yuno hurried to catch up, grasping her hand as they approached the stall. Just as he opened his mouth to chide her, she stuffed another raisin into his mouth, leaving him mumbling incoherently, "Sweet, isn't it? After tasting the fruits of the Uyghur people, we simply must enjoy their songs and dances." Seizing the moment when Yuno was caught off guard, she pulled him into the throng. Young women adorned with flowered hats, vibrant long skirts, and exquisite boots danced joyfully to the rhythm of the drums, distributing little floral hats to onlookers. One Uyghur girl, radiant as the sun, spun around and placed a floral hat atop Wei Yunqing's head, drawing her into the center of the dance. Perhaps the sweet wine had liberated her spirit, for her cheeks flushed as she removed her hairpin, letting her hair cascade freely. Mimicking the movements of the Uyghur dancers, she clumsily twirled, her dark tresses flowing like a braid in the wind. And Yuno watched her, entranced, until she suddenly turned to him, taking his hand and pulling him towards the center. "What are you doing?" he protested. "Come dance with me," Wei Yunqing urged, her face close to his. "Even if you sing off-key, can't you manage a little dance?" "Dance?" He could hardly admit that the choreography in music videos had always been performed by doubles, with his face digitally imposed in post-production. If you don't wish to dance, then let us at least join the festivities by the E-People's bonfire. The two raced towards the towering flames, where a roaring bonfire crackled, surrounded by exuberant people showcasing a myriad of uninhibited poses. While lacking in grace, the scene was liberating, allowing one to revel freely in self-expression. Perhaps that was the true allure of the bonfire. Come quickly, the celebration is ending. Hand in hand, they rejoined the circle, participating in the rhythmic dance of blessings, voicing their wishes. I wish for Xianhui's name to resound across the world, echoing through eternity. Wei Yunqing called out to the fire, then tugged at Yuno's sleeve. You should make a wish too. What wish? He scoffed at the foolishness of such an act. No wish. Wei Yunqing tilted her head in inquiry. None. And Yuno turned his face away. Then let us share the same wish. May Xianhui's name resonate across the world. Who is Xianhui? Oh, didn't I mention? That's the name of your group. Although the system had not given them a naming task, how could a boy band aiming for top-tier fame in Yen City and beyond lack a resonant name? Who's in this group? It's us. You, Shun Yanchu, Lu Qingyan, Han Yanhaos, and Yuan Heng, along with me as your manager. You're drunk. Who agreed to form a group with them? Who allowed you to name it? As they neared the exit of Ethnic Street, an unexpected splash of cold water drenched Wei Yunqing from head to toe, leaving her utterly chilled. A forewarning glimmered in Yuno's mind. As another bucket of water was about to be thrown, he swiftly stepped out of Ethnic Street, leaving the water to cascade over Wei Yunqing. Yuachu. She sneezed, the lingering warmth from his outer garment still clinging to her, though it quickly became soaked, the chills somehow less biting. Clenching the hairpin in her hand, she murmured, Thank you. Chapter 86. My family's clinic does not treat beasts. The following morning, two individuals were notably absent from the breakfast table. Lu Qingyan finished his meal first and proceeded to knock on the door of Wei Yunqing, who usually rose earlier than them. Sister Qing, are you awake? In a sudden flash, Han Yanhaos envisioned opening one of their doors to find the two sleeping in the same bed, prompting him to set down his chopsticks and knock on Yuno's door instead. Although Yuan Heng did not express it verbally, the furtive glances from his small eyes betrayed his curiosity about the matter. Shun Yanchu, having heard Lu Qingyan's call, also emerged from his room, awaiting the outcome of Han Yanhao's knocking. Moments later, Yuno, still groggy, opened the door and, upon seeing them gathered at his threshold, instinctively tightened his collar in a defensive manner, asking, What do you want? Han Yanhao's gaze wandered to the bed as soon as the door creaked open. Upon noticing the rumpled quilt, a shiver coursed through him as he inquired, Why did it take you so long to answer? Did you have a late night last night? I was sleeping heavily and didn't hear you. What are you all doing at my door? Is this a special wake-up service? Late night? What kind of late-night activities? With whom? They were all eager to ask, yet no one dared voice their inquiries. We've finished breakfast and you still haven't come out. So we thought we'd check if we should save you some. Lu Qingyan, leveraging his height advantage over Yuno, successfully slipped under his arm and into the room. There was nothing scandalous inside, and Yuno made no effort to stop him. Lu Qingyan discreetly approached the bed and lifted a corner of the quilt, sighing with relief upon discovering the bed was empty. He then emerged from under Yuno's arm, saying, Sister Qing hasn't come out for breakfast either. I'll go check on her. She hasn't risen? And Yuno seized Lu Qingyan by the collar, preventing him from advancing further. What do you think is going on? It's nothing. I just thought you both might be ill. If so, you need to seek medical attention promptly. Lu Qingyan struggled to break free, darting behind Yuno like a frightened animal.
Ill?
And Yuno pondered, recalling that she had drenched herself with 2 buckets of cold water last night, instinctively moving towards her room. Don't break the door down. It will startle Qingqing and disturb the INS patrons. Let me check first and open the door from the inside, Shun Yanchu interjected, halting Yuno's attempt to force entry. Gradually, he allowed his ethereal form to merge with the door, effortlessly passing through. Instead of opening the door, he first searched for Wei Yunqing and found her still asleep in bed. Leaning closer, he gently called out, Qingqing, Qingqing? Noticing her unusually flushed complexion and her lack of response no matter how he called, He pressed the back of his hand against her forehead and was alarmed to find her burning with fever. She wasn't merely sleeping deeply. She was evidently delirious from a fever. He flung open the door, urgency lacing his voice. Yunqing has a high fever. We must summon a doctor. Hey and go. Where are you taking Sister Qing? To the nearest clinic. Shen Yanchu wasted no time and immediately followed. You and Yuanheng stay here, I'll go take a look. Han Yunhao's trailed behind. Why is it always us two left behind? Are we a burden? I'm just as worried about Sister Qing. Lu Chengyan complained. Xiao Yuan. Say something. Shen Yanchu concealed his presence. To ordinary people, he was invisible. Floating along was far swifter than walking with corporeal feet. Upon arriving at the clinic, he found a crowd gathered at the entrance. As he slipped into the throng, he spotted an eunuch cradling Wei Yunqing, who stood at the doorway, blocked by numerous people preventing entry. And eunuch's brows furrowed tightly, watching the doctor just inside the clinic, yet unable to get in. The temperature of the person in his arms felt even higher than when they had exited. He lacked patience, exclaiming, "Hurry and resolve this. Wei Yunqing cannot wait for another clinic. All you need to do is kneel and bow 3 times before me, and I might consider letting you in to treat this girl." The second son of the city lord, nursing a dislocated wrist, had just exited the clinic, fortuitously encountering an eunuch seeking medical attention for Wei Yunqing, and thus blocked their entrance. I see you haven't had enough of a beating. Step aside, or today I'll tear down your city lord's mansion. It would take too long to resort to violence. He had brought many guards today, making it impossible to resolve matters swiftly, and he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't cause trouble while Wei Yunqing was being treated. You are the ones in need of my assistance, yet you show no remorse. If you can step into any clinic in Yen City today, I'll write my name backward. With a command, the second son ordered his guards to encircle them.
Hot.
Wei Yunqing mumbled incoherently, cold. One moment hot, the next cold. The torment was unbearable. She never imagined that after entering this world, she would fall ill, secretly cursing an eunuch as a jinx. What was said about catching a cold? Now, it had escalated to a fever that felt as if it might take her life. In her delirium, she called out to the system. System, I'm about to die. Why aren't you doing anything? Why haven't you set off an alarm or provided any life-saving measures? The system, equally helpless, replied, no life-threatening conditions detected for the host. Wei Yunqing, in a weak tone, retorted, I'm in this state, and it's not a threat? I'm burning up. Hurry and give me a fire extinguisher to put out this fire. I feel like I've fallen into a volcano. The system responded. Temperature readings indicate the host's body has reached 41 degrees Celsius, yet remains within tolerable limits. The members are already taking you for treatment. Please endure. Wei Yunqing managed to crack her heavy eyelids slightly, catching a glimpse of an eunuch anxiously scanning the clinic, ready to seize an opportune moment to slip inside. Meanwhile, Han Yunhao's was engaged in a standoff with the city lord's guards, facing a most irritating visage at the clinic's entrance. Why is it him again? He just made an enemy of me yesterday. He won't let me into the clinic. System, at least provide me with 2 fever-reducing pills. By the time I see the doctor, I'll surely be a fool. Have any of your previous hosts been fools? BRR, it's cold. It's starting to feel cold again. The system advised, it is recommended that the members first conduct physical cooling measures to alleviate the host's symptoms. Sustained high temperatures of 42 degrees for over half an hour will be considered life-threatening. Wei Yunqing cursed inwardly. If I could speak and tell this bunch of wooden heads to cool me down, why would I even need you? Useless system. Muttering about the alternating sensations of heat and cold, and Yuno was at a loss when suddenly he shouted into the air, Shen Yanchu, can you help her get through this crowd for treatment? If only I could harness the power of the 10 evil spirits, that might be feasible. Then, I entrust her to you. Shen Yanchu took Wei Yunqing, seizing the moment when the crowd was distracted. Employing the power of the 10 evil spirits to render her form invisible and effortlessly passing through the throng blocking the clinic's entrance. As he suddenly appeared in the clinic's inner hall with Wei Yunqing in his arms, the doctors were startled. He barked, stop dawdling. Hurry and save her. The doctors sprang into action, taking pulses and prescribing medicine, while the situation at the clinic's entrance shifted dramatically as an Yuno unleashed his full force. The second son and his guards found themselves toppled to the ground, while Yuno and Han Yunhao stood at the threshold, barring their entry into the clinic. And Yuno declared darkly, "I have purchased this clinic. My family's clinic does not treat beasts." Chapter 87. The Straight Man and the Warm Man. The guards, in a state of panic, hurriedly carried the unconscious second young master away, fearing that without prompt medical attention, his condition could deteriorate. They dared not delay any further before the inaccessible clinic. After shooing away the bothersome flies, Yuno rushed into the inner hall of the clinic, only to find Shen Yanqiu preparing to untie Wei Yunqing's clothing. She seized his wrist and demanded, "What are you doing? Let go." Shen Yanqiu, his demeanor suddenly icy and unyielding, held tightly onto the partially undone garment. "The doctor has just prescribed the medicine, but before it is ready, she requires physical cooling, or else her condition could worsen." And Yuno's pupils trembled slightly as she looked down at Wei Yunqing, whose face, neck, and arms were flushed a deep crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. Surely, the rest of her body was no different. "Cooling off requires removing clothing? But you are a man." And Yuno admonished in a low voice. "You need not remind me. I have always treated Qingqing with respect, unlike certain individuals," Shen Yanqiu retorted, his words laden with implication. "What did you say?" Their verbal clash escalated, each refusing to yield to the other, nearly culminating in a physical confrontation. Han Yunhao stepped forward to separate them, scolding, "What are you two doing? If you wish to fight, fine, but only after Qingqing is out of danger. It's hot." Wei Yunqing murmured weakly, "I can handle this. Please check on the medicine. If it's ready, bring it over quickly." "Understood." Shen Yanqiu wrapped ice packs in cloth, placing one on Wei Yunqing's forehead and two at her neck, while elevating her arms and placing an ice pack under each armpit. Initially, he intended to apply them directly to her skin for maximum effect, but Yuno's reminder echoed in his mind. He must maintain decorum. As the ice made contact with her forehead, it was as though a refreshing snowfall had descended upon Wei Yunqing's simmering volcano, bringing her some relief. Her rapid breaths gradually steadied, although she still felt feverish. The torment had lessened. Shen Yanqiu remained by her bedside, replacing the ice packs and sponging her hands with warm water. While the initial cooling was effective, its efficacy waned over time, as it only addressed the symptoms, not the root of the problem. "The medicine is taking too long. I shall check on it. You two take good care of her. Water." Wei Yunqing's voice was parched, as if she were a kettle on the verge of boiling over. "Water? Of course. One must drink plenty when feverish. Who said it was of no use?" And Yuno fetched a cup of warm water, yet found himself at a loss as to how to administer it. Thoughts raced through his mind, how to hydrate someone who lay unconscious. In the straight man approach, he would simply hold the bowl to her lips, only to end up spilling water onto the sheets. In the warm man approach, he would carefully support her, spooning the liquid into her mouth, occasionally dabbing away the excess. In the deeply affectionate approach, he would drink a mouthful himself and share it directly with her. The more he pondered, the greater his agitation grew. He found himself entranced by Wei Yunqing's slightly parched lips, unconsciously leaning in closer, the heat radiating from her body, searing his own face. He removed the ice pack and opted for the second method, lifting Wei Yunqing gently into his embrace, prying her lips apart with a spoon to feed her water, one spoonful at a time. Her frail constitution was alarming. 2 bowls of cold water had reduced her to this state. Was this not water meant to bring fortune? As he fed her, he couldn't help but chide her, lamenting that she couldn't hear him, nor would she learn from this experience. In the parched desert, Wei Yunqing unconsciously swallowed the meager droplets of relief, taking a full cup of water over what felt like an eternity, leaving Yuno drenched in sweat. He realized that caring for someone was no small feat, requiring not only repetitive motions but also enduring the warmth radiating from her body.
"Cold,"
she exclaimed shortly after finishing the water, despite her feverish state. And Yuno had already noticed the ice packs were cumbersome. Upon hearing her cry of cold, he tossed them aside and covered her with 2 blankets. Yet she continued to shiver. How does one warm an unconscious person? In the straight man approach, one would simply pile on more blankets. In the warm man approach, one would gather all heating implements, including warm water bottles and hot coals. In the deeply affectionate approach, One would strip off their own clothing and share warmth beneath the covers. And Yuno shook his head, striving to maintain clarity. Why were such strange thoughts invading his mind? Was it possible he too was falling ill? He reached up to touch his forehead, and indeed, it felt slightly warm. She said she is cold. And Yuno knew he could not let Shen Yanqiu have his way. He had worked hard to cover her. He wouldn't allow someone else to easily strip it away.
Hot.
Just as the two began to argue over the blankets, Wei Yunqing called out again. Hey this. And Yuno, indignant, pointed at her. At a loss for words. How could she be so ungrateful when she lay unconscious? Such a fickle and capricious girl. He was utterly exasperated. Had he not just said something similar to Han Yunhao? Now it was Shen Yanqiu's turn to echo his thoughts. He found himself superfluous in this situation, yet stubbornly remained, methodically peeling away the layers of blankets. Just as he prepared to offer her the medicine, a task he had just mastered, Shen Yanqiu snatched the bowl from him. Seeing Wei Yunqing being supported, he promptly sat behind her, ensuring she rested securely against him, raising an eyebrow at Shen Yanqiu, urging him to proceed. Shen Yanqiu frowned but chose not to engage in further conflict. Had it not been for the urgency of Wei Yunqing's condition, he would have certainly argued with him. For an entire day, 3 bowls of fever-reducing medicine were consumed, alternating between hot and cold. One man provided ice to cool her down while the other offered warm water bottles and blankets when she felt chilly. As the sun began to set, her fever finally began to subside. While Shen Yanqiu went to return the medicine bowl, and Yuno truly took the plunge and purchased the pharmacy. After all, he wouldn't need to spend a single coin on 7 Stars Tower. The money would be of no use left untouched. Owning his own pharmacy would undoubtedly make future medical needs far more convenient. Chapter 88. No need for thanks. When Wei Yunqing regained consciousness and opened her eyes, she expected to see 5 stunningly handsome men attending to her. However, reality proved her expectations unfounded. Not only were there no 5 men, but even a ghostly shadow was absent. The room was as empty as her fever-stricken mind had been, and she found herself moving her fingers, feeling utterly depleted. The only word that could encapsulate her current state was vacant. She was not only fatigued but also plagued by a relentless growling stomach. Uncertain of how long she had slept, hunger struck her with the ferocity of a beast. She glanced at her own arm, which resembled a chicken leg and a pig's trotter, salivating at the thought. Intent on quenching her thirst, she attempted to rise, only for her legs to give way beneath her, landing her on the floor. Was this weakness or paralysis? Could a fever truly wreak such havoc? System, I am starving. Can you provide me with something to eat? And Yunhua ventured downstairs to fetch a bowl of congee and a plate of side dishes, anticipating her hunger upon awakening. As she reached the door, she heard a heavy thud from within the room. Upon entering, she found Wei Yunqing sitting on the floor, her eyes vacant, resembling a forsaken woman in despair. Are you having another fever? Must you sit on the floor to cool off? And Yunhua placed the bowl on the table, swiftly approached her, and effortlessly lifted her into bed. The motion was seamless, as if she had practiced it countless times, devoid of any awkwardness. Though her voice was strained, it was unclear whether it stemmed from exhaustion or the weakness following her high fever. Regardless, it evoked a sense of pity. When he held her, her temperature had returned to normal, suggesting that he had indeed been busy the entire night. Strangely, aside from bringing in 2 bowls of medicine and assessing Wei Yunqing's condition, Shen Yanqi exchanged no words with Yunhua, contrasting sharply with their usual contentious banter in the medical hall. Thus, Yunhua cared for her tirelessly throughout the night, only descending to fetch food once her fever had subsided by dawn. Eat up. And Yunhua brought over the congee and side dishes, placing the latter by the bedside. He held the congee bowl in one hand while using a spoon in the other to lift the warm liquid to her lips, gently blowing on it. Even though it was merely congee and side dishes, Wei Yunqing's eagerness to eat was palpable. As he blew on the spoon, she could not help but swallow, and when the spoon neared her mouth, she nearly devoured it whole. After the first bite, the fragrant congee spread across her palate, and she yearned to exclaim, "How wonderful it is to be alive!" As the second spoonful approached, she finally registered Yunhua's presence. "Are you personally feeding me congee? Why else would I be?" And Yunhua smirked. You lack the strength to even stand. How could you serve yourself? Was that not a rhetorical question? If she were capable, she would have long since devoured the bowl herself. Thank you for your efforts. Wei Yunqing offered politely, swallowing the second spoonful while casting a sidelong glance at Yunhua. She pondered. When did this young master become so adept at caring for others? Was he secretly taking a course in warm-heartedness? Have you been taking care of me all along? Wei Yunqing remained skeptical, as the only person who could meticulously attend to her was Shen Yanqi. It seemed improbable that Yunhua would do so, yet here he was, feeding her kanji. A small favor, no need for thanks or for you to repay me with your body. The words she had almost blurted out were swallowed down. After finishing the kanji, she nestled into the blankets, closing her eyes to continue resting. Ungrateful girl, unable even to utter a simple thank you. Have you ever seen a master fetching water for a maid, feeding her medicine, or even buying an entire pharmacy to treat her? You are fortunate to have such a benevolent master. His exhausted tones softened the reluctance in his voice, imbuing it with sincerity. That's more like it. Continue sleeping. I will bring you lunch later. What? You'll come again at noon? She would rather crawl out herself than allow him to feed her again. However, when noon arrived, it was not Yunhua who came, but rather a cheerful little waiter. The persistent knocking roused her from a deep slumber. Thanks to the bowl of kanji Yunhua had provided in the morning, she had regained enough strength to rise and open the door. Upon opening it, she found no one outside, yet the knocking persisted. Listening closely, she realized it was coming from the suite door. Had everyone else vanished? Oh, the lady has awakened. Just in time. The medicine has just been brewed. Please drink it while it's hot. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the little waiter holding a steaming bowl of bitter soup at the entrance. The acrid scent of the medicine assaulted her senses, and she could tell from the smell how unpleasant it would taste. Noticing her disdain, the waiter quickly added, "Good medicine is often bitter. If you find it too unpleasant, you can have some candied fruits afterward. Which would you prefer?" The waiter produced several packages of candied fruits, seemingly prepared just for her. She selected an apricot and popped it into her mouth. "This one will do."
Great.
"Here you go, one tael." The waiter wrapped up the candied fruit, handed it to her, and promptly asked for payment. What a schemer. Selling candied fruits with the medicine? Such clever marketing. Initially, she had thought it was complimentary. Now, with the goods in hand and having sampled them, she felt compelled to purchase. After paying, she sent the little waiter on his way, feeling extremely unsatisfied, as if she had been swindled, yet with no one to voice her grievances. She wandered around the suite, finding no one, not even Yunhua, who usually stayed indoors, leaving her to suspect she had been abandoned by the 5 men. Gazing at the bowl of bitter medicine on the table, Wei Yunqing furrowed her brow. Not consuming it would bring physical suffering, while drinking it would torment her taste buds. After weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately decided to pinch her nose and down the bowl. As the bitter liquid entered her mouth, before she could swallow, a red alert sounded from the system. Threat to host's life detected. Poison present in the medicine. Poison present in the medicine. Poison present in the medicine. Important matters must be repeated thrice. Cough. Ugh. She nearly expelled the kanji she had consumed that morning, cursing the system as she steadied herself against the table. Why can't you warn me before I ingest poison? System prompt. If you do not drink it, there is no threat. Drinking it is what causes the threat. Wei Yunqing retorted, so it's my fault? System. Wei Yunqing, it must be that scoundrel in Yunhua's scheme to eliminate me. He thinks he can run away while trying to poison me? System. If any member harbored intentions to harm the host, the system would issue an immediate alert. This poisoning was orchestrated by another. Wei Yunqing inquired, who then? If it's not them, then who? System. Analysis shows the poison was introduced by the host's arch-nemesis, while the other members have been lured away to the 7-star tower. Wei Yunqing gasped, why are you so forthcoming today, answering every question? System. The system empathizes with the host and provides benefits for illness. Wei Yunqing, pleasantly surprised, responded, oh, how considerate. If only you could grant me the completion of the main storyline task too, just assign me the 7-star tower. Greed knows no bounds. System. Limited to 1 hint. The system has already provided a buy one, get one free offer. Other matters must be resolved by the host. The threat to life has been lifted. Please continue with main storyline task 2. Indeed, a treacherous system. I knew nothing would come so easily. Wei Yunqing changed her clothes and descended to find the little waiter who had delivered her medicine earlier. However, the proprietor claimed no one matched her description, revealing that this was all part of a nefarious plot. The mastermind was likely either the second son of the city lord or Yilan. Upon inquiry, she learned that the second son had been severely injured by an Yunhua the previous day and was currently unconscious in the estate, leaving no time for mischief. Thus, only Yilan remained. As the saying goes, if you do not provoke trouble, trouble will not find you. Yilan must be courting disaster. Chapter 89. Sweet indulgence. The escort arrived at the door, accompanied by an elderly woman in her 50s, bearing the household registration details of Wei Yunlan. Among the information were also details about the esteemed lady and the accountant. Although they had long been expelled from the city, their registration remained unchanged. The documents used to enter the Lord's residence were not the original ones, hence there was no conflict. After settling the payment with the escort, she entrusted him to investigate the background of the girl who was supposed to be recognized by the Lord's family. She wished for him to visit her hometown to see if there were any remaining relatives. If none could be found, he was to seek out neighbors who might recognize her appearance, and she promised substantial rewards for anyone who could provide assistance. Before the escort departed, Wei Yunqing made a special request. She arranged a separate room for the elderly woman at Hongfu Qitian, and the two conversed for nearly half an hour. Emerging from the room with a barely concealed smile, unnoticed by others, she stealthily approached Lu Qingyan from behind and ominously declared, "Little ones who sneak out to play must face punishment." Lu Qingyan did not react with the startled scream she anticipated. Instead, he trembled slightly, frozen in place. "What brings you here? The wind outside is fierce, and you, having just recovered from illness, dare to venture out in such thin clothing. Are you seeking to endanger yourself?" And Yunhua caught sight of her, first startled, then delighted, before frowning and draping his outer garment over her shoulders, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The thrill of her prank dissipated, and she pouted. "Why did you all come here?" "Someone sent a message to the inn saying that the second son of the Lord's residence was here to dismantle the building again, so we all came along," Shun Yanchu explained. "However, upon arrival, we found that Qixing building was perfectly intact, and there was no sign of anyone from the Lord's residence. You all truly," she remarked, "it's quite heartening to see you united at this moment. I wonder if your teamwork has strengthened a bit during this time. You all left, leaving me, a patient, behind at the inn. Did you not realize I was nearly poisoned? Now you worry?" she challenged. "Did you not promise to bring me lunch at noon? Where did it go?" Her accusations suddenly fell upon Yunhua, and Yunhua was at a loss for words. He had indeed prepared lunch to bring to her, but had been summoned urgently to Qixing building and rushed over. She had been famished, having just grabbed a plate of snacks downstairs, and was in the midst of enjoying them when she was suddenly called out, nearly choking on her food. "Yilan intends to eradicate me, knowing that the second son and I have clashed with the Lord's residence more than once. She used him as a pretext to lure you all away, sending someone disguised as an attendant to deliver a bowl of medicine laced with deadly poison while I was bedridden. How did Sister Qing know the medicine was poisoned? Did you take it? What was it like?" Lu Qingyan fired off 3 questions in succession, seemingly unconcerned for her well-being. "I sensed it with my keen nose. I did take it, and it was sweet." Wei Yunqing rolled her eyes, responding flippantly. Lu Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister Qing consumed poison and is still fine, truly remarkable. Impervious to all toxins. One wonders whether you are naive or simply foolish. If she had truly ingested poison, she would not be sitting here conversing with us. She would have long since met the King of Hell." And Yunhua admonished, giving his head a light rap. Crouching beside Wei Yunqing, he lamented, "Wah. Sister Qing, you must stand up for me. I'm just a child. Brother and always hits my head, it could stunt my growth." Having grown accustomed to the antics of the young, even those who were endearing could become tiresome, especially for Wei Yunqing, who spent every day in their company. She feigned a smile and ruffled his hair. "With your smooth talking to woo the ladies, you might as well drink a few more glasses of milk. Perhaps you will grow an extra 2 centimeters. Humph." Lu Chengyan relinquished his attempts at charming Wei Yunqing and turned to tug at Yuan Heng's hand. Little Yuan, look at how they bully me. It seemed he was completely disengaged from their conversation. Wei Yunqing stifled a laugh, and the topic continued. Well, as for Qixing Building, you have the freedom to choose. Aside from the 3 buildings that Yunhua wants, the rest are yours to select. I want Tianquan Building, Han Yunhao declared. Jingyang. Shun Yanchu simply stated. You all seem to have not only come to protect Qixing Building, but also to conduct a field investigation. Have you each decided what you want to manage in your respective buildings? Wei Yunqing inquired with great curiosity. Painting, Yuan Heng replied. He possessed no other skills. But with his artistic talent, a spontaneous creation could dazzle the entire city, a splendid opportunity for renown. Very well, Yuan. We shall designate the top floor of Yuheng Building as your studio. The first floor is yours to express freely, while the second and third floors will be designated as different exhibition halls based on your painting styles. Your artworks will be for sale. How does that sound? Wei Yunqing outlined a simple plan for him. Yuan Heng was indifferent to the details. As long as he had a space to paint, he cared little for the logistics. He nodded in agreement. I wish to open a men's arena in Tianquan Building, reviving the octagonal cage here. Han Yunhao exclaimed passionately, finally able to pursue his old vocation. Wei Yunqing pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, assigning each building style based on individual strengths would yield the greatest benefit. Let us have the first floor as the registration area, the second, third, and fourth floors interconnected to serve as an introductory fighting arena, the fifth floor as a lounge, and the sixth, seventh, and eighth floors combined as an advanced fighting arena, with the ninth floor designated as your training space. Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggested. And what of Qi and Yan? I haven't decided yet, Shun Yanchu admitted. Aside from singing, he had no other talents, leaving Wei Yunqing troubled. After all, they couldn't simply open a record company and host concerts daily in the building. In comparison, Lu Qingyan's plans for Yaoguang Building were far more elaborate. The first floor for cosmetics, the second for delicious snacks, the third for boutique goods, the fourth for ready-to-wear clothing, the fifth for furniture and supplies, the sixth and seventh for gold and silver jewelry, and the eighth and ninth floors solely for wedding services. What do you think? Wei Yunqing clapped her hands in delight. There isn't a single thing that a girl wouldn't adore. Yaoguang Building is poised to become a paradise for women. Tianshu Building will be a restaurant. Tianxian Building will serve as an inn, including accommodations for all of us, and Tianji Building will be an observation tower. I will personally handle the specific designs later, so you needn't worry. And Yunhua shared his thoughts. Wei Yunqing had not initially planned to interfere with his 3 buildings, for he was the true mastermind behind the scenes, while she merely held the nominal title of building owner. Although it appeared glamorous, she bore the burden of the most tedious and laborious tasks. It seemed that the recruitment of staff for the renovation of Qixing Building would also need to commence. Chapter 90. Weather threats or intimidation. Early the next morning, Wei Yunqing bribed the innkeeper of Hongfu Qitian to deliver a letter to Yi Lan at the city lord's mansion. At the dining table in the suite, Lu Qingyan inquired, Sister Qing, what if Yi Lan reads the letter and chooses not to come? As Wei Yunqing added chili sauce to her bowl and mixed it with the noodles, she closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma. Whether Yi Lan came or not would ultimately change nothing. It was merely a matter of time. The delightful noodles, infused with the fragrance of chili, filled her with a bliss akin to that of a celestial being. After a day of bland porridge and simple dishes, the exquisite taste of chili was undeniably the essence of food. Qing, you should eat less spicy food. You have just recovered from a serious illness and should avoid stimulating dishes, Shun Yanchu advised as he added a few pieces of mushroom and greens to her bowl. Her taste buds protested immediately, and her little face scrunched up in reluctance. Look, don't say I don't care for you. You need to replenish your energy after your illness. Eat some meat, so you can have the strength to argue later. And added a chicken leg and several pieces of tantalizing braised pork, making mouths water. Wei Yunqing lifted her bowl and inhaled the meat voraciously, leaving the vegetables and mushrooms untouched at the bottom. Noticing Shun Yanchu's frown at her leftover food, she quickly explained, I simply cannot eat anymore. Please refrain from serving me vegetables in the future to avoid waste. And strutted before Shun Yanchu like a victorious rooster, exuding the pride of a phoenix reborn, proclaiming her triumph from the high branches of a phoenix tree. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the suite was rapped upon. Yan opened it. Much like the adults at home who often instruct their children to do this and that, Wei Yunqing naturally took on the role of authority. Given Yuan Hang's charm and beauty, she reluctantly treated Lu Qingyan with the same commanding tone as an Yuno did to her.
Miss.
The young lady from the city lord's mansion has arrived. Where shall I receive her? The innkeeper, who had come to deliver the message, asked. Bring her here, and tidy up the table. We will discuss matters shortly, and ensure that no one disturbs us. After speaking, she handed him a generous tip. The reward he earned from her was more than his 3 years' wages, and he enjoyed running errands for her. Wei Yunqing appreciated his efficiency and thought to recruit him for Qixing Tower. Yilan did not come alone. She was accompanied by her mother. Upon entering, she immediately began to mock Wei Yunqing. Humph, Wei Yunqing, how can you afford such a lavish suite? Once inside, Yilan realized she was not alone. 5 striking young men were seated in the hall. She recognized an Yuno, but the other 4 were unfamiliar to her. Each one was uniquely handsome, possessing exceptional qualities. Clenching her fists tightly within her sleeves, she silently cursed. How can this wretched girl be so fortunate? Surely, these must be the finest men in the world, all surrounding her. What kind of sorcery does she wield? Why are you just standing there? Choose a seat, aside from this one, Wei Yunqing said, positioning herself among the 5 handsome men and indicating that Yilan could sit opposite her, clearly delineating their boundaries. What have you summoned me here for? Yilan asked casually, finding a place to sit. Wei Yunqing sat upright, having deliberately changed into formal attire from the auspicious auction house, and stated earnestly, Did you not read the letter? I am here to discuss matters regarding Qixing Tower. Yilan adopted an arrogant posture, crossing her arms defiantly, and declared, You can forget about Qixing Tower. Just obediently leave Yan City, and I will spare your life. Suddenly, Wei Yunqing's expression turned cold as she retorted, And what if I refuse? Will you poison me? Or send assassins to eliminate me? What are you saying? I don't understand, Yilan replied, her gaze flitting away, unable to meet Wei Yunqing's eyes. Past attempts at assassination had all failed, proving that Wei Yunqing was her nemesis. Sister, you cannot deny it. I am aware it was you. Do you have the deed to Qixing Tower with you? I do not. Do not even think about it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Wei Yunqing produced the household registration from Shucheng, laying it before them. She knew the city lord's mansion was notorious for valuing evidence, and she asked, What do you think will happen if I present this to the current city lord and your dear father? This. How do you possess this? The madam's face turned pale upon seeing the registration. Yilan, however, remained unusually composed, knowing that her one-eyed golden phoenix hairpin was the most compelling evidence. And she was not afraid of the registration, tearing it up casually. Oh, dear sister, why did you tear it? I borrowed it from afar, but it's all right. I had 100 copies made in advance. If you haven't torn enough, I have more here. Wei Yunqing then tossed a thick stack of copied registrations onto the table before Yilan. Do you think your one-eyed golden phoenix hairpin is irrefutable evidence? After asking, Wei Yunqing chuckled, Dear madam, allow me to introduce you to an old acquaintance. I wonder if you still recognize her? The elderly woman sent by the bodyguard yesterday was invited in, and upon seeing her, the madam's face drained of color. Yilan had never seen this woman before, but her mother's reaction indicated that this could spell trouble for them. Quietly, Yilan inquired, Mother, who is this woman? She was your midwife at birth. The tremor in her voice betrayed her panic. A midwife could reveal many secrets. Yilan's eyes narrowed slightly, pain shooting through her palm as her fist clenched too tightly, her nails digging into her skin. At this moment, Wei Yunqing needed to say nothing further. Their reactions indicated that this witness and evidence were sufficient to shake Yilan standing in the city lord's mansion. I can grant you Qixing Tower, but I must take the people and the registration with me. This was Yilan's final concession. Wei Yunqing raised an eyebrow, suspecting that such an easy agreement was a ruse, and she knew she had to remain vigilant. That won't do. Yilan slammed her hand on the table. Neither trusted the other, and they could not reach an agreement. Wei Yunqing had to take a firm stand. Sister, I did not come here to negotiate. I came to demand the deed from you, whether you consider it a threat or intimidation. As long as I obtain the deed to Qixing Tower and your assurance that you will no longer trouble me, I will not expose you. You can continue living your life as the city lord's daughter, and I will manage my Qixing Tower. Perhaps in the future, we can even collaborate for mutual benefit. Would that not be agreeable? Yilan suddenly lowered her proud head, closing her eyes in deep contemplation. Finally, she silently produced the deed to Qixing Tower from her bosom, relinquishing it. Here is the deed. Wei Yunqing accepted the deed, feeling its weight in her hands. She suppressed the urge to laugh hysterically, hoping this would mark the last shred of trust between them. Remember, as long as you do not provoke me, I shall not disturb you. After Yilan and her mother departed, Wei Yunqing exhaled deeply, clutching the deed. Quick, Sister Qing, let me see it. Lu Qingyan eagerly took the deed, knowing that once names were inscribed upon it, Qixing Tower would belong to them. In an instant of deflation, Wei Yunqing felt utterly exhausted, her lips pale and forehead damp with sweat, collapsing into her chair. What is wrong? And Yuno touched her forehead, noting a slight fever. She regretted allowing her to indulge in so much meat and chili. Wei Yunqing shook her head. I'm fine. I simply did not expect things to go so smoothly. As the elderly woman departed, her steps were noticeably lighter. Wei Yunqing scoffed. Indeed, money can move mountains. She was well aware of Yilan's character. Her persona had remained unchanged from the start, and it was unlikely she would yield to threats. She could only defeat her thoroughly, ensuring she would never rise again, thus eliminating the threat for good. Chapter 91. Who set the fire? The past few days had passed in calm, and Wei Yunqing had fully recovered. If she could safely endure this night, the renovations and recruitment for the Seven Stars Tower would proceed smoothly. However, Yilan could not contain her impatience and finally made her move tonight. Bang! Tu! 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 After the midnight bell rang, Wei Yunqing gradually began to feel sleepy. Just as she fell into a light slumber, an urgent knocking on the door jolted her awake.
Fire! Fire!
The cries of the innkeeper shattered the tranquility, causing the inhabitants to hastily gather their valuables and flee with the innkeeper, leaving their rooms in a frenzy. Though there was no visible fire within the inn, a suffocating smoke enveloped the air. As Wei Yunqing climbed out of bed, the dense smoke assaulted her, making her eyes water and forcing her to cough violently. Suddenly, the door burst open and a tall figure rushed towards her. Before she could react, she was swept off her feet and a damp cloth was pressed firmly over her face. The cold wind sent a shiver down her spine, and she realized she had escaped outside. In a panic, she tore the wet cloth from her face. Before she could identify her rescuer, an Yuno reprimanded her. How could you be so careless? You hear fire and remain inside, unaware that you should flee? Haven't you participated in fire drills at school? Perhaps overwhelmed by concern, and Yuno had rushed to her room instead of seeking her own safety when the fire alarm sounded. Where were the others? Wei Yunqing glanced around. Aside from the two of them and a few unfamiliar faces, she saw no one she recognized. And Yuno's silence darkened her expression, and Wei Yunqing's heart raced. Have they encountered trouble? Qingjie, there you are. We were worried you hadn't come out. Lu Qingyan dashed over from the opposite side of the inn and embraced her tightly. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, they had all been forced from their slumber, dressed only in their night garments. The boy's exuberant embrace sent a rush of warmth through Wei Yunqing, causing her to blush. Before Lu Qingyan could hold her tighter, she pushed him away, instinctively pulling her clothes closer, unsure of why she had retreated behind an Yuno. I'm fine. What about everyone else? Surprisingly, an Yuno did not step aside, acting as a shield to block Lu Qingyan's view. When he tried to embrace her again, she pressed her hand against his forehead, halting his advance. We're here, and we're all fine. Shen Yanqi floated over, followed by Han Yunhao's, who held Yuan Heng in his arms, with the latter clutching his precious painting tools. Has the fire been extinguished? Why is it that we see smoke but no flames? Lu Qingyan inquired, giving up on his attempt to reach Wei Yunqing. Wei Yunqing observed closely. Indeed, as he stated, there were no visible flames at Hongfu Qitian, and no one appeared injured. There were no signs of firefighting efforts, nor could she find any evidence of a blaze. Just as her confusion deepened, a sudden burst of flames erupted nearby, accompanied by someone shouting, "Oh no, isn't that towards the Seven Stars Tower? What on earth is happening tonight?" With fires breaking out everywhere, the group turned their gazes towards the Seven Stars Tower, where the initial flames seemed to have originated from the Tianshu Tower. And Yuno cursed under her breath, "Damn it," and dashed towards the Seven Stars Tower. "We're going too," Wei Yunqing called out to the others, and they all sprinted after her. The scene at the Seven Stars Tower contrasted sharply with that of Hongfu Qitian. Here, there was little smoke, but the flames raged fiercely. Upon arrival, Wei Yunqing saw and Yuno engaged in a fierce fight with several men in black, who held torches, revealing them to be the arsonists. "Zez, go help her. The rest of you, fetch water to put out the fire," Wei Yunqing shouted, grabbing a wooden basin from a nearby stall and filling it with water from a rainwater barrel at the shop's entrance. She rushed to the Tianshu Tower and doused the flames. Despite her efforts, the fire continued to blaze, and she could only watch helplessly as the Tianshu Tower was engulfed in flames. Lu Chengyan and Yuan Heng joined her in trying to extinguish the fire, but their attempts proved futile. "I'll give it a try." Shan Yanqi, who had never used the power of the 10 evil spirits before, decided to test his abilities. He knocked on his water jug and commanded, "Come forth and do your work." The 10 evil spirits emerged from the jug at his command. "Grant me your strength to extinguish the fire." "At your service." The spirits transformed into glowing orbs swirling above his head, and Shan Yanqi's spirit began to shine. As though he had become omnipotent, he directed the water from all the barrels in front of the shops towards the flames of the Tianshu Tower, much like a fire truck's hose, swiftly suppressing the blaze until it was completely extinguished. Though the Tianshu Tower was blackened by smoke, its structure remained intact, allowing it to continue operations with repairs. Meanwhile, an Yuno had overpowered the men in black, who lay scattered across the street, one of them bound by Han Yunhao's. "Who sent you to set the fire?" Wei Yunqing demanded. The black-clad man remained defiant, refusing to utter a word. Han Yunhao's easily dislocated his arm, and even the most obstinate could not withstand such pain, leading him to confess, "I'll talk." "It was Miss Yilan. Did you also set the fire at Hongfu Qitian?" Wei Yunqing pressed further. "We only filled Hongfu Qitian with smoke. We didn't ignite it." Miss Yilan said not to touch Hongfu Qitian. She primarily wanted to teach the people inside a lesson. The real target was the Seven Stars Tower. The man finally relented. At least she had some conscience. Had they truly set fire to Hongfu Qitian and caused casualties, she would have been held accountable. For the first time, Wei Yunqing felt a surge of murderous intent. Once all necessary questions had been asked, Han Yunhao's knocked the man out with a swift blow, inquiring, "What should we do with these men?" Lu Chengyan caught up, asking, "Qingjia, are we just going to let this go?" Wei Yunqing smirked darkly. "Just wait and see the show unfold." Chapter 92. Vast room for improvement. The following morning, the citizens of Yen City surrounded the gates of the Lord's mansion, creating an impenetrable barrier. The few black-clad men displayed as examples of wrongdoing, along with their alleged crimes, became the focal point of attention. 6 arsonists had set fire to the Hongfu Qitian Inn and the Qixing Tower at midnight, and although the flames had been extinguished, their crimes were unforgivable, prompting the citizens to demand strict punishment from the Lord. A voice rang out loudly as a citizen read aloud the charges, inciting fervent discussions among the crowd. Yi Wei, upon learning of the incident, personally ventured out of his residence to assess the situation. While the burning of the Qixing Tower could be explained, as it was currently ownerless, the audacity to attack the Hongfu Qitian Inn sent a chill down his spine. With a promise of severe punishment from the Lord, the tumult began to subside, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Yi Wei instructed his guard, "Take them away and interrogate them rigorously. We must uncover any hidden instigators. This matter must be handled with utmost clarity." "Understood." The guard, having received the order, promptly escorted the black-clad men away. Yi Wei approached an elderly woman, extending his support as he humbly inquired, "What brings you here, dear madam?" The woman handed him a letter, stating, "I wish to discuss matters concerning Miss Yilan with Lord Yi."
Yelam.
Yi Wei was puzzled, yet he invited her inside for a private meeting. "Do you know my sister?" "Perhaps Lord Yi should read the letter first," she suggested, allowing the midwife, as instructed by Wei Yunqing, to present the letter to Yi Wei. After perusing the contents, Yi Wei glared at the elderly woman, his voice stern. "This is outrageous. Who are you to insult my sister in such a manner?" The letter contained details about Wei Yunqing, her mother, and the accountant's household registration, along with a letter from Wei Leoi, asserting that Yi Lan was the illegitimate child born of an affair between the first madam and her cousin. This, he claimed, was the reason she had been cast out of Sioux City, which Wei Yunqing deemed as material evidence. Next, a witness emerged. "I was the midwife who assisted during the first madam's childbirth and can confirm that the current Miss Yi Lan is not your sister." With both material and testimonial evidence at hand, Yi Wei still found it hard to believe. His sister was undeniably virtuous. How could she not be his blood? The Lord's mansion possesses unique tokens for familial recognition. If she were not my sister, how could she possess one? The elderly woman sighed heavily. "There are 3 more individuals outside. Lord, you might wish to meet them. After your encounter, the truth will be revealed." Yi Wei then received the additional 3 individuals, his astonishment evident.
Who are you?
4 of us reside at the Hongfuchi Tianin, they replied in unison. Yi Wei promptly dispatched someone to investigate. Fully aware that recognition was traditionally confirmed through tokens, and it was unusual for such a matter to go awry. Just as he concluded his inquiries, information arrived regarding the interrogation of the black-clad men, revealing that the true instigator was none other than the currently dubious Yi Lan. Was it mere coincidence that the fires and Yi Lan's lineage were intertwined? Lu Qingyan pondered aloud. Can Sister Qing truly ascertain that Lord Yi will come looking for them again? Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in uncovering the truth. When the reality emerged, the lies would inevitably crumble. Wei Yunqing felt as if she had received the highest commendation from an Yuno, her heart swelling with satisfaction. She added, "Those close to the fire will inevitably be scorched. By becoming my maid, a leap in intellect is only a matter of time, though you seem to be somewhat delayed." Indeed, Yi Wei's swiftness in action was unparalleled. Within a single day, he had unraveled the entire chain of events. By evening, he had summoned the 3 additional witnesses, excluding the midwife, to dine at the Lord's mansion. At the banquet, only Yi Wei and Yi Lan were present when 3 unfamiliar figures arrived. Yi Lan's first exclamation betrayed her. "Brother, you've invited guests." Her presumed warmth and charm now appeared grotesque in Yi Wei's eyes as he remarked darkly, "How is it that my sister does not even recognize her own neighbors and childhood friends?" Yi Lan's heart plummeted, her body trembling slightly, unsure how to navigate this deception. This dinner would mark the final sumptuous meal of her life. Another day passed, and the Lord's mansion posted a proclamation, solemnly declaring that they would no longer accept anyone bearing tokens for familial recognition. They also issued an obituary stating that the only daughter of the Lord's mansion, Yi Lan, had suddenly passed away the previous night. Wei Yunqing was taken aback by Yi Wei's ruthlessness. To conceal family disgrace, he had resorted to murder. Although Yi Lan had attempted to harm her multiple times, she now felt a pang of sympathy for her demise. After sending the witnesses away, and Yuno observed a glimmer of melancholy in Wei Yunqing's eyes, surmising that she must be grieving Yi Lan's death. "What's wrong? Have you softened?" And Yuno analyzed. Yi Wei merely exposed the fate that rightfully belonged to Yi Lan. For an imposter, it should have been a secret expulsion from the city. There was no need for murder to silence her. Wei Yunqing's eyes regained some color as she inquired, "How do you know this?" And Yuno gestured towards the city gates, where 3 familiar figures clad in beggars' rags supported one another as they walked away. Although they were spared from death, they had not escaped unscathed, yet they still breathed, bringing her a measure of relief. "Let us go," she declared, her previously somber demeanor now replaced with a radiant smile. "Where to?" And Yuno followed her lead. "To hire workers for the renovations at the Qixing Tower. Your Tianshu Tower was once the most beautiful, yet now it lies charred and blackened. If we do not begin work soon, we shall miss the opening. If we miss it, we can simply delay." "That won't do." "Why not?" "We've already announced the opening to the local citizens. We cannot go back on our word. The sooner we open, the better." "Just when I thought you had become clever, you seem to have lost your flexibility again. You haven't set a specific date next month." So as long as it opens then, it will suffice. And Yuno seized the opportunity in her argument. Wei Yunqing fixed her gaze on him. When did you deem me clever? I have no recollection. And Yuno cleared his throat. Well, your handling of Yi Lan's identity reveal was commendable. Wei Yunqing pressed. In what way was it commendable? You refrained from impulsively exposing her at the Lord's mansion, which would have diminished credibility and provided the mansion with leverage against you. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly. Should an outsider reveal the truth, your future in Yen City would be jeopardized. Not to mention your ability to manage the Qixing Tower. Wow, you perceive things so astutely. It seems my actions were indeed justified, but that was not my sole motivation. And Yuno furrowed his brow. Then what was it? Could there be an even deeper reason that has eluded me? Wei Yunqing replied earnestly. I was simply exhausted from battling the flames the previous night. I overslept the next morning. Nevertheless, I had already prepared them for the situation. So even if I woke late, the final outcome remained unaffected. I am quite satisfied. What an unexpected response. And Yuno was left speechless, finally patting her shoulder. It seems your intellect still has ample room for improvement. I must have overcomplicated my thoughts about you. Chapter 93. Low Reputation. Struck by lightning system. Based on the progress of the host's mainline task 2, you will enter the first side quest to accumulate reputation points. Task content. Please fulfill your promise to the common people and officially open the 7 Stars building within a month. Completing this side quest will earn you 10 reputation points. The maximum reputation score is 100, and accumulating to full score grants a chance for additional rewards. Wei Yunqing expressed her confusion. Is there no penalty for failing this time? System. Regarding reputation tasks. Failing will result in a deduction of 10 reputation points for that single side quest, with no additional penalties. Wei Yunqing was elated. How wonderful. System. When reputation points reach 0 or fall into negative, the host will endure a strike from the 9 heavens lightning for 9 days as a warning. Reputation is an essential condition for the path of success, so please take it seriously. What a ridiculous system. If one were to fail at the very first attempt to restore reputation, wouldn't it mean being struck by lightning? Why should that be the case? Wei Yunqing's lips twitched. I advise you to act like a reasonable person. She decided to let it go. Fine. I'll maintain your original charm and pretend I never said anything. After dealing with the system, Wei Yunqing faced another challenge, where to find a reliable construction team to renovate the 7 Stars building. She had previously approached several teams, but none could meet her requirements after discussing their ideas. This exemplified the gap between dreams and reality. When the waiter delivered their lunch, noticing the gloomy atmosphere in the dining hall, he inquired, "What troubles you? Perhaps I can assist." Wei Yunqing took a bite of the braised pork, which tasted like wax, and lamented, "Alas, I wish to find someone to renovate the 7 Stars building, yet in such a vast Yen city. There is not a single person who can fulfill my demands." The waiter had a sudden inspiration and asked, "How about the renovation of our humble establishment?" Needless to say, Hong Fu Chi Tian is the finest in Yen City. What others lack, you possess, and what others offer, you do even better. Wei Yunqing sincerely praised. The waiter then inquired, "What do you think of the renovation of the neighboring Jixing Gaozhou auction house?" After careful consideration, Wei Yunqing could only describe it in 2 words, artistic. The waiter offered a suggestion. In fact, both Hong Fu Chi Tian and Jixing Gaozhou are managed by the same owner, and the renovations were executed by the same construction team. If you are satisfied, I can arrange for the owner to introduce you. Wei Yunqing's eyes lit up. Grateful. Is that true? It is our duty to alleviate guests' worries. The waiter suddenly became bashful. That would be splendid. Please have your boss connect me with that construction team. Price is not an issue. Now is not the time to worry about money. Even if Yuno has to pay, he would willingly do so, after all. The 7 Stars building is essentially free. Very well, I shall discuss it with the boss and have the team leader meet you. The waiter was quick to act, his mind sharp and his feet swift. Wei Yunqing marked him as the first employee to recruit for the 7 Stars building. With the renovation issue resolved, even the once bland vegetables seemed to have flavor. Yuan Heng completed the design drawing for his Yuheng building and showed it to Wei Yunqing. Yuan, you are simply a genius. You can draw architectural blueprints. Why don't you help them with their drawings as well? This way, the construction team can start working directly based on the plans. Yuan nodded in agreement, as Yuno first shared the designs for his 3 buildings, constructing a complete mental image of the floors, which he then translated onto paper with his brush. And Yuno nodded in satisfaction after reviewing the blueprints, unable to restrain his praise, truly worthy of an artist. The most challenging aspect was expressing the connectivity of the floors in the Tianquan building. Yet Yuan did not disappoint his title as a creative genius. His hands conveyed the ideas clearly, and the blueprints were instantly comprehensible. The most daunting task was Shen Yanqi's Kaiyang building. Not only did he lack a blueprint, but he hadn't even decided what purpose this building would serve. Chi-Chi, do not be disheartened. Let us think slowly. We will surely discover the best and most profitable idea. Wei Yunqing sat beside him to offer comfort. Shen Yanqi smiled and nodded. Yes. Once the blueprint for the Yaguang building was completed, Lu Chengyan excitedly approached Wei Yunqing. Sister Qing, everything is ready. We just await the wind to carry us. Before the construction team arrives, shouldn't we take a moment to relax? What are you planning? Wei Yunqing felt the need to be cautious regarding his mischievous intentions. We have been in Yen City for many days without enjoying ourselves. I wonder if there are any noteworthy places to visit. Let us explore together. You all go ahead. I must stay with Chi-Chi. Every detail of the 7 Stars building is crucial. We must renovate and open simultaneously. An intimate scene caught Yuno's attention, as he fixed his gaze intently on their interlocked hands. Sister Qing, I actually have an idea. I wonder if Chi-Chi would like it? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Wei Yunqing saw a glimmer of hope. Lu Chengyan placed the blueprint for the Yaguang building on the table alongside the others, stating, however, this renovation will be quite challenging and will require Sister Qing to expend considerable mental effort. Do not dawdle, just speak. Wei Yunqing urged. With a bright smile, Wei Yunqing rushed over and embraced Lu Chengyan, planting a kiss on his cheek. You're simply amazing, Yan Yan. Chi-Chi, what do you think of this idea for the Kaiyang building? Moreover, we possess a unique advantage. This kiss left Shen Yanqi momentarily stunned, absent-mindedly asking, what advantage? We have the 10 evil spirits. Their horror themes are fabricated, but ours are real. Since we can thrive in reality, we must flourish in my narrative as well. I shall now brainstorm themes and write stories, allowing Yuan to draw inspiration for your Kaiyang building's design. Coincidentally, Yuan had not yet fallen asleep, and the two collaborated until dawn. After sharing her ideas, Wei Yunqing sat beside him for a while, but eventually succumbed to fatigue and dozed off against the wall. Yuan, you are the great benefactor of our Xianhui. When recruiting employees, I will ensure to find a few capable ones for you. Wei Yunqing carried the sketches to discuss with Shen Yanqi. She proposed, Chi-Chi, I envision the first floor as a team zone, the second as a waiting and leisure area. And for the third, we could host a werewolf game. From the 4th to the 9th floors, each will have a different theme. And we can enlist the 10 evil spirits for cooperation. What do you think? Shen Yanqi's eyes shone like water, and he smiled gently. Good. If there are no issues, I will inquire with the waiter about when the construction team will arrive. Your Kaiyang building is the most complex, and I wonder if it can be completed within a month? Wei Yunqing felt anxious about the time constraint. If it exceeded the deadline, her reputation points would drop to -10 and the 9 heavens lightning would strike. Would her life still be in her hands? Chapter 94. Ultimately, she shoulders everything herself as Wei Yunqing was about to descend the stairs. The attendant fortuitously led the team leader of the engineering crew upstairs. The attendant, glancing upwards, inquired, Oh, are you leaving, guest? Not leaving, just looking for you. Is this person from the engineering team? Wei Yunqing asked, directing her gaze towards the individual beside the attendant. The attendant nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes. In the reception room, Wei Yunqing served the finest tea, for the team leader of the engineering crew was indeed a distinguished guest. She respectfully introduced herself. Greetings, I am Wei Yunqing, the new proprietor of Qixing Building. It is a pleasure to collaborate with you on this project. Wei Yunqing presented the meticulously crafted blueprints to the team leader, asking, We have completed the designs. Could you please review them for usability? Typically, He would dismiss blueprints presented in such a manner as most were incomprehensible to the workers and failed to convey the desired style of the owner. However, upon merely glancing at Wei Yunqing's designs, he was immediately captivated. This. Whose exceptional talent has conceived this? Such ingenious ideas and remarkable artistry. It's simply astounding. Miss Wei, you must allow our engineering team to undertake the installation of Qixing Building. It will undoubtedly be my most outstanding work. Excellent. Since you are capable, I entrust Qixing Building to you. Feel free to procure the finest materials you require and do not hesitate to communicate any demands. The cost is of no concern. What I desire is the faithful reproduction of the original design. Is that feasible? Wei Yunqing tapped her finger lightly on the blueprints. The team leader, treating the blueprints with utmost care, patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Miss Wei. If we cannot accomplish it, I fear there may not be anyone else who can. Such assertiveness reassured Wei Yunqing, who felt as if a lightning rod had been affixed to her head, shielding her from any impending calamities. In addition to flawlessly executing the designs, I have 3 additional requests. Please, Miss Wei, do share. The team leader, engrossed in examining the blueprints, stroked his chin thoughtfully. It is certainly doable, though completing all 7 buildings simultaneously may prove challenging. It seems we shall need more personnel. Specify how many and what type of workers you require. I will not relent on the timeline. Wei Yunqing insisted firmly, for otherwise, the metaphorical lightning rod would lose its significance. All right, since you insist, I shall find a way. The team leader replied promptly. Secondly, Wei Yunqing presented another blueprint, continuing, in addition to the 7 buildings, I wish to construct a small plaza in the central area between the Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, and Tianquan buildings. This can be completed outside the main timeline, but should it be finished within the stipulated time, I shall provide additional compensation. The team leader, perplexed, asked, Will this plaza obstruct the entrances of your 4 buildings and hinder business? Not at all. It will not only enhance business, but actively attract customers. You may proceed with confidence. Once Qixing Building opens, you will understand the plaza's significance, Wei Yunqing assured him. The team leader nodded, still in disbelief. Thirdly, normal payment will be made upon completion within the standard timeline. If the project is not completed on time, there will be no payment. However, should it be finished ahead of schedule, I shall offer double the payment. Wei Yunqing emphasized with 2 fingers raised before the team leader. The team leader laughed heartily. I cannot guarantee early completion, but finishing on time is a must. With a smile illuminating her face and her lips curving into an attractive arc, Wei Yunqing produced 2 identical copies of a contract. Please review this document. If everything appears satisfactory, kindly sign it for our mutual assurance. Having worked for many years, the team leader had never before signed such a document. However, upon scrutinizing the contents, which reflected their recent discussions, he realized the significance of having this evidence for future dealings. With a contemplative glance at Wei Yunqing, he inscribed his name and affixed his seal. Wei Yunqing followed suit, signing beside his name and stamping her own seal. They each retained a copy of the contract. Curious about when the team leader would commence work, Wei Yunqing could not resist asking as she escorted him out. The prospect of immediate commencement indicated their professionalism, and she felt confident that her expectations would be met effortlessly. I shall ensure that meals are delivered to Qixing Building for you and your team. If accommodations are needed, feel free to book at Hongfu Qitian, Wei Yunqing graciously offered. Receiving meals will save us considerable time. We shall graciously accept. As for accommodations, we prefer to sleep at the construction site for convenience, they replied. Then I shall prepare several extra blankets to send along. She felt a sense of unease if she did not contribute in some way. The team leader chuckled, Miss Wei, your generosity is truly commendable. Rest assured, in 20 days, I will ensure that Qixing Building stands as the finest establishment in Yanqing. Such anticipation filled the air. After bidding farewell to the team leader, Wei Yunqing hummed a cheerful tune as she made her way to Yuan Heng's room, coincidentally finding Lu Qingyan there as well. Sister Qing, why are you so cheerful?
Of course.
The renovations for Qixing Building will be completed in 20 days. Are you not excited or eager? Wei Yunqing countered. 20 days? So soon. Quickly gather everyone. I need Yuan to design a recruitment poster. The renovations are underway, and we must expedite the hiring process. Yuan quietly replaced a blank sheet of paper, sketching simple patterns and prominently inscribing 3 large characters at the top. Recruitment notice. Gathering in Yuan's room. Wei Yunqing inquired, "How many employees do each of you need, and what are your requirements?" The 5 exchanged glances, remaining silent. Wei Yunqing pressed on. "Do you have no suggestions?" In unison, they shook their heads, but Yuno spoke up. "Please share your thoughts first. I will supplement any gaps." If they had no ideas, why not admit it? Wei Yunqing, undeterred, continued, "Given our limited capabilities, it is indeed challenging for one person to oversee 9 floors. Therefore, I propose having at least 1 supervisor for each building. You will each serve as the owner of your respective floors, with the supervisor being your direct subordinate. Does this pose an issue?" The 5 shook their heads in agreement as she proceeded. "I will recruit staff within the buildings according to your needs."
Additionally,
"Do you require personal assistance?" Han Yunhao inquired. "What is an assistant?" Wei Yunqing smacked her forehead, realizing her oversight. All those who had served as assistants to him had either been severely injured by his rivals or inadvertently harmed by him. Thus, he had no assistants aside from his coach and manager. "Oh, dear. You need a doctor, not an assistant. I will arrange for a physician from the medical clinic to remain at Tianquan Building." Next, Shen Yanchu remarked quietly, "I fear I do not require either a supervisor or assistant, aside from the 1st and 2nd floors needing live receptionists. It's preferable to minimize staff on the upper levels." This was a reasonable point, so Wei Yunqing nodded in agreement. "Then let the formidable mainstay serve as the supervisor of Kaiyang Building." Next, Lu Qingyan, massaging her leg while flattering her, asked, "Can both the supervisor and assistant be beautiful ladies?" Wei Yunqing squinted her eyes, feigning a smile, and pinched his ear, admonishing, "Focus on serious matters. Fear not. I will ensure you receive satisfactory young gentlemen." Lu Qingyan nodded vigorously. "That sounds good." And Yuno added, "I can have a supervisor, but he must be male. I prefer no assistants, regardless of gender." With 1 less employee, there would be 1 less salary to pay, which delighted Wei Yunqing. "Because I have an assistant, right?" A deep, slightly hoarse magnetic voice resonated near Wei Yunqing's ear, casting a shadow over her head. Chapter 95. It's settled. The recruitment notice was prominently displayed on the notice wall of the Lord's residence, with the interview area designated on the far left of the Hongfu Qitian Hall, where Wei Yunqing had thoughtfully set up screens to create a secluded interview space. However, after 3 or 4 days, not a single applicant had appeared. She lamented the wasted expense of her rental, relieved that she had negotiated a monthly rate. Otherwise, paying daily would have resulted in significant losses. The renovations at Qixing Tower were progressing steadily, and after only 2 visits, she entrusted the project to Master Gao, eagerly anticipating the completion for a delightful inspection. In the initial days, 6 individuals were enthusiastic about serving as interviewers, but after several days of disappointment, only Wei Yunqing remained steadfast, waiting daily for applicants. Alas, spotting a familiar figure flit by, she called out several times. The figure retreated slightly, peering around the screen.
"Did you call for me?"
Wei Yunqing pulled him inside, inviting him to sit across from her, smiling brightly. "Where have you been all these days?" Since introducing him to Master Gao, the waiter had seemingly disappeared, leaving her concerned he had been dismissed by the owner, which had caused her a moment of sorrow. The waiter possessed an astute intuition, capable of perceiving the clouds of worry beneath her playful demeanor. Such talent was not to be overlooked.
"Hey,
how much do you earn each month?" Wei Yunqing inquired, probing for information. The waiter indicated with his finger, 1 tael of silver. She was unfamiliar with the significance of 1 tael in their line of work and how it compared. He shook his head and added, "That's even less than the reward you gave me all at once." Now she understood and exclaimed, "I will offer you 1 tael of gold per month to work at Qixing Tower. How does that sound?" The waiter hesitated, clearly tempted by the generous offer. Glancing around nervously to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "Isn't it a bit unkind to poach from our boss's territory?" he countered. "Not at all. Everyone desires a sage like you. If you join us, I'll make you the supervisor of Qixing Tower, and the benefits will only improve." Wei Yunqing was determined to recruit this talent. She took the waiter by the hand, intending to lead him to the counter, but he quickly objected. That's not our boss. He's merely the manager of Hongfu Chitian, and he has no say in our matters. And what of your boss? The waiter hesitated, as if concealing something, then suddenly nodded. All right, since you hold me in such high regard, I'll work for you. Wei Yunqing's spirit soared. She dismissed her concerns about the boss, enthusiastically shaking his hand. Welcome to the family of Xianhui Qixing Tower. Trust me, you won't regret it.
Now.
Let us sign the contract. She handed him a draft of the labor contract, placing the pen in his hand and watching eagerly as he signed. Once completed, she carefully stored the contract in a wooden box she had prepared. Rising, she solemnly shook his hand again. Supervisor Zhang, from now on you will before she could finish. And Yuno seized Zhang's hand, clasping it firmly, cutting off her words. You shall be the supervisor of the Tianxian, Tianshu, and Tianji buildings. Go select a room in Hongfu Chitian to stay in. Once Qixing Tower reopens, we will have our own residence. After seeing Supervisor Zhang off, Wei Yunqing immediately masked her smile. She hadn't even assigned him to anyone yet. Is that important? And Yuno replied, yawning lazily. I need to see who he is suited to work with. Having come from Hongfu Chitian, managing the inn and restaurant was surely his forte. Without needing to deliberate, he was destined to be her choice. With that, and Yuno strode away. It was quite tyrannical, denying others the right to choose. Nevertheless, today had finally yielded a strong recruit for Qixing Tower, making her long hours in the hall worthwhile. In the days that followed, the business in Hongfu Chitian Hall boomed, bustling with activity, while her side remained shrouded in gloom and desolation. Ching, eat something first. Recruiting staff isn't an overnight task. Don't exhaust yourself. You eat. And I'll keep watch, Han Yunhao offered, bringing over 2 plates of her favorite meat dishes. Yet, she had no appetite, gazing wistfully at the delectable food. Are you here for the recruitment? A rugged man with a thick regional accent suddenly interjected.
Uffed.
Just as she managed to swallow a few bites. His question caused her to spit it all out. Wei Yunqing wiped her mouth, signaling him to remain silent. Was he here to perform tricks like in Beiqi? Did you come in response to our recruitment notice? Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would I be here? His accent was unmistakably northeastern. Noticing the numerous knives strapped to his back, Wei Yunqing's tone softened slightly. Are you a chef? Where did you get that idea? Isn't it obvious? I'm a butcher. The man unsheathed the knives and slammed them onto the table, definitely giving off a butcher's vibe. However, Wei Yunqing struggled to conceive a suitable position for him at Qixing Tower. A potential recruit had arrived, and she was reluctant to dismiss him outright. Just tell me what you can do. I will see where you fit. Han Yunhao's accent was starting to shift under the man's influence. The burly man was not one for excessive words, displaying a refreshing straightforwardness. Wei Yunqing was preparing to politely decline due to a lack of suitable positions when Han Yunhao interjected. Are you strong and skilled? Wei Yunqing cast a puzzled glance at him, unsure of the intent behind his question, but sensed the situation was veering into an odd direction. What's wrong? The man retorted. Han Yunhao stood to stretch his muscles, addressing Wei Yunqing. Ching, I believe he would be perfect as the supervisor of my Tianquan Tower. Why do you say that? Just because he is strong? Fighting arenas don't allow weapons. I'm Li Nong. What's your name?
Han Yunhao.
Here's the deal. Let us spar a bit. If you truly possess the skills you claim, you can come work as the supervisor at my Tianquan Tower. Isn't that rather rash? Shouldn't you think it over? Wei Yunqing whispered, tugging at his sleeve. Men must solve problems with strength. Being indecisive isn't suitable. Who's being indecisive? As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 men entered a competitive stance. The spacious hall barely accommodated their imposing figures. As expected, they fought fiercely, completely disregarding the startled onlookers. Before long, the hall was left with just the 3 of them, the manager hiding behind the counter, and the timid waiters who dared not intervene. After an exhilarating battle, both men were equally matched in strength, eventually collapsing to the ground in exhaustion.
Han Yunhao låg het chili.
Ching, it's settled. He's the one. Wei Yunqing, frowning, twisted his ear in reprimand. Fine. Once we sign the labor contract, he will be yours. but all damages incurred in the hall today will come from your personal finances. Chapter 96. Serendipity. Following the chaotic events that transpired in the Grand Hall of Hongfu Qitian, the proprietor promptly conveyed the owner's wishes to Wei Yunqing, granting her exclusive use of the entire hall until her needs were fulfilled. The gravity of the situation compelled Wei Yunqing to pay several times the usual price for the rental, all the while feeling the sting of her financial outlay, while also ensuring a considerable distance from Han Yunhao's, instructing him to refrain from descending during the recruitment period. Strangely enough, after securing the entire hall, the number of applicants surged unexpectedly, increasing day by day, with suitable candidates nearly all recruited. Just after breakfast, as Wei Yunqing prepared to head downstairs, Yuan Heng suddenly approached her, tugging at her sleeve, a rare display of initiative on his part. Unable to resist the charm of his angelic face, Wei Yunqing greeted him with a smile. "What is it, Yuan? My supervisor is here for the art selection," Yuan Heng stated succinctly, his words ringing like a clarion call in her ears, prompting her to nod in agreement without a second thought. As the two settled in the hall for interviews, Wei Yunqing found herself questioning, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here?" Such whimsical behavior in selecting a supervisor. Had it been learned from Han Yunha's? Why was he not learning the proper decorum at such a young age? It truly was a cause for concern. They spent 3 full days hosting the painting competition in the Grand Hall, yet none of the candidates met Yuan Heng's standards, his usually expressionless visage betraying a hint of disappointment. Wei Yunqing comforted him with a gentle pat on the head. Yuan, don't lose hope. We will find the right fit." Isn't it rather like comforting a heartbroken Yuan Heng? "Jingjie, how about I become the supervisor for Xiao Yuan at Yuheng Tower?" Lu Qingyan, who seemed inseparable from Yuan Heng, noticed his despondency and proactively offered his assistance. Wei Yunqing could see Lu Qingyan's genuine intent in his eyes. "Are you sure you can manage?" Lu Qingyan confidently assured her. "Absolutely. Yuheng Tower relies primarily on selling paintings. Without an eloquent supervisor to promote the art, it would falter." Yuan Heng, who is typically reticent, would benefit greatly from the vivacious support of Lu Qingyan, akin to a tiger gaining wings. "Very well, I have no objections. What do you think, Yuan? Wei Yunqing pondered the financial implications of hiring one less supervisor. Yuan Heng scrutinized Lu Qingyan for a moment in silence, and after a slight nod, the disappointment on his face vanished. Overjoyed, Lu Qingyan lifted him and spun around in the center of the hall. Such children, Wei Yunqing mused, feeling a sense of maturity compared to their exuberance. "What are you up to now?" Wei Yunqing, exasperated by his antics, stuffed the freshly organized labor contract into a box and placed her hands on her hips. "Jingjie, by becoming the supervisor for Xiao Yuan, I've solved a significant problem for you. Shouldn't he reward me?" Lu Qingyan pouted, tugging at her arm. Wei Yunqing distanced herself, rejecting his playful whims. "What mischief are you plotting this time? You see, in my Yaoguang Tower, each floor represents a new domain. It is not easy for one supervisor to oversee all levels. Hence I thought." Wei Yunqing interjected firmly, "Do not even consider it." She could surmise Lu Qingyan's intentions. "You haven't even heard me out yet." Lu Qingyan pouted, feigning indignation. "You're simply hoping to appoint a supervisor for each floor, preferably a bevy of beautiful ladies, am I right?" Wei Yunqing chuckled wryly, pinching his ear. "Just because you're handsome doesn't mean your thoughts can be so lofty." Just as she was about to drag Lu Qingyan upstairs by his ear, a new group of interviewees arrived. "Is this where the recruitment for Qixing Tower is held?" The sunlight streaming through the entrance was blinding, obscuring Wei Yunqing's view of the newcomers, yet the dulcet tones of their voices hinted at their striking appearances. "Yes, please come in to discuss." Wei Yunqing momentarily released Lu Qingyan, adopting a composed demeanor, but as she noticed the 7 individuals standing before her, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, counting 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 of them. "Can you see that there are 7 people?" She questioned Lu Qingyan, "Or have I had too much tea and become delirious?" Lu Qingyan, equally astonished, responded, "I haven't had tea, and I see 7 as well. 7 beautiful sisters." The girl who had spoken earlier chuckled softly. "You're not mistaken. We are identical septuplets, so our resemblance is hardly surprising." Can you share your unique skills or hobbies and what value you believe you can contribute? Wei Yunqing's inquiry was somewhat stringent, a departure from her usual queries. Noticing her intent to challenge them, Lu Qingyan's displeasure was palpable, but the seven sisters, not only breathtakingly beautiful, each presented talents that seemed meticulously tailored for him. Among them were experts in sewing, makeup, gold and silver embellishments, and culinary arts, among others. Just as Lu Qingyan had suggested hiring a beautiful lady supervisor for each floor, the arrival of these seven fairy sisters seemed nothing short of miraculous. A twist of fate, even a drama wouldn't dare descript. Wei Yunqing lamented, "System, I suspect you are forcing this coincidence upon us. Is such fortune truly possible? Could you not be a tad more subtle?" The system replied innocently, "If coincidences arise, they are purely coincidental and have no bearing on me." Just as Wei Yunqing contemplated a deeper dialogue with the system, Lu Qingyan had already discreetly signed the labor contracts for the seven sisters, charmingly guiding them to select rooms at Hongfu Qitian. Lu Qingyan. The reverberation of her call echoed through Hongfu Qitian. With the completion of Qixing Tower on the horizon, recruitment was nearing its conclusion. Due to Lu Qingyan's unprecedented decision to hire seven supervisors, Wei Yunqing rescinded his right to appoint an assistant. In response, Lu Qingyan spent an entire night in her quarters lamenting his fate, ultimately returning empty-handed. In addition to the absence of a need for an assistant, Yuan Heng also failed to find a suitable aide. His standards for an assistant were even more stringent than for a supervisor. As he sought someone whose artistic skills could captivate him, it became evident that within this narrative, he stood alone as a prodigy in the realm of artistry, truly embodying the essence of a solitary artist. Chapter 97. The indifferent spectator. Once the recruitment concluded, the grand hall bustling with prosperity returned to its usual operations. Wei Yunqing stood on the upper floor, gazing down below, contemplating. If the Seven Stars Tower could witness such a scene, wouldn't it be an overwhelming success? She covered her ears for a moment, bewildered by the commotion. What was happening? The Seven Stars Tower. Before Zhang Xiaoi could finish his words, she interrupted him. What about the Seven Stars Tower? Is there trouble? Has there been a sudden collapse preventing normal operations? Or has the foreman absconded with the construction crew before completing the work? What nonsense was this? Zhang Xiaoi scratched his head and replied, "The foreman sent me to call you for an inspection." Inspection? It's already completed? Wei Yunqing could hardly believe it, considering there were still 4 days left. The main structures of the 7 buildings were finished, but the extra request for the Xianhui Square needed a couple more days to dry before inspection. However, it seemed nearly completed. When would be a convenient time for you to check? Since taking office, Zhang Xiaoi had been quite busy, essentially acting as a junior supervisor alongside the construction team. With a heart full of restless anticipation, Wei Yunqing asked, "What do you think of the decoration?" Zhang Xiaoi gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Absolutely delightful. Great. I will gather them to go with me." Wei Yunqing could hardly contain her excitement to share the news with everyone. She burst through the suite door and shouted into the hall, "Our Seven Stars Tower is ready. Who wants to join me to take a look?" As her words echoed, 5 individuals stood neatly before her. Even the reclusive Yuan Heng was eager to participate. Ahem. I'm not eager to see the decoration. I merely overindulged at lunch and am here to help digest, and Yuno said, though no one called him out. The 6 of them exited together. On the way, Wei Yunqing could hardly restrain her excitement, bouncing along and humming a tune, completely oblivious to the path ahead, until she inadvertently stumbled into a crowd of onlookers. Suddenly, she collided with something soft and warm. Looking down, she saw a ragged little girl, kneeling on the ground as if her knees were glued to the earth, completely unmovable despite Wei Yunqing's attempts to help her up. Confused, Wei Yunqing thought, it was merely an accidental bump. Why such a scene? The other hand of the man nearby was gripping a rattan stick, striking the girl intermittently. The crisp sound reminiscent of her own past abuse at the hands of Wei Yunlan, causing her eyes to redden. What are you doing? And Yuno grasped Wei Yunqing as she was about to intervene, advising, it's best not to meddle in other people's affairs. We must go inspect the Seven Stars Tower. Let us move. With that, and Yuno tried to pull her away, while the other foreshowed no inclination to assist. Was humanity truly this cold? Wei Yunqing empathized with the little girl, imagining herself in her position, feeling the sting of injustice. She freed herself from an Yuno's grasp, indignantly declaring, "If you want to help, I will." The little girl kept her head lowered, neither crying nor making a fuss. As the rattan stick reduced her already tattered clothing to mere strips, simultaneously punishing and humiliating her. "Stop it," Wei Yunqing shouted, halting the drunken gambler's impending strike. The drunkard, sizing her up with a lewd grin, scoffed, "Well, aren't you a lively little thing? Want to come play with me, this worthless wench?" Without hesitation, Wei Yunqing struck back, regretting at the moment her palm stung with heat and tremors, quickly hiding her hand behind her back to conceal it. "Who do you think you are, daring to hit me?" The drunkard raised his rattan stick to retaliate. However, before he could strike, an Yuno intercepted him, coldly threatening. "How dare you touch her?" Han Yunhao stepped in, firmly restraining the man, declaring, "You must be out of your mind to lay a hand on anyone." The other three positioned themselves protectively in front of Wei Yunqing, Lu Qingyan gently holding her trembling hand, asking, "Sister Qing, are you all right? Does it hurt?" Surprised by their sudden solidarity after moments of indifference, a warm feeling blossomed in her heart as she shook her head. The drunkard, realizing he was outnumbered and unable to resist, pleaded for mercy. "Spare me, good sirs. I won't dare again. Please don't kill me." Han Yunhao tossed him aside with disdain, spitting, "Who wants to kill you? I wouldn't want to dirty my hands." And Yuno inspected Wei Yunqing's hand, noticing it was swollen from the rattan strike, while her palm throbbed from striking the drunkard. He frowned, scolding her with a glare. "Didn't I tell you not to meddle? You." And Yuno wanted to reprimand her further but ultimately held back, feeling exasperated. Suddenly, the silent little girl clung to Wei Yunqing's leg, crying out, "Sister, please don't hurt my father. It's all my fault for not being a boy and wasting food. He only treats me like this to repay his gambling debts. Please don't hurt him." The girl's words stirred Wei Yunqing's compassion. How could such a dutiful and kind-hearted child have a father so cruel? If he could treat his own flesh and blood this way, how must he treat others? Wei Yunqing knelt down to meet the girl's gaze, her eyes glistening with tears, and gently removed the straw from the girl's head, replacing it with her own outer garment to shield her from further humiliation and protect her dignity. "You've removed her straw, so she's yours now. Pay up and take her away." The drunken man, in his disheveled state, still demanded payment for his daughter. "Is this enough?" Wei Yunqing pulled out a pouch containing 2 silver ingots, accurately tossing them at the drunkard's face. Though the impact stung, he disregarded the pain, greedily snatching up the pouch to see its contents. His eyes gleaming with avarice, he shouted, "This is enough," and hurriedly departed. The little girl whimpered, "Father." Wei Yunqing lifted her up, cradling her face in her hands, wiping away her tears, and comforted her. "From now on, you shall accompany me as my little assistant." And Yuno furrowed his brow even deeper, about to protest, when Shun Yanqi pulled him back, shaking his head, suggesting, "Let her take the girl for now. If trouble arises later, we can send her away. At this moment, whatever you say, she won't listen." And Yuno sighed heavily, walking ahead towards the 7 Stars Tower. Shun Yanqi cast a meaningful glance at the little girl, who happened to meet his gaze. For a fleeting moment, he sensed a smile flickering at the corner of her mouth. Yet upon closer inspection, she was not looking at him but expressing heartfelt gratitude towards her savior, Wei Yunqing. Lu Qingyan, walking behind an Yuno, linked arms with Yuan Heng and quietly inquired, "Yuan, do you find anything peculiar about this girl?" Chapter 98. The 13 cannot stay. The young girl had knelt for far too long, her legs rendered unable to bear her weight. Wei Yunqing, in a show of compassion, crouched down to allow her to climb onto her back. "Come now, I shall carry you," she urged gently. The girl hesitated, feeling a sense of embarrassment as she clutched the fabric of Wei Yunqing's cloak draped over her shoulders. "Sister, this feels rather inappropriate. Allow me to manage on my own." They all departed, leaving only Han Yunhao behind. Unwilling to burden Wei Yunqing, he willingly shouldered the laborious task himself. "Then we must express our gratitude to this kind elder brother." The young girl leaped onto Han Yunhao's back, shedding all traces of her earlier shyness. With a serious expression, Han Yunhao carried her towards the Seven Stars Tower, while Wei Yunqing walked alongside and inquired, "What is your name?" 13. Is your surname sure? At the age of 13, I was given the name 13 by my father, who deemed me a financial burden and thus did not bestow upon me a proper name. I have been addressed as such since my early years. Is it truly possible to have a name that is so casually assigned? What is the inclination to address individuals by their age? A child born into poverty, and a girl at that, was deemed unworthy of a proper name. Call her whatever. Father said, it's easier that way. And what of your mother? Wei Yunqing could not suppress her curiosity. Her father, a degenerate gambler and drunkard, had even resorted to selling his daughter. Why did her mother remain indifferent? 13's expression immediately turned desolate as she softly uttered, "My mother perished during my birth, which is why my father sometimes refers to me as the star of misfortune. I am truly sorry. I had no knowledge of this." Wei Yunqing was taken aback by the sorrowful tale of her origins, her heart swelling with compassion. "All your past hardships shall be a thing of the past now that you have met me. Fear not, for you shall follow me and enjoy a life of abundance." He. Thank you, dear sister. Beneath the playful gaze of Shan, a veil of melancholy subtly descended. Before reaching the Qixing Tower, she had already succumbed to slumber upon Han Yunhao's back. From afar, the new visage of the Qixing Tower came into view, prompting Wei Yunqing to quicken her pace. As she inspected each building, she was astonished to find not a single flaw. Upon encountering the esteemed engineer, she could not help but exclaim her admiration. "This truly is a moment where I bear witness to a miracle. Your exceptional completion of the task ahead of schedule warrants a double remuneration." The senior worker humbly replied, "I dare not presume. Please pay the usual wages. The Xianhui Plaza is not yet completed. We must wait a couple of days to refine it further. Once the final inspection of this project is concluded, you may proceed with the payment." Noticing the absence of Yuno and the others on site, Wei Yunqing inquired, "Have there been any other visitors to the Seven Stars building recently?" Wei Yunqing's lips twitched slightly. "Very well, please inform me once the Xianhui Plaza is completed." "Understood." "Esteemed master, safe travels." The high-ranking official escorted them away. "Ziz, are you not going to take a look at your arena?" Han Yunhao was preoccupied with thoughts of his fighting arena, yet today he refrained from rushing in. Wei Yunqing could not suppress her curiosity. Wei Yunqing had arranged another room for Shan at Hongfu Qitian, and now half of Hongfu Qitian was occupied by her seven-star tower associates. When it came time to settle the bill, she certainly intended to discuss a discount with the owner. "How do you plan to deal with that girl?" And Yuno suddenly asked in a low voice, "What should be done? I paid for her, so naturally she will be by my side, serving as my little assistant." Wei Yunqing did not perceive any wrongdoing in her actions. Moreover, she had indeed spent money, and who could possibly contest that?
Why?
She could distinctly sense the aversion everyone had towards Shan, though the reason remained unclear. "Sister Qing, I too believe it is unwise to keep her. Perhaps we could provide her with some financial assistance or find her a good family to foster her. There is no need for her to remain by your side," Lu Chengyan suggested earnestly. "Unless you articulate a valid reason, I shall not relinquish Shan." Wei Yunqing was remarkably resolute. 13? And Yuno scoffed. "Is that the name of that girl?" Just hearing the name reveals her unsavory character. "And Yuno, how can you speak of such a young girl in that manner? She is merely 13 years old. Qing, she truly cannot remain here. It is best to send her away as soon as possible." Shun Yanqi repeatedly dissuaded him. Yet, the essence of human nature is often rebellious. The more one attempts to prevent an action, the more enticing it becomes to pursue it. "State your reasons." "If you cannot persuade me, I shall be compelled to retain the services of 13 as my assistant. I have diligently sourced numerous supervisors for you, refraining from imposing objections regarding their suitability. Yet, when I seek assistance from an individual to alleviate my workload, I am met with a barrage of skepticism. Do you wish for everything to rest solely upon my shoulders? What am I to do now?" Lu Chengyan never anticipated that Wei Yunqing, who was usually gentle and accommodating, would erupt in such a fit of anger. In an instant, all the charming tactics he employed to appease her vanished. "I shall drive her away." And Yuno rose to attend to Shan, but Han Yunhao stopped him.
No.
Are you really in agreement with allowing that person named Shursan to remain by her side? And Yuno harbored a strong urge to confront him. Han Yunhao's elucidated no. Although I am uncertain about what exactly her issue is, I have an innate feeling that keeping her around poses a significant threat. Therefore, like you, I do not support Qingqing's decision to retain her. However, do you not fear that by hastily expelling her, Qingqing might genuinely turn against you? To be candid, I too am at a loss as to what exactly is amiss with Shursan. However, I cannot shake the feeling that she is unlike the employees we have recruited or the PNCs I have encountered in literature. She embodies a perilous presence. Lu Qingyan is not merely speaking in alarmist terms. Even Yuan Heng has expressed, we cannot allow this to remain. Shan Yanqi pondered. Why is it that all five of us can sense the looming danger, yet Qingqing remains oblivious to it? Boldly rushing to rescue her and placing her trust in her? Perhaps it is related to her identity as a within the esteemed household. As Yuno witnessed the willow branches striking at 13, a vivid memory surged in her mind, the scene of her brutal beating by Wei Yunqing. The scars bore an uncanny resemblance to the state she was in, barely clinging to life in the ancestral hall during Wei's nocturnal intrusion into the Wei residence. Perhaps it was this very tableau that evoked such profound empathy within her. What kind of character is Sister Qing? Lu Qingyan was perplexed. They were all unaware of Wei Yunqing and Yuno's personas and backgrounds. No one had ever inquired, nor had they ever mentioned them, as if it were a secret exclusive to the two of them. And Yuno voiced his speculation, and the group collectively agreed that it was a plausible explanation. It appeared that removing that 13 was not as simple as it seemed. Shun Yanqi let out a soft sigh. Lu Qingyan suddenly conceived a plan, and the five of them gathered together to deliberate. In the end, he stood with his hands on his hips, a triumphant smirk on his face. Is this truly feasible? Han Yunhao felt rather dubious. However, I believe it is worth a try. To my surprise, the usually composed Shun Yanqi concurred with Lu Qingyan's perspective. Thus, let us endeavor to test it tonight. And Yuno could not conceive of any better solution at the moment. Forcibly driving away Shursan would undoubtedly provoke Wei Yunqing's ire. Reflecting on her earlier, furious departure, he found himself surprisingly concerned for her well-being. How utterly absurd. Chapter 99. Shall we exchange? As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened, and swallows flew low, their flight reflecting the oppressive atmosphere that left one breathless. The air was thick with a stifling humidity, while the moon lingered behind the clouds, as if awaiting a cleansing downpour to wash away the haze before it. Sensing the impending change in weather, Hong Fu-chi Tian closed his establishment early today. Patrons retired to their slumber sooner than usual, snuffing out their candles, leaving the inn enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. A creaking sound emanated from the staircase, heralding the arrival of the recently awakened 13, who descended in search of water. Unperturbed by the unnerving quiet of the night, she appeared as a sprite well acquainted with the darkness, moving effortlessly within it. Outside, a light drizzle began to fall. After quenching her thirst, she seated herself by the window and gently pushed it open, only to be met with the sight of a colossal creature, half blue and half red, looming before her. Frozen in place, she dared not utter a sound. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning rent the darkened sky, and the monstrous figure opened its gaping maw, thrusting half of its body through the window. With a deafening crack of thunder, she let out a startled scream and scrambled back up the stairs. The creature pursued her with alarming speed, and in a frantic bid for safety, she flung open the door to a random room, locked it, and hastily sought refuge within. Curling up in a corner and remaining silent. "How did you find your way into my room?" came a sharp inquiry from Yunhao, as the candlelight flickered to life. Clad in a white robe, he sat at the table, scrutinizing 13 in the corner. His bare state implied he was unaccustomed to being confined while sleeping. A glimmer of surprise flickered in 13's eyes as she dashed toward him, seeking solace in his bare embrace, exclaiming, "There's a monster in the inn. Brother, save me." And Yunhao, aware of her intentions, swiftly sidestepped her advance, warning, "If there's a monster, that does not grant you the liberty to invade others' rooms. Leave before my patience wanes." 13, recognizing his unapproachable demeanor, despite his handsome features, was taken aback by his coldness. With tears brimming in her eyes, she pleaded, Brother, may I hide here just until the monster outside departs? We could keep each other company. To that, and Yunhua retorted vehemently, I would rather keep a ghost company than you. His resolve was unwavering. The last thing he wanted was for the vile creature to intrude further. This was the plan devised by Lu Qingyan to frighten her away with the monster? How could he have agreed to such a wretched idea? Perhaps Yunhua's shout had been too loud, for soon after, others in the suite noticed the flickering candlelight and came to inquire what happened. Wei Yunqing, having heard the commotion, opened her door but refrained from approaching, reluctant to compromise after their earlier discord. To everyone's surprise, the one who appeared was not Yunhua, but the disheveled 13, leaving them all momentarily speechless. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a solitary man and woman in disarray, with 13 slightly panting, prompting wild speculation. This revelation not only stunned Yunhua but left the others in disbelief, particularly Lu Qingyan, who wished to kneel and apologize, as the script had not dictated such a turn of events. Remarkably, Yunhua did not erupt in anger. Instead, his face darkened as he locked the door, extinguished the candle, and fell into a heavy silence. What now, Brother Qi? Lu Qingyan lamented, uncertain how to seek Yunhua's forgiveness. Let us observe the situation for now. We should refrain from further provoking Qing, Shan Yanqi suggested, contemplating how it would feel if such a slap had landed on his own face, its crispness hinting at the ire she must have felt. Wei Yunqing pulled 13 inside, sitting on the bed in frustration, not quite comprehending her earlier actions, as if driven by instinct. She had reacted before realizing the consequences of her slap against Yunhua's face. Sister Qing, I am truly sorry. I woke up and went downstairs for water, only to encounter a monster. In my panic, I mistakenly entered the wrong room, unaware it was your suite. I truly did not mean to. 13 explained, her voice tinged with grievance. Seeing her innocence, Wei Yunqing sighed deeply. Surely, it was the thunder and rain that caused you to misjudge. There are no monsters. If you are frightened, you may sleep here with me. 13, recognizing her willingness to accommodate, entwined her arm with Wei Yunqing's, and together they lay on the bed. Thank you, Sister Qing. You are so kind. If only I had a sister like you, I would never, she began, her words trailing off as tears streamed down her cheeks. Wei Yunqing wiped her tears with her sleeve, reassuring her, enough now, from this moment on. You have me as your sister. Fear not, sleep peacefully. As the only daughter in her family, Wei Yunqing had cousins but no siblings, being the youngest and thus indulged by all. With 13 suddenly in her arms, a profound sense of responsibility surged within her, compelling her to bestow upon 13 the love and care that her own siblings had once offered her. The rain outside fell heavily, the rhythmic patter against the window serving not as a disturbance, but as a lullaby, lulling Wei Yunqing into a deep slumber before long. 13 slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the sleeping figure of Wei Yunqing nearby. A sinister grin crept across her face as she whispered, Sister Qing, you truly are a good person. Is your fortune a reflection of your goodness? You're not much older than I, yet you have so many talented and handsome suitors at your beck and call. And you are the esteemed master of the 7 Stars Tower, basking in endless happiness and wealth. Shall we exchange places? Chapter 100. This gamble must be made before Wei Yunqing had even risen. The enticing aroma of food lured her from her slumber. Upon opening the door, she found Shirsen setting a sumptuous breakfast on the table, the delightful scents making her mouth water. Sister Qing, you're up early. I've just finished preparing breakfast. Please, come and taste. Shirsen set down the plate and pulled Wei Yunqing to sit. Did you make all this? Wei Yunqing could hardly believe her eyes. The morning meal, already lavish in its bounty, paled in comparison to the feast that Shirsen had casually prepared. Her culinary skills were truly exceptional. I can barely do anything well. I've only ever washed clothes and cooked, so don't laugh at me, Sister Qing. Shirsen blushed and looked down shyly. Do not be so modest. This is no small feat. Wei Yunqing exclaimed, popping a small dumpling into her mouth. The thin skin, generous filling, and bursting juices created a symphony of flavors, pure bliss. Compared to this, my past cooking was akin to swill. Please, stop standing and join me at the table. though the meal was a marked improvement over previous breakfasts. Wei Yunqing felt it lacked a certain essence. I cannot sit, Sister Qing. I am but your servant now, and it is improper for a servant to dine at the same table as her mistress. San firmly declined, uncertain if the other brothers had awoken yet. If they lingered too long, the breakfast would grow cold, but she could reheat it for them. Wei Yunqing disapproved of her subservient demeanor and pressed San's shoulders, insisting, "Sit and eat. I will awaken them. If they choose to remain in bed, they shall go hungry." She proceeded to call out to each room, inadvertently omitting an whether by design or oversight was unclear. As the doors opened one by one, the brothers emerged, yawning and sluggish, mechanically taking their seats and consuming their breakfast. "What's wrong with you all? Did you go out on a heist last night?" Wei Yunqing surmised, observing their weary eyes. Lu Qingyan, noticing her vibrant demeanor, remarked, "Sister Qing, it seems my worries were unfounded. How did you manage to sleep through last night's torrential rain?" Wei Yunqing rested her chin on her hand, glancing at San with a playful grin. "It must have been because I slept with San. The sound of the rain did not disturb me at all, and I slept more soundly than usual. Sister Qing, is it that my cooking is unsatisfactory? Do the brothers dislike it?" San's eyes glistened with unshed tears.
"No.
It is merely that they lack an appetite. Come, since you are to be my assistant, I shall teach you some tasks. You shall learn to perform them, and rest assured, I will not have you work for nothing. You shall receive a monthly stipend." Wei Yunqing began familiarizing San with the responsibilities she was to undertake. And remained conspicuously absent throughout the day. After 3 days of diligent study, San had quickly mastered everything Wei Yunqing had imparted. Remarkable. Little San is quite astute. She grasps everything with ease. San smiled with squinted eyes. It is all thanks to Sister Qing's excellent teaching. Yesterday, Supervisor Zhang informed me that the work at Xianhui Plaza has concluded. Seeing Sister Qing so busy, I went to inspect it myself. The results were splendid and accepted. Today, he should be settling accounts with the foreman. Wei Yunqing was unaware of this development, as she could not recall what had occupied her time yesterday. "Excellent work, San. You can handle these matters for me in the future. I shall relish my newfound leisure." Wei Yunqing counted out the payment owed to the foreman and handed it to San. "This is the payment for Qixing Tower, this is for Xianhui Plaza, and these are the double wages I promised for their early completion. Can you remember all this?" San accepted the 3 heavy bundles of money and nodded confidently. "Sister Qing, you can trust me to fulfill this task. Be cautious on your way. Shall I send someone to accompany you? It might be unsafe for a young girl to carry such a sum." Wei Yunqing realized her oversight. "It's all right, Sister Qing. Just call a carriage for me, and I can place the money inside. Who would suspect a young girl of carrying so much?" San replied with a clever smile. "Very well. Have Supervisor Zhang arrange a carriage for you. If he is not occupied, have him accompany you as well. Would you care to make a wager with me?" And did not address the incident from the previous night, yet he had not forgotten it. He would not press the matter at this moment, as it could lead to more serious repercussions. "I have no interest," Wei Yunqing declared, though she found herself halting her steps. And continued, "I have mentioned that this San is not as simple as she appears. We do not know her true intentions for wanting to remain by your side, but now is an opportune moment to test her character through this task of delivering money." "What do you mean?" Wei Yunqing asked, her tone tinged with displeasure. This notion had not crossed Wei Yunqing's mind until it was brought to her attention by Shun Yanchu. She realized how utterly trusting she had been towards San, sharing even the smallest details of her life, scarcely concealing the identities of the others or the existence of the system. San is not that kind of person. Wei Yunqing protested weakly. "Very well, since you have faith in her character, let us wager. If she passes this test, we shall refrain from obstructing her. Should she fail, she must leave, and you shall heed our counsel in the future." And expression remained inscrutable, his tone neutral. Awakening to this realization, Wei Yunqing nodded in agreement. "What are the terms of the bet?" The manner in which he emphasized the word "send" hinted that it would not be a pleasant undertaking. "All right, I accept the wager." Whether it was her trust in San or the reasonableness of Anuno's words, Wei Yunqing felt compelled to engage in this gamble. Chapter 101. What ill intentions could possibly arise? Upon learning that 13 had departed alone with the carriage, leaving Zhang Xiaoer behind to settle the account, Wei Yunqing felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the wager. She had expressly instructed 13 to bring Zhang Xiao along, yet he had chosen otherwise. The incessant rain, falling for several days, cast a gloomy pall over the sky, dampening any semblance of cheer. Propping her chin on her hand, she awaited the return of 13's carriage, but the hours dragged on into a full day. Before she could finish her thoughts, Wei Yunqing suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed out the door. And Yunhua squinted slightly, casting a wary glance out the window. A carriage was approaching at a swift pace, and the driver was none other than 13. Cursing under his breath, he followed suit downstairs. The rain-soaked twilight bore an uncanny resemblance to night, and the grand hall, once bustling with patrons, was now deserted. 13 reined in the horses and dashed into the hall, his expression a mix of surprise and a hint of gratitude as he noted, "Sister Qing has been waiting for me? Didn't I tell you to take Zhang Xiao with you? Why did you set off alone? I was beginning to fear you had met with misfortune on the road, and was ready to inform the city lord to send someone to search for you." And Yunhua stood silently at the staircase, observing their exchange with a glint of coldness in his eyes. It appeared that her emotional distress was not solely due to the prospect of losing the wager or being deceived, but rather from genuine concern for 13's safety. Truly hopeless. Wei Yunqing resembled a lost maiden led astray by 13, straying further down a misguided path, oblivious to the hands reaching out in an attempt to rescue her. How was the journey? What was the outcome? Lu Chengyan, unable to suppress his desire to dismiss 13, inquired eagerly. He intended for Wei Yunqing to feel remorse for her recent actions, having already devised a method of punishment that would leave a lasting impression. Wei Yunqing urged 13 to sit and poured him a cup of hot tea to warm him. She was aware that the 5 individuals lingering behind her were merely awaiting the outcome. Having established the wager, she would accept any result with grace. Was the journey smooth? She attempted to inquire casually, yet 13 discerned the underlying tension. After all, the 5 individuals stationed at the staircase were glaringly conspicuous. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she maintained her composure throughout, responding, "It went rather well." Wei Yunqing pressed further, "Then why did you take so long?" At this juncture, 13's demeanor shifted to one of feigned grievance. "Alas, Sister Qing, do not mention it. The rain has been relentless for days, making the roads muddy and treacherous. The carriage sank into puddles on several occasions, and I exerted considerable effort to extricate it. I feared the money inside would be lost due to the jostling, so I clutched it tightly to my chest. By the time I arrived, it was well past noon. You truly endured much hardship. That is why I suggested you bring Zhang Xiao along, for companionship on the road," Wei Yunqing chided gently. "I'm so sorry, Sister Qing. I didn't want to hinder Zhang's work. Thinking I could manage on my own." 13 fidgeted with her fingers, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Seeing Wei Yunqing linger on the subject without addressing the core issue, and Yunhua grew impatient and bluntly asked, "Has the payment been settled with the foreman?" 13 replied with confidence, "Yes, everything has been settled." Afterward, she stepped outside to retrieve 3 bags of money from the carriage. "Sister Qing, please count it. I have not opened it, so it should be intact. I wonder who settled the account in advance?" Even Sister Qing is unaware. Her gaze flickered towards Yunhua, who was among the few capable of meeting his gaze without losing composure. And Yunhua let out a low, cold laugh. "It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent." As the plans for the wager continued to unravel, Lu Qingyan whispered, "What shall we do now? We have lost the bet. Must we truly allow her to remain?" And Yunhua turned away, no longer willing to look at them, and replied in a grave tone, "A wager is a wager." However, whether she can adapt to the arduous life at Qixing Tower remains to be seen. It was apparent to any observant individual that while he had consented to 13's stay, her future at Qixing Tower would likely be fraught with challenges. Even with Wei Yunqing's protection, there would inevitably be moments when she could not shield her. Wei Yunqing, elated by her victory in the wager, felt a surge of excitement. Not only had she not misjudged 13, but she had also confirmed that 13 was indeed a remarkably reliable assistant, granting her peace of mind and entrusting her with important tasks. 13 smiled and nodded, casting a meaningful glance at the money on the table. As she brushed past Wei Yunqing, a deeper smile graced her lips, her eyes suddenly darkening. The simple phrase rendered the 5 individuals speechless. They had intended to showcase 13's character to Wei Yunqing, only to find themselves outwitted by a mere 13-year-old girl, leaving them with no face to show. According to our agreement, you cannot drive 13 away, Wei Yunqing asserted firmly. If you were to get to know her better, you would surely find her endearing. You are truly underestimating her. After all, what ill intentions could such a naive girl possibly harbor? Very well. I shall place my trust in you for now. Let us retire early. We shall discuss the opening plans tomorrow. I hope the day of the grand opening of Xianhui Qixing Tower will be a sunny one. Wei Yunqing had set the opening date for the final day of the timeline given by the side quest, a testament to her credibility, which she had successfully secured. Chapter 102. You remind me of my father on the morning of the grand opening of the Xianhui 7-star tower. Wei Yunqing was roused from her slumber by the system's notification of her reputation value reward. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a side quest. Your reputation value of 10 has been credited. Please remember to collect it. Wei Yunqing groggily scratched her ears and rubbed her head, turning over in bed to find a more comfortable position to continue her sleep. The system chimed in once more. Host, your reputation value of 10 has been credited. Please remember to collect it. With a soft grunt, she buried her head under the covers. The system persisted, raising its volume. Your reputation value of 10 has been credited. Please remember to collect it. Startled, Wei Yunqing sat up, her disheveled hair framing her annoyed expression. I heard you the first time. Must you repeat yourself? It's quite vexing, she exclaimed. How cruel of you. Why must you force me to part with my beloved bed? Can't you see it's still dark outside? She gestured toward the pitch-black sky, her frustration mounting. May I express my displeasure?
Wei Yunqing scowled, reluctantly conceding. Fine.
I'll collect it. But how do I do that? You said it was credited, yet you insist I must collect it again. Such a troublesome system. Collection successful, the system replied. Fully awake now. Wei Yunqing cursed the merciless system for disturbing her dreams. She intended to simply wait until dawn to head to the opening ceremony, but alas. As the first light of day broke, she succumbed to an irresistible slumber. In the lead-up to the grand opening, Xianhui 7-star tower had been heavily promoted. And by the time of the ceremony, the venue was already bustling with attendees. The 5 tower masters were impeccably dressed, while 13 and several other supervisors were occupied with various tasks. Even the city lord, Yi Wei, had shown up to honor the event. As for Wei Yunqing, and Yu Nuo grew increasingly impatient with the absence of the nominal tower master. I went to call Sister Qing this morning, but there was no response. I thought she had arrived early